What does it feel like to be surrounded by a group of people wearing animal skins and called the clan leader as soon as you cross over? And the totem of this tribe is about to disappear, with no fire, no water, no food, and only living in caves. Unfortunately, Lin Yuan had to start from scratch, hunting, planting, raising, cultivating, building cities, and establishing a civilization system, until he created the strongest tribe of that era and led the human race towards civilization, reaching its peak. If you like prehistoric world stories, don't forget to like and subscribe. The adventure is about to begin. Chapter 1. Rebirth of Primitive Humans. Chief. Knight. Wake up. Wake up quickly. A noisy voice sounded in Lin Yuan's ears. What's going on? A young man who was barely dressed and thin slowly opened his eyes. Where is this? But when the boy first saw his surroundings, he was directly startled. I saw 3 or 4 boys and girls dressed in animal skins, equally thin and disheveled. Their hair was already tied up, and they couldn't even see their original appearance. The faces of the group of teenagers looked more like they had rolled through cement, with black mud scattered on their foreheads and cheeks, all looking dirty. There are still residual flesh, blood, and hair at the edge of the animal skin. And one of the teenagers seems to have a bone knife hanging from his waist. Animal skin? The boy tried to prop up his body, but upon closer inspection, he felt a sense of powerlessness attacking him. There is a sticky feeling coming from my body. At the same time, a foul odor mixed with the smell of decay began to invade the boy's nostrils. Great, great. The clan leader is awake. The clan leader is awake. The clan leader is awake. Before he could react, 2 people dressed in fur walked over and saw the young man who was just waking up. They were stunned for a moment, but then showed a surprised expression. Great, Chief. You're finally awake. Our tribe can't afford to lose our guide anymore. One of them said with both sadness and surprise. What guide? The young man was stunned. Then in an instant, a flood of memories surged deep into the boy's mind. The boy let out a painful scream. Then his body convulsed uncontrollably, and in the end, he was so gorgeous that he lost all consciousness. When the boy woke up again, he appeared in a cave. The boy carefully examined the surrounding environment. The cave was dimly lit, with dark stones everywhere. A little light came from not far away, and beneath him were several animal skins. I am Lin Yuan. I am Yi. At this moment, 2 memories kept interweaving in the young man's mind, and countless images began to flash constantly. There is a scene of attending classes in a clean classroom. There is also a scene of a primitive person being dragged into the water by a creature resembling a crocodile for a little water. There are also more than 10 people chasing creatures like chickens, until a completely unrelated memory flooded into his mind. It's like a movie, and it can also be viewed anytime. Long time. Hee. I never thought I would have this day too. Can I even travel back in time? Let's go through time. The key is that we don't know which world this is. And we even became a wild man. Lin Yuan laughed self-deprecatingly. Lin Yuan, a 21st century social animal, a senior student majoring in history. While following the teacher's archaeology, I ended up in a quicksand trap inside an ancient tomb. I don't know how I came into this world. And the name of the body occupied by Lin Yuan is Yi. While searching for water in the mountains and forests, I accidentally fell into a swamp. And then he was rescued by others. But the original body disappeared directly, and Lin Yuan successfully occupied the magpie nest. At this moment, the light at the entrance of the cave suddenly dimmed. The next figure slowly walked in. Knight, you're awake. Great. I was really afraid you wouldn't be able to make it through. A young man exclaimed joyfully. Lin Yuan knows him. It can also be said that I met him at night. His name is Tiger. The 2 of them grew up together since childhood. Primitive people name themselves so casually. Most of them are named after beasts or common things. Knight, Uncle Peng and Wu are both gone. There's no movement from the totem either. We only have you left. If you can't hold on anymore, our Pancher tribe may not be able to hold on for a few days, said the tiger with a mournful expression. Lin Yuan also briefly recalled it. Peng Shu is the father of the original body and the leader of the Pancher tribe. Wu is the guide of the Pancher tribe. A few days ago, in order to save the totem of the tribe, the 2 of them took more than 10 young men on an adventure to hunt and offer blood food to the totem. However, they were robbed by a group of people halfway through. Only one person ran back in the end. After explaining the news that the people who plundered them, as well as the tribal chief and shaman, had appointed Yi as the tribal chief, he also passed away. At this moment, a strong killing intent surged deep in Lin Yuan's mind, as if he wanted to completely tear apart the group of robbers. Brother, don't worry. Since I have taken over your body, then I will help you avenge this, murmured Lin Yuan in his heart. Then the killing intent slowly subsided, and Lin Yuan felt like he had slightly stronger control over this body. As for why Lin Yuan occupied the magpie nest, it was because when Yi went out with a few people to search for food, he was accidentally swallowed up by the swamp. And Lin Yuan also saw from the memories he obtained that the Pancher tribe had less than 100 people at this time. And all the powerful members in the tribe have already died, leaving only the elderly, weak, women, and children behind. There are less than 20 young adults left. Otherwise, you wouldn't have taken a group of middle-aged boys out to search for food. Knight, can you hear me? Said the tiger, tilting its head. Sure. A hoarse voice came from Lin Ye's mouth. Does our tribe still have water? Lin Yi spoke again, but every time he spoke, there was a sharp pain in his throat. There's something else, I'll help you get it. The tiger turned around and walked out of the cave, then brought in a stone pot. The water in the pot is mixed with sediment and has an extremely strong, earthy smell. But Lin Yi is very clear about his body at this moment. If he doesn't drink this water, he probably won't be able to hold on today. But Lin Yi could only grit her head and endure the nausea, taking a few small sips. Knight, we don't have much water left. Probably not enough to drink tomorrow. The tiger chattered incessantly. Tiger, you go out first. I'll think about it carefully before speaking. Lin Yi said slowly. This is completely the beginning of a collapse. If someone travels through time, they may be some kind of holy or divine child. Lin Yi thought helplessly in her heart. But now that the situation has come to this point, Lin Yi is also helpless. If I die again, will I return to modern society? Lin Yi suddenly thought to herself. But Lin Yi quickly gave up on this idea. What if I can't go back after death? And the world in my memory is not simple either. Chapter 2, Water Retrieval. The shaman of their tribe possesses a unique method known as witchcraft, which aids the tribe members in healing their wounds. Moreover, this so-called totem can also assist the tribe in warding off external foes. The protagonist's father was a so-called totem warrior. However, it seems that he is the only totem warrior in the entire tribe. The totem of the stone tribe appears to be languishing, having not received offerings of flesh and blood for an extended period, thus failing to exhibit its former supernatural powers. It is understandable, given that they can barely ensure their own sustenance. How could they spare food for sacrifices? Since we are here, we must make the best of it. I refuse to believe that a university student from the 21st century cannot survive in this world. Not only will I survive, but I shall lead them toward a better future. Therefore, the immediate priority is water and food. As for water, there seems to be a large lake not too far from here. However, lurking beneath the surface are beasts akin to crocodiles. Retrieving water is exceedingly perilous. Yet, for someone from the modern era, this is hardly a concern. It merely requires digging a large pit near the lake. The water will subsequently seep into the pit. Additionally, with the filtration from the silt, the sanitary conditions will be significantly improved. As for food, that warrants careful consideration. The totem must not perish. Otherwise, the ensuing troubles will be monumental. Contemplating this, Lin Yi weakly propped himself up and slowly made his way outside. Chief, are you feeling better? That's wonderful. Along the way, many greeted Lin Yi, who responded with a smile to each one. At this moment, the sun was blazing high in the sky. And after only a few steps, Lin Yi was already breathless, drenched in sweat. Tiger. Lin Yi spotted Tiger running from a distance and called out. Yi, what are you doing out here? You should be resting. Tiger hurriedly approached, a note of concern in his voice. Time waits for no one. Tiger, gather the able-bodied men immediately. We are going to fetch water. Lin Yi gasped, speaking to Tiger. His body felt exceedingly weak. Such frailty is unacceptable in this world. Lin Yi lamented inwardly, continuously pondering methods to strengthen his physique. Soon, with Tiger's rallying call, 13 able-bodied men gathered before Lin Yi. Chief, Chief, they exclaimed in unison. Bring your bone knives and stone blades. We are going to fetch water. Lin Yi said slowly. Chief, have you found a water source? Where are we going to get water? One man, around 30 years old, inquired, named Yen Bao, who had previously accompanied the tribe on hunts to the lakeshore. Lin Yi replied decisively. Chief, that's not advisable. Last time we went to fetch water, one of our men was dragged under by an unknown beast lurking beneath the surface. We always suffer casualties when we go there. Yen Bao's expression changed, fear evident in his voice. The others also appeared alarmed, chattering anxiously among themselves. Silence! Silence! Lin Yi shouted, raising his voice until the commotion subsided. Do not worry. I have my methods. If we keep a safe distance from the river, there should be no issues. Lin Yi stepped approximately 3 meters to the left. That should be fine. Even if it's a bit closer, we should be safe. The beast is only dangerous in the water. On land, I can handle it alone. Yen Bao quickly assured. Then I can rest easy. I already have a plan to fetch water. You all go gather the tools. Lin Yi instructed the group. Chief, are you truly confident? Yen Bao hesitated. Rest assured. It will be absolutely fine. Hurry and gather the tools. Lin Yi urged once more. The group then dispersed to collect the necessary implements. Subsequently, they set off toward the riverbank. However, after a short distance, Lin Yi found himself struggling. Yi, let me carry you, Tiger said, and before Lin Yi could protest, he swiftly turned and hoisted Lin Yi onto his back. Lin Yi was taken aback. The seemingly frail tiger possessed remarkable strength. Being carried felt as light as a feather. With Tiger bearing Lin Ye's weight, the group's pace quickened considerably. They traversed a path flanked by towering ancient trees and dense thickets. Additionally, vibrant poisonous snakes were hidden among the grass. Fortunately, it appeared they had previously cleared a narrow path. After approximately half an hour, Lin Yi sensed a humid breeze. A few minutes later, a vast lake emerged before him. Chief, we must not approach the lakeshore. Recently, a wolf was dragged under right at the edge and never resurfaced. Yin Bao cautioned once more. Do not worry. Follow my lead. Gauge your distance from me while I walk. And you should keep an equal distance from the lake as you begin to dig. Create a pit approximately 1 meter deep. Lin Yi crouched down, grasping a handful of moist soil, and expressed his delight. The dampness of the earth indicated they need not change locations. What do you mean, 1 meter? Yin Bao scratched his head, puzzled. The others looked equally bemused. About half my height will suffice. Lin Yi clarified, using his own height as a reference. This helped them comprehend. Cautiously, they approached the lakeshore and began to dig with their hands. Lin Yi felt helpless within their tribe. There were only 5 or 6 bone and stone knives combined, not to mention tools suitable for excavation. If they used the bone and stone knives for digging, they would soon be rendered useless. Let us not forget, there are raiders nearby. Those can be considered weapons too. Though they appeared lean and weak, they possessed considerable strength. Moreover, it seemed they had experience with such tasks. Before long, they had excavated a pit approximately 1 meter deep. The pit was filled with soft mud. The conditions were somewhat lacking, but at least it was sufficient for survival. Lin Yi observed as Yin Bao extracted his filthy foot from the mud and sighed. Chief, what do we do next? Yin Bao approached, his face smeared with mud, inquiring. Wait. Lin Yi replied slowly. Wait. The fiery leopard scratched his head, still unable to comprehend the intentions of the chieftain. However, the chieftain's commanding presence deterred him from inquiring further. He led the group to a grassy expanse where they began to await developments. Meanwhile, by the lakeside, a creature resembling a crocodile silently emerged, casting a glance at Lin Yi and the others before quietly submerging itself beneath the water. Chapter 3. The Arrival of the System. Approximately 2 hours later, Lin Yi spoke softly. Uncle Leopard, could you check if there is any water in the pit? Only then did Yin Bao rise, somewhat apprehensively making his way toward the water's edge. Water. There's water, he exclaimed with exuberance after taking just a few steps. Following his lead, the young men hurriedly gathered stone pots and bowls to collect the water. Upon their return, they knelt on one knee, their faces alight with excitement, raising their filled stone pots above their heads and fervently proclaiming, Thank you, esteemed chieftain, for your guidance. Please, chieftain, partake of the water first. At that moment, a voice echoed in Lin Ye's mind. Ding. Successfully leading the clansmen to obtain water has earned you 100 civilization points. The civilization spark system has been activated. A somewhat mechanical voice resounded. A system? Indeed, while the system may arrive late, it never fails to show up. A smile graced Lin Ye's face. What functions do you possess, system? He quickly inquired within his mind. The civilization spark system operates with civilization points as the core currency. By guiding your tribe to engage in advanced civilized actions, you will earn civilization points, which can be exchanged for skills, martial arts, and sorcery, among other things. The system responded. Excellent. Let me see what I can currently exchange. Lin Yi exclaimed with palpable excitement. It is noteworthy that this world possesses extraordinary elements. His biological father's prowess as a totem warrior, despite being of the lowest rank, was formidable, boasting a strength of nearly 300 pounds with just one arm. What if there were higher ranks? Ding. The host currently lacks sufficient civilization points to exchange for any items. The lowest tier of skills and sorcery requires at least 3,000 civilization points. The system's cold voice extinguished the flame of hope within Lin Ye's heart. At that moment, Hu gently nudged Lin Yi, bringing him back to reality. The others remained kneeling in reverence. I shall refrain from drinking for now. Please rise, Lin Yi urged. From now on, we will adopt this method for obtaining water. You can teach it to the other members of the tribe. In time, even the children will be able to fetch water successfully as long as they keep their distance from the water's edge. Yes, esteemed chieftain. The crowd fervently responded, standing upright. Even Hu gazed at Lin Yi with admiration. Let us proceed. Time is of the essence, and we must return. We can fetch water at any time henceforth, Lin Yi announced to the group. As they journeyed back, Hu continued to carry Lin Yi on his back. However, after walking a short distance, Lin Yi's sharp eye spotted something remarkably familiar. Wait, he called out. Carefully dismounting from Hu, he cautiously approached a patch of plants. Surrounding them were fallen trees, likely toppled by the wind, and upon the damp, shadowy trunks grew clusters of dark brown mushrooms resembling little umbrellas. Are these shiitake mushrooms? Lin Yi exclaimed, excitement coursing through him. Food was exceedingly scarce. If they could hunt wild beasts, they would feast on meat. If not, they were left with tart and astringent fruits, which were the result of countless trials by life itself. Each new edible food source was a tremendous blessing for them. Ding! Congratulations, host, for discovering edible shiitake mushrooms, earning 100 civilization points. The system's voice chimed again. Ha! Indeed, they are shiitake mushrooms. Lin Yi laughed heartily. Chieftain, that cannot be eaten. There were individuals in our tribe who consumed something similar, and they perished from bleeding from their orifices. Who cautioned cautiously. They are not the same. While some similar mushrooms may be inedible, the ones I hold are safe for consumption. Lin Yi replied with a smile. Come, everyone. Set down the water for now, and help me gather these mushrooms. Upon hearing this, the group promptly placed their water containers down and began to harvest the mushrooms. Soon, they had collected an entire patch of them. However, the challenge of transporting them back arose. Before Lin Yi could devise a solution, Yin Bao and the others began to remove their animal hides. They then placed the approximately 100 pounds of mushrooms into the hides, securing them with some grass found nearby, before slinging the makeshift bundles over their shoulders. Observing the lean figures of his compatriots, Lin Yi felt a pang of sorrow in his heart. We shall take our time. Now that I have become your chieftain, I will ensure that you are well fed and clothed. Lin Yi vowed silently. With that, the group began their journey back to the tribe. Along the way, Lin Yi continuously reviewed the memories of his predecessor. Soon, a wave of joy washed over him as he recalled a nearby bamboo grove not far from the tribe. With bamboo, they could construct traps and even bows and arrows. In this primitive world, bows and arrows were formidable weapons. With them, they might even be able to revive the totem warriors. Perhaps, within the tribe, one or even several totem warriors could emerge again, leading to a more stable life. And let us not forget, the marauders may still be lurking nearby. From the memories of his predecessor, Lin Yi learned that these marauders belonged to the Bloodclaw tribe. Among them were 2 novice totem warriors, and their numbers exceeded those of the Stone tribe by about 20. Novice totem warriors should still fall within the realm of humanity, right? How exactly was that bamboo bow made? Lin Yi began to ponder the crafting method of the bamboo bow. Thankfully, he had watched numerous tutorials in his previous life. Otherwise, he would truly be at a loss. Before long, the group returned to the tribe. Lin Yi, accompanied by Yin Bao and Hu, headed straight for the bamboo grove. Where there is bamboo, there are shoots. He wondered what variety of bamboo it was and whether there would be any shoots in season. Soon, the trio arrived at the bamboo grove, which unfolded before them like a vast sea of green. Countless bamboo stalks swayed in the wind, their leaves rustling softly in a harmonious symphony. Moreover, the thickest bamboo surpassed Lin Ye's waist in girth. Ha! Here I come, bamboo shoots. Here I come, bamboo. Lin Yi laughed heartily, then swiftly darted towards a bamboo shoot. Ding! Usable bamboo shoot detected. Reward, 100 civilization points. The system notified. System, please enumerate the items I can exchange. Lin Yi said with a hint of excitement. Chapter 4, Exchange. Immediately, a luminous screen appeared in Lin Ye's mind. No way, system. There isn't even a machete in here. Lin Yi frowned at the few items presented. Ding. Metal smelting material, classified as advanced civilization goods. Before the host unlocks smelting technology, metal weapons require a minimum of 500 civilization points each. The system explained. However, considering the host has acquired 300 civilization points in a single day, a 30 discount opportunity will be granted. Below are the items the host can currently afford. After a brief pause, the system spoke again. The items displayed on the luminous screen in Lin Ye's mind were refreshed. Alloy Engineer Shovel, 88 civilization points. Healing Technique, 200 civilization points. After deliberating for a while, Lin Yi found these two to be the most suitable. As for martial arts or other techniques, even with the discount, he saw nothing refreshing. The Engineer Shovel is versatile. It can cut, chop, and dig. Yet, he wondered about the effectiveness of the healing technique. Lin Yi pondered. Ding. The healing technique is basic. It can heal general external injuries instantly. For injuries like the host's, it would only take 10 minutes to recover. However, please note that the healing technique can only restore the host to the state prior to illness. Subhealth and malnutrition cannot be directly cured. The system reminded. This is still quite good. I'll take these two. Lin Yi slowly said to himself. Ding. As this is the host's first item exchange, a special gift of 10 cubic meters of personal space is granted. The items exchanged by the host have been stored in the personal space and can be accessed at any time. The system notified. Lin Ye's gaze shifted to a certain point before him. There, in an ethereal space, floated a book and an engineer shovel that was 3 or 4 sizes larger than the one from his previous life. Time to learn the healing technique. Lin Yi sighed. He initially desired martial arts the most, but there was no way to afford them. Healing technique learned successfully. Ding. Given the host's current situation, the healing technique can be used a maximum of 3 times per day. As the system's notification rang out, a warm current surged into Lin Ye's mind. Everything about the healing technique instantly appeared in his consciousness, as if steeped in the passage of countless years. Lin Yi quickly cast the healing technique upon himself. A milky white light flashed, and Lin Yi couldn't help but let out a comfortable groan. He could distinctly feel his body recovering at an astonishing speed. Meanwhile, Yin Bao and Hu stared in astonishment at this scene. This is witchcraft. Witchcraft. Our rock tribe finally has a shaman again. Yin Bao regained his composure and fell to his knees, tears streaming down his face as he repeatedly bowed to the heavens. Even as his forehead bled, he did not relent. Beside him, Hu also slowly knelt in the direction of the rock tribe, tears streaming down his face. Thank you, ancestors of the rock tribe. Thank you for giving us a hope to live. Thank you. Thank you. Lin Yi sensed the commotion from the outside and slowly opened his eyes. What met his gaze were two individuals continuously bowing. What are you two doing? Lin Yi furrowed his brow and asked. Chief. No. Shaman. No, that's not right. Yin Bao exclaimed anxiously. Call me Chief. Lin Yi reiterated. Yes, Chief. Do you possess witchcraft? Yin Bao's voice carried a hint of cautious excitement. Witchcraft? Lin Yi thought of the healing technique. I suppose so. Ha. The chief possesses witchcraft. He has acquired witchcraft. Yin Bao leaped to his feet, laughing maniacally. Meanwhile, Lin Yi furrowed his brows as he delved into Ye's memories. So that's how it is. In Ye's recollections, a shaman is a guiding figure for the tribe. A beacon of light for the tribe. The most revered individual. Even the chief's status falls beneath that of a shaman. Furthermore, only a shaman can communicate with totems. Of course, there are exceptional circumstances where a chief without a shaman can also do so. Under the guidance of a shaman and totems, the tribe can give rise to totem warriors. System. Am I considered a shaman now? Additionally, is this healing technique witchcraft? Lin Yi queried in his mind. Ding. The host is not yet fully considered a shaman. Moreover, the healing technique is merely a skill. The system's voice responded. The healing technique is merely a skill. I am not entirely a shaman. What does the system mean by this? Lin Yi furrowed his brows in inquiry. System. Lin Yi called out again. In his mind, there was only a profound silence. Well, it seems I must explore this myself. However, the information regarding totem warriors and shamans in the previous memories is exceedingly scant. Lin Yi thought helplessly. Subsequently, he directly retrieved the engineer's shovel from his personal space. Alright, you two, hurry up and come over to dig for bamboo shoots. I also need a substantial amount of bamboo. Lin Yi called out to the two who were still in a daze. Is this a golden artifact? Yin Bao, having finally calmed down, gasped in astonishment upon seeing the engineer's shovel in Lin Ye's hand. A golden artifact? Isn't it just an engineer's shovel? Lin Yi muttered. Chief, this is a golden artifact, right? However, this golden artifact seems somewhat different from what I previously saw at the market. Yin Bao cautiously inquired. Lin Yi searched for information on golden artifacts and discovered that the information was similarly scarce. However, only large tribes can possess them. Even some medium-sized tribes with thousands of members might not own a single golden artifact. Indeed, it is a golden artifact. There is no time for lengthy explanations now. Uncle Bao, I need you to use this engineer shovel to chop some bamboo for me. Also, please cut down those smaller bamboos, no thicker than this. Lin Yi handed the engineer shovel to Yin Bao. Chief, am I to use this golden artifact? Yin Bao's eyes widened in disbelief. Just use it for now. You must return it to me once you're done. Enough with the idle chatter. Get to work. Lin Yi said somewhat helplessly. Yes, Chief. Yin Bao took the engineer's shovel and excitedly began to chop bamboo. As for the tiger, it gazed at the flaming leopard with an expression of envy. Lin Yi shook his head helplessly while observing the two. He then found a relatively clean spot to sit down, quietly awaiting the complete restoration of his strength. With the engineer's shovel in hand, the flaming leopard was filled with vigor. In less than 10 minutes, he had felled 8 or 9 bamboo stalks, each thicker than a man's waist. Chapter 5. The Art of Fire by Friction. Lin Yi had also fully recuperated. He felt an abundance of energy coursing through his body. Meanwhile, the tiger was assisting the flaming leopard in organizing the bamboo stalks, one after another. Uncle Leopard, that's enough. Now, let's cut down some bamboo that can be grasped with one hand. Lin Yi exclaimed as he observed the sizable bamboo was nearly finished. The thickness and height of these bamboo segments were perfectly suited for crafting water buckets. As for cutting some that could be gripped by the palm, that was naturally intended for traps and longbows. Furthermore, these bamboo could also be fashioned into arrows, albeit with somewhat reduced power. Nevertheless, they would serve adequately for hunting wild beasts and piercing the bodies of foes. Alright, the flaming leopard immediately began selecting suitable bamboo. He had no knowledge of Lin Ye's intentions, nor did he wish to. All he understood was that this was a dual command from the shaman and the clan leader. Once Lin Yi had completely recovered, he too began to lend a hand. Leader, your body, the tiger hesitated to say. It's fully healed. After all, I have become the shaman, Lin Yi replied nonchalantly. He had no intention of elaborating further. Should he inform them that he possessed a system? They merely needed to follow their orders. Lin Yi would clarify any necessary explanations in due time. Before long, they had finished felling 3 bundles of bamboo. Each of the 3 men struggled to drag a bundle back towards the tribe. As for the bamboo shoots, they would have to wait for someone to retrieve them later. Upon returning, the flaming leopard and the tiger would venture back into the bamboo grove to gather the shoots. Lin Yi, however, sought a shaded area to begin processing the bamboo. For the thicker bamboo, Lin Yi directly cut through at the nodes, trimming the surrounding splinters and shaping the bamboo into buckets. From 8 stalks, he crafted nearly 20 large bamboo buckets, along with close to 100 smaller ones. Uncle Leopard, the day is still young. Please organize some people to fetch water with these bamboo tubes. Bring the engineer's shovel along as well. Dig some deeper pits nearby. About my height will suffice. And be sure to prioritize safety on the way. Lin Yi instructed calmly. Yes, leader. Rest assured, even if I were to perish, I would ensure this golden tool returns intact. The flaming leopard replied with utmost seriousness. If you die, how will you bring it back? Lin Yi responded, exasperated. But he said no more, waving the flaming leopard off to depart. Alas, we are still short on weapons. If only we had a few more. We could gather some branches to craft spears, a formidable weapon indeed. Lin Yi mused internally. Yet, at that moment, he could only focus on processing the bamboo and crafting bows. Tiger, go help me get the fire started. Lin Yi commanded. Leader, have you forgotten? Our fire source has been extinguished for nearly half a month. The tiger lamented. It seems so. In that case, tiger, please find some decaying dry wood for me, and bring me a dry twig about the thickness of a finger. If you can find some dry hair, that would be even better. Lin Yi responded slowly, while his mind recalled how the great masters Da and Bei had created fire by friction in the past. Leader, what do you need these for? The tiger asked. Puzzled. I am going to create fire. Lin Yi declared confidently. Create fire. Leader, you can create fire? The tiger was instantly astounded. And some nearby villagers also overheard his exclamation. Indeed. Hurry and prepare the items I need. Lin Yi instructed directly. Upon hearing Lin Ye's words, although the tiger was somewhat skeptical, he did not question him. After all, he had witnessed 2 miraculous feats today. There was a faint glimmer of hope in his heart. The items Lin Yi required were swiftly gathered, and he selected the most suitable twigs, nodding in satisfaction. Next, he instructed the tiger to fetch a bone knife and made several slits in a dry, nearly decayed tree trunk, allowing for better airflow. He then gathered some dry leaves and placed them nearby. Afterward, he placed the dry hair atop the slits and began to execute the technique of the Qilin arm, swiftly rubbing the twigs together. At this moment, upon hearing that the leader was creating fire, a crowd of villagers emerged and gathered not far from Lin Yi, silently observing his actions. Before long, at the juncture of the twigs and hair, the temperature reached a critical point. The next second, a wisp of blue smoke suddenly arose, followed by a flickering flame of bright yellow. Lin Yi hastily added more leaves and began to blow gently. Finally, a roaring blaze ignited. This flame illuminated the faces of those around, rekindling everyone's hope for life. May the heavens bless the rock tribe. May the heavens bless our rock tribe. Our rock tribe has finally regained fire. An elder, advanced in years, slowly knelt down in gratitude to the heavens. The expressions of those surrounding him were filled with immense excitement. Thud, thud. One by one, the villagers knelt down in unison. May the heavens bless the rock tribe. We thank the leader for his guidance. With the successful creation of fire by friction, Lin Yi let out a sigh of relief. Thanks to Da and Bei. I thought I was going to fail. A smile spread across Lin Ye's face. Ding. The system prompted. Detection of host successfully creating fire by friction. Award of 800 civilization points. What? I simply created fire by friction, and I received such a large number of civilization points? Lin Ye's heart soared with joy. Ding. The source of fire holds an epic-making significance for primitive tribes, hence the substantial achievement points awarded. Lin Yi pondered for a moment and realized the truth of it. After all, primitive tribes could only obtain fire by waiting for lightning to strike and ignite the trees. System, show me again the items I can exchange. Lin Yi requested once more. A panel reappeared in Lin Ye's mind. System, why is the price of the techniques so exorbitantly high? Lin Yi lamented helplessly. Ding. In accordance with the rules of this realm, techniques, martial arts, and totems are interconnected. Once the host becomes a shaman or a totem warrior, the prices of techniques and martial arts will naturally decrease. The system responded. So that means I must first become a totem warrior or a shaman. Isn't that absurd? Lin Yi questioned, puzzled. How much better it would be to achieve the totem warrior status directly through techniques. Ding. The host assumption is erroneous. To become a totem warrior, one must have the totem assist the host in bridging the gap between heaven and earth. Otherwise, even if one possesses the techniques, advancement would be impossible. At most, one could only enhance vitality. The system clarified once more. Chapter 6, Mission Archery. Ding. Detection of the imminent extinction of the tribal totem has occurred. A mission has been issued. Save the tribal totem within 7 days. Successful completion will yield a totem quality upgrade and 1 set each of body and soul refinement techniques. Failure will result in system withdrawal, leaving the host to fend for themselves. Please note, the quality of totems is categorized as red, orange, yellow, green, blue, indigo, violet, and gold. Currently, the quality of the rock tribe's totem is yellow. The higher the totem's quality, the more likely talented individuals will emerge within the tribe, and the greater the power derived from the totem. Moreover, the body refinement technique can increase the likelihood of awakening as a totem warrior. The system issued the mission directly. System, what must I do to save the totem? Lin Yi earnestly inquired within his mind. However, at this critical juncture, the system once again went silent. Oh dear, could you at least say something? Lin Yi sighed in frustration. Saving the totem? Is it truly a matter of sacrifice? The father of my previous incarnation intended to hunt beasts to save the totem. Lin Yi pondered, uncertain if this course of action was correct. Yet ultimately, he felt compelled to follow their intentions, as his understanding of this world remained woefully inadequate, and the system seemed to falter precisely at crucial moments. System. Exchange for a machete. Lin Yi could only murmur in resignation. In the next moment, 500 civilization points vanished, and a machete materialized within his spatial pocket. Lin Yi surveyed his surroundings and noticed the tribe members gazing at him with fervent enthusiasm. Their ardent gazes made him feel somewhat bashful. You, and the few of you, stay behind to help me with these bamboo stalks. The rest of you, go about your business. Lin Yi gestured, selecting a few individuals, all of whom were women. The tribe currently comprised 86 individuals, 32 adult women, 13 young men, 22 children under 10, and only 7 elders. The remainder consisted of those aged between 10 and 18, including Lin Yi himself, who was merely 16 years old. Among those aged 15 to 18, there were only 9. The others had gone to fetch water. The scarcity of elders was linked to food and sanitary conditions. Once the crowd dispersed, Lin Yi began clearing the bamboo with the machete and subsequently directed the others to roast the bamboo. The process of crafting bamboo bows was quite simple. One merely needed to heat the bamboo with fire, and as it softened, gently bend it into a C shape. After cooling and setting, holes would be drilled at both ends, and the remaining beast tendons from the tribe would be twisted into a rope and threaded through the holes, adjusting for the proper curvature to complete the bow. Of course, Lin Yi was currently opting for the simplest method. A more complex approach would involve smoothing the entire bow body to eliminate sharp edges and rough surfaces to prevent injury during use. After forming the bows, Lin Yi also used the machete to carve a few bamboo arrows and led the group to a designated area for testing. Here, as hoping everything goes smoothly, Lin Yi knocked an arrow. Whoosh! The bamboo arrow shot forth with a piercing sound. Thud! It lodged firmly into a large tree beside him, who wore an expression of astonishment. Yet Lin Yi felt a wave of embarrassment wash over him, for he had not aimed at the tree he hit, but rather at a different one nearby. Thus, he had missed his mark. Ding! Congratulations, host, on successfully crafting a bow and arrows. You are awarded 300 civilization points. The system chimed in once more. Chieftain, what kind of weapon is this? It's incredible, who exclaimed, wide-eyed with amazement. This is called a bow and arrow. You have witnessed the crafting process. Now, I urge you to create one for yourself. Let the others assist the young men in making some as well. Tomorrow, I shall take you all hunting, Lin Yi stated slowly. Although Lin Yi was unaware of the bamboo species, its resilience was exceptional, completely meeting his requirements. He approached the arrows and noted they had penetrated about 10 centimeters into the wood, which indicated that these bow and arrows could definitely breach the defenses of ordinary beasts. With the addition of spears, even a bear could be dealt with. It was important to note that despite their malnutrition and perpetual hunger, these people possessed considerable strength. Lifting 100 pounds with one arm was certainly not an issue, if they were well-fed and their physical conditions improved. Adding another 100 pounds should not pose a problem. As for Hu, he had already rushed to the fire to begin crafting his own bow and arrows. The process was relatively straightforward. With the help of the others, they successfully created 20 longbows within an hour. At this point, the young men had returned with water. Lin Yi promptly gathered everyone together, including those over 15 years of age. Everyone, our rock tribe now has only this fraction of our living strength remaining. Today, I felt a calling and successfully crafted a weapon with decent lethality. I have called you here to commence training. Our totem cannot hold out much longer. We must swiftly make sacrifices to the totem. If the totem perishes, our rock tribe will vanish from this world. From today forward, all tribe members aged 15 and above must master the use of the bow and arrow. As for the young men, we shall venture into the mountains to hunt tomorrow. The rest of you, I hope you will use the bows and arrows to protect our tribe. Lin Yi spoke with a tinge of heartache, gazing at the assembly. Many among them were family members who had not returned since venturing out with his previous incarnation's father. Yes, chieftain, follow the guidance of the chieftain, and you shall not err. We now possess water, fire, and weapons. What remains is vengeance and the promise of better days ahead. We shall ensure that the wretched Bloodclaw tribe pays the price they so richly deserve. Yanbao immediately exclaimed with fervor. Simultaneously, the tribe members began to chatter excitedly, naturally discussing matters of revenge. Lin Yi raised his hands and gently pressed down, and an instant silence enveloped the gathering. Observing this scene with great satisfaction, Lin Yi nodded. Now, come forth to claim your bows and arrows. Then follow me. As everyone collected their bows and arrows, they made their way to the edge of a dense forest. Lin Yi then began to impart the principles of archery based on his memories from a past life. Although Lin Yi's own skills were lacking, reciting from memory was undoubtedly his forte. Chapter 7. Javelin and Archery Practice. Soon, the group had become well acquainted with the fundamentals. Lin Yi selected a tree and instructed everyone to begin practicing. Whoosh, whoosh. All the arrows went awry, yet one arrow struck firmly into the trunk of a large tree. Who shot that? Lin Yi inquired with curiosity. Chief, it was I. A slightly refined-looking young man stepped forward to declare. Lin Yi recognized him as Feng, whose father had perished alongside Lin Yi's own in the hunting party. Feng, shoot another arrow for me to see, Lin Yi commanded. Without hesitation, Feng drew his bow again. Whoosh. The arrow hit the tree with precision. Has he truly never handled a bow before? This talent is somewhat astonishing. He is nothing short of a master archer. Lin Yi mused inwardly. Excellent. Well done, Feng. I believe you possess a remarkable talent for archery. Keep it up, if possible. I would like you to explain the principles of archery to everyone shortly, detailing how you achieved such accuracy. Lin Yi said, patting Feng on the shoulder. See, chieftain, I am not entirely sure how I did it. I simply focused intently on that spot and shot. Feng's face flushed, and he spoke with a hint of timidity. No worries, Feng. Just share with everyone the feeling you experienced when you released the arrow. If everyone's skill matches yours, we need not worry about food or the Bloodclaw tribe any longer. Later, I will teach you how to shoot moving targets. Lin Yi gently encouraged. Yes, chieftain. Upon hearing the name of the Bloodclaw tribe, a fierce hatred ignited in the boy's eyes, his voice tinged with murderous intent. Soon, Feng began to explain his mindset before shooting to the others, while Lin Yi instructed him on how to aim at moving targets. Lin Yi had him use fallen leaves as targets. Initially, Feng missed every shot, yet he persisted, even drenched in sweat, and with trembling arms from drawing the bow. He continued. Finally, after an hour, whoosh, an arrow, accompanied by a leaf, struck the tree. Feng slowly closed his eyes, reflecting intently on all that had transpired. After a long moment, he suddenly opened his eyes, as if two beams of light shot forth from within. Without a moment's hesitation, he swiftly drew his bow. Whoosh. Another leaf was pinned to the tree, followed by one after another. Lin Yi stood agape at this spectacle. For the first time, he felt a profound sense of defeat. Comparing oneself to others can be disheartening. Lin Yi sorrowfully shook his head, turning away without a moment's hesitation. He feared that lingering would leave him too crushed. So it is Feng. The flow of Feng's movements guides the direction of my arrows, he murmured. Meanwhile, the others surrounding Feng, witnessing this extraordinary display, eagerly sought his advice on archery. After departing, Lin Yi sought out a large tree, returning with suitable branches to begin crafting javelins. The creation of a javelin is rather simple. It merely involves selecting an appropriate branch and sharpening it. Soon, Lin Yi returned to the training area with several javelins in hand. Uncle Leopard, Uncle Fox, Uncle Stone, you all should refrain from using bows and arrows. Instead, give this a try? Lin Yi called to those who had shown no talent for archery. It had been merely an hour. Yet these few had yet to hit the tree even once. Lin Yi did not intend to push them. After all, everyone has their own gifts. Chieftain, just wait a moment. I am certain I can do it. Yanbao's face flushed with determination as he spoke. Whether you can or cannot will be determined later. I want you all to try out this new weapon. Observe these. As he lifted a javelin, he demonstrated its use while explaining various techniques. Afterward, he distributed several to allow them to practice. Remember, the thrust begins from the legs, through the waist, and into the arms. As they practiced, Lin Yi guided them. Soon, they grasped the key to it. Although their accuracy was low, throwing 5 or 6 together still held considerable impact. Excellent. You've practiced well. If this javelin breaks, feel free to craft your own. Lin Yi addressed the group. Yes, chieftain. The individuals present felt a wave of joy. Though they struggled with bows and arrows, they found themselves competent with the javelins. Glancing at the sky, Lin Yi realized it was time to prepare dinner. His stomach had been growling for quite some time. The entire rock tribe typically dined only twice a day, sometimes even just once, even with 2 meals. The evening repast consisted merely of some vegetable soup and a few sour, astringent fruits. However, now that Lin Yi was here, he would not allow the tribe to continue in such a manner. Sister Hua, allow me to prepare dinner today. I have 2 new dishes for us, Lin Yi announced as he entered the kitchen. Though called a kitchen, it was simply a smoky cave. The entire tribe dined together, with only the chieftain and the shaman allowed a little extra. Chieftain, do you know how to cook? Sister Hua asked, a hint of skepticism in her voice. Indeed, I do, Lin Yi replied eagerly. In truth, even if Lin Yi were to perform poorly, it would still be far superior to merely tossing all the food into the pot without any discernment. Not long ago, they had lost their source of fire and had been subsisting on jerky, wild vegetables, and fruits to stave off hunger. Moreover, there remained less than 10 pounds of jerky. Lin Yi directed Sister Hua to begin organizing the ingredients. After some contemplation, he decided to extract all the remaining jerky. Chief, this jerky is a lifesaver. Sister Hua's expression grew somewhat grim. They had begun to grasp the concept of replenishing nourishment, realizing that the injured individuals recovered more swiftly after consuming jerky or drinking meat broth. However, they were perplexed as to why this was the case. Sister Hua, trust me. Starting tomorrow, we will assuredly not lack for food, Lin Yi solemnly declared, gazing at the few pieces of nearly moldy jerky. Sister Hua was initially skeptical. Yet upon witnessing Lin Ye's resolute visage and confident demeanor, she ultimately opened her mouth, but no words escaped her lips. The miraculous feats Lin Yi had displayed that day were witnessed by her own eyes. Now, she chose to believe in this chief and shaman capable of performing wonders. Chapter 8. Fusion, blurring the lines between us. Lin Yi procured a stone pot and other necessities. Yet, faced with the current situation, he could not help but let out a sigh. There was not a single drop of oil. Salt was confined to a nearly 3-centimeter wide container, and there was barely any left. There were no other ingredients whatsoever. With no other options, Lin Yi could only fetch some clarified water and pour it into the stone pot. He then lightly cleaned the jerky, sliced it, and placed it into the pot. Lin Yi boiled it for an extended period, as the jerky had likely been stored for quite some time. The longer it could be cooked, the better. Subsequently, he added bamboo shoots, shiitake mushrooms, and a couple of varieties of wild vegetables. Initially, Lin Yi had been critical of the meals prepared by others, yet now, his own creation was not far from that standard. The sole distinction lay in the presence of some meat in the pot, complemented by those mushrooms and bamboo shoots, yielding a relatively appetizing aroma. Chief, what are you making? It smells wonderful. A few little ones bounced over, their eyes fixated on the stone pot, nearly drooling. The chief has prepared meat broth for you. Lin, go, gather your friends, and call everyone to dine. The chief will give you an extra piece of meat. Lin Ye's heart ached as he looked at these emaciated little ones and spoke warmly. Chief, can we also have some meat broth? Isn't it meant for the injured uncles? Lin, I don't want meat broth or meat. I'll be fine with just a few fruits. Lin, suppressing the saliva that was uncontrollably flowing, gently shook his head. Lin Yi felt a pang in his heart. What wonderful children. It's merely some broth. Starting tomorrow, I assure you, we will have meat to eat every day. Hurry and call everyone to eat. Lin Ye's eyes reddened, struggling to contain his complex emotions. Lin Yi had anticipated that the lives of primitive people were challenging, but he had not expected it to be this arduous. Lin said little more and turned to gather his companions to summon everyone for the meal. Soon, a multitude of tribespeople arrived, observing the pot of meat broth. Their expressions varied. Chief, Uncle Leopard, no need for words. The cooking is done. Let us eat. Before Yin Bao could finish speaking, Lin Yi interrupted him directly. However, when it came time to serve the broth, several elders adamantly refused. Even with Lin Yi asserting the authority of a chief and shaman, they remained obstinate. Chief, we have not much time left to live. Our mere existence has already caused considerable trouble for the tribe. This broth is not for us, the dying. We shall suffice with some wild fruits. An elderly man trembled as he spoke. Jean was his son, who had already passed away. Elder, I insist you eat. Just eat. I believe that starting tomorrow, we will have meat every day. This is my duty as a chief and a shaman, Lin Yi declared resolutely. He then unceremoniously ladled out some broth and meat for the elders. Yet in the end, they only sipped a small mouthful of the broth, distributing the remainder to the children. This scene brought tears to Lin Ye's eyes. That night, Lin Yi lay in the cave, continuously pondering the memories of his past life, such as how to create snares and spike traps. Unbeknownst to him, his thoughts drifted to the actions of Lin and the elders. Gradually, Lin Yi succumbed to sleep. In his dreams, a slender youth gazed at Lin Yi with tearful eyes, expressing heartfelt gratitude. Thank you. Thank you for everything you have done for the tribe. Thank you for bringing hope for survival. From now on, the tribe shall be entrusted to you. Whether or not to seek vengeance is of no consequence. I only hope you can lead the tribe to thrive. Thank you for all you have done. Survive. You must ensure the tribe lives well. As the figure spoke, it transformed into specks of starlight and merged into Lin Ye's mind. Ding. Detecting the disappearance of the original host's obsession. The original soul has fully integrated with the host's soul. From this day forth, you are he, and he is you. The system chimed in. Yet Lin Yi merely turned slightly and fell into a deep slumber once more. The following day, Lin Yi awoke early, feeling refreshed. After rising, he immediately turned over and began preparing all the materials needed for the traps he had contemplated the night before. Beast tendons, sharpened bamboo, etc. Wait, last night, did I dream about myself? Myself? Isn't that the previous body? Lin Yi paused his actions. Ding. The host's soul has merged with the previous body. From now on, there is no distinction between you and me. The system prompted. Fusion? Very well. Since we are here and have taken over this body, let us strive together to contribute to the rock tribe. Leave everything to me. Lin Ye's expression softened at this realization. With renewed vigor, he resumed his busy preparations. Soon, the fiery leopard and his companions also rose from their slumber. Lin Yi beckoned to everyone to gather materials. Feng, today, you shall accompany us. He commanded. Sure too. You are responsible for teaching Ant, as well as the sisters and brothers, the art of archery today. As for the gathering of fruits and wild vegetables, let us pause for now. He instructed the two. Shurtu was the only one among them with a commendable talent for archery, yet he was still somewhat inferior to Feng. Rest assured, Chief. I shall diligently instruct our kin. Shurtu declared with unwavering resolve. Excellent. Uncle Bao, let us set forth. Lin Yi waved his hand grandly, leading a dozen individuals up the mountain. Along the way, Lin Yi searched for the so-called beast paths mentioned by De Yi and Bei Yi. Halt! Lin Yi suddenly commanded. Spotting a section of terrain, before him lay a narrow, winding path, approximately 10 centimeters wide, nestled within the thicket. The surrounding grass and shrubbery bore signs of being trampled or broken, making this small path resemble a diminutive tunnel. This must be the rabbit's beast path, Lin Yi mused, then began to set traps. After completing the setup, he even conducted a test, which yielded perfect results. The trap was easily triggered. Lin Yi established 3 snares along this beast path, fearing that should one fail, it would spell disaster. While setting the traps, Lin Yi continuously imparted the method of snare setting to his companions, sharing the experiences he had gleaned from De Yi and Bei Yi. Remember this location. We shall return later to check the snares. Lin Yi instructed the fiery leopard and the others. Upon seeing their nods of understanding, Lin Yi led them onward up the mountain. Soon, a faint sound caught Lin Ye's attention. Chief, Feng whispered. Uncle Bao, you all wait here. Feng and I will investigate, Lin Yi suggested in hushed tones. The two stealthily approached the source of the sound, treading carefully to avoid alarming any creatures. After 5 or 6 minutes, they concealed themselves behind a thicket, observing a group of creatures resembling goats grazing in the distance. However, these specimens were markedly larger than those from Lin Ye's previous life, each appearing akin to hefty calves. Moreover, the goats' horns glinted ominously, as if they could eviscerate a person with ease. Feng, do you think you can hit one from this distance? Lin Yi inquired softly. Just as he spoke, one of the goats lifted its head, cautiously scanning its surroundings. Satisfied there was no threat, it lowered its head once more to resume grazing. Feng nodded slightly, then drew his bowstring taut. In an instant, every goat raised its head, seemingly sensing danger. Before Feng could release his arrow, the entire herd bolted. Feng, Lin Yi shouted, rising to his feet. Whoosh! An arrow flew from Lin Ye's hand, striking one of the goats, yet it continued to flee, carrying Lin Ye's arrow with it. In the next moment, another arrow shot forth like lightning, striking true into one goat's eye. The creature stumbled a few steps before collapsing lifelessly onto the ground. Huh. Got one. Let us go. Lin Yi laughed heartily, making his way towards the fallen goat. Yet, at that moment, Feng suddenly grasped Lin Ye's arm. His gaze fixated on the fleeing goats. Climb, he shouted urgently. Lin Ye's heart raced as he quickly ascended a nearby tree, a basic skill for a primitive man. A thunderous roar reverberated through the air. A herd of goats surged wildly towards Lin Yi and his companion. Hot on their heels was a massive tiger, towering nearly 2 meters high, its teeth protruding grotesquely like those of an elephant. A saber-toothed tiger. Panic surged within Lin Yi. Such a beast would terrify even the most formidable totem warriors. With a ferocious growl, the saber-toothed tiger pounced upon one of the fleeing goats, seizing it before vanishing into the forest, ignoring the goat Feng had felled. After a long moment, Lin Yi and Feng cautiously descended from the tree. By the heavens, that tiger nearly devoured us. I could have sworn it glanced at my hiding spot before leaving. Surely, that cannot be my imagination. Lin Yi pondered anxiously. Yet, time was of the essence. He swiftly retrieved the goat, which instantly materialized into his personal space. Let us hurry, he urged Feng. Upon reaching the location of the fiery leopard and the others, Lin Yi finally felt a sense of relief wash over him. To his delight, the group had also captured a goat. This particular goat bore not only a spear, but also an arrow, unmistakably the one Lin Yi had shot earlier. Well done. Lin Yi commended his companions. Chief, this arrow must belong to one of you. The fiery leopard exclaimed with excitement. This creature was injured and could not flee, so I dispatched it with a single thrust. He added, it was my shot, but this is not the place for idle chatter. We must make haste. Lin Yi interjected, stepping forward to extract the arrow and spear, swiftly storing them in his personal space before leading the group away. He had no desire to linger in this perilous vicinity with such a fearsome, saber-toothed tiger prowling about. Lin Yi quickly guided everyone away, running for over an hour before finally pausing. Although they had not completely escaped the tiger's hunting range, they had at least put some distance between them. It is well known that the dangers posed by wild beasts in the forest are ranked: wild boars, bears, and then tigers. This ranking is not solely based on combat prowess, but also considers the likelihood of encounters, the element of surprise, and the difficulty of defense. Wild boars are deemed the most terrifying due to their frequent interactions with humans, their swift attacks, and formidable defenses. Bears and tigers, while stronger, tend to exhibit milder behaviors, posing a relatively lower threat, unless, of course, one becomes their target. Let us cautiously survey our surroundings, Lin Yi instructed quietly. Feng, how do you know that the saber-toothed tiger is about to emerge? Lin Yi inquired curiously during the search. The wind told me, replied Feng, nonchalantly. Ah. Lin Yi was momentarily taken aback. Chief, I meant the wind in these mountains. I believe I can sense the danger that lurks within it. Feng quickly clarified. I see. That's splendid. This must be a unique gift. It seems that in future hunts, we shall certainly need to take you along. Lin Yi smiled brightly. After merging with the spirit of the night, Lin Yi seemed rather accustomed to such occurrences. Furthermore, given that this was a primitive society, it was entirely plausible for individuals to possess certain innate talents. Chief, look at this. Suddenly, Yin Bao called out softly to Lin Yi. Lin Yi hastened forward and beheld a beast path, over 2 meters wide, nestled between two mountains. Within the path were several tracks, and on either side, shallow depressions formed by the displaced earth. The surrounding tree trunks bore signs of bark stripped away, revealing inner wood, along with remnants of dark tufts of fur. Is this a wild boar? I can't believe it. Just as I mentioned wild boars, we stumble upon their trail. It appears there are quite a number of wild beasts in these mountains. Lin Yi mused internally. If only we had suitable weapons. With proper arms, we wouldn't have to worry about food. Feng, follow the beast path and scout ahead. Your talent can significantly mitigate danger, but do prioritize your safety. You need only to investigate. Refrain from taking any action, understand? We shall regroup here later, Lin Yi instructed Feng earnestly. Yes, Chief. Feng responded and cautiously began to explore along the beast path, while Lin Yi led the others downward toward the trail. After traversing a considerable distance, Lin Yi finally discovered a suitable spot to set a trap. A 2-meter-wide beast path. That means the wild boar is rather substantial. It seems we must enlarge the trap. Lin Yi contemplated. Before long, he directed the others to start digging the trap. After more than half an hour, a deep pit approximately 4 meters deep and 3 meters wide lay before Lin Yi. Inside the pit, numerous sharp bamboo spikes were arranged haphazardly, angled to ensure that any wild boar falling in would find it impossible to climb out. Lin Yi began to restore the trap's appearance using bamboo strips, explaining to the others the rationale behind his actions. Finally, he scattered leaves and the blood of 2 mountain goats on top, ensuring it blended seamlessly with the surrounding environment. Uncle Bao, remember this location well. Tomorrow we shall return to check this spot. Lin Yi instructed Yin Bao. Rest assured, Chief. I rarely forget a place I've been. Yin Bao replied confidently. Lin Yi was pleasantly surprised to discover that Uncle Bao possessed the qualities of a living map. Shortly thereafter, Lin Yi rejoined Feng. Upon his arrival, Feng leaped down from a tree. Chief, there is a large group of prey over there. It seems there are even more than us. Feng exclaimed, brimming with excitement. However, they were oblivious to the actual meaning of numbers, hence the comparison. Calm down. These creatures are not easily dealt with. Lin Yi's demeanor grew serious. After all, this was a different world, and the saber-toothed tiger's combat prowess was formidable. The wild boars would certainly not be weak either, and a herd of them would be even more terrifying. We should retreat. Whether we can capture a wild boar depends entirely on whether the trap proves effective. Lin Yi patted Feng's shoulder. Yet, Feng appeared somewhat hesitant. Feng, our tribe has dwindled to such a small number. We can hunt for food daily, but we cannot afford to lose any more of our kin. Do you understand? Lin Yi spoke gravely to Feng. Yes, Chief. I let the prospect of prey cloud my judgment. Feng quickly realized. While food is essential, one must also have the means to enjoy it. The entire rock tribe now consisted solely of a handful of able-bodied individuals, and further losses would spell doom for their people. Let us continue exploring the area before we head back, Lin Yi instructed the group. They scoured the surroundings and Lin Yi discovered numerous signs of wildlife, wild chickens, hares, squirrels, hedgehogs, and deer, among others. He even detected traces of leopards and wolves, which bolstered his confidence in the food resources available on this small mountain. However, his worries lingered, for the presence of wild boars, wolf packs, leopards, and tigers in such proximity posed significant threats. After thoroughly exploring the area, Lin Yi led the group back. On the return journey, he diligently searched for anything edible. Along the way, he uncovered several types of food, such as purslane, matsutake, chicken of the woods, shepherd's purse, and hazelnuts. Each time he found something, he urged everyone to dig it up. It must be said that the primitive mountains were abundant with treasures. Their bounty was plentiful, and Lin Yi stowed everything into his personal storage space. Throughout the journey, Lin Yi also set numerous snare traps. Yin Bao led the group to one of the locations where Lin Yi had set snares. From a distance, Lin Yi spotted a plump rabbit struggling within a snare. Without hesitation, Yin Bao approached and struck it down with a swift blow, triumphantly lifting it up. Chief, this is truly effective. It works wonders, Yin Bao exclaimed, holding the rabbit with excitement. Indeed, thus, it is imperative that you all swiftly master the art of snare and trap making. With that, our tribe will be able to feast to our heart's content, Lin Yi declared with pride. Upon hearing the mention of food, the eyes of the group gleamed with enthusiasm, and they eagerly vowed to learn diligently. By the time Lin Yi and his companions returned to the tribe, the sun was setting. The villagers emerged to welcome them, yet upon seeing the empty-handed hunting team, disappointment was etched on their faces. What are those expressions? Hurry and boil some water. Today, we shall indulge in this meat to our heart's content, Lin Yi declared, as he effortlessly summoned a goat from his spatial pocket. Oh! Upon the sight of the goat, the crowd erupted with excitement. Lin Yi then began to organize the others to skin and prepare the goat. Feng, Hu, Uncle Bao, you three come with me, Lin Yi commanded, leading the trio to a nearby location. The three immediately followed the chieftain. Lin Yi guided them to the site of the totem, located in the northern part of the tribe, upon a plaza adorned with stacked stones. The totem itself was a towering 3-meter-high black monolith. Its surface intricately patterned with rippled textures resembling dragon scales, though it appeared as if it had been fractured, with jagged breaks clearly visible at the top. The totem emanated a faint glow, albeit weak, as if it might extinguish at any moment. The four of them arrived before the totem, and Lin Yi placed the hunted goat at its feet before returning to stand before Hu and Feng. Recalling the images in his memory, he knelt before the totem. Great totem, as the chieftain and shaman of the rock tribe, I present this offering to you. Partake freely, and I beseech you to bless our tribe with eternal heritage. May the great totem bless the rock tribe with everlasting legacy. Hu, Feng, and Yin Bao echoed simultaneously. Subsequently, the four of them bowed their heads in reverence. It was not Lin Ye's desire to kneel, but rather a necessity. It is imperative to understand that this totem is no ordinary entity. Lin Ye's father, though merely a novice totem warrior, had received defensive powers akin to those of an intermediate totem warrior from it. In this vast wilderness, the totem serves as their pillar of strength, to possess prowess. They must have the totem's aid. In the next moment, Lin Yi sensed a warm, eager presence enveloping the goat, bringing with it an air of joy. Then a voice, like a flickering candle in the wind, echoed in Lin Ye's mind. Head. Continue. 10. Yet, the message remained incomplete. Chapter 11. The Offering. Head. Continue. 10. Does the totem imply that another 10 goats are required? Or is it merely the heads of the sacrifices that are needed? Additionally, it remains uncertain if the totem can tolerate the wild boar. A glimmer of excitement flashed in Lin Ye's eyes. Regardless, having offered a goat, the totem had at least shown signs of revival. Furthermore, acquiring 10 goats does not seem an impossible endeavor. After all, there are still 6 days remaining. The three returned to the tribe, while Lin Yi instructed Sister Hua to begin stewing the meat. He, on the other hand, sliced some goat meat, found a few skewers, and commenced grilling lamb kebabs. In Lin Ye's recollection, their tribe had feasted on goat meat only a handful of times. This creature possesses a remarkably high sense of vigilance. Had they not possessed bows and arrows, hunting the goat would have proven futile. Chieftain, what are you preparing? Hu inquired. Curiosity etched on his face as he approached. This is called a meat skewer. You should give it a try. The flavor is quite delightful, Lin Yi replied with a smile. This goat was sufficiently large, yielding nearly 200 pounds of meat. Certainly, 2 pounds per person was not an issue. Hence, today could indeed be a feast. Just then, Sister Hua approached, carrying a collection of bones and entrails, ready to discard them. Wait. Sister Hua, Lin Yi hurriedly interjected. These are precious resources. They must not be thrown away. The bones can be used to make broth, rich in protein. They are excellent for children, promoting growth and strength. Additionally, the goat's head and hooves are also edible. Lin Yi quickly explained, selecting words he believed she could comprehend. Can this also be used for broth? Have I wasted so many good things in the past? Sister Hua's face displayed a mix of guilt and realization. No worries, Sister Hua. Ignorance is no fault. Please hand me the goat's head. Take the rest back for now, and I shall return to instruct you on how to prepare them, Lin Yi said as he picked up the goat's head. All right, understood, Sister Hua replied, carrying the bones and entrails into the cave. At this moment, Lin Yi could no longer focus on grilling the kebabs. He was eager to confirm whether the totem indeed referred to the heads. Lin Yi rushed back to the totem. After placing the goat's head before it, he stood quietly to the side and waited. Soon, that familiar presence returned. The goat's head seemed to be devoured by the void, vanishing piece by piece without a sound. Yes, 9 heads. The voice once again resonated in Lin Yi's mind. It appears that only the heads are required. Moreover, the number has now changed to 9. Thus, my hypothesis was indeed correct. Lin Yi clenched his fists tightly, unable to suppress the joy on his face. Great totem. Will powerful beings aid in your restoration? Lin Yi pondered for a moment before inquiring. Danger. A familiar yet weak voice echoed once more. However, it was evident that the totem's strength had not improved significantly. This time, the voice remained faint and incomplete. Danger. Is that what you mean? Lin Yi asked directly. But the totem fell silent thereafter. It should imply a sense of peril. Nevertheless, I possess the wisdom of 5,000 years. Such trivial danger can surely be circumvented. Lin Yi mused internally. He then made his way back to the tribe. Upon returning to the campfire, Lin Yi beheld Hu holding the sizzling goat skewers. Without hesitation, Lin Yi snatched one from Hu's grasp. You should continue grilling. Remember to add some salt while cooking, Lin Yi said to Hu with a smile. Although the salt possesses a distinctly bitter taste, it is essential, but we have so little salt left, Hu murmured quietly. At that moment, Lin Yi recalled something. The salt in the tribe was previously acquired through trade at the marketplace. A mere 3 small jars of salt had cost the rock tribe a staggering 150 animal hides. Hu, after we finish eating, please ask our tribesmen if anyone has noticed animals licking stones. Inform me immediately if you find anything. Lin Yi instructed Hu. Animals licking stones? Why does that sound so familiar? It seems I have heard it somewhere before. Upon hearing these words, Tiger began to ponder deeply, feeling as though even the skewered lamb in his hand had lost its appeal. After all, Lin Yi's every utterance held paramount significance for the tribe. After a considerable pause, inspiration struck him. He recalled that his father had once mentioned witnessing animals licking stones. Suddenly, Tiger leaped to his feet, excitement radiating from him as he exclaimed, "Oh, where?" Lin Yi swiftly inquired, recognizing the importance of salt, an essential component for the human body. Let me think. I believe the location is not too far. My father merely hinted at it. Where could it be? Where indeed? Tiger's mind raced with thoughts. Abruptly, a spark ignited in his eyes. I remember now. It lies in the direction of the rising sun. We must travel from the dawn of the sun until mealtime. However, the exact location eludes me, he said, a hint of eagerness in his voice. Excellent. Tiger, I entrust you with a task. Tomorrow, take a few of the elders to seek out that land. If you find it, bring back as many of those stones as you can. The more, the better, Lin Yi declared immediately. Should they succeed in locating this site, the tribe would no longer face the dilemma of salt scarcity. Moreover, this salt could potentially be sold, albeit with caution, for one must tread carefully when possessing something of value. Of course, all of this hinged on Tiger's ability to find that place. Lin Yi turned to Tiger, his gaze intense. Rest assured, Chief, I will turn that area upside down, and I will definitely find it. Tiger responded quickly, feeling the weight of Lin Yi's gaze. Good, I leave everything to you, Lin Yi said, patting Tiger's shoulder with utmost seriousness. Understood, Tiger vowed, thumping his chest as he made his promise. Once everyone had finished their meal, Lin Yi retrieved a portion of the wild vegetables he had gathered in the mountains. Everyone, look, these are all edible. This one is called shepherd's purse, and this one is known as porcini. Lin Yi patiently taught them how to identify each one. However, there is one crucial point I must share with you. Generally, edible mushrooms are predominantly these colors: gray, brown, and pale yellow. The brighter the color of the mushroom, the greater its toxicity. Any mushrooms you bring back must be verified by me first. Do you all understand? Lin Yi addressed the group. Understood, Chief. They all replied in unison. It is worth noting that foraging tasks typically fell to the children and women. Lin Yi ensured they examined the mushrooms meticulously by the fire, fearing they might overlook any detail. Only after they could confidently identify them did Lin Yi pass the responsibility to Sister Hua. All right, when you go foraging, Please bring back a few specimens of those dense patches of plants so I can see if there are any other edible varieties. Ideally, bring them back with their roots intact. Lin Yi instructed once more. Yes, Chief. They affirmed again. System. Exchange for a comprehensive guide on bamboo crafting. Lin Yi thought to himself. In an instant, countless methods and items related to bamboo crafting flooded his mind. However, Lin Yi was left with only 500 civilization points, having exhausted the points he had accrued throughout the day. Come, let me teach you something else. Tiger, please fetch me a few bamboo stalks. Lin Yi called everyone to gather around once more. As he wove bamboo baskets, he explained the crafting process to them. To Lin Yi's surprise, among this large group, the only one who excelled in weaving was an elderly man, the same one who had spoken with Lin Yi that fateful night. His name was Tu, and he demonstrated an impressive ability to grasp the intricacies of weaving. The skills of the other elderly men were also far superior to those of the younger generation, prompting Lin Yi to reflect on the underestimated potential of individuals in this world. They were not simply lacking in knowledge. If they possessed the right understanding, they would undoubtedly be considered the elite in any other realm. Elder, from now on, I entrust the weaving tasks to you. If your health permits, please take the time to create more items such as backpacks, bamboo baskets, and carrying baskets. More is always better. Lin Yi addressed the elder. Haha, fear not. This old man seems to see a glimmer of hope. As long as I can assist you, we shall not easily fade away. Elder Tu replied with a smile. At that moment, Elder Tu and the others recognized their value and felt their spirits lift, no longer burdened by the previous gloom. All right, I will rely on you elders. For now, we don't need too many, perhaps around 10 or 8 backpacks by tomorrow, Lin Yi said with a grin. No problem, we'll get them ready tonight. The elder promptly assured. I will help as well, Lin Yi exclaimed, rising to assist with the bamboo work. He did not refuse the elder's goodwill, fully aware that they had discovered their sense of purpose. From this day forth, as long as they could contribute, they would not easily succumb to despair. Moreover, weaving these bamboo baskets and backpacks was relatively effortless. Once the bamboo was prepared, crafting a standard backpack would take merely half an hour. With Lin Yi's assistance, the elder's labor would not exceed an hour. Indeed, within just about an hour, 10 backpacks, each over half a person tall, were freshly completed. Elders, it's time to take a break. Remember to weave for a while, then rest for a while. You are still treasures of our tribe. We cannot afford to wear you out. Lin Yi praised. Rest assured, these old bones won't easily tire. Elder Tu chuckled. However, he did not argue further and stood up with the others, bidding farewell to Lin Yi as they made their way toward a nearby cave. With their preparations nearly complete, the cave remained somewhat dim and damp. It was time to construct the bamboo dwelling. The essentials for eating and drinking had been addressed. The next priorities were salt, shelter, defense, and clothing. Additionally, sanitation issues needed urgent attention. There were no medicinal herbs available at present, and healing techniques could only be employed a few times a day. In the event of a widespread epidemic, the consequences could be dire. The campfire crackled and popped, while Lin Yi's thoughts drifted slowly into the ether. Soon, he meticulously organized the tasks he needed to undertake, prioritizing them according to their urgency. Undoubtedly, the salvation of the soon-to-be extinct totem was of paramount importance. Following that was the matter of food. As for water, there was no need for excessive concern at the moment. As long as they kept their distance from the water's edge, even the women could manage that. Next on the list were issues concerning salt, shelter, and livestock. The cave's dim and damp environment seemed perfectly suited for cultivating a variety of mushrooms. Of course, at this moment, Lin Yi was not well versed in the art of mushroom cultivation. However, he had encountered it before, and thus possessed a modicum of understanding. It merely required some experimentation. As the jade rabbit ascended, Lin Yi entered his personal cave and sank into a deep slumber. The following dawn, Lin Yi consumed a bowl of leftover meat soup and set off with Yin Bao and the others towards the location of the traps they had set the previous day. Phone, please be vigilant of our surroundings. I can't shake the feeling that this place is overly quiet, Lin Yi spoke slowly. He was aware it might be merely his imagination, yet he sensed a significant decrease in the chorus of birdsong in the forest. Feng nodded gravely, clearly sensing something amiss. His expression tense as he attuned himself to their surroundings. After more than half an hour of walking, a sudden alarm rang out. Bad news. Climb the tree, Feng shouted, swiftly scaling a large tree. The others' expressions changed instantly, and they hurriedly ascended the nearest trees. Just as Lin Yi reached halfway up, he spotted a pack of ravenous wolves, salivating and surrounding them beneath. He hastily climbed higher until he was at least 5 meters off the ground and found a sturdy branch to rest upon. Below, the wolves circled the tree, their dozens of eerie green eyes fixated on the group, emitting low growls from their throats. Phone, arrows, shoot at their eyes. If you can't hit their eyes, aim for their midsection. Avoid shooting anywhere else if possible, Lin Yi shouted. It was well known that wolves were creatures with tough skulls and resilient bodies, but possessed a vulnerability in their abdomen. Even if these wolves were the ancestors of their kind, they could not escape this inherent weakness. Chapter 13, An Unexpected Delight. Whoosh. An arrow flew swiftly downwards. A whoo. A massive wolf let out a pained howl as the arrow struck its head. A trickle of blood oozed out, but the arrow merely bounced off. Aim for the midsection, Lin Yuan urged, quickly drawing his own bow. However, he was acutely aware of his own marksmanship. Whoosh. Another arrow was released, but the giant wolf nimbly dodged it. Damn. Quite clever. Lin Yuan cursed under his breath. Was this where his fate would be sealed? He pondered anxiously. Lin Yuan knew that wolves bore grudges and were remarkably patient, capable of hunting for hours on end. However, he and his companions could not endure such a prolonged ordeal. After all, the night forest was fraught with peril. Whoosh. Whoosh. Feng released several more arrows, but most were evaded, with only one managing to pierce a wolf's body, albeit shallowly. Feng, don't waste arrows. Let us hold off for a moment. Lin Yuan called out, realizing there was little they could do to inflict damage. The stock of arrows was finite, and although Feng's quiver was laden, he had already fired over 100. 2 hours slipped by, and the wolf pack showed no signs of retreat. Lin Yuan's eyes reflected his growing anxiety. A spear materialized in his hand. Whoosh. He hurled it towards the nearest wolf. Boom. The earth erupted as the spear embedded itself deeply, quivering in place. The giant wolf's eyes revealed a flicker of fear. Afraid, are we? Good. I was genuinely concerned you wouldn't be. Lin Yuan's eyes gleamed with determination, and he cast spear after spear downwards as the wolves scrambled to evade them. Just as he was about to exhaust his supply of spears, a long, haunting howl echoed through the air. The pack of giant wolves began to withdraw in an orderly fashion. Lin Yuan exhaled a sigh of relief. Stay put for now. We must ensure they do not return, he commanded, noticing Yin Bao's inclination to descend. Yin Bao promptly climbed back up the tree. However, as Lin Yuan had anticipated, the wolf pack emerged from the distant thicket. One particularly large wolf, larger than the rest, locked eyes with Lin Yuan before letting out another howl, prompting the entire pack to retreat. Damn, even the cleverest cannot outsmart me. Did you think you could feast upon me? You must be dreaming. Lin Yuan mused triumphantly. Leader, can we descend now? Yin Bao inquired. Let us wait a bit longer. Lin Yuan gestured dismissively. After another half hour, he instructed, Feng, assess the area for any dangers. To Lin Yuan's astonishment, Feng knocked an arrow, aiming it at him. Lin Yuan's heart raced. Yet, from the corner of his eye, he caught sight of a snake, thick as an arm and vividly colored, lunging towards him. In the next instant, a whistling sound sliced through the air as an arrow struck the serpent with tremendous force, sending it flying. What the hell? Lin Yuan exclaimed, momentarily startled. Leader, are you all right? I acted too quickly and didn't have time to warn you. Feng hurriedly explained. I'm fine. Lin Yuan replied, still shaken. Leader, it seems there is no danger nearby now. The wind sensed once more before speaking. All right, let us descend. Lin Yuan directly addressed the group. Only then did they begin to climb down from the tree. How embarrassing. How humiliating. To think that a distinguished modern elite, a university student like myself, would be saved by a primitive man, although he is my brother. Lin Yuan's face flushed slightly at the thought, unsure whether it was out of anger or sheer nervousness. Chieftain, we must hasten towards the location of the trap. We have already wasted considerable time. Yin Bao spoke slowly. Let us go. Lin Yuan took a deep breath and urged the others. Subsequently, the group hurried towards the trap's location. Of course, they could not overlook the series of snare traps. The first one yielded nothing. The second, still nothing. The third, likewise, was fruitless. Lin Yuan's expression darkened instantly. Could it be that his skills had faltered? But that shouldn't be the case. Lin Yuan mused inwardly. Fortunately, the fifth snare contained an exceptionally plump rabbit, weighing at least 5 pounds. Lin Yuan's confidence was restored, and he thought with a smile, I knew it. My skills must be sound. Following that, Lin Yuan appeared as though he had activated some hidden power. Swiftly collecting 4 more rabbits and a squirrel-like creature, he promptly stowed them all into his personal space. After nearly an hour, they finally arrived at the wild boar trap's location. As they approached, Lin Yuan caught a whiff of an overwhelmingly strong scent of blood. Success. Lin Yuan's eyes sparkled as he hurried towards the source. Upon closer inspection, he saw that the trap had indeed been triggered. A wild boar, weighing around 400 to 500 pounds, had been completely impaled by bamboo. Moreover, perched atop the boar was a leopard of an unknown species, also pierced by several bamboo stalks. This leopard must have been drawn by the scent of blood, intending to take advantage of the situation, only to find itself ensnared. The reason for its foolishness was not something Lin Yuan needed to ponder. At that moment, Lin Yuan was utterly astonished by this unexpected windfall. Ha! A buy one, get one free. Lin Yuan's heart was filled with wild laughter. This leopard and wild boar combined could surely equate to 5 goats. Lin Yi thought instantaneously. Foam. Keep an eye on your surroundings. Uncle Leopard. Uncle Sure. You two go down and retrieve them. Be careful. Don't get injured by the bamboo. Lin Yi instructed. Yes. Chieftain. The others grinned widely. With these two sources of food, they could easily stretch their rations for 10 days without any issues. Yin Bao and Sure cautiously poked at the leopard, and upon seeing no reaction, they quickly descended. They first retrieved the leopard, which stood just over a meter tall, measuring over 2 meters in length, and weighing approximately 200 pounds. The gaping wounds on its body were quite conspicuous. As for the wild boar, they struggled to lift it after several attempts. It was partly Lin Ye's fault for setting the bamboo traps a bit too long, as he had feared insufficient harm. Reluctantly, Lin Yi had to toss down his machete and resort to butchering it on site, regrettably wasting the blood in the process. After more than half an hour, they finally completed the butchering. Lin Yi stored everything into his personal space. Uncle Leopard, Uncle Sure, you two should rinse off with some water. I fear that the scent of blood on you might attract other wild beasts, Lin Yi said, handing them 2 buckets of water. The two complied dutifully, carefully cleaning the bloodstains from their bodies. Let us go. We cannot linger here. Once the two had finished, Lin Yi hastily led the group away. After walking for over half an hour, Lin Yi finally halted. First, he located another wild boar trail and crafted 2 more traps. Let us search the vicinity for anything edible. After finishing the traps, Lin Yi addressed the others. They then dispersed slightly, beginning their exploration. Soon, Lin Yi spotted a type of plant. Is this wild onion? Excellent. Finally, a seasoning. Continue. Continue. Lin Yi exclaimed with joy, while the wild meat was quite flavorful. It still lacked the richness Lin Yi was accustomed to from modern cuisine. The appearance of some seasonings would surely enhance the taste. Is this dandelion? Splendid. Splendid. Lin Yi quickly discovered a small patch of dandelions. It is worth noting that dandelions possess antibacterial and anti-inflammatory properties, and can be used both as a vegetable and a medicinal herb. Lin Yi carefully uprooted the dandelions, ensuring to include the soil, and placed them into his backpack. He wished to see if they could be transplanted. If so, it would be a great asset. Soon, the sky began to dim. The group carried a decaying, thick log back towards the tribe, upon which various fungi grew. Lin Yi also intended to cultivate them. Upon returning to his territory, Lin Ye's first task was to present the massive heads of the wild boar and the leopard to the totem. Arriving beside the totem, Lin Yi immediately placed the 2 heads down. Before he could react, the heads began to vanish gradually. You are Yi, child of Peng. A clear yet somewhat authoritative voice resonated within Lin Ye's mind. Turing. I am Yi. I am the child of Peng. Lin Yi replied respectfully, without hesitation. The spirit of the totem, known as Turing. Each totem embodies a unique essence of life. Some spirits can even manifest a physical form and traverse the world. Ah, good child. Thanks to you, I am not destined to vanish. Turing said with a hint of gratitude. I sensed your father's demise at that time. Yet, I was powerless to intervene, as I was struggling for survival myself. Turing expressed with a note of helplessness. Turing, I do not blame you. Perhaps this is simply fate. Lin Yi gently shook his head, responding with a bittersweet tone. Alas, how on earth have you provided me with such an abundance of offerings? Turing inquired, his curiosity piqued. For some inexplicable reason, a legacy of witchcraft has suddenly emerged in my mind. Numerous inheritances concerning traps, weaponry, sustenance, and more have manifested. Of course, I have yet to fully grasp them. A considerable portion of this legacy remains locked away. Lin Yi responded slowly, having prepared this explanation long ago. After all, the system was his ultimate reliance, and its existence must remain a secret from all. A legacy of witchcraft? It seems that the powerful wanderer who journeyed here has taken pity on us and lent us a hand. Turing remarked, his voice calm. This somewhat far-fetched explanation allowed Lin Yi to relax. Turing, do you possess extensive knowledge? I can't shake the feeling that you are not merely a newly awakened totem. Lin Yi asked with curiosity. As for these matters, once your strength has grown, I shall enlighten you. For now, you lack the qualifications to know such things, Turing replied. His tone tinged with melancholy. Very well. So, are you fully recovered now? Additionally, how can I successfully become a witch or a totem warrior? Lin Yi inquired gently. I am not yet fully healed. However, it will only take a couple more goat heads at most. As for becoming a totem warrior or a witch, it depends on the special totemic power stored within me, which will help you open the bridge between heaven and earth. But it also depends on your individual circumstances. Moreover, this totemic power requires your offerings. For example, with 2 of the fiery leopard cubs you just sacrificed, I could bestow 1 person with totemic power, enabling them to ascend as a totem warrior. Turing explained. A fiery leopard? Lin Yi murmured. Indeed, the fiery leopard is a type of wild beast, one that has recently awakened its spirit. The ranks of wild beasts are categorized as awakened spirit, ferocious beast, savage beast, mountain spirit, and fierce beast. Correspondingly, the ranks of totem warriors are blood valiant, sturdy bone, savage muscle, war cry, and battle soldier. Turing elaborated with a hint of detachment. And what of witches? Lin asked once more. The ranks of witches are sensing spirit, concentrating spirit, gathering soul, communicating with the ethereal, and witchcraft practitioner. There are higher ranks beyond them. But such knowledge is beyond your grasp for now, Turing replied again. Understood. Additionally, I recall that awakening as a totem warrior entails certain dangers, correct? What can we do to enhance our awakening probability? Lin Yi resolved to voice all his lingering questions. Enhancing the strength of your body will increase the probability of awakening. Turing said directly. These matters are hardly secrets. However, within this small tribe, few can achieve such feats. I see. Turing, do you have anything else to convey? If not, I shall take my leave. There are matters I need to digest thoroughly, Lin Yi stated slowly. There is nothing more to convey. But I do have one question for you. Since you have already acquired the legacy of witchcraft, do you intend to pursue the path of a witch? If so, I shall prepare in advance. Turing queried. Me? I desire both the witch and totem warrior paths. Lin Yi declared resolutely. What? You wish to cultivate both? Turing's voice reflected astonishment. Indeed, cultivating both. In my view, totem warriors refine the body, while witches cultivate the spirit. The combination should represent the most perfect path. Lin Yi stated with calm assurance. With the experience of his past life, Lin Yi knew precisely how to choose. But have you considered that pursuing both paths might lead you to become a mere amalgamation? After all, a person's focus is limited. Even the exceptional individuals from larger tribes do not dare to undertake such a dual cultivation. In my recollection, only a handful have successfully reached the pinnacle. Turing's tone turned serious. I have my own considerations and methods. Lin Yi maintained a steady demeanor. Ah, young one, I find it increasingly challenging to comprehend you. Were it not for the fact that your soul's resonance remains similar to before, I would genuinely believe you to be a different person. Turing remarked after a prolonged silence. A hint of peculiarity in his tone. I am simply myself. As for becoming a different person, Turing, you must understand that when I took over the rock tribe, it was on the brink of annihilation. Is it not natural for some changes to occur? Lin Yi replied matter-of-factly. Indeed. Very well. All matters are for you to weigh and determine. Even if you do not succeed, your knowledge of the witch's legacy will still allow you to go far. Turing expressed understanding, though he remained skeptical of Lin Yi's dual cultivation. This seemed merely a way for Lin Yi to learn what it meant to encounter a wall without turning back. All right then, Turing. I must take my leave. Within 2 days, I shall ensure your complete recovery. Within a week, I will have another totem warrior arise within the tribe. Lin Yi asserted firmly as he walked away. Turing paused momentarily, then smiled lightly, saying, Very well. I shall await your return. As Lin Yi continued on his path, he pondered the challenges ahead. 2 goat heads should be manageable. However, the fiery leopard poses a greater challenge. It is a low-level, extraordinary wild beast. Yet, from its condition, it seems its strength is not particularly formidable. Furthermore, becoming a totem warrior and a witch relies on totems. This indicates a symbiotic relationship between the tribe and the totem. I wonder if, once the totem grows powerful, it can thrive independently of the tribe. Lin Yi mused. System, can you provide an explanation? He inquired slowly. After the host becomes a witch or a totem warrior, you will naturally learn. The system's indifferent voice resonated in Lin Yi's mind. Understood. It seems I must wait a few more days. Everything will rely on my own exploration. Lin Yi thought with resignation. System, please list all the items I can exchange. Lin Yi stated calmly. Soon, a panel filled with a multitude of exchangeable items appeared in Lin Yi's mind. He currently possessed 700 civilization points. Merely the fiery leopard cub had granted him a full 800 civilization points. The wild boar had contributed 500 civilization points. The remainder is the civilization points awarded by the rabbit's body. The system seems to be somewhat amiss. Today, we have indeed gathered quite a number of mushrooms. There should be civilization points for that, shouldn't he there? Suddenly, Lin Yi appeared to recall something, furrowing his brow and inquiring. Ding. Duplicate items will not yield additional civilization points. The system clarified. If that is the case, acquiring civilization points does not seem to be an easy task. It appears that one must be frugal. After all, there are still methods to exchange. Lin Yi mused inwardly. With this thought, Lin Yi abandoned any intentions of exchanging for other items, quietly withdrawing the panel from his mind. At this moment, Lin Yi had already arrived in the kitchen. The wild boar and the fiery leopard had been divided into varying sizes of meat chunks, and the processing was rather tidy. Just as Lin Yi was about to begin rendering lard, his gaze swept across, and indeed spotted a golden object. This is corn. To think it is corn. Lin Yi was instantly overjoyed. He had never anticipated that he would come across corn seeds within the tribe. His breathing quickened in excitement. Fearful of having misread it, Lin Yi rubbed his eyes and cautiously squatted down to pick up the corn seed, examining it closely. Upon confirming it was indeed a corn seed, he burst into laughter. In his eyes, the corn seed was far more valuable than the fiery leopard. At this moment, Lin Yi's mind was flooded with information about planting corn. Corn is a warm weather crop, thriving optimally at temperatures between 20 to 30 degrees Celsius, with a minimum germination temperature of around 10 degrees, and it must be shielded from frost before maturity. Moreover, corn can be cultivated in single, double, or even triple seasons. As long as the temperature and growth cycle requirements are met, it can be successfully grown. Currently, it is summer, with approximately 150 days remaining until the rainy season arrives. The growth cycle of corn appears to be just over 100 days. This implies that it can indeed be planted now. Lin Yi was immersed in thoughts about corn. His hometown was rural, and although he had little experience in farming, he had absorbed some knowledge through exposure. Meanwhile, the other tribespeople exchanged glances, hesitant to disturb Lin Yi. Eventually, it was Yin Bao who signaled to Hu, prompting him to approach. Cautiously, Hu nudged Lin Yi. "Chief, are you alright?" Lin Yi then snapped back to reality. "Oh, I'm fine. I'm fine. Does anyone know where this came from?" Lin Yi raised the small corn seed in his hand and asked. I know. Sister Hua exclaimed eagerly. "This was extracted from the body of the pig you brought back." Is there more?" Lin Yi quickly inquired. He nearly forgot that wild boars are omnivorous. They certainly must have consumed corn. To find it within the pig's body implies there must be more, though he was uncertain how much. "Yes, there is. I don't know what it is. I just collected it, intending for you to identify it," Sister Hua said, dragging over a handful of golden corn. Chapter 16, Salt Production. "So much," Lin Yi exclaimed in disbelief. Sister Hua had brought over at least several hundred kernels, most of which had not been digested by the wild boar. This indicates that within the boar's range, there are surely wild corn plants. Initially, Lin Yi worried there weren't enough seeds. Yet, it now appeared that there were plenty. Moreover, this area is capable of supporting 2 harvests. From Lin Yi's memory, the dry season here lasts about 200 days during summer, while the rainy season, encompassing autumn and winter, lasts approximately 150 days. Spring lasts about 130 days. Given this, Lin Yi might even be able to plant 3 crops of corn within a year. With these seeds, the Panshur tribe could swiftly alleviate the threat of food scarcity. Even if they could not hunt any game, they could sustain themselves for quite some time on corn alone. Lin Yi promptly gathered the corn seeds in his hands and turned to Foam, speaking with utmost seriousness. "Foam, your task for tomorrow is to investigate the location of this plant. It should be within the range of those wild boars. The plant should have stalks about a person's height, with ears approximately the size of a palm." To ensure Foam understood, Lin Yi drew a rough sketch in the dirt with a stick. Though not artistically refined, it was recognizable. "Understood," Foam replied earnestly. "Excellent. Remember this. If you discover this in the wild, you must inform me immediately." Lin Yi addressed the crowd once more. "Yes, Chief," everyone replied in unison. "Sister Hua, please continue cooking the meat. I will render some lard," Lin Yi said slowly. "Chief, we found that stone that was licked by animals and brought back some. It's piled over there. Would you like to take a look?" While Lin Yi was busy, Hu approached as well. "Found it. Great. Remarkable. This is not just double joy, but triple joy." Lin Yi laughed heartily. He set down the wild boar meat and quickly followed Hu to where the salt stones were stored. Upon examining them closely, Lin Yi found he could not make sense of them, but after a tentative lick, he confirmed they had a salty taste and felt reassured. "Hu, gather 2 people to smash these for me. The finer, the better. I will handle it shortly," Lin Yi said with excitement. "No problem." Hu immediately sought others to assist. This task was trivial for them. Lin Yi then resumed rendering the lard. Although the wild boar had limited fat, it was still quite substantial in size. Ultimately, Lin Yi produced a bucket of lard as pure and white as jade. He informed Sister Hua of the entire process and precautions. After completing this, Lin Yi turned his attention back to the salt stones. System: exchange for an iron pot with a diameter of 1 meter. Additionally, exchange for some brine and filter cloth. Lin Yi spoke slowly. Ding. A total of 800 civilization points have been deducted, and the exchanged items have been distributed to your personal space. The system reminded him. Lin Yi then searched for several large stones nearby and set up the iron pot. After pouring the powdered salt stone into the pot, he began to add water. At this moment, a vigorous fire blazed beneath the large pot. Lin Yi followed the step-by-step instructions he had previously learned from a certain platform. After a full hour, pure white salt crystals finally emerged from the pot. Ding. The system announced in his mind, detecting that the host had successfully produced edible salt, awarding 1,500 civilization points. "Ha! It worked. It truly worked. We'll never run out of salt again," Lin Yi exclaimed with joyous laughter. At that moment, his heart brimmed with a sense of accomplishment. Initially, He had been worried about whether the salt was safe to consume, but the system had already provided the answer. Upon hearing this, Hu reached out, pinched a bit, and popped it into his mouth. Ha! It's truly salt. Real salt. Our rock tribe can produce salt on our own. Hu shouted excitedly. Although his face contorted slightly from the overwhelming taste, he was reluctant to spit it out. A mixture of exhilaration and discomfort danced across Hu's expression, rendering it quite peculiar. Salt. Is it really salt? At this moment, a group of tribesmen gathered around. Haha, of course it's salt. Hu, go fetch a bamboo tube. We need to store this salt. From now on, our rock tribe will never again be bound by the shackles of salt scarcity. Lin Yi laughed heartily. Although the salt produced from this batch of saltstone was relatively modest, according to Hu, there lay an entire expanse of saltstone nearby. Salt. We can have as much as we desire. It merely requires some effort to mine the saltstone. However, when Lin Yi saw the pot filled with blackened salt, he was instantly speechless. Hu, get some water and wash your hands immediately, Lin Yi bellowed. Furthermore, from now on, everyone must wash their hands thoroughly before meals. Anyone who fails to do so shall not be allowed to eat, Lin Yi reiterated to the crowd. But the next second, Lin Yi noticed lice crawling out from Hu's hair. He instantly felt a wave of despair. System, I can't take it anymore. Can you please mark a well on this territory? I can exchange civilization points for it, Lin Yi said with great exasperation. Please explore and seek it out yourself. The system's indifferent voice echoed in Lin Ye's mind. Damn, what good are you? Lin Yi shouted in frustration. Tomorrow, all the aunts and sisters must fetch water. Everyone must bathe in the evening. If I see lice on anyone's head, I will twist it off, Lin Yi declared menacingly. The others recoiled slightly. They could not comprehend why the chief was in such a foul mood all of a sudden. Immediately, they all nodded vigorously. After a long while, Lin Yi finally managed to calm his emotions. That evening, as Lin Yi and the others procured water, they had already wiped themselves down. However, the rest had not. Perhaps they had grown accustomed to each other's appearances. Over the past few days, Lin Yi had not noticed anything amiss. But seeing the lice crawling on Hu's head, he could no longer contain himself. Initially, he had intended to postpone hygiene issues, but it now seemed imperative to address them promptly. Chapter 17, Wild Boar Herd, Cornfield. Upon hearing this, everyone hurriedly rushed to wash their hands. When Lin Yi witnessed the stark contrast between the color of their hands and faces after washing, his mouth twitched once more. But there was little he could do. After all, they had not even had drinking water. After consuming some stewed meat and directing the others to produce edible salt, Lin Yi began to wander around. He cast his gaze towards some caves not far away and once again felt the urge to construct bamboo houses. At this moment, Lin Yi and the others found themselves at the foot of a mountain. The towering mountain, seemingly sculpted by a knife and chisel, descended steeply. Yet, its height was not too imposing, measuring only about 100 or 200 meters. Their dwelling was a cave that had been excavated. In front of the cave lay a flat expanse. The area wasn't overly large, but it was still around 10 acres in size. Beyond that were woods, bamboo groves, and the like. It was quite decent. Having the mountain at their back provided a sense of security. However, during the rainy season, I recall that this cave was frequently flooded. It seems the tribe will need to migrate after all. The location of the tribe must be safe and flat. It should be suitable for constructing bamboo houses. Additionally, arrangements must be made for the well. Lin Yi pondered in his heart. Soon, he returned to the spot of salt production and, alongside everyone, created a total of 6 jars of salt. Only after depleting the salt stones that Hu had mined did the group disperse. The following day, Lin Yi rose early. It was simply because there were no entertainment activities the night before, leading him to retire early. Before long, the other tribesmen also awoke. Hu, today, take the tribesmen to fetch water. The more, the better. Phone, Uncle Leopard. We should also go check the traps and explore, Lin Yi instructed. Understood. The two responded in unison. After having a bit of meat soup and some meat, everyone set off. Soon, Lin Yi and his companions arrived at the site of the trap they had set the previous day. However, the trap had not been triggered. Nevertheless, along the way, they had successfully captured 4 wild rabbits, 3 wild chickens, and 2 squirrels with the snare traps. Not too shabby. Phone. The plants I mentioned to you last night need your exploration. Your talent allows you to avoid many dangers. So, everything depends on you. If you find them, do not take any action. Just come back to us directly. Do you understand? Lin Yi turned to Feng and said, Understood. Feng replied earnestly. All right, go. Lin Yi waved his hand at Feng. As Feng departed, Lin Yi continued to explore everything around him. Wow, it's the dry season now. Which means that lake over there must be a watering hole for the surrounding animals. What am I still running around here for? I might as well just squat by the lake. Suddenly, Lin Yi smacked his forehead, a look of enlightenment spreading across his face. However, it is certainly not feasible today. He was determined to acquire those cornstalks. Moreover, many ferocious beasts are most active during the night. The mountains and forests at night belong to the realm and paradise of these predators. Lin Yi decided to abandon his search altogether. He led the group, commencing their search based on the wild boar's activity range. Following the boar trails, they began to meticulously inspect their surroundings. After spending over an hour, Lin Yi pushed aside a thicket, revealing a vast valley before his eyes. Within the valley lay countless golden stalks of corn, leaning haphazardly in all directions. Perched atop these stalks were numerous plump ears of corn. Among them, several wild boars were grunting as they devoured the corn and stalks, while others were rooting in the earth. Have we found them? A hint of joy flickered across Lin Ye's face. Yet, he dared not let his guard down. They were too close to the wild boars. Their sense of smell is quite acute. Although they were not exactly upwind, they were still somewhat in the vicinity. Lin Yi cautiously lowered his body and gestured to the others, slowly retreating. Then, he circled around to the opposite side of the valley. After more than half an hour, they finally reached the side of the valley. However, they were now halfway up the mountain, at least 100 or 200 meters above the wild boar herd and the cornfield below. Lin Yi surveyed the surroundings from his elevated position. This place is splendid. Surrounded by mountains on 3 sides, it features a vast valley in the center. Accommodating around 10,000 people here would be no issue. If they were to settle, they would merely need to enclose the valley's entrance. Safety would undoubtedly be greatly enhanced. Moreover, the presence of corn indicates the soil quality is decent, at the very least. It is not entirely rocky. Lin Yi mused to himself. Uncle Leopard, let us go. We're heading back. Lin Yi contemplated before speaking. Soon, the group returned to the valley's entrance. Lin Yi selected several locations. System. Exchange for 2 shovels. Lin Yi said softly. He then directed Yen Bao and the others to begin digging traps. Since there was only one exit, everything would become much simpler. While not all the wild boars would be within their grasp, they would at least capture a few. Chief. Suddenly, a voice rang out. Lin Yi focused to see Feng emerging slowly from a thicket. Feng, you've come too. Splendid. Let us not waste time on pleasantries. Help us dig the traps. Lin Yi urged eagerly. Feng said nothing, immediately joining the laborious task. With each shovelful of dirt flung out of the pit, several deep holes of varying sizes appeared before Lin Ye's eyes. This took about 2 hours. Next would be placing bamboo and sharp branches. Fortunately, Lin Yi had brought plenty of bamboo and sharp branches in his spatial inventory. Otherwise, it would have been quite troublesome. Another hour passed, and all the traps were camouflaged. As for the excavated soil, it was set aside for the time being. Now was not the moment to tend to it. Everyone follow me. Lin Yi and the others had no time to rest, and immediately headed up the side of the mountain. Bundles of javelins were retrieved from Lin Yi's spatial inventory. Listen to me. When I give the signal, we will all throw our javelins with full force downwards. I do not expect precision from you, but the noise must be substantial. Furthermore, the javelins must be thrown along the inner side of the valley, outwards. Do you all understand? Lin Yi shouted to the group. The chief's intention is to drive that herd of wild boars into the traps. Yen Bao's eyes instantly gleamed with excitement. Chapter 18, A Bountiful Harvest. Precisely. Whether we have a windfall depends on what follows. Do not falter. Lin Yi nodded appreciatively. Understood. That is a herd of over 20 wild boars. If we manage to capture them, we could eat well into the rainy season. Yen Bao exclaimed with immense enthusiasm. Look at your eagerness. Don't forget those smaller traps without bamboo spikes or wooden spikes. I want to see if we can catch a few young wild boars. If we can tame them, we won't need to hunt anymore. Lin Yi rolled his eyes. All right, enough chit-chat. Everyone follow my orders. Ready? Lin Yi paused, his expression turning serious. He then picked up a javelin, and the others quickly followed suit. Throw. As Lin Yi's command fell, javelin after javelin was hurled downwards. With immense force and the advantage of elevation, each javelin soared through the air with a whoosh. One by one, they made contact with the earth. Boom, boom. Almost all the javelins landed with a resounding thud into the soil. At this moment, the wild boar herd began to panic. Like headless flies, they scurried about in the valley, from inside to outside. Ignore the unreachable spots. Lin Yi instructed again, and without taking aim, he hurled another javelin down. The others followed suit, launching javelin after javelin. From their vantage point on the mountain, the wild boars could not reach them. Suddenly, a massive wild boar emerged from nowhere. Even from the side of the mountain, Lin Yi could see it clearly. Wow, is that the boar king? It must weigh at least 1,000 pounds. I wonder if it has reached the spirit realm. Lin Yi was taken aback. Yet, his actions did not pause for a moment. He worried about whether the traps outside could capture such a formidable creature. Soon, as Lin Yi and the others continued their actions, the rest of the wild boars, under the lead of the boar king, began to rush towards the valley's exit. Do not stop. Keep going. Seeing the pace of a few slow down, Lin Yi immediately shouted. In an instant, the speed of everyone's actions quickened once more. For more than half an hour, Lin Yi felt that the wild boars in the valley had finally scattered. Only then did he lead the group towards the traps. Everyone, stay alert and do not let your guard down. That wild boar king could send us to our demise in an instant. Do you understand? Lin Yi admonished sternly while descending with the others. Although the group did not comprehend the phrase, send us to our demise, they understood well that the aggression of those beasts was no trivial matter. They responded in unison. Soon, after covering a considerable distance to the traps, Lin Yi abruptly halted. He then cautiously approached the traps with his companions, diligently scanning their surroundings. Before long, the anguished cries of the wild boars reached Lin Ye's ears. As they drew closer, an overwhelming stench of blood flooded Lin Ye's nostrils. Phone, keep a sharp lookout for any dangers. Alert us immediately if anything seems off, Lin Yi commanded. Feng nodded vigorously. Drawing his bow and arrow from his back, Lin Yi and the others proceeded cautiously, step by step, towards the traps. Lin Yi had excavated the traps, quite large, at least 10 meters deep, though the depth was somewhat diminished, measuring only about 2 meters. Within the first trap lay a large wild boar, still alive, but struggling feebly. The more it fought, the closer it came to death. Soon, Lin Yi inspected all the traps and found that nearly every one yielded a bounty. Even the traps set specifically for the smaller wild boars produced significant gains. Yet, the wild boar king had vanished without a trace. Although they had not captured the entire herd, they had secured at least 70. Chief, we struck gold, Yin Bao exclaimed, barely able to contain his excitement. Trembling with exhilaration, the others shared his enthusiasm. Enough chatter. For those still alive, finish them off quickly. We must clean up and leave. The stench of blood is overwhelming. Lin Ye's face bore a smile, yet his tone was laced with urgency. Understood, Chief. The group replied, swiftly moving to deliver the final blows. Feng attempted to assist, but Lin Yi stopped him. Keep your focus on the surroundings. You need not help with this. Lin Yi firmly declined. Lin Yi then jumped into the 2 traps designed for the smaller wild boars, retrieving them one by one. Yin Bao placed each one carefully into his backpack. Afterward, Lin Yi climbed out of the trap and began to store the wild boars in his spatial pouch, managing to fit only 5 before it reached capacity. As he contemplated how to transport the remaining boars, Feng's expression grew increasingly grave. Chief, something feels off, Feng suddenly exclaimed. Damn it, we need to get out of here now, Lin Yi urgently whispered as he hoisted the smaller wild boars onto his back. Chief, leave the rest. We cannot afford to linger. Hurry, move. Lin Yi didn't spare a glance at the wild boars, his feet moving as if propelled by the wind. Racing away into the distance, Yin Bao cast a lingering look at the boars. Then, with a determined stomp and clenched teeth, he followed Lin Ye's retreating figure. Just moments after they had fled, a thunderous roar of a bear echoed, accompanied by the haunting howls of wolves. Faster! Move those legs! Lin Ye's heart raced with frantic thoughts. He dared not look back, fearing that a glance might lead him straight into the gaping maw of a colossal bear. They would not last a single round against such a beast. Finally, after what felt like an eternity, Lin Ye's legs weakened, and he collapsed to the ground, his chest heaving like a bellows. Huff, huff, he gasped for air, scanning his surroundings. Once he determined it was safe, he sank onto the ground. Phone, are all our people accounted for? Lin Yi panted heavily. All present. No one has fallen behind. Phone replied, equally breathless. We were so close to being caught. Lin Ye's heart raced with the remnants of fear. Without Feng's alertness, they might have either become bear prey or been devoured by wolves, leaving nothing but bones. Let us rest for a moment before heading back, Lin Yi suggested slowly, his heart pounding as if it might burst from his chest. After several minutes, Lin Yi began to regain his composure. He rubbed his trembling legs and finally managed to stand, albeit unsteadily. They had sprinted at full speed for nearly half an hour. Fortunately, the physical resilience of primitive humans was commendable, and having consumed some meat in the past couple of days had helped bolster their strength. After another stretch of time, Lin Yi was finally able to recover fully. Although his legs remained somewhat shaky, he was at least capable of walking. Everyone, let us rise. It's time to return. We've run out of water, and we still reek of blood. We cannot afford to linger in one place too long, Lin Yi urged gently. The others did not question him, immediately supporting one another to stand, their legs quaking like leaves in the wind. Chief, it was your decisiveness that saved us this time. Otherwise, we would have been in dire straits, Yin Bao remarked, still shaken. He recalled his hesitation and reluctance regarding the wild boars, wishing to slap himself for not acting sooner. If he hadn't made the choice to abandon them at the last moment, he might very well have faced a grim fate. Don't thank me. Thank Foam. If it weren't for his warning, we would have perished, Lin Yi remarked while walking. Chief, you're jesting. This is merely my duty. Without your guidance, we might have perished from thirst or hunger, Foam asserted earnestly. Well said. Keep speaking like this. Lin Yi nodded appreciatively at Foam. Along the way, the group shared laughter and encouragement, even as their legs felt as if they were laden with lead, heavy and laborious to move. The journey back took them a full 2 hours. Upon seeing the tribe within reach, Lin Ye's legs buckled, and he collapsed onto the ground, bringing down with him the few who were supporting him. At that moment, a young girl fetching water emerged cautiously from the nearby woods, peeking out from behind a large tree to glance at them. After confirming her observations, she exclaimed, "Knight, tribe, chief, Uncle Leopard." The girl's sudden shriek reverberated through the mountains. Alarmed, she dashed towards the group, disregarding the water she spilled everywhere. "Huh, when did I die?" Lin Yu retorted. Exasperated, he attempted to rise but found himself utterly drained of strength, helplessly lying on the ground. However, the girl's shout had startled the inhabitants of the territory, who quickly gathered around. "Chief, are you all right?" They clamored in concern. "I'm fine, just a bit fatigued," Lin Yu replied weakly. "Quickly, let us carry the chief inside." At this critical moment, the old patriarch stepped forward to direct the others. In a flurry, they lifted Lin Yi and the others into the tribe, where they offered them some water and allowed them to rest for over an hour. At last, Lin Yi felt somewhat revived, though standing was still out of the question for the time being. "Chief, are you okay?" suddenly inquired Hu, rushing back. "Basically fine, just need to rest a bit." Lin Yi waved his hand lightly. Hu and a few young men had been busy with their tasks and had not accompanied Lin Yi on his journey. Hu had just returned from hauling a load of salt stones when he heard about Lin Yi's supposed injuries, prompting his immediate arrival. That's good. That's good. Hu sighed in relief. The tribe had only recently begun to enjoy better days, and Lin Yi could not afford to fall ill. Everyone was relying on him. In the next moment, a few wild boars appeared right before Lin Yi. "Hu, get a few people to take these wild boars away. Remember to tell Sister Hua to keep the heads separately," Lin Yi instructed. "Understood," Hu responded promptly, calling over a few young men to transport the 5 wild boars. Shortly thereafter, the girl who had first spotted them approached again, seemingly freshly bathed. Her fair skin and delicate features were striking. She was slender in the right places and pleasantly plump where it mattered, with long legs that were simply breathtaking. Her body bore no excess flesh, and the animal hide draped over her important areas added an alluring, wild beauty to her appearance. Is she really this stunning?" Lin Yi mused inwardly. "Knight. Chief, you're all right now, right?" The girl chirped. "Basically fine. And you are?" Lin Yi inquired curiously. To be honest, he could not recognize her at that moment. In his memory, all the tribe's people were cloaked in darkness, and distinguishing between them relied on guesswork. "Brother Knight, it's me. I'm Ling." She pouted, a hint of indignation in her voice. "You're Ling," Lin Yi exclaimed in surprise. He certainly recognized Ling. She was a year younger than him, the daughter of the former hunting team leader, and they had grown up together. However, her father had also perished alongside Lin Yi's father. "If it's not me, who else could it be? Brother Knight, have you forgotten me already after becoming chief? I even exerted so much effort pulling you from the jaws of death." Ling huffed. "How could I forget you? It's just that, once you clean that grime off your face, I didn't expect you to be this beautiful." Lin Yi replied with an awkward smile. "Brother Knight, am I beautiful? Should I bear your children then?" Ling's eyes sparkled as she playfully suggested. Lin Yi was momentarily taken aback, a flood of memories washing over him. In his recollection, they typically married around the ages of 14 or 15. The reason he and his peers were still unmarried was due to the tribe's poverty, which made it impossible to arrange marriages. Speaking of marriage, Lin Yi suddenly recalled something. Chapter 20, Totem Restoration, Quality Promotion. The next market exchange was approaching swiftly, presenting an opportunity for the eligible youth in the tribe to seek brides. In this primitive society, women were treated akin to commodities, with 100 animal hides or equivalent goods such as salt, water, or jerky able to procure a woman. "Brother Knight, are you unwilling?" Ling asked, noticing his prolonged silence. Her head drooping slightly. "Ling, it's not that I'm unwilling. It's just that we're still too young," Lin Yi said slowly. It was important to note that Ling was only 15 at this moment, while Lin Yi himself was merely 16. "I'm not that young. My mother had me when she was even younger," Ling declared, standing tall. Ling, you should know that Turing has mentioned that women should not bear children before the age of 18, as it is detrimental to their health." Lin Yi, feeling helpless, had no choice but to invoke Turing's authority. "You rascal, I never said that. Don't go using my name for everything." Turing's voice echoed in Lin Yi's mind. Did Turing really say that? Then it must be true. But what does 18 mean? Ling tilted her head, pondering. In their eyes, Turing was revered as the highest authority, and Ling could not fathom that Lin Yi would lie. "Well, you're 15 now. That means you'll have to endure 3 more rainy seasons before you turn 18. Lin Yi clarified after some thought. "I see. Then I'll wait until I'm 18 to bear your children." Ling nodded vigorously. We'll talk about that later." "Ling, I need to rest well now. Later, we still have to offer sacrifices to the totem. Why don't you go play for a while?" Lin Yi said to Ling Er, who was sitting beside him. At that moment, Lin Yi found himself at a loss for words. After all, whether in this primitive society or in the future, children hold immense significance. In this primitive era, the more children there are, the more robust the tribe's youth will be in the future. With a greater number of able-bodied individuals, hunting and gathering will improve, leading to the tribe's growth. Well, let me keep you company for a bit. I will remain silent, Ling Er said as she settled herself beside Lin Yi. Sigh. What a plight. Lin Yi mused quietly, then slowly closed his eyes. However, his mind was incessantly pondering the matters of the upcoming trade fair. It is worth noting that this trade fair occurs only once a year, organized by several nearby small tribes, aimed at mutual exchange. With less than 20 days until the next one, Lin Yi contemplated how to maximize his benefits at the fair. Currently, he possessed salt, as well as bamboo baskets and other items. Additionally, meat could also be bartered. If he could exchange some of it for women, it would expand the tribe's population. It seems that I must hasten the hunting activities. The more people I can bring back, the better. Lin Yi resolved that he must make a significant profit during this trade fair. Gradually, he drifted into slumber. It was not until mealtime that Ling Er roused him. Brother Yi, I have brought your meat. Please eat quickly. I've already finished mine, she said with a smile. Thank you, Ling Er. By the way, could you go find Hu and ask him to come see me after he finishes eating? I have some important matters to discuss with him, Lin Yi replied slowly. Sure, Ling Er replied, bounding out with enthusiasm. Lin Yi dug into the meat heartily. Yet, to his surprise, the meat transformed into a warm flow within his stomach, seemingly mending his body. This struck Lin Yi as peculiar. On his way back, he had employed healing spells to restore himself, but they had yielded no effect whatsoever. Young man, this is the effect of the wild beast. Consuming wild beast meat enhances one's vitality and strengthens the body. What you've eaten is the meat of the flame leopard. Though it has only just awakened, it still holds some benefits for you. Turing's voice echoed in Lin Ye's mind once more. Thank you for the clarification, Lord Turing. However, do not rush. Once I finish eating, I will come to offer my tribute. Lin Yi replied with a smile. Yet, Turing fell silent. Soon, Hu and Ling Er arrived together. Wow, Hu, you are quite the handsome lad, Lin Yi exclaimed upon seeing Hu. Hee, just average. The third best in the world, Hu retorted with a grin. By this time, Lin Yi had also finished his meat. Hu, support me and carry those pig heads. Let us head to the altar. Lin Yi nodded. No problem, Hu replied, assisting Lin Yi as they made their way. Although Lin Yi could now move, his legs still felt weak. Sigh. I feel utterly drained. Lin Yi sighed in resignation. With Hu's support, he took one step at a time toward the altar. The act of sacrifice required a leader and a shaman, which was why Lin Yi did not allow Hu to perform the sacrifice alone. Soon, they arrived at the altar, where Hu stacked the 5 pig heads neatly. Lin Yi knelt on the ground, proclaiming, May the great totem accept the offerings presented by our tribe. As soon as Lin Yi finished speaking, the topmost pig head vanished without a trace. One after another, the smaller offerings followed suit. Ha, young one, I have nearly fully recovered. I can last for a while longer now. Turing's exuberant voice resonated in Lin Ye's mind. That is wonderful, Lord Turing. May I inquire how many more offerings you require to assist me or others in the tribe to awaken? Lin Yi asked slowly. About 10 more pig heads should suffice. I must inform you that among the entire rock tribe, only you, Hu, and Feng have a greater likelihood of awakening. The awakening probability for the others is quite low. However, even for the 3 of you, the success rate will not exceed 50%. Turing replied suddenly. Ding. Host task completed. Rewards are being distributed. The system's voice rang out. As the system's announcement concluded, a brilliant golden light suddenly appeared from the heavens, swiftly merging into the very essence of the totem before them. The totem shimmered with golden radiance, the light swirling upon the stone surface, while fragments of stone dust fell to the ground. Yet, Lin Yi exhibited no sign of concern. As the system had assured him this was normal, he waited quietly beside it. 3 minutes later, my quality has improved? How can this be? Turing's incredulous voice echoed instantly. Isn't it good to have advanced? Lin Yi replied with a faint smile. It's you. No. This can't be right. You haven't even reached the awakening realm yet. How could you have advanced? Turing's voice was filled with confusion. Nothing is absolute. Lin Ye's lips curled into a mysterious smile. Could it be the legacy of that unknown shaman? The totem inquired. Lin Yi merely smiled and remained silent. Young man, if it is indeed the shaman's legacy, then it seems you have received an extraordinary inheritance. However, when can I advance my quality again? Turing speculated aloud. When the time comes for advancement, it will naturally present itself to you. You know that this process is not easily accomplished, Lin Yi replied calmly. I certainly understand. You're keeping secrets from me. Remember, we are one and the same. Turing said with a hint of grievance. I'm aware. However, the legacy has yet to be unlocked. I do not know when you will be able to advance again or what method will be required, Lin Yi shrugged, expressing a hint of helplessness. Very well. It can only be discussed once you successfully advance to shaman. Turing conceded. Rest assured, that day will come swiftly, Lin Yi said with a cheerful grin. If there is nothing else, I shall take my leave, he added after a pause. Go on. Be sure to rest well. We must expedite the emergence of a totem warrior or shaman within the tribe. Time is of the essence. Turing urged. Understood, Lin Yi replied, and then, with the assistance of Hu, he slowly departed. It seems this little fellow harbors a secret. Yet, that is of no consequence. The vast expanse of the great wilderness world is boundless. A few secrets are quite normal. Moreover, the greater the secret, the better it is for me, as I might also bask in its glory. Within the altar, Turing murmured. Upon returning to his cave, Lin Yi retrieved the 2 tomes of martial arts. The totem warrior's practice is a foundational exercise. The shaman's, on the other hand, is a method for sensing the spiritual energies of heaven and earth. Each is accompanied by illustrations and various annotations. The annotations, thoughtfully provided in Chinese characters, indicate that another task awaits. That is to teach the tribe to read. Alas, this tribe is falling apart without me, Lin Yi sighed. At this moment, Lin Yi felt overwhelmed. He was the first to pick up the foundational exercise manual and began to read. The foundational exercise is quite simple, consisting of merely 9 movements. However, it states that one must be at least 6 years old to practice it, lest it cause harm to the body. Of course, there are exceptions, such as taking a medicinal bath with the blood of wild beasts beforehand. Additionally, practicing the foundational exercise consumes considerable energy. Without ample meat, one cannot train. Once one begins, their appetite will increase 3 to 5-fold. Naturally, one can also utilize the blood of wild beasts or medicinal herbs to expedite the training process. Truly, the ancients did not deceive me about the importance of wealth in martial prowess. Tomorrow morning, I'll have Feng and Hu practice a bit to see how they fare. As for me, I shall first try the shaman's method today, Lin Yi murmured, leveraging the flickering light of the cave to scrutinize the text word by word. After 2 full hours, Lin Yi finally grasped it entirely. He then began his training as instructed by the text. However, after an entire night had passed, Lin Yi could not manage to enter the threshold of success. Nevertheless, he felt a refreshing clarity of mind. Lin Yi slowly rose to his feet. His legs had improved significantly, yet they still lacked strength. It appears that hunting is out of the question for today, Lin Yi muttered, and then gradually exited the cave. Huajia. Upon entering the kitchen, Lin Yi was taken aback and asked. At this moment, Huajia was also transformed. She appeared to be in her early 20s, an embodiment of a mature beauty. No wonder she is called Huajia. She truly resembles a blossoming flower. Tribe leader, I will prepare meat for you right away. Huajia smiled and hurriedly began to serve Lin Yi. Is this still primitive society? In this small tribe of fewer than 100 people, 2 stunningly beautiful women have emerged. They are more captivating than the heavily adorned stars of later eras. Lin Yi pondered within. He somewhat dazedly accepted the meat. Tribe leader, Huajia gently called out. Oh, Lin Yi swallowed hard, quickly carrying the meat outside. After finishing the meal, Lin Yi summoned Hu and Feng. You 2 follow my movements. There must be no errors. Lin Yi instructed them sternly. Yes, they replied in unison, bowing respectfully. Lin Yi then began to perform the first movement of the foundational exercise. Although the movements were quite awkward, once he settled into position, Lin Yi felt as though he could hear the sound of his blood coursing through his veins. Simultaneously, he sensed countless ants seemingly gnawing at his entire body. Lin Yi gritted his teeth and persevered. Yet, within a mere 5 minutes, he felt as though he had just emerged from the water, succumbing to the challenge. Meanwhile, Hu continued to endure, but only for just over 6 minutes. Feng, too, could not last beyond 5 minutes. Tribe leader, is there any effect from doing this? Hu asked, a hint of grievance in his tone. He wondered if Lin Yi was merely seeking amusement. This movement increases your chances of awakening as a totem warrior. Lin Yi replied, casting a sidelong glance at Hu. What? Hu's eyes widened in disbelief. No need for repetition. Remember the movements. When you can sustain this posture for over half an hour, come find me, and I will teach you the next movement. Lin Yi responded, somewhat exasperated. Turning away, he resumed the exercise without regard for the 2. Feng and Hu exchanged glances, and without hesitation, they began to practice as well. This won't do. We absolutely cannot hold out for half an hour at this rate. We must find a way. Our thoughts must flow with the movement of our blood. We cannot simply endure the pain. Lin Yi thought after sitting for another 5 minutes. He then immersed all his focus in the flow of his blood. 7 minutes. 9 minutes. 10 minutes. Unfortunately, when the 13th minute arrived, Lin Yi still succumbed. Phew. Is it really necessary for this to be so difficult? Lin Yi gasped, exasperated. Tribe leader, how did you manage to endure for so long? Please share your secret. Hu approached with a cheeky grin. Feng perked up his ears in curiosity. Try immersing your mind in the flow of your blood. Lin Yi replied slowly. What? What is the flow of blood? Who awkwardly rubbed his hands. Chapter 22. Teaching Martial Arts. The flow of blood is akin to the gentle flow of a stream. Only it occurs within our bodies. If that doesn't work, you may also think of other pleasant, angry, or disheartening thoughts while practicing. Do not dwell solely on the pain. That should suffice. Lin Yi suggested after a moment of contemplation. Got it. Whose face lit up with joy as he quickly began preparing again. However, on this occasion, Who managed to endure for about 11 minutes, while Feng managed approximately 10 minutes. Although they still fell short of the standard, it was a notable improvement. Another 2 hours passed. Lin Yi still struggled to maintain his position. The next moment, pop, a soft sound echoed, and Lin Yi distinctly felt that the speed of his blood flow had quickened slightly. Even the beating of his heart felt more vigorous. Phew, I finally succeeded. Lin Yi, drenched in sweat, wore a smile on his face. At this moment, both Hu and Feng were also able to sustain their positions for over 20 minutes. Lin Yi glanced at them, took a brief rest, and then commenced the next movement. This time, Lin Yi felt as though every muscle in his body was continuously tearing and then reassembling, tearing and reassembling, in an endless cycle. Lin Yi could only endure for less than 3 minutes this time. Oh dear, is there truly no way to avoid suffering? Lin Yi inwardly chuckled bitterly as he pondered. To endure hardship is the path to becoming extraordinary. If the host finds this method too painful, he may choose not to cultivate. Given the current strength of the host's body, barring any extraordinary opportunities, I believe the host will undoubtedly become a totem warrior before reaching the age of 40. The system commented with a hint of disdain. I will practice. Is that not acceptable? Why mock me? Truly, Lin Yi retorted. He then resumed his training once more. During his second attempt, Lin Yi persevered for 5 minutes. After a 3-minute rest, he continued on to the third attempt. Each time he rested for 3 minutes. Then came the fourth and fifth attempts. Meanwhile, Hu and Feng managed to endure for 30 minutes by the time Lin Yi reached his fourth attempt. They then began practicing the same movements as Lin Yi. It was only when their stomachs growled around noon that Lin Yi realized he had barely lasted 25 minutes. This won't do. I cannot allow this. Pain once is pain. Pain twice is still pain. I should grit my teeth and endure for 30 minutes. At this moment, Lin Yi steeled his resolve and began again. This time, he gritted his teeth and, just before his teeth shattered, managed to endure for 30 minutes. At this point, every muscle in Lin Yi's body appeared perfectly toned and brimming with explosive power. Phew, I did it, Lin Yi exclaimed with uncontainable joy. Gurgle. Just then, his stomach growled in protest. A wave of intense hunger surged over him. Lin Yi hurriedly made his way to the kitchen. Sister Hua, hurry and prepare some food for me, Lin Yi said, a hint of urgency in his voice, feeling as though he could consume an entire cow. Chief, we do not cook at this hour. However, I do have some leftover meat from this morning. Would that suffice? Sister Hua quickly replied, noticing the sweat glistening on Lin Yi's brow. That will do. No need to heat it. Just give it to me. Lin Yi snatched the chunk of meat and stuffed it into his mouth. He devoured over 3 jean of flame leopard meat before feeling the overwhelming hunger subside. A sense of satiety washing over him. Phew, delightful. Lin Yi wiped the grease from the corners of his mouth, savoring the moment. Sister Hua, from now on, let's switch to 3 meals a day. Do not be stingy with the food. If it runs out, I will find more. But ensure the clan is well fed. Also, prepare enough food for everyone in the future. Lin Yi instructed. Chief, 3 meals. Sister Hua replied with a bitter smile. We just managed to catch 5 wild boars yesterday. It took considerable effort to stock up for a while, and now switching to 3 meals might not last long. Sister Hua, that is not for you to worry about. Just follow my orders, Lin Yi said with utmost seriousness. Yes, Chief. Sister Hua could only respond with resignation. You should start preparing now. I suspect 2 big eaters will be arriving shortly, Lin Yi remarked, glancing over at Hu and Feng, who were still pushing through. All right, Sister Hua replied, and began tidying up. Lin Yi then gathered all the clan members together. Everyone, quiet down and listen to me. It so happens that I have stumbled upon 2 techniques. These techniques can increase our chances of becoming shamans or totem warriors. If you can successfully cultivate them, any of you may become a shaman or a totem warrior. However, I must emphasize that this is the foundation of our rock tribe. Anyone who dares to teach these techniques to outsiders without my permission shall face severe consequences. Their family and kin shall also meet the same fate. Do you all understand? Lin Yi's expression was exceedingly grave. Such was the importance of the techniques, as they formed the very foundation of a power. Should they be leaked, chaos would surely ensue. After Lin Yi finished speaking, a commotion erupted among the crowd, a buzzing akin to countless mosquitoes flitting about one's ears. Silence. Did everyone hear what I just said? Lin Yi inquired once more. Understood. A thunderous response rang out. Excellent. However, These techniques are not for everyone. Those who have not endured 6 rainy seasons are excluded. Likewise, those who have surpassed 40 rainy seasons are also disqualified. Those who do not meet the criteria may leave now. The rest, please stay. Lin Yi instructed again. Chief, I wish to become a shaman. I also want to become a shaman. As soon as the crowd began to disperse, those remaining started clamoring. Stop. Let me clarify. While shamans are powerful, becoming one requires innate talent. It is not something anyone can achieve. I am uncertain whether any of you possess such talent. Before Lin Yi could finish his sentence, Turing's voice suddenly echoed in his mind. Kid, there's no need to struggle. In the entire rock tribe, only one possesses the talent to become a healer. The rest do not have that gift. Turing stated slowly. Lord Turing, who possesses the talent to be a healer? Lin Yi immediately inquired. It is the child who is destined to bear your offspring. Turing replied with a hint of teasing. Lord Turing, is this truly appropriate? You must grant me some privacy. Lin Yi's face darkened instantly. Chapter 23. The Wielding of Power, Shaman, Within the Tribe. Oh ho, you still feel embarrassed. Rest assured. Our tastes differ. I happen to overhear it. Turing chuckled. How disrespectful. Lin Yi spat. You need not dwell on this any longer. Lord Turing has conveyed that only one person in our territory has the potential to become a shaman. That is Ling. The rest should not harbor any hopes. Lin Yi announced to the crowd. Ling pointed to herself, astonished. Yes, it is you. You possess the talent to become a healer. Lin Yi nodded affirmatively. Chief, can we women also become totem warriors? A timid female voice asked. Lin Yi recognized her. She was a woman brought into the tribe 5 years prior. However, her husband had tragically fallen from a tree while foraging for food and had perished instantly. Are you a member of the rock tribe? Lin Yi inquired. Of course I am. Ever since I was brought here, I have considered myself a member of the rock tribe. I am, and I will always be. The woman declared resolutely. Then you can become a totem warrior. As long as you belong to my rock tribe, you are my kin, and every kin has the opportunity to become a totem warrior. Lin Yi also provided her with a clear answer. However, though you are a woman, if you become a totem warrior, you must shoulder the same responsibilities as a man. Hunting, defending the tribe, battling, and so forth. Are you willing? After a pause, Lin Yi spoke again. I am willing. The woman declared emphatically. Excellent. A great man once said, women can hold up half the sky. And what I am here to do now is to give you this opportunity. And I hope you can seize it. Lin Yi said slowly. Ling, wait a moment. I will teach them first, and then I will teach you. Lin Yi addressed Ling, and then began instructing the others. Ding. Congratulations to the host for completing the task within the Wu, Shaman, tribe, earning 5,000 civilization points as a reward. As soon as Lin Yi transferred the movements to the group, the system's notification sounded. Wow, 5,000 points. Host, you are so generous. I adore you. At that moment, Lin Yi felt an overwhelming urge to embrace the system and shower it with kisses. Ding. Please note, host, the system does not engage in such activities. For that, please seek another male entity. The system's voice echoed once more. Everyone, do you understand? After holding the first movement for 30 minutes, seek out Hu or Foam to learn the second movement. The second movement should also be sustained for over 30 minutes before approaching them to learn the third movement. I hope that in our tribe, each person will become a totem warrior. Lin Yi proclaimed loudly. Yi. The crowd echoed loudly. All right, now practice diligently. Lin Yi gently pressed his palm down, and the scene fell into sudden silence, after which Lin Yi continued. Lin Yi swiftly transmitted the method of becoming a shaman to Ling. He then began to cultivate the third movement himself. For an entire day, Lin Yi nearly crushed his steel teeth, and only then did he reach the sixth movement. However, the benefits were evident. Lin Yi felt an inexhaustible power within him. He sensed that his strength had increased by at least 50% compared to before. It seemed that within 2 days, I would successfully master these movements. By then, becoming a totem warrior would be a certainty. Lin Yi pondered to himself. Dinner time. Sister Hua called out to the crowd. A swarm of people surged forward. During dinner, everyone devoured their food ravenously. Although few could maintain the first movement for half an hour, the nutrients within them had transformed into vital energy. This was a good thing. At the very least, with sufficient vitality, they would be less prone to illness, and their strength would increase, making tasks much easier. After the meal, Lin Yi lay in his doghouse and began to summon Turing. Kid, what is it? Turing's voice quickly resonated in Lin Yi's mind. Lord Turing, today I heard you mention that Ling has the talent to become a healing shaman. Does that mean there are many types of shamans? I wonder if Lord Turing could enlighten me? Lin Yi said slowly. Of course, the types of shamans are indeed varied and numerous. Let me share some common types with you. Common types include battle shamans, shadow shamans, healing shamans, blood shamans, curse shamans, summoning shamans, and so on. Among them, battle shamans focus on the combination of martial prowess and shamanic arts, excelling in close combat and elemental outbursts. Healing shamans harness natural or divine power to heal injuries and ailments, some capable of dispelling curses and plagues. The others each possess their own unique characteristics. Turing explained slowly. Then, Lord Turing, aside from the immense increase in strength, what other benefits come with becoming a totem warrior? Lin Yi inquired again. The realms of blood valor, bone strength, barbaric muscles, and vital organs are all considered foundational levels. Blood valor realm. Vital energy surges, strength doubles, capable of tearing apart ordinary tigers and leopards. Bone strength realm. The power of the totem refines the entire skeletal structure, making it as hard as iron. Ordinary blades find it difficult to harm. And one can bear 1,000 pounds, as if walking on flat ground. Barbaric muscles realm. Muscles coil around the body like dragons and pythons, with astonishing explosive power. Able to leap 10 zhang. Vital organs realm. The 5 internal organs are nourished by totem power, brimming with vitality, heartbeat like war drums, breath like a bellows. With extraordinary endurance. However, none of these are considered extraordinary. Only upon reaching the battle soldier realm does one attain the extraordinary state. Battle soldier realm. One can initially summon the totem's phantom to possess their body, gaining some combat instincts and characteristics of that totem, such as the agility of a wolf, the immense strength of a bear, and so forth. As for me, once you reach the battle soldier realm, I can enhance your defense by 30, strength by 30, endurance by 30, and attack power by 15. Of course, this 15% increase in attack power is only available after my quality ascension. Moreover, as long as you become totem warriors, I can grant you an additional 10 in defense and strength. Do not underestimate this 10 in defense and strength. With such an enhancement, you may well stride confidently among your peers. Turing explained gradually. A boost of 10 in defense and strength? That is quite commendable. However, can it be used at any time? And how did you achieve this? Additionally, can your form change? If your form were to change, would the enhancements you provide also change? Lin Yi posed a barrage of questions. Chapter 24. I am responsible for the chaos. You are responsible for the clamor. The power cannot be used at will. It can typically be used once every 10 days. It mainly depends on your recovery state. The enhanced defense and strength can impact your meridians. Of course, in life and death situations, it can be borrowed continuously. However, the damage caused is uncertain. You may end up becoming incapacitated. As for how we totems are formed, I am not entirely sure. But I do know that our forms can change. Once the form changes, the attributes granted will also alter. However, changing form is far more challenging than ascending our quality. It is even more difficult than ascending to the heavens. Turing explained slowly. It can change. What about divine dragons? Phoenixes? Giants? If it were possible to transform into such forms, what attributes would be granted? Lin Yi's eyes sparkled with excitement. As for Turing's mention of difficulty, Lin Yi did not take it to heart at all. Ascending quality may be hard, yet he had done it before. With the system in place, anything is possible. Thank you, Lord Turing, for your enlightening words. I now have a basic idea. The rest will depend on my efforts. From now on, let us join forces to create chaos. I will handle the mayhem, and you will handle the clamor. Lin Yi said slowly. After conversing with Turing for a while longer, Lin Yi resumed his cultivation once again. After toiling until midnight, he successfully broke through the 7th stance for half an hour. Subsequently, Lin Yi gradually settled down, beginning to practice another form of martial art. Until the dawn of the following day, Lin Yi stood up, feeling invigorated. He then stepped out of the cave, his mind still preoccupied with the corn he had been nurturing. He estimated that the corn from the previous day spanned about 3 to 4 acres, though it had been significantly ravaged by wild boars. Damn those little wild boars. Lin Yi suddenly recalled those pesky creatures. Whether he could continue to feast on pork depended on them. He hurried to the location of his backpack, relieved to find that the young wild boars were still alive. After a brief moment of contemplation, he called upon Hu and Feng, gathering some bamboo and selecting an appropriate spot to construct a pig pen. In truth, it was merely a matter of embedding bamboo poles into the ground to create a confined space for the juvenile boars. As long as they couldn't leap out, it would suffice. With the bamboo steadily driven into the earth, the trio fashioned a pig pen of approximately several dozen square meters. Lin Yi then placed the young wild boars inside the enclosure and poured in a bamboo tube filled with fresh water. Sister Hua, please inform the people who come to feed them to toss in some grass and similar plants, particularly those with roots. They can also throw in any insects or the like. Don't forget to change the water. We'll raise these wild boars for the time being. Whether we can continuously enjoy pork depends on them. Lin Yi instructed Sister Hua. No problem. I'll make sure to relay that to them. Sister Hua promptly replied. Given the significance of food, she dared not delay. Ding. The system detected that the host had initiated livestock rearing, rewarding him with 1,000 civilization points. The system chimed once more. Oh, there's a reward for civilization points. How delightful. Lin Yi mused, and then he served himself a bowl of meat. Relishing his meal, after breakfast, Lin Yi led the group toward the valley. He was quite fond of that particular valley as a potential dwelling. However, he feared that other tribes might possess similar projectile weapons. If he were to seal the entrances, it could lead to considerable trouble. Thus, Lin Yi's mind remained in a state of indecision. After spending over half an hour, they arrived at the entrance of the valley. Lin Yi deliberately observed the valley's interior from the mountains above, waiting for a significant duration. He even threw a few javelins, but there was still no movement below, allowing Lin Yi to finally feel at ease to emerge at the valley's mouth. Upon reaching the entrance, he discovered that all the traps had been completely destroyed, leaving behind the remnants of a fierce battle. As for the wild boars, only a few tufts of hair remained. Feng, you stay here. Alert us immediately if there's any danger. Lin Yi commanded. Understood. Feng responded. Lin Yi then guided the group into the valley. Move swiftly. That is all I ask. He instructed while plucking an ear of corn. The others exchanged glances and understood his intent. It was time for the harvest. They spent a full 5 hours gathering all the corn. However, just as Lin Yi reached the end of the valley, he felt a surge of joy. He noticed that one side of the mountain extended outward significantly, and below it lay a hollow space. The area appeared to encompass at least several thousand square meters. If that were the case, the tribe would undoubtedly need to relocate. Safety was ensured, and there was ample land for planting. Moreover, the terrain was slightly elevated. The entire valley was spacious enough to accommodate a population of 10,000 without issue. The only inconvenience was the high likelihood of encountering wild beasts here. The safety of his kin could not be sufficiently guaranteed. Even if he constructed a bamboo wall, fierce beasts like saber-toothed tigers could easily leap over. Furthermore, obtaining water would not be particularly convenient. Lin Yi continued to ponder these matters. Water would inevitably require venturing outside, which significantly increased the chances of encountering wild beasts. Sigh. I suppose I'll have to wait and see. Ultimately, Lin Yi decided to postpone addressing these concerns. Let us wrap everything up and head out. We should inspect those traps and see if we can acquire some game before returning. Lin Yi instructed the group. They then exited the valley and began exploring the surrounding thickets. Shoo! After more than half an hour, Feng suddenly spoke up. Chief, it seems there is some commotion ahead. He whispered. Let us go take a look. Keep the noise down, Lin Yi ordered. The group moved cautiously, parting a thicket to reveal a herd of creatures resembling water buffalo, leisurely grazing on tender grass, completely unaware of the group watching them from a distance, intent on turning them into a meal. Feng, do you think we can make the shot from this distance? Lin Yi inquired softly. It should be doable. Feng replied quietly. All right, we'll use javelins to assist you. Lin Yi nodded. The group gripped their javelins tightly, fixating their gaze on the massive beasts before them, each weighing an estimated 1,500 kilograms or more. Chapter 25, The Cattle of the Spirit Realm. With a gentle breeze blowing, an arrow suddenly soared through the air. Throw! Lin Yi commanded. Whoosh! Dozens of javelins were launched simultaneously. Following that, another volley was released. Moo! One of the buffalo let out a pained bellow as an arrow struck its eye. Thud! The massive buffalo collapsed to the ground. In quick succession, a flurry of javelins hurtled toward the herd. One javelin embedded itself deeply into the abdomen of another buffalo. Moo! Another anguished cry erupted as a colossal bull, with bloodshot eyes and flared nostrils, stomped the ground furiously and charged toward the group. Watch out! Climb a tree! Quickly! Lin Yi exclaimed, feeling a wave of apprehension as he realized that the bull's charge had prompted the rest of the herd to prepare for a stampede. At that moment, Lin Yi knew he could not afford a direct confrontation. The ground trembled ominously. In less than 100 meters, the bull covered the distance in mere seconds. Boom! The bull charged fiercely into the tree. The massive trunk swayed violently, emitting a creaking sound. By my grandfather! Lin Yi glanced down, his heart nearly leaping from his chest. He beheld the enormous bull's horn firmly embedded in the tree, with one glinting horn perilously close, merely 2 or 3 centimeters, from a particularly sensitive area. At that moment, Lin Yi's tree-climbing skills experienced an unprecedented enhancement. He was nimbler than a monkey. Whoosh! In a matter of seconds, he ascended another 5 or 6 meters. After assessing the distance, he finally felt a sense of relief. Below, the bull snorted again, releasing 2 puffs of white smoke, and abruptly yanked its horn from the tree. Shaking its massive head, it retreated a few paces. Then, with its hooves digging into the ground, it charged at the tree with renewed vigor. The tree trembled once more. Lin Yi, caught off guard, nearly lost his grip and was left clinging desperately to the trunk. Yet, the bull seemed possessed, relentlessly assaulting the great tree. The tree groaned under the strain. Oh dear tree, hold on, hold on. If you falter, I shall be turned to pulp. Lin Yi lamented inwardly. With the bull's speed and massive bulk, he was certain that a fall would result in him being gored or trampled into a bloody mess. Crash. Another powerful impact. The tree emitted a sharp crack. Lin Yi's expression changed dramatically. In the next instant, boom, crack. The tree splintered suddenly. Lin Yi found himself uncontrollably tumbling downward alongside the tree. No, not like this. Just as Lin Yi's mind raced with dread, a thick object that resembled a rope swung towards him. Without hesitation, he released his grip on the tree and grasped the rope, swinging like a pendulum to land on another tree. Lin Yi wasted no time, clinging tightly to the new tree as he began to climb upward. It was only when he reached a safe height that he noticed the rope was woven from multiple beast tendons. The other end of the tendons was held by Feng. Feng, you rascal, you've saved my life again, Lin Yi exclaimed with gratitude. However, he then noticed Feng pointing downward. Following Feng's gesture, Lin Yi looked to see the enormous bull swaying unsteadily. The fallen tree had landed squarely on its head. Boom. Both tree and bull collapsed instantly. Did it knock itself out, or did it perish? Lin Yi's face reflected sheer astonishment. Yet below, the herd of water buffalo let out mournful cries and began to retreat. Soon, they vanished from Lin Yi's sight. Whoosh. An arrow swiftly pierced the fallen bull's eye. Then another. After firing 3 arrows, Feng finally sheathed his bow. Chief, all is well now, Feng called out as he began to descend. Lin Yi also made his way down the tree. You old fool, you nearly ruined my future happiness. Lin Yi kicked the bull fiercely, remembering the harrowing scene. He continued to feel a chill of fear. System, exchange for 3 dissection knives. Lin Yi commanded. His spatial storage could not possibly accommodate all that beef. The bull that had attacked him weighed at least over 3,000 kilograms, not to mention the 2 other bulls in the distance. With the dissection knives procured, Lin Yi handed them to Yen Bao and 2 others with experience, instructing them to begin processing. The hide, meat, and bones could not be wasted. Even if his spatial storage filled to capacity, they still had baskets to carry the remainder. Lin Yi had stashed 5 or 6 baskets in his spatial storage. After about half an hour, the 3 bulls were completely butchered. Lin Yi stored all the meat in his spatial storage, then selected some small bones, filling his storage to the brim. The remaining bones were placed in the baskets. Let us go. We're heading home, Lin Yi exclaimed with excitement. These 3 bulls had provided him with nearly 4 to 5 tons of beef. It was no wonder he was thrilled, were it not for his spatial storage. Transporting everything back would have been a daunting task. In high spirits, the group quickened their pace. In less than half an hour, they safely returned to the tribe. Well, kid, where did you manage to find a spirit realm bull? Your luck is quite remarkable. As soon as they stepped into the tribe, Turing's voice rang out. A spirit realm bull? So that's why it was extraordinary. Lin Yi realized suddenly. Lord Turing, please wait a moment. I shall present the bull's head shortly. After all, sharing joy is better than savoring it alone, Lin Yi said with a grin. Very well, I shall await your offering, Turing replied with a chuckle. Lin Yi then proceeded to the kitchen, unloading half of the beef. After all, it would be a waste if they couldn't consume it all outside. His spatial storage proved to be a reliable safeguard. Sister Hua, look at this meat. We definitely want to finish it in a few days. I still have half left. Please start curing some jerky. Once you've processed this, I will bring out the other half. Get a few more people to help, Lin Yi instructed. After Sister Hua acknowledged, he made his way to the altar. Upon reaching the altar, he placed the 3 bull heads atop it. Chapter 26, Plans to Build a House. As soon as the heads were set down, a familiar aura enveloped them. They were swiftly consumed. Lord Turing, can I awaken for a single individual now? Also, what is my current awakening probability? Lin Yi inquired directly. Almost there. Furthermore, your awakening probability stands at about 60%. Once you complete the remaining 2 movements, I believe the probability could reach 90%. Turing pondered before speaking. Those 2 techniques you possess are also the legacy of that wizard? Turing asked curiously after a pause. Indeed, Lin Yi nodded affirmatively. It seems that wizard is no ordinary figure. Did he grant you a piece of space as well? Turing asked once more. Yes. Lin Yi nodded again. Having arrived at this juncture, we can only heed whatever Turing has to say. The rest shall be left to his imagination. It appears that the other party is a spatial sorcerer. However, I remain uncertain about their intentions for being here. Are they injured? Or were they merely acting on a whim? Perhaps even bestowing enlightenment? Turing murmured softly. My Lord Turing, there is no need for us to overthink this. Since the other party has transmitted these items to me, it is likely they will not turn against us. Moreover, considering our current circumstances, what could possibly warrant their scheming against us? Lin Yi shrugged, remarking, you have a point. Yet, we must not let our guard down. When we step outside, let us exercise a modicum of caution. Nevertheless, it seems that whether we are cautious or not is of little consequence. If they truly wish to eliminate you, a mere finger would suffice. Turing conceded, abandoning his earlier thoughts. Indeed, my lord Turing. I was contemplating awakening 3 totem warriors in a few days. How much preparation do you think I should undertake on my end? Lin Yi inquired slowly. A few more, perhaps 3 or 4, to open the spirit realm would suffice. The more we can awaken at once, the lesser the consumption on my part. Were it not for your physical conditions being subpar, I would have preferred to awaken all of you simultaneously. That way, the energy expenditure would be around 60. Turing responded thoughtfully. Understood. I shall endeavor to arrange for a simultaneous awakening. Lin Yi nodded in agreement. Very well then. My lord Turing, I shall take my leave. I trust you have had your fill. I, too, shall return to enjoy a steak. Lin Yi said, waving his hand and turning to depart. This young lad. He shows not the slightest respect for an elder such as myself. Yet, this sentiment is rather pleasant. Turing chuckled with a hint of reproach. Meanwhile, Lin Yi hastily returned to the kitchen, selecting a suitable stone slab to cut a piece of steak, and began searing it. Soon, the delightful aroma wafted through the tribe. Perfectly medium rare. Lin Yi gazed with satisfaction at the steak upon the stone slab. He then picked it up with 2 sticks and began to eat. Observing Lin Yi enjoying his meal with such gusto, Feng followed suit and commenced cooking his own steak. In no time, a generous portion of steak had vanished. Lin Yi let out a satisfied burp, then sought a spot to practice the 8th movement. However, even until the late hours of the night, he could not endure for more than half an hour. His stomach growled once more. Contemplating his options, Lin Yi decided to roast a rabbit by the campfire. Naturally, he prepared several, as Feng and who would undoubtedly be hungry as well. Lin Yi's instincts proved correct, as the enticing aroma of the rabbit filled the air. Feng and Hu, akin to starving wolves, immediately settled beside Lin Yi, their eyes fixated on the roasted rabbit. Hu, how much salt do we have? Lin Yi inquired. We have approximately 100 jars of salt. Hu replied with a grin. Excellent. For this trading event, I intend to seek suitable mates for our eligible clan members. At that time, both of you shall accompany me to choose those who catch your fancy. Lin Yi declared with a smile. Really? Then I shall choose with great care. It's hard to believe that just a few days ago we were worried about our next meal. And now we have an abundance. Hu remarked, somewhat reflective. Indeed. Yet we must extend our gratitude to the clan leader for this turn of fortune. Were it not for their guidance, we would be in quite a different predicament, Feng added, shaking his head slightly. Fear not. Our days will undoubtedly improve. By the way, to what stage have you 2 progressed in your training? Lin Yi asked, shifting the topic. We have both reached the 7th stage. However, we have only managed to maintain it for about 20 minutes. Hu replied, a hint of dejection in his voice. Do not rush. Haste makes waste. Take your time. I plan to ensure that the 3 of us successfully become totem warriors before the trading event. 17 days remain, which should be ample time for you. Lin Yi stated calmly. Plenty. I am confident that I can complete my training within 10 days. Hu asserted eagerly. Likewise, Feng added, his tone subdued. Splendid. Hu, starting tomorrow, you shall no longer need to prepare salt. Come hunting with us instead. We are still a bit short on offerings for the totem spirit, Lin Yi said, flipping the rabbit over. Not a problem. Though I may not excel with the bow, my accuracy with a spear is unparalleled. In the entire rock tribe, I dare say I rank 3rd, with no one daring to claim the 2nd position. Hu boasted, thumping his chest. And the 1st? Lin Yi inquired. The 1st? That honor undoubtedly belongs to you, clan leader. After finishing the roasted rabbit, Lin Yi returned to the cave to commence his mental training. His days were now filled with purpose. Hunting by day, practicing foundational techniques by the first half of the night, and honing his mental acuity during the latter half. The following morning, Lin Yi remarked, not bad at all. It appears I shall no longer need to sleep. The effects of training and rest are entirely equivalent. He reveled in the transformation of his body, feeling quite pleased. Subsequently, Lin Yi sought out the old man. Elder, I have come across a new concept related to bamboo. I would like to see if you could help bring it to fruition, Lin Yi explained slowly, sharing all pertinent information regarding bamboo structures and furniture, having illustrated everything necessary. Take your time, Elder. You can start by creating a small prototype. If that works well, then you may proceed to construct the larger version. Should you have any uncertainties, feel free to consult me upon my return, Lin Yi added. These past few days in the cave had proven quite taxing for Lin Yi. The mosquitoes at night were numerous enough to devour a person. Chapter 27, Snake Repellent Spray. Certainly, it doesn't seem too challenging. I shall give it a go. If it fails, I will seek your assistance. The old man replied with a cheerful demeanor. After these few days, the old man's spirits had noticeably improved, and smiles adorned his face more frequently. Observing the uplifted spirits of his fellow tribesmen warmed Lin Yi's heart. After exchanging a few more words, Lin Yi took his leave. Following breakfast, he led the group towards the lake. This venture had been well thought out by Lin Yi. As a source of water during the dry season, it was not the only one, but many wild beasts would undoubtedly come to drink. Certainly, the current drought is not particularly severe. As for the level of danger, with a modicum of caution, it seems there is little cause for alarm. Lin Yi first led them around the lake's perimeter, conducting a brief search. In a short while, he stumbled upon a group of creatures resembling moose. It appears fortune is on our side. Lin Yi turned with a grin to address the group. This particular moose appeared to weigh even more than a water buffalo. Let us approach stealthily, conceal our forms, and be wary of their charge, Lin Yi whispered. Just as he spoke, a loud splash erupted as a crocodile emerged from the water, swiftly clamping down on a young moose's leg. It tugged forcefully, dragging it toward the lake. However, Lin Yi keenly observed that the legs of these crocodiles were not as robust as those seen in later times. They appeared somewhat shorter and smaller. Meanwhile, the other moose had already been spooked and scattered in all directions. Damn it, Lin Yi muttered under his breath. Since you have devoured my prey, then you shall become mine. Lin Yi mused inwardly. At this moment, he decided to go fishing. System. Exchange for a supersized fishhook. In no time, an idea materialized. A 10-centimeter fishhook instantly appeared in Lin Yi's personal space. Wind. Hand over the beast sinew you used yesterday. Lin Yi requested the sinew, which he then began to wrap around the fishhook. The other end was tied to a sturdy tree. He affixed the entrails of yesterday's buffalo to the fishhook and promptly cast it into the water along with the bait. He continuously tugged at the sinew. Within half a minute, the sinew snapped taut. There was commotion in the lake. Quick, Lin Yi commanded urgently, with the concerted efforts of Yin Bao and the others. A massive crocodile was swiftly hauled ashore. Its jaw was firmly ensnared by the fishhook. Little short legs, you've finally come ashore. Lin Yi chuckled heartily. He recalled vividly that crocodilians possess an astonishing bite force, yet their jaw-opening muscles are quite feeble. It only takes a person of considerable strength to hold them down. Of course, this must occur on land. If in the water, one must be prepared for dire consequences. After all, the death roll is not to be trifled with. Pull it over. Once it's flipped onto its back to expose its belly, we shall stab, Lin Yi instructed. In under 3 minutes, a crocodile appeared in Lin Yi's personal space. This crocodile's performance on land was far inferior to those of later generations. Keep going, Lin Yi exclaimed joyfully. With this method in hand, it wasn't long before Lin Yi had captured 6 crocodiles. However, the group failed to notice a ripple suddenly emerge in the waters below. Snap! The sinew instantly snapped taut. Another one. Lin Yi was about to laugh when, in the next moment, a massive serpent burst forth from the water. Its enormous head was larger than a grinding stone, and its cold, triangular eyes fixed intently on Lin Yi and the others. Beneath it dangled a gigantic fishhook, embedded in its flesh. I say, do you believe this is a misunderstanding? Lin Yi forced a smile that resembled more of a grimace. In the next instant, hiss! The giant python lunged toward the group. Run! Lin Yi shouted at once. There was no choice but to flee. This colossal serpent was significantly larger than the anacondas of the later world. Would they wait to become its next meal? Yet even in flight, how could they possibly outrun such a giant? The fishhook detached, leaving a trail of blood. System. Assistance, please. Lin Yi called out loudly. Ding. Enhanced snake repellent spray. Exchange. Before the system could finish, Lin Yi swiftly interjected. A large bottle of spray materialized in Lin Yi's hands. He immediately began to spray. Fortunately, they were all gathered together. Otherwise, it would have been quite difficult to apply. Meanwhile, the giant python seemed to lose its target and began to slither through the nearby bushes. Halt! Lin Yi turned back and halted the retreat of the group. Chief, we should really run. We stand no chance against it, Yin Bao said, his legs trembling slightly. No worries. Look, Lin Yi pointed at the python behind them. They observed the serpent weaving through the underbrush, its tail thrashing against the surrounding trees, venting its frustration over its lost prey. Good grief. System. That is a bit too steep. You want 2,000 civilization points for a bottle of snake repellent spray. Lin Yi glanced at his civilization points, feeling quite displeased. Ding. This snake repellent spray is undoubtedly worth the price. It can nullify the sensory perception of 9,999 snake species, as long as you do not attack it while passing by. It will not strike. Furthermore, it remains effective for a duration of 72 hours. The system explained. Is that so? In that case, it seems reasonable, Lin Yi murmured. After the giant python had vented its frustration, it finally departed. Let us continue. I assure you, if we encounter any snakes ahead, do not panic. As long as we do not attack, they will not detect us. Lin Yi reassured the group, leading them once more toward the lakeside. Lin Yi picked up the fishhook, inspecting it to find it undamaged. He re-wrapped the beast's sinew and cast the fishhook back into the water. However, this time, they waited quite a while with no sign of activity. Let us move. Lin Yi had no choice but to lead the group to a different spot. Perhaps the presence of that giant python had driven the crocodiles away from that area. After spending over half an hour, Lin Yi finally found a suitable location again. He secured the hook, attached the entrails, and cast the fishhook into the water once more. Within 10 minutes, the fishhook stirred with activity. At this point, without needing Lin Yuan's prompting, the group began to pull. However, it seemed they were dealing with another behemoth. After 5 or 6 minutes of effort, they finally caught a glimpse of its form. "Is this a fish?" Lin Yuan blurted out. Chapter 28, Completion of Cultivation. Soon, a 3 to 4 meter long fish, weighing over 300 pounds and entirely black, was pulled ashore. Braised, steamed, fish soup, spicy fish head. In an instant, Lin Yuan was nearly drooling. He picked up a stone and smashed it down upon the fish's head. After several strikes, the fish finally ceased its struggles. With great satisfaction, Lin Yuan stored it in his personal space. After an entire day, Lin Yuan and his companions had amassed a total of 17 crocodiles and 6 fish exceeding 200 pounds each. The 17 crocodile heads should certainly be equivalent to the heads of 2 beasts at the Awakening Realm. On his way back, Lin Yuan continued to ponder this. Upon returning to the tribe, Lin Yuan immediately offered the 17 crocodile heads as tribute. He received confirmation that they indeed matched the value of 2 heads from beasts of the Awakening Realm. Tomorrow, he would make another trip. With this, the 3 of us would have our totem warriors secured. Lin Yuan thought to himself, "Sister Hua, let us feast on this crocodile meat tonight. I'm eager to try something I've never tasted before." Lin Yuan turned to the kitchen and said to Sister Hua, "Absolutely. I'll start preparing it right away." Sister Hua replied with a smile. "By the way, the chief is looking for you." After a brief pause, Sister Hua added, "All right, I'll go see what he needs." Lin Yuan said, turning toward where Tu was located. "Ah, old man, your craftsmanship is quite impressive." As Lin Yuan approached, he spotted a bamboo structure approximately 1 meter high from a distance. Its exterior was entirely green, presenting a remarkably pleasing sight. Not far from it was a bamboo bed, over 1 meter wide and over 2 meters long. "Chief, this construction is much easier than I imagined. It merely requires bamboo of suitable sizes. Furthermore, if someone could assist me, I could construct one of this size in a single day. How about arranging a few people to help me tomorrow so I can give it a try?" Old Man Tu said, sketching out an area on the ground. Lin Yuan glanced over it. It appeared to be less than 20 square meters. But for Lin Yuan, this was more than sufficient. It was certainly far superior to living in a cave. "All right, no problem. I'll arrange a few people for you shortly. Tomorrow you can start your experiment. Speed isn't vital, but it must be sturdy. And do consider if this area allows for windows. And remember that the roof will need some large leaves to prevent leaks." Lin Yuan began instructing about the bamboo house. "Understood. I'll incorporate all of these when building the large bamboo house tomorrow." Old Man Tu nodded in agreement. "Excellent. Then I'll leave it in your capable hands. And as for this bed, I'll be taking it with me," Lin Yuan said with a smile, lifting the bed and heading back to his cave. Once inside, he laid down some animal skins on it and reclined, feeling that it was remarkably comfortable. Moreover, it must be said that Old Man Tu's craftsmanship was truly commendable. No matter how much Lin Yuan bounced and jumped on the bamboo bed, it remained as steady as a mountain. "I have a bed now, and soon, I'll have a home too. Who would have thought that while I struggled for a place to stay in my past life, I would find one in this foreign realm? This is certainly an improvement over my previous existence." Lin Yuan chuckled to himself in self-deprecation. Subsequently, Lin Yuan selected several suitable bamboo poles from a pile. While waiting for dinner, he spent over half an hour crafting a bamboo table and 4 bamboo chairs. "This is more like it. A home deserves furniture." Lin Yuan nodded in satisfaction and then sat on one of the bamboo chairs, awaiting the meal. After finishing dinner, Lin Yuan immediately commenced the training of his 8th movement. Persevere, persevere. Lin Yuan was drenched in cold sweat, the excruciating pain gnawing at his very marrow, causing streams of sweat to flow and his body to tremble uncontrollably. 20 minutes, 26 minutes, 28 minutes, 10, 9, 5, 1. Suddenly, an overwhelming sensation of relief washed over him. Lin Yuan had finally completed the 8th movement. Phew, it's finally done. Now, only the final movement remains. I must tackle it with vigor. At this moment, Lin Yuan was filled with enthusiasm. Yet, within merely 3 minutes, he collapsed to the ground, utterly exhausted. Damn it. Is this really going to make me relive all the pain I've experienced before? Lin Yuan cursed. The sensation of agony was now coursing from within. From the marrow to the bones, tendons, muscles, and finally to the skin. There was not a single part of him that was free from pain. I can't give up. I absolutely cannot falter now. If I do, I shudder to think how many more times I would have to endure this torment. Lin Yuan motivated himself inwardly. After resting for a full hour, Lin Yuan resumed the training of the final step. 3 minutes. 5 minutes. At this point, Lin Yuan felt as though his back molars might shatter. His gums and teeth were soaked in blood. He wanted to distract himself, but the overwhelming pain pulled him back to reality. 10 minutes. 15 minutes. At this moment, Lin Yuan felt his entire body had gone numb. His body seemed to no longer belong to him. Yet, the excruciating pain persisted. 20 minutes. 25 minutes. Lin Yi's body began to sway, as if he might topple over at any moment. 5 minutes. Just 5 minutes left. Hold on. Hold on. I must endure. Lin Yi screamed internally. Finally, he reached the last 3 minutes. However, it felt as if he had reached his limit, his body teetering on the brink of collapse. His consciousness began to blur. Yet, at that moment, Lin Yi unconsciously began to practice another technique. Time slowly passed, and Lin Yi lost track of how long had gone by. Finally, at a certain moment, all pain vanished in an instant. His heart thumped powerfully. A surge of vitality flooded through his body. Simultaneously, an overwhelming sense of strength welled up within him. I did it. I finally succeeded. Lin Yi sat on the ground, tears in his eyes, feeling utterly drained. But soon, an intense hunger struck him. Lin Yi quickly retrieved a large piece of beast meat from his spatial pouch and began devouring it ravenously. This time, Lin Yi consumed nearly 8 pounds of beast meat, finally suppressing the gnawing hunger. After eating 2 more pounds, he finally felt full. 10 pounds. 10 pounds of meat from an awakening realm beast. I produced this. No wonder most small tribes lack totem warriors. Just reaching this stage of training is beyond what an average tribe can afford. Lin Yi reflected with a sense of melancholy. Chapter 29. Do not play pretentious. Furthermore, this feels like a closed loop. If the totem warriors are able to hunt a greater number of beasts, the young and strong soldiers within the tribe will grow increasingly robust, thus giving rise to more totem warriors. However, without such opportunities, the emergence of totem warriors becomes an exceedingly arduous task, as they may struggle just to sustain themselves. Of course, Lin Yi is an exception. He is extraordinary. Is this a form of refining one's essence? After satisfying his hunger, Lin Yi noticed a layer of dark impurities seemingly manifesting on his body, exuding an extremely unpleasant odor. The host was indeed correct. The final action did possess the effect of refining one's essence. Typically speaking, completing the 8th action would grant a 95% chance of awakening as a totem warrior. However, it is important to note that upon awakening as a totem warrior, the strength gained would double. And now, after refining his essence, your single-arm strength is at least 800 pounds. If it were to double, that would amount to an astounding 1,600 pounds. This is nearly equivalent to the peak strength of a blood warrior. Does the pain you feel now even qualify as pain? The system's voice resonated within Lin Yi's mind. What pain? That is merely the path I have traversed. What does it have to do with pain? I even wish to experience that wonderful feeling once more. At this moment, Lin Yi swiftly changed his tone. Stop pretending, or you might just get struck by lightning. Just remember, products from the system are always of the highest quality. The system disdainfully remarked. Hee. Naturally. I shall remember that, dear system. Lin Yi chuckled. However, although Lin Yi understood that reaching the 8th action was sufficient, he had no intention of revealing this to the others. After all, the opportunity for refining one's essence is rare and cannot be sought after easily. Moreover, it can enhance one's potential. Why not seize the opportunity? A bit of pain is negligible. Turning around, Lin Yi sought some water to cleanse himself. After 3 washes, the foul odor finally dissipated. Wait. I must prepare offerings for both the wind and tiger for their awakening. In these 2 days, I need to gather ample sacrifices. By then, I shall strive to awaken both the totem warriors and the shaman together. Perhaps Linger can awaken as well. It is merely a matter of 3 to 5 days. I can afford to wait. Lin Yi contemplated while sitting cross-legged on his bed. Subsequently, he began to practice another form of cultivation. At this moment, Lin Yi also met the conditions for awakening as a shaman. The fusion of 2 souls has rendered Lin Yi's spirit significantly stronger than that of others. His mental power is naturally the same. Nonetheless, neither the system nor Turing had alerted Lin Yi, for cultivating more can only yield benefits without drawbacks. As dawn broke, Lin Yi stepped outside, feeling rejuvenated as usual. Tiger, Wind, have you both managed to break through the 8th action last night? While having breakfast, Lin Yi inquired. I did, but the pain was truly unbearable. I nearly shattered my teeth. Tiger replied, still haunted by the memory. I also succeeded. Wind stated calmly. Good. After we finish our meal, I will teach you the final move. However, the last move is even more painful. I shall only grant you 3 days. If you do not break through within this time frame, then the awakening will have nothing to do with you. Lin Yi stated flatly. At this moment, Lin Yi aimed to instill a sense of urgency in both of them. After all, the indigenous people of these small tribes have an unparalleled desire for totem warriors. This includes Yi as well. Only with pressure can there be motivation and perseverance. As expected, upon hearing this, both of their expressions changed. Rest assured, Chief. We will undoubtedly complete our breakthrough within 3 days. They replied in unison. Lin Yi nodded slightly. Once breakfast was finished, Lin Yi imparted the 9th action to them. After assigning a few individuals to follow the old man's instructions, Lin Yi led the remaining members back to the lake. There, They repeated yesterday's actions. Just as Lin Yi and the others were reeling in the fifth crocodile, Win suddenly spoke up. Chief. Chief. Lin Yi turned around only to see a massive python approaching from a distance. Moreover, it appeared to be the same giant python from yesterday. No worries. Stay calm. Do not move. Lin Yi quickly instructed. Indeed, as the system had indicated, the giant python completely ignored them, gliding past. The others were so frightened that their legs felt weak, and when the python approached, they even held their breath. It was only after the python had departed that they began to breathe in the fresh air. All is well. All is well. Continue, Lin Yi said with remarkable composure. Though unbeknownst to him, his heart had leapt into his throat. This creature seems to have not given up on its vengeance. I must devise a plan to eliminate it. Otherwise, it could become troublesome if the tribe members encounter it while fetching water. Lin Yi pondered internally. In these past 2 days at the lake, Lin Yi and his group had taken on the responsibility of fetching water. However, they could not possibly come every day. It also appeared that the giant python was searching for Lin Yi and the others. If this creature were to meet other tribe members, it would surely spell disaster. Chief. Deer. Deer. Suddenly, Wind exclaimed excitedly. Lin Yi followed Wind's direction and indeed spotted a herd of elk by the lake. Though it was uncertain if they were the same ones from yesterday, let us go for a hunt. The crocodile meat is rather unpalatable, Lin Yi declared. Let us stealthily approach. Wind. Just shoot whichever elk you desire. Tiger. This time, let me see how accurate your spear is. The rest can attack freely. Lin Yi instructed the group, then retrieved some spears from his spatial storage to hand out. They cautiously crept closer. Once they reached the range of their attacks, Lin Yi and the others halted their advance. Whoosh. Hiss. An arrow and a spear simultaneously flew through the air with a piercing sound. Following that, 6 or 7 more spears were hurled. The elk were remarkably cautious. However, no matter how cautious they were, it was too late. An arrow pierced through one elk's eye, pinning it to the ground. Tiger's spear also penetrated another elk's belly, blood gushing forth as if its intestines had burst out. 6 or 7 more spears struck, with at least one finding its mark on another elk, though it was uncertain who had thrown it. The herd of elk instantly fell into a state of panic. Just as I took a few sips of water, I found myself embroiled in this unforeseen calamity. Chapter 30. Preparations for Migration. The crowd was eager to cast their throws once more, but Lin Yi swiftly intervened. 3 moose are more than sufficient. We must not annihilate them completely. We still need to rely on their reproduction in the future, Lin Yi stated decisively. At this moment, the food supply for Lin Yi and his companions was already abundant, far exceeding their capacity to consume. Moreover, there was still a considerable amount of time before winter arrived. There was no need to stockpile excessive provisions at this juncture. It would be far better to allow them to reproduce and thrive, leading to a burgeoning population, which in turn would increase Lin Yi's food supply. We must expedite the dismemberment. The scent of blood may attract that gigantic python. Lin Yi promptly led the group forward, racing against time to begin the dissection of the moose carcasses. Meanwhile, a host of crocodile heads began to surface at the lake's edge. Haha, come on up. There's plenty to eat waiting for you. Lin Yi chuckled as he observed the crocodile heads lining the shore. However, none of the crocodiles made an attempt to ascend. Soon, the moose was completely dismembered. Lin Yi hurriedly directed the group to vacate the area. After walking along the lakeshore for over half an hour, they finally came to a halt and resumed their crocodile fishing. By evening, Lin Yi and the others returned to the tribe. This time as haul included 3 moose, yielding approximately a ton of meat. 3 unidentified large fish, weighing around 1,000 pounds. In addition, the smaller catches amounted to about 600 or 700 pounds. 12 crocodiles, yielding less than 1,000 pounds of meat. Nevertheless, crocodile skin is a prized material. Lin Yi had not forgotten that his feet were still bare. Furthermore, with proper treatment, crocodile skin could serve as excellent protective gear. At the very least, ordinary arrows would surely not penetrate it. Sister Hua, let us stew some fish for dinner. Add this to the broth while you're at it, Lin Yi said, handing Sister Hua the wild onions he had found that day. He then instructed her to prepare the fish and entrails. After lightly frying them in some lard, he poured in a large pot of boiling water. Before long, the fish soup turned a milky white. Sister Hua, let it simmer for a bit. It should be ready in about 10 minutes. Lin Yi swallowed hard as he spoke. All right, Sister Hua replied with a smile. Meanwhile, Lin Yi went to inspect the house constructed by Old Man Tu. It was nearly completed. The bamboo house was square-shaped, approximately 3 meters high, with a rounded roof, covered by a thick layer of what resembled banana leaves. The front featured a bamboo door about 1 meter wide. Not far off was a bamboo window. The house was raised about 50 centimeters off the ground. At this moment, Old Man Tu was making the steps. The old man worked quite swiftly. Lin Yi approached to greet him. It's coming along well. Just took a bit of effort with the openings. Otherwise, it could have been done even faster. Old Man Tu replied with a smile. Impressive. Your craftsmanship is quite remarkable. Lin Yi circled the bamboo house, and, after giving it a gentle push, smiled and said, although I did not exert my full strength, I applied about 60% of it. The bamboo house produced only a slight sound, with no other damage whatsoever. This delighted Lin Yi immensely. This is all thanks to the chief's guidance. Isn't it? Old Man 2 chuckled. By the way, chief, I believe this bamboo house is far superior to the cave. Do you think I should construct a few more for the tribe? Old Man 2 inquired once more after a pause. I'll have to consider this matter further before making a decision. Lin Yi pondered for a moment before responding. Primarily, Lin Yi had yet to determine whether or not to migrate. That valley is clearly far more suitable than this place. However, it also poses greater dangers. Very well, chief. Once you have made up your mind, just let me know. I will prepare in advance. Old Man 2 said with a cheerful demeanor. Lin Yi nodded, and then turned to head towards Turing's location. Upon arrival, he once again offered sacrifices, placing the deer head, crocodile heads, and other offerings in front of him. After ensuring his offerings were satisfactory, Lin Yi finally spoke. Lord Turing, I wish to discuss a matter with you. Speak freely. Turing replied indifferently. I wish to provide you with a new home. Lin Yi said slowly. You wish to migrate. This is no trivial matter. Turing's tone turned serious. This is not a jest. I simply believe that location has its merits, though it is somewhat perilous. That place is situated within a valley. Lin Yi described the surroundings of the valley in detail. Based on your description, that location does indeed seem quite reasonable. However, fetching water from there would be rather inconvenient. How would you live without water? Turing said slowly. I am also contemplating this issue. For it is impossible for us to be the only ones fetching water each time. This would undoubtedly hinder our hunting efforts. And if we cannot secure prey, it would delay the emergence of totem warriors within the tribe. Thus, I find myself in a state of indecision. Lin Yi said thoughtfully. Alas, host, have you forgotten about me? Suddenly, the system's voice re-emerged. Did you not refuse to assist me in obtaining a well? I cannot even expend civilization points. Lin Yi replied, puzzled. Haha, this moment is different from the last. My existence is fundamentally to assist you. The location you are currently in has no necessity for a well. However, that other location is entirely different. The system said with a gentle smile. Oh, then tell me, how many civilization points would it cost for you to help me obtain a well? Lin Yi inquired immediately. If you dig it yourself using the method I provide, it will only require 500 civilization points. If I directly generate a well for you, it will cost 3,000 civilization points. The system stated calmly. Is there really such a vast difference? Lin Yi frowned. The higher cost naturally comes with its advantages. The well I generate will connect directly to an underground river. The water from that source would suffice for you to last a lifetime. Even if your tribe expands to 10,000 or 100,000 members, it would last for hundreds of years. Moreover, that water would be nearly drinkable straight from the source. The system explained slowly. Is that so? Then I shall defer this matter for now. I need to go handle things over there first. Once I have selected a suitable location, I will inform you. Lin Yi contemplated for a moment, and then said, Lord Turing, I have already devised a solution for the water issue. Lin Yi turned to Turing and declared, Are you certain? Turing expressed his skepticism. Rest assured, I would never gamble with the lives of my tribe members. Lin Yi asserted resolutely. Very well, then it shall be as you wish. A change of environment can indeed be refreshing. Turing candidly remarked. Understood. However, it may take a few days. I need to attend to that place first. Lin Yi nodded and replied. Chapter 31. The Wind and the Tiger Meet the Standards. After savoring 2 bowls of delectable fish soup, Lin Yi contentedly let out a satisfied burp. Initially, he had pondered whether the fish would possess a strong fishy odor. To his surprise, the taste was exceptionally exquisite, with virtually no hint of fishiness. Tiger, do you know how far along everyone is with their training? Has anyone stood out in particular? Lin Yi inquired. I do have one, Brother Emoya. He approached me last night to discuss the 6th movement. He must have completed it by now. Tiger responded thoughtfully. Oh, that is quite commendable. What about the others? Lin Yi asked again. I have 2 here. Sister Xiao Qiao, and the child from Uncle Bao's family, Little Stone. Sister Xiao Qiao has already mastered the 6th movement, and Little Stone began practicing it last night. Wind responded calmly. Excellent. Very good. Lin Yi nodded with great satisfaction. Emoya was 2 years older than Lin Yi and was now 18. Sister Xiao Qiao was the woman who had previously asked Lin Yi about training, while Little Stone was merely 12 years old. It was unexpected that their talents were quite remarkable. In truth, it would be more accurate to say they were somewhat extraordinary. Under normal circumstances, it would take them at least a month to complete all 8 movements. But why did the system choose to bring Lin Yi to this tribe? It could only be said that this tribe surely possessed something unique. Let them practice diligently. Furthermore, you 2 will train the 9th movement in the tribe tomorrow. There will be no hunting. Instead, we shall inspect the traps. Afterwards, I will take Uncle Bao and the others to tend to the valley. I plan to lead our people to migrate to that valley, Lin Yi stated calmly. Migration? Both of them looked utterly astonished. Indeed. Rest assured. I will make all necessary arrangements. Once you have completed the 9th movement, and we have become totem warriors, we will proceed with the migration. At that point, safety will be greatly assured. Lin Yi reassured the two. All right. After all, you are the chief. We will follow your lead. Tiger responded somewhat nonchalantly. Very well. Once you two have eaten your fill, hurry off to practice. Lin Yi waved his hand towards them. Lin Yi then turned to find Ling. In recent days, he had asked Ling to gather some children to assist with husking corn. He was eager to see the progress they had made. Brother Yi, you've arrived. The corn should take another 2 or 3 days to finish husking, Ling joyfully reported. You're doing quite well. Lin Yi smiled as he affectionately ruffled Ling's hair. By the way, how is your cultivation of the technique I gave you progressing? I find it quite manageable. It seems rather simple. Ling replied with a smile. Excellent. In a few days, you will join us for the awakening. You must train diligently in the meantime. We wouldn't want you to be the only one left unawakened when we all awaken, Lin Yi stated earnestly. I will definitely awaken. And I want to cry. Ling pouted defiantly. However, this sulky expression only made her appear even more adorable. Very well. Ling want to cry. Lin Yi chuckled affectionately. After conversing a bit longer, Lin Yi took his leave. Upon returning to his cave, Lin Yi began his own training. The following morning, Lin Yi prepared a considerable number of supplies. After breakfast, he headed straight to the valley with Yin Bao and the others. Upon arriving at the valley, Lin Yi immediately set a fire. This action would help eliminate snakes, insects, rodents, and other unwanted creatures from the area. He then proceeded towards one side of the mountain, chopping branches of similar thickness and sharpening them. Lin Yi intended to encircle the entire entrance of the valley with bamboo and branches. This way, at the very least, some wild beasts would be unable to enter and harm anyone. They toiled away while waiting for the flames in the valley to subside. After more than 3 hours, the fire finally began to die down. Lin Yi and the others observed the branches and made their way to the valley entrance. They gathered stones and began hammering away. However, by nightfall, they had only managed to enclose less than half of the valley's entrance. It was unavoidable, given the size of the area, and they aimed to make it sturdy. They would have to continue the task the next day. Upon returning, Lin Yi noticed that Tiger and Wind had yet to complete their final movement. However, Lin Yi did not urge them, after all. He had also endured considerable hardship during his training. They deserved a period of adaptation. The next day, Lin Yi and the others returned to the valley entrance to resume the work they had left unfinished. By evening, they finally succeeded in enclosing the valley entrance. They left 2 gates in the middle, each approximately 3 meters wide. Outside the rows of wooden stakes, there were also solid and sharp caltrops. If they wished to reinforce these stakes further, they could directly embed more stakes from within. Lin Yi planned to do just that. Additionally, he intended to construct a long corridor and several bamboo huts, reminiscent of the old fortifications. Of course, these matters would have to be addressed gradually over time. When Lin Yi and his companions returned to their territory, Tiger approached him with a beaming expression. Ha! Chief! I did it. I have completed the 9th movement. Tiger exclaimed with great excitement. Well done. Lin Yi smiled and patted Tiger on the shoulder. By the way, what about Wind? Has he completed it? I forgot to check on him. I was too thrilled and too hungry. After I finished, I went straight to eat. Tiger scratched his head, feeling a bit embarrassed. No worries. Just go check on him. If he has succeeded, we will awaken tomorrow morning. Lin Yi waved his hand nonchalantly. Sure thing, Tiger replied, dashing off towards Wind's location. Meanwhile, Lin Yi was contemplating how to convey the news of the migration to everyone the following day. As for Wind, Lin Yi had no concerns. If Tiger could accomplish it, so could he. Sure enough, it wasn't long before Tiger and Wind approached Lin Yi together, both wearing exuberant smiles. As night fell, Lin Yi addressed the gathered tribe members. Esteemed tribe members, we have received word from Lord Turing. Our tribe will soon give rise to totem warriors once again. Tomorrow morning, we shall hold the awakening ceremony at the altar. It is imperative that everyone attends punctually. Lin Yi proclaimed before the dining hall. Our totem warriors finally emerging in our tribe. At long last, we are to witness the birth of totem warriors. May the heavens bless our rock tribe. We are grateful for the guidance of our chieftain. At that moment, the gathered tribesfolk erupted into cheers. After finishing their dinner, Lin Yi resumed his training once more. Chapter 32, Embarking on the Path of Cultivation. The following morning, the tribespeople had risen early to finish their breakfast. They stood solemnly before the altar. Lin Yi placed 3 fish heads upon the offering table. First offering to the totem. We thank the totem for granting us a sanctuary for rest and rejuvenation. Second offering to the totem. We express our gratitude to the totem for bestowing upon us formidable strength, ensuring our abundance. Third offering to the totem. We are thankful for the guidance provided by the totem, enabling us to survive in the perilous wilderness. With each proclamation made by Lin Yi, the tribesfolk bowed their heads 3 times in earnest reverence. Once they had completed their 9 bows, they rose to their feet. The rock tribe has thrived for a century, during which we have birthed a total of 13 totem warriors. Today, blessed by the totem, our tribe shall once again give rise to a totem warrior. In the days to come, our rock tribe will produce countless totem warriors to safeguard our people. Lin Yi continued to declare fervently, "May the great totem bestow its guidance upon us." Finally, upon completing his words, Lin Yi turned and knelt on one knee before the totem. At that moment, a brilliant light erupted from the totem. As the golden rays enveloped him, Lin Yi felt as though he had been cast into a thawing lake in early spring. The biting cold intertwining with currents of electricity coursing through his entire being. The roars of ancient beasts reverberated in his mind, blurring the lines between their howls and his own heartbeat. Lin Yi was engulfed by an overwhelming sensation of burning, as if every inch of his skin was being torn apart and reformed, akin to being savaged and scorched by countless wolves. After an indeterminate period, the feelings of searing pain and tearing subsided, replaced by an infinite sense of power. However, in the next moment, Lin Yi suddenly sensed that his consciousness was being stripped away. He could see himself kneeling before the totem, observing the intricate patterns upon its body, and even felt the breaths of his fellow tribespeople. Gradually, Lin Yi sensed his consciousness returning to his body. Following a couple of soft pops, he could distinctly feel his vital energy surging. He sensed the flow of elemental forces around him. He even perceived the ethereal shadow of the totem deep within his soul and bloodline. Lin Yi slowly opened his eyes. With a sudden clench of his fist, an immense power surged forth, and he involuntarily entertained a thought of unrivaled supremacy. If you wish to avoid an untimely demise, cast aside that notion. Do not allow power to blind your vision. You are merely at the initial stage of spiritual awakening. The system promptly reminded him within his mind. Lin Yi was instantly jolted awake by this splash of cold reality. Indeed, this is merely the beginning. How could I entertain such thoughts? Lin Yi pondered. It is a common occurrence. Once an ordinary person acquires extraordinary power, their heart tends to swell. This inflated ego is the primary cause of demise for many newly minted totem warriors. One must understand that the wilderness beasts are not to be trifled with. If your heart swells, what will you do when confronted with a formidable beast? The outcome would inevitably be death. The system stated matter-of-factly, "Thank you for the reminder." Lin Yi solemnly replied in his mind. He then slowly rose to his feet, only to immediately notice Hu and Feng wearing expressions of arrogance, exuding an air of supremacy. In contrast, Ling displayed only delight and curiosity. "We are grateful to the great totem for granting us strength." Lin Yi turned and knelt once more, uttering words of gratitude. Hu, Feng, and Ling hurriedly followed suit, exclaiming, "Thank you, great totem, for bestowing us with strength." At that moment, Lin Yi feigned an expression of having received divine guidance from the totem, continuously nodding and affirming, "Yes, indeed. You rascal. Do you intend to use me as a scapegoat again?" The totem retorted with exasperation. "Hee. Great Turing, we are all one entity. Is it not customary for you to shoulder the burden?" Lin Yi replied with a grin. At this juncture, Lin Yi had come to comprehend the relationship between the tribe and the totem. They were akin to the relationship between a trunk and its branches and roots. They essentially constituted a single entity. The totem served as the trunk, while the tribe's members represented the roots and leaves. The tribe nourished the totem, which in turn reciprocated by providing sustenance to the tribe. The stronger the roots, the more nourishment they could supply to the trunk. Conversely, the sturdier the trunk, the more sustenance it could offer to its branches. Of course, there would inevitably be some expenditure involved. My fellow tribespeople, we have just received guidance from Great Turing. Great Turing has directed us to migrate. The location is the valley discovered by Yanbao and ourselves. Lin Yi spoke slowly. We are grateful for the guidance of the great totem. The tribespeople replied in unison, showing no signs of displeasure. Very well. The ceremony has concluded. You may all disperse. Hu, Feng, and Ling stay behind. Lin Yi stated nonchalantly. Hu, Feng, do you not feel particularly formidable now, as if you could ascend to the heavens? Let me tell you both, we have merely just crossed the threshold into the realm of totem warriors. There are always greater beings beyond our own. So engrave these words upon your souls. I do not wish to one day venture out only to retrieve your remains. Lin Yi admonished directly. Both of their faces turned pale. They were astute individuals and naturally understood the implications of Lin Ye's words. Reminded of their earlier bravado, they felt a wave of shame wash over them. Lin Yi paid them no mind. Instead, he called upon the system in his mind. System, please provide me with a list of cultivation techniques and martial skills that would be suitable for us. Soon, an array of techniques and martial skills appeared on a panel. System, Could you please select for me? You surely know what we are best suited to cultivate. Lin Yi continued with a smile. Recommended cultivation technique. Manual of Beastly Spirit Refinement. It encompasses the cultivation methods for both shamans and totem warriors. You may impart this knowledge to them. However, your current civilization points are insufficient to purchase the entire manual. I suggest you first acquire the first and second levels. It includes accompanying martial skills. Given that you have successfully embarked on the path of cultivation, the original price is 8,000 points. I shall only charge you 3,000 civilization points. As for the healing shaman technique, I recommend you acquire the first 3 levels of 9 transformations of the celestial healer. Even if she were a shaman, she could possess some combat prowess, as long as she had 2,000 civilization points. The system stated in a nonchalant manner. System, you are indeed keeping an eye on my civilization points, aren't you? I currently have a total of 8,000 points. 3,000 for the 10,000 beasts refinement technique. 2,000 for the heavenly doctor's 9 transformations, and 3,000 for the water well, right? Lin Yi remarked with a darkened expression. Just tell me if you want it or not. The system replied directly. I want it. Why not, if it's free? Lin Yi declared resolutely. He had no other choice. Although he was certainly not well versed in these matters, the system undoubtedly was. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have consumed 5,000 civilization points and successfully purchased the first 2 levels of the 10,000 beasts refinement technique and the first 3 levels of the heavenly doctor's 9 transformations. The memories have now been implanted in your mind. Do you really need to rub salt in my wounds? Lin Yi retorted sarcastically. Everyone, please hold on. Let me see how to pass on these techniques to you. Lin Yi instructed the 3 before he began his inquiry. Ding. Host, I have a memory implantation technique available. No need for 998. No need for 698. It's only 398 now. What do you say? Would you like to try it? The system's voice was filled with temptation, as if luring a little rabbit. I'll take it. Lin Yi gritted his teeth and responded. Congratulations, host. Purchase successful. The method has been implanted in your mind. The system cackled maliciously. System, I have indeed purchased the memory implantation technique. However, I have yet to receive the reward for guiding them in building the bamboo houses, right? According to the previous methods of obtaining civilization points, I believe this should come with a reward, correct? Lin Yi suddenly remarked casually. It seemed the system's fate was abruptly seized by a chokehold. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have successfully guided your tribesmen in constructing houses, rewarding you with 3,000 civilization points. The system growled, as if it wanted to bite Lin Yi. Is this how it should be? Remember to reward me promptly in the future. Lin Yi was quite pleased at this moment. All right. The system seemed to squeeze out this word through gritted teeth. Lin Yi then cast a proud glance at Hu, Feng, and Ling. Next, Lin Yi extended his index finger and tapped it on Hu's forehead, causing a flash of spiritual light to erupt instantaneously. Subsequently, he imparted the techniques to Feng and Ling in turn. The totem warriors refined their bodies with the blood of 10,000 beasts. Moreover, there was a minuscule chance of acquiring the talents of certain savage beasts. The shamans reinforced their souls with the essence of 10,000 beasts. It seems I will have to establish a connection with these savage beasts in the future. They are treasures from head to toe, Lin Yi murmured to himself. Then, he also adjusted a complementary martial technique, the bull's might. This martial skill was quite decent, specifically designed for the powerful totem warriors. It consisted of 3 forms: bull's tread, bull's charge, and bull demon devours the sun. As for Hu, he opted for the black tiger claw martial technique. Feng chose the 9 arrows in a row. All right, we have finally become totem warriors. I want everyone to start packing tomorrow. We will officially migrate the day after tomorrow. Once we have arranged everything adequately, we should participate in the mutual market. Lin Yi stated casually. This time at the mutual market, I intend to locate the Blood Claw tribe's position and subsequently avenge my people and my father. Feng suddenly spoke up, his eyes gleaming with murderous intent. Of course. I have been waiting for this day for a long time. Lin Yi replied in kind. They finally had the qualifications to seek revenge. Afterward, the group dispersed. While Lin Yi was practicing the bull's might, Feng awkwardly approached him, holding a broken bow in his hand. Chief, now that my strength has increased, this bow can no longer withstand my power. What do you think? Feng said, a bit embarrassed. No worries. If a single-piece bow can't handle your strength, then use a double-piece or triple-piece bow. However, it's best to use the beast sinew from that bull that opened the spirit realm. Lin Yi then explained the manufacturing methods for double and triple-piece bows to Feng. In truth, these methods were relatively simple, and one could grasp them upon hearing. Having acquired the methods, Feng joyfully went off to create his beloved bow. Shouldn't I buy a few weapons now? The spear and bamboo bow will soon be insufficient for the situation. Lin Yi pondered aloud. Ding. The system can recommend weapons for the host. Do you need any? The system's voice echoed again. What's the price? If it's too expensive, I can't afford it. Lin Yi replied nonchalantly. Lin Yi's murmuring was merely to elicit a response from the system. Moreover, he seemed to have discovered that the system had pricing authority over these resources. Thus, it was necessary to bargain properly. The Mo Shin blade, weighing 300 pounds, crafted entirely from ink gold and mysterious iron, is nearly sufficient for your use until the Mingzong realm. Now, it's on special for only 3,000 civilization points. How about it? The system tempted. Not interested. The price is too high. I can't afford it. Besides, the three of us would just buy one knife. How would I divide it? Lin Yi expressed indifferently. Host, you are the chief. Shouldn't you be the first to use good items? The system said earnestly. I am the chief, but they are my beloved tribesmen. How could I deprive them of good things? Lin Yi maintained his calm demeanor. All right then, I will also gift you a pair of retractable tiger claw blades. How does that sound? The system said through gritted teeth. If you're giving gifts, be generous and throw in about two. Don't be so stingy. With a tang knife, a bow, along with the pair of tiger claw blades you mentioned, and a water well, all my civilization points will belong to you. Of course, the weapons must be usable until the Mingzong realm, and the water well should also be as we discussed. Lin Yi stated directly. You must be dreaming. No way. The system became a bit anxious, refusing. There's nothing wrong with it, my dear system. We are one entity. The more you help me in the early stages, the faster I can develop. Once I am established, I will have more civilization points, and I can buy more items later. This way we both win. Don't you think? Lin Yi coaxed persuasively. What you said does have some merit. However, this is the only time. The system ultimately conceded. Lin Yi didn't catch the last part of the system statement, but understood the crux of it. Thank you, dear system. Let us make the trade quickly. Lin Yi's expression brightened, urging the system to proceed with the transaction. Ding. You have lost 5602 civilization points, exchanging for one Missouri Shin blade, one Wind Spirit bow, and a pair of Hunter S Tiger claw blades. The items have been stored in your personal space. The system's voice then rang out. Lin Yi hastily drew out 3 weapons. Gazing at the trio of armaments in his hands, he could not help but burst into laughter. It is worth noting that a single shovel requires a staggering 500 points of civilization value. Yet now, these 3 weapons, when calculated, cost less than 1,000 points each. Moreover, they are suitable for use in the Mingzong realm. Chapter 34, Weapons. Lin Yi first unsheathed the Mo Shin knife. The blade was entirely black, approximately 1:1, 2 meters in length, and about 3 to 4 centimeters wide. Both sides of the blade featured 2 crimson blood grooves, the cutting edge reflecting an eerie glint. Excellent. Splendid. It is truly to my liking, Lin Yi exclaimed, unable to part with it. Furthermore, he discovered that beside the Wind Spirit bow was an accompanying quiver, filled to the brim with arrows. Lin Yi extracted one for inspection, yet he could not discern the metal from which the arrowheads were forged. They were triangular, exuding an aura of being able to pierce through anything. The quiver contained approximately 50 arrows. With great delight, Lin Yi rushed to find Feng and Hu. Feng, come here. Stop fiddling with that bamboo bow. Look what I've brought you, Lin Yi announced, revealing the bow and arrows. Chieftain, this, Feng said with uncontainable excitement. No need for such formalities. This set of bow and arrows is yours from now on. Use them to protect our tribe well. But this quiver is rather sparse. Each arrow used is 1 less. After shooting, try to recover them, Lin Yi advised. Yes, Chieftain. I will ensure to protect you and our tribe with this set of arrows, Feng declared loudly as he accepted the bow and arrows. Now work hard. I shall check on Hu. Lin Yi patted Hu's shoulder and said. Lin Yi then turned to find Hu, who was currently practicing martial techniques. Hu, pause for a moment. I have brought you something wonderful. Aren't you eager to practice your claw technique? Look what this is, Lin Yi said, pulling out the pair of tiger claw blades. Golden weapons. Chieftain, is this for me? Hu nervously rubbed his hands together. Of course. It belongs to you from now on. Try them on to see if they fit, Lin Yi said, handing the tiger claw blades to Hu, who immediately donned them, and with a crisp click, the entire tiger bone blades snugly enveloped his hands. When Hu moved slightly, 10 sharp steel claws, each about 10 centimeters long and glistening menacingly, emerged. With another shake of his hand, the claws vanished instantly. Hu quickly grasped the technique, playing with them joyfully. All right, enough playing, get back to training. We need to visit that valley again tomorrow, Lin Yi said slowly. Sure thing, Hu replied, filled with joy. Lin Yi shook his head slightly, and then went to have lunch. After finishing his meal, Lin Yi selected a technique called the 9 transformations of the bear and tiger blade to begin his training. The 9 transformations of the bear and tiger blade emphasizes that the tiger represents the edge, while the bear embodies the strength, the tiger moves with the wind, and the bear stands firm, embodying yin and yang, capable of shattering mountains with a single step. The tiger style focuses on speed and agility, while the bear style centers on stability and power. It It is well known that modern individuals hold a profound appreciation for cold weapons, and Lin Yi was no exception. With utmost seriousness, Lin Yi began to practice each move. The others busied themselves with their respective tasks. By the end of the afternoon, Lin Yi could only say he had made modest progress. After all, a knife weighing 300 pounds is not easily wielded, even with Lin Yi's great strength. How long could he swing such a hefty blade? Nonetheless, possessing a weapon undoubtedly bolstered his sense of security. That night, Lin Yi began to cultivate his mental strength. Until the following morning, Lin Yi, equipped with the necessary tools, led his people to the valley. At that moment, the valley was strewn with ash and remnants of burned vegetation. Lin Yi meticulously examined the valley's conditions once more. Subsequently, he selected a suitable location for the system to generate a well. In less than 5 minutes, a well with a diameter of approximately 2 meters was formed. The edges were lined with nearly a meter of stone. Peering inside, the water was remarkably clear. Go chop down some trees around here. Then find some relatively flat stones, about the same size as this opening. Lin Yi instructed his people. Uncle Leopard, go outside and fetch some slightly dry soil. Lin Yi commanded. The ground within the valley was uneven, and Lin Yi planned to compact it with soil and stones. As for the trees, Lin Yi and the others had brought food, furs, and other supplies. To be safe, Lin Yi intended to cover the area with wood. While everyone busied themselves, Lin Yi began to plan out the residential, agricultural, and livestock areas. Quickly, based on the layout, Lin Yi designated various zones. The lower side of the mountain was certainly suitable for mushroom cultivation and shelter. The western side of the valley, where corn originally grew, would continue to be cultivated. Adjacent to that would be the livestock area, where wild boars, cattle, sheep, chickens, and more could be raised. In the central area, Lin Yi intended to construct homes. Naturally, the totem would also be located here. All the houses would be built around the totem. To the east would be their training ground. Soon, the trees and other materials returned. Lin Yi directed everyone in their tasks. They then constructed a temporary box with the trees to store the cured meats and other supplies. Following that, they began leveling the ground together. By evening, they had made considerable progress. After all, not every spot needed to be perfectly level. Upon returning to the tribe, it was customary to eat first. After dinner, it was time for training. The next morning, Lin Yi led his tribe members to begin the relocation. Lin Yi was truly puzzled as to why there were so many belongings. Each tribal member was burdened with large and small bundles. This severely slowed their pace. Yet there was no alternative. Fortunately, the journey was uneventful, and after a full hour, Lin Yi finally brought everyone to the valley. Big Brother Yi. This place is so vast. Linger exclaimed joyfully. Indeed, if this place were not suitable, would we have relocated here? Lin Yi replied with a smile. All right, everyone, hurry inside and rest. On the western side, there lies a well. Henceforth, it shall serve as our source of sustenance and refreshment. It is imperative that no one is permitted to toss anything into it. Keep a vigilant watch over the children. Furthermore, without my consent or that of Tiger and Wind, it is strictly forbidden to venture beyond the valley. Lin Yi addressed the assembly with authority. Indeed, Chief, the tribe members, filled with curiosity about their new surroundings, responded affirmatively and began to explore their surroundings. Elder gentlemen, might I trouble you to construct some bamboo beds for us? I must return to fetch the totem. Lin Yi called out to the elderly men. Certainly, Chief, you attend to your matters. We shall handle the rest. The old man promptly replied. Very well, Tiger. You stay behind to oversee the tribe. Wind, Uncle Leopard, accompany me back to retrieve the remaining items. Lin Yi instructed the group. Subsequently, Lin Yi and his companions swiftly returned to the original settlement of the tribe. They commenced by cutting a considerable amount of bamboo before packing all remaining belongings into their baskets. The next task was to transport the totem. Lord Turing, allow me to assist you in relocating to a new abode. Lin Yi said with a cheerful smile. Young one, come now. Do not fret about damaging my ancient frame. My essence remains quite resilient. Turing responded with a smirk. All right then, let's get to work. Lin Yi exclaimed as he began to excavate the essence of the totem with his companions. However, when Lin Yi finally unearthed it, his expression darkened. It lay 3 to 4 meters deep, with an additional 5 to 6 meters beneath, and considering its width, the totem's essence was certainly not light. Suddenly, an idea struck Lin Yi, and he smiled faintly. Lord Turing, would you be able to reside in my personal space for a while? You young man. Such treatment of a totem is truly unprecedented in the vast wilderness. Go on, go on. Turing replied with a hint of resignation. Hee, I am grateful for your understanding. Lord Turing, Lin Yi chuckled, promptly retrieving items from his personal space and placing the totem's essence within. He then began to clear the ground of debris. Yet, despite his efforts, he was unable to finish the task in one go. Lin Yi had no choice but to send one person ahead with a large bundle of bamboo towards their new territory. Lord Turing, How would you prefer your essence to be positioned? Shall it remain as it was before? Lin Yi inquired. Yes, let it remain as it was, Turing replied nonchalantly. Understood. Lin Yi acknowledged before grabbing a shovel and beginning to dig according to the prearranged plan. Before long, he had buried the totem. Lord Turing, take a moment to acclimate to your new home. I must return for additional items, Lin Yi declared before making another trip to gather everything from within their territory. However, they were still short on bamboo for constructing the bamboo houses. Seizing the opportunity, Lin Yi made one final excursion, collecting more bamboo before finally coming to a halt. Checking the time, he realized it was already noon. After setting up the cooking stove, Lin Yi commenced the preparation of meat. Wind, Tiger, this afternoon, explore the distance a bit further. See if there are any resources we might utilize. Just the two of you will suffice. Please exercise caution, Lin Yi advised. No problem. They both replied instantaneously. Meanwhile, Lin Yi joined the ranks of those crafting bamboo beds. The construction of the bamboo beds progressed swiftly. In the time it took Lin Yi to make his rounds, the others had already fashioned over 50 beds. Indeed, the entire tribe was collaborating, without their assistance. Such a feat may not have been achievable. By around 2 o'clock in the afternoon, the group had successfully produced a total of 80 bamboo beds. The entire Panshir tribe now counted a mere 86 individuals. Moreover, with numerous children among them, the number was notably significant. After lunch, Wind and Tiger ventured out to further explore the surroundings, while Lin Yi and the tribe members tirelessly continued the assembly of bamboo houses. However, the pace of constructing the bamboo houses slowed considerably, and by the time dusk fell, only 5 had been completed. At that moment, Wind and Tiger returned, dragging along some distinct bamboo, adorned with a few wild chickens and hares. Chief, do you think this bamboo is usable? Not far from us lies a vast bamboo forest, Tiger inquired as he presented the bamboo to Lin Yi. Lin Yi immediately snapped open a stalk, examining its resilience, and discovered that its flexibility surpassed that of the previous bamboo. He nodded affirmatively. It is indeed usable. And even better. Excellent. It's only a short distance away. Just a mere 10 minutes. If it's suitable, we need not return to the original site for bamboo tomorrow, Tiger exclaimed with enthusiasm. Well then, the meat is nearly done. Let us eat first. Afterward, we shall assist in the construction of the bamboo houses. Lin Yi gestured to set the bamboo aside. Understood. They both replied in unison. After dinner, the tribe members continued to labor in the creation of bamboo houses by the light of the campfire. However, the pace had noticeably diminished. By midnight, they had only managed to construct 3 additional bamboo houses. The key issue was that all the bamboo had been exhausted. Tonight, I must ask you all to endure a bit of discomfort. By the day after tomorrow, our bamboo houses should be nearly sufficient. These 8 bamboo houses will be allocated for the children and women. You all shall have to squeeze in. As for us men, we shall sleep outside tonight. The weather remains quite warm. Lin Yi addressed the assembly. Yes, Chief. The tribe members responded in unison. All right, after a long day, it's time for everyone to rest. Tomorrow, we must continue our labors. Lin Yi waved his hand to signal the end of the day. The tribe members began to shift the bamboo beds, seeking suitable spots to lie down. As Lin Yi reclined upon his bamboo bed, gazing up at the starry sky, a wave of melancholy washed over him. How delightful it would be to have a drink right now. Lin Yi mused silently. Yet, the only response was the sound of deep snoring. Lin Yi succumbed to slumber amidst the chorus of snores. The following day, at the break of dawn, Lin Yi and the others rose to greet the day. They then made their way in a throng towards the bamboo grove that Tiger had mentioned. Everyone took on their designated tasks, cutting and transporting the bamboo, working at a brisk pace. By around 9 o'clock, Lin Yi deemed they had gathered an ample supply of bamboo, prompting a halt in their efforts. Once they had transported all the bamboo, the group finally sat down for breakfast. After their meal, Wind and Tiger once again set out to explore. The remaining members continued to construct the bamboo houses. After a full day's labor, the tribe finally completed 23 structures. Although this number remains insufficient, it represents a significant improvement. Another day passed, and the number of bamboo houses reached 39. At this point, distribution could essentially commence. After all, among the 86 individuals, there are families of 3 and even 4. A little crowding now would suffice, and they could build more later. As night fell, Lin Yi lay once again on the open ground outside the bamboo house. It was not that the bamboo house was inadequate, but rather that Lin Yi could not tolerate the thunderous snores of Hu. With the bamboo houses still insufficient, Lin Yi preferred not to share a room with Hu, yet Hu insisted on being together. Helpless, Lin Yi could only escape while Hu slept. The snoring truly resonated like thunder. Chapter 36, Mid-Level Spirit Awakening Saber-Toothed Tiger. Tomorrow, we can venture out to explore further. Additionally, corn must be planted promptly. Furthermore, several latrines must be constructed. The day of the market exchange is also drawing nearer. Lin Yuan's thoughts began to wander. With an increasing number of tasks at hand, his mind became increasingly distracted, yet his spirit remained vibrant. Ultimately, he resigned himself to sitting up and began his training. Until the following dawn. Feng Hu, today I shall accompany you both on an exploration. Let us ascertain what dangers lurk in the vicinity. Lin Yuan announced after splashing water on his face. No problem. You can join us, and we can also hunt. Yesterday, we spotted a herd of goats. But we couldn't bring them back, so we reluctantly abandoned the idea. If we work together, it will be much easier. Hu eagerly replied. Very well. Let us hasten our breakfast and set off. Lin Yuan responded. Soon after finishing their morning meal, Lin Yuan briefed the group. And the trio began their trek toward the valley's edge. Chief, let us explore this side today. We have thoroughly surveyed the other side. Aside from wild beasts, there are hardly any significant dangers. Hu remarked to Lin Yuan. Lead the way. Lin Yuan replied, and together the three hastened up the mountain to commence their exploration. Stop. Feng suddenly interjected, barely an hour into their journey. It seems we have encountered an old friend. He whispered. An old friend? Lin Yuan inquired, puzzled. Indeed. If I am not mistaken, it should be that large wild boar we discovered near our current dwelling. Feng exclaimed with a hint of excitement. That fellow? Lin Yuan felt intrigued, recalling how it had escaped last time. He never expected to encounter it again. Feng then stealthily guided Lin Yuan and Hu forward. As they parted the underbrush, they beheld several wild boars foraging, and the largest among them bore several wounds. It appeared to be the very one. What a stroke of fortune to encounter it again. Feng, show me how adept you have become with your rapid 9 arrows technique. Lin Yuan chuckled. The wounds on the wild boar were clearly inflicted by bamboo traps. Certainly. Feng replied as he prepared his bow and nocked an arrow. Wait. Use a different type of arrow. The wild boar's hide is tough and its flesh thick. Bamboo arrows may not suffice. Lin Yuan cautioned Feng, using those arrows. What if? Feng hesitated. Do you lack confidence in yourself? Just a few arrows. If you miss, so be it. But you must identify your shortcomings. How else will you improve? Besides, this beast is a mid-level spirit realm wild beast. Lin Yuan spoke slowly. All right. Feng took a deep breath and switched to metal arrows. He then sprang to his feet. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. 3 arrows shot through the air in rapid succession. Within mere seconds, they were released. Whoosh. 2 arrows struck the wild boar king's eyes, while the final arrow pierced its mouth. The wild boar king fell without uttering a sound, collapsing lifelessly to the ground. Excellent work. Lin Yuan rose to commend him. Chief, you flatter me. My goal is to shoot 9 arrows in 2 seconds. Currently, I can only manage 3 in 1 second. I still have a long way to go. Feng humbly remarked. Keep pushing forward. Now, let us go and claim our prize. Lin Yuan smiled, patting Feng on the shoulder, but just as he stepped forward, Feng yanked him back. Feng readied his bow, focusing intently on a specific spot. Emo Xian Dao appeared in Lin Yuan's hand in an instant. With a clang, Emo Xian unsheathed itself. A striking saber-toothed tiger emerged slowly from the shadows. Its sharp gaze fixed intently on the trio. There would be no escape. This would mark our first battle as totem warriors. Hu, we will charge together. Feng, you provide support from the rear. Stay vigilant. Lin Yuan cautioned, his eyes locked on the saber-toothed tiger, which was now less than 100 meters away. Given Hu's speed, there was no chance they could outrun the beast, especially since it had already locked onto them. System. Is this saber-toothed tiger a wild beast or a feral beast? Lin Yuan inquired. A wild beast, mid-level spirit realm, the system replied flatly. At that moment, Lin Yuan felt a slight tremor in his body, not from fear, but from an adrenaline rush. After all, every talented warrior has the potential to battle beyond their level. Lin Yuan's strength had reached the pinnacle of the blood courage realm, making him stronger than the saber-toothed tiger in the spirit realm. The saber-toothed tiger approached gracefully, and the tension among the three escalated. Finally, Feng could no longer contain himself and launched the first attack, releasing 3 bamboo arrows. Roar! The saber-toothed tiger emitted a thunderous roar, dodging the arrows and leaping toward the trio. Onward! Lin Yuan shouted fiercely. He and Hu charged at the saber-toothed tiger. In an instant, the saber-toothed tiger was upon them. Lin Yuan remained composed, stepping forward to meet it. The tiger's claws, imbued with the force to shatter stone, descended upon him, yet Lin Yuan stood firm, twisting his body to deliver a precise upward arc with his blade. Clang! The piercing sound of metal clashing resonated, sparks flying. Lin Yuan skillfully evaded the strike, but the force reverberated through his arm, causing it to tingle, and he involuntarily stepped back twice. By the heavens! What immense strength this creature possesses! As the saber-toothed tiger was momentarily captivated by Lin Yuan, the tiger appeared like a specter on the right flank of the beast. His claws slicing through the air with a graceful arc, targeting the tiger's robust hind leg. The sound of tearing flesh echoed as blood erupted forth. With a pained roar, the saber-toothed tiger twisted its massive body, its long tail lashing out like a steel whip towards the tiger. Yet, how could Lin Yi allow such an opportunity to arise? With the ink-black blade in hand, he unleashed a swift strike aimed directly at the tiger's throat. The saber-toothed tiger, quick to react, swung its left paw with ferocity, colliding with Lin Yi's long knife. A fierce roar erupted as the saber-toothed tiger lunged at Lin Yi, its gaping maw exuding a rancid stench that nearly overwhelmed him. Its elongated fangs glistened ominously. In a critical moment, Lin Yi executed a backward bridge, thrusting his blade like a fierce tiger aiming for its prey, piercing the saber-toothed tiger's throat. Chapter 37, The First Battle. The blade sunk into flesh. Yet, he was met with an unseen barrier, regardless of Lin Yi's exertion. He could not advance further. Chieftain. At that instant, the tiger launched another assault. With both hands, the 10 steel claws left behind afterimages as they relentlessly slashed at the saber-toothed tiger. Splashes of blood flew. The saber-toothed tiger emitted a roar filled with agony and rage. Its claws lunged towards Lin Yi's head. Lin Yi, without a hint of complacency, suddenly dropped to the ground, evading the tiger's attack, and then delivered a powerful kick that sent the saber-toothed tiger soaring. Whoosh! At that moment, 3 arrows shot through the air, targeting the tiger's abdomen. 3 bursts of blood erupted. The arrows pierced deep into the saber-toothed tiger's belly, with only half of each remaining visible, still quivering. A mournful cry escaped the saber-toothed tiger, echoing its torment. Seizing the moment of weakness, Lin Yi struck the ground, propelling himself upward. The shattering mountain technique. With the back of his blade pressed against his shoulder, he thrust forward with all his might, akin to a bear's paw breaking stone, channeling his strength through the knife. Before the saber-toothed tiger could react, he delivered a violent cleave to its abdomen. A flash of blood burst forth, and the saber-toothed tiger emitted another agonizing roar. Whoosh! A sound of slicing air resonated as a streak of light shot forth, targeting not its eyes but rather the gaping maw from which the roar emanated. The roar swiftly morphed into a gurgle, choked by blood. At that moment, another figure darted past, a streak of white gliding across the saber-toothed tiger's throat. Simultaneously, Lin Yi plunged his ink-black blade into the tiger's belly, even stirring it within. The saber-toothed tiger let out a final, heart-wrenching wail, a blend of profound pain and disbelief, before its massive body collapsed to the ground with a resounding thud, raising a cloud of dust. After a few feeble twitches, silence enveloped the scene. Sweat mingled with the beast's blood on Lin Yi's face, trickling down his cheek. He gasped for breath. Though the skirmish was brief, it had drained Lin Yi of his mental fortitude. Meanwhile, the wind, perched atop a tree, sheathed his bow and arrow, leaping down from the great branch. The tiger hastened to Lin Yi's side, whispering, "Chieftain, are you unharmed?" "I'm fine," Lin Yi replied with a slight wave of his hand. Sensing the tremor in the tiger's body, he placed his hand on the saber-toothed tiger, drawing it into his spatial storage. "Wind, go retrieve the arrows from that wild boar king. We can deal with the saber-toothed tiger's spoils later," Lin Yi instructed slowly. Wind nodded and proceeded towards the wild boar king. Lin Yi and the tiger followed closely behind. Once Wind had extracted the arrows from the wild boar king, Lin Yi finally stored the beast as well. "Let us depart. Our exploration for today has concluded," Lin Yi announced to the two. They both nodded slightly. All three understood that their level of synergy was vastly inadequate. Had their coordination been sufficient, they could have had the time taken to slay the saber-toothed tiger. If only Lin Yi's blade had been a mere centimeter closer to the tiger's neck, then it would have perished long ago. And had Wind shot an arrow the moment Lin Yi's knife was at the tiger's shin, the battle would have been swiftly resolved. As for the tiger, he hesitated, merely biding his time, thereby squandering 2 opportunities to inflict severe damage on the saber-toothed tiger. On their way back, the trio reflected on the encounter. "Chieftain, our combat experience is still rather lacking," the tiger remarked. "There's no helping it. We must take our time. Mastery does not come overnight," Lin Yi replied, somewhat helplessly. After an hour, the 3 returned to the tribe. "Tiger, fetch me 2 bamboo tubes. We cannot waste the blood of the saber-toothed tiger. And the wild boar kings as well. It should yield some blood," Lin Yi called out. "Understood," Tiger replied, dashing towards the kitchen. Soon returning with 2 bamboo tubes in hand, Lin Yi then extracted the 2 beasts, beginning the process of draining their blood. Only when both tubes were completely filled did he consider the task complete. He then proceeded to sever the heads of both the wild boar and the saber-toothed tiger, thoughtfully removing their fangs as well. After all, these fangs from the wild beasts were sturdy and sharp, ideal materials for crafting weapons. Common leather armor would pale in comparison before them. At that moment, Lin Yi had no civilization points left to exchange for weapons. Well, quite the impressive little fellow. You ventured out and returned with 2 wild beasts," Turing's voice suddenly remarked. "Not too shabby. After all, I am now a totem warrior. I can't continue to embarrass you. Can I? Lin Yi replied with a smile. Whether you embarrass me or not is irrelevant. I don't mind slow growth, as long as the three of you remain alive. If you three were to perish, this tribe would lose all hope. Turing cautioned blandly. Rest assured, Turing, I am well aware. I will avoid any threats I cannot confront. Lin Yi explained with a grin. That's good to hear. Turing responded, clearly satisfied. Please don't take offense. The altar hasn't been set up yet. So I must ask for your patience for the time being. Lin Yi said as he placed the two severed heads before the totem's base. What does it matter about the altar? It's of no consequence. Turing replied nonchalantly, and soon the two heads vanished without a trace. Young one, go about your tasks. I too shall take my time to digest this. The current storage is nearly sufficient to awaken 3 totem warriors. Pay some heed to the tribe's cultivation, Turing spoke slowly. No problem. Lin Yi responded immediately. By the way, Turing, our tribe is still a tad sparse. If I were to bring back some people from the mutual market, would you have a way to discern those with ill intentions? Lin Yi paused, as if recalling something, and then inquired. Feel free to bring them back. The rest is for me to handle. I have methods to identify them. Those who harbor ill intentions will be treated as slaves. As for those of ordinary thought, merely wishing to survive, we can observe them. If anyone genuinely wishes to join our tribe, I will notify you at the appropriate time. Turing replied thoughtfully. Understood. Lin Yi responded promptly. It should be noted that in this vast wilderness, what is most abundant are the wanderers. Chapter 38, Cultivating Corn. The so-called wanderers are those without a tribe, those from tribes where totems have vanished. Additionally, there are those whose tribes have been besieged, captured as slaves, or who have managed to escape. All of these can be classified as wanderers, while the latter, once captured, become slaves. Of course, if they join the tribe that conquered them, that is another matter entirely. Both slaves and wanderers are quite common in the mutual market. Lin Yi was also contemplating expanding the tribe's numbers. The current population of the tribe is woefully insufficient, despite having 3 totem warriors. A minor mishap could render them utterly ineffective. Naturally, any slaves purchased or women exchanged must be meticulously vetted. Wind, tiger. The blood supply remains rather scant. It is hardly enough for any of us. My intention is to utilize this blood to nurture the children. What do you think? Lin Yi inquired upon returning to the two. Chief, you may decide as you please. You know I have never been fond of pondering. Whatever you say, I shall follow. Tiger replied indifferently. We will heed the chief's wishes. Wind concurred. Very well. It is settled then. We still need some herbs. Check the mutual market to see if any are available. If so, we will first establish a foundation for the children. Lin Yi nodded, then promptly stored away the 2 buckets of blood. There is nothing more to discuss. You two should go practice. I will assist in constructing some bamboo houses. After all, you will need accommodations for your future brides. Lin Yi said with a grin. Both of their faces flushed slightly. Lin Yi laughed heartily and went to help. The two hesitated for a moment before stepping aside to begin their training. By evening, the number of bamboo houses in the tribe had reached 60. At last, everyone could dwell comfortably. Lin Yi also chose one of the newly constructed bamboo houses to call home. After dinner, he personally crafted some furniture, a wardrobe, a table, chairs, teacups, and a teapot, among others. He then placed everything into his new abode. Excellent, excellent. I have finally achieved the status of a homeowner. At long last, I possess my own dwelling. Observing the furnishings around him, Lin Yi nodded in satisfaction. He then laid down 2 layers of animal skins on the bamboo bed and reclined comfortably. Gradually, with a blissful smile, Lin Yi drifted into slumber. The following morning, Lin Yi had no intention of continuing the hunt. After all, it was time to prioritize corn cultivation. He gathered everyone together. Fellow tribesmen, I trust you are all aware of this item in my possession. Some of you have already seen it. Now I wish to inform you that this is a type of food. Its yield is substantial. Moreover, it will become our tribe's primary source of sustenance. I now need everyone to plant these seeds. Before long, we shall have a stable food supply, Lin Yi proclaimed, brandishing a handful of corn to the crowd. Yin Bao stepped forward, picked up a kernel, and popped it into his mouth, only to quickly spit it out. Chief, this stuff doesn't taste good at all. It pales in comparison to those fruits. Yin Bao said, his expression contorted. Ha! Corn is not meant to be eaten raw like that. It needs to be ground into flour to make delicious buns. They will be fragrant, sweet, and fluffy. Alternatively, we can boil fresh corn or prepare porridge. Both will be sweet and sticky. Lin Yi laughed as he explained. Enough. You need not overthink this. Simply follow my instructions. Next, you must sort the corn kernels by size. We will plant the larger ones, while the smaller ones should suffice for a meal. Lin Yi demonstrated by picking up a kernel, placing the larger ones aside in a wooden bucket, and setting the smaller ones apart. This task of sorting the seeds will be left to the women and children. Uncle Yin Bao, we have our own tasks to attend to. Once Lin Yi saw that the women and children could distinguish the kernels, He gathered Yin Bao and the other able-bodied men and proceeded to the designated planting area. Lin Yi took up a shovel and bone knife, beginning to loosen the soil. You see, like this, after turning the soil. Use a stick to break up the larger clumps, making it as loose as possible. Remember, stones need to be removed. Do not find it tedious. This is crucial for our survival. Lin Yi declared loudly. Yes, Chief. Thus, everyone began to follow Lin Ye's instructions, using shovels, bone knives, or other bone tools to loosen the earth. The total haul of corn seeds was approximately less than 100 pounds. However, the larger seeds likely weighed only a mere dozen pounds. Considering this, they would only need to clear a little over 2 acres of land. Besides, there were quite a few tribe members capable of working. In less than an hour, the women and children had sorted the seeds and came to help with the soil loosening. Lin Yi retained a few to assist with the soil and sent a portion of others to begin planting. However, they still needed guidance on how to plant. You see, in each hole, you should place 1 seed. The spacing is approximately this far. After planting the seeds, Sister Xiao Xiao, along with a few of you, will come with water and sprinkle it on. Lin Yi demonstrated to everyone. Judging by the turned soil, Lin Yi felt that the ground was still somewhat dry, which might not be conducive to seed germination. Understood, my lord. Everyone replied in unison. All right, then let us get started. If there are any questions, feel free to ask me. Lin Yi addressed the crowd. At this stage, most of the tribe's people have already cultivated to the 3rd movement. Their physical strength has also made considerable progress, with the lowest doubling. Thus, these tasks have become significantly easier. Ding. The system's voice echoed in his mind. Host detected leading the tribe in corn planting. Given the significant impact of corn, reward of 3,000 civilization points awarded. Delightful. With the corn taken care of, the matter of using corn husks to cultivate mushrooms must also be prioritized. Lin Yi murmured as he gazed at the pile of logs beneath the mountainside. The corn husks need to be crushed and then soaked in water. The mycelium can only be sourced from those logs. It seems I need to weave some special bamboo baskets. The key to the mushroom cultivation phase is controlling the temperature, avoiding light, and ensuring ventilation to allow the mycelium to grow rapidly. These conditions are perfectly suited beneath the hollow mountainside. They simply need to sprinkle water 2 to 3 times a day. Fortunately, they have no pressing matters to attend to later. Planting and cultivating mushrooms is just right. Lin Yi contemplated. Of course, in modern times, one would also need to sterilize, adjust nutrients, and regulate pH levels. But those conditions are not available now. Chapter 39, Corn Buns. Lin Yi then began his operations. He used stones to crush the corn husks into 1 centimeter pieces. He found several buckets, filled them with water, and soaked the corn husks. It was essential for these husks to fully absorb moisture. Then, Lin Yi started weaving bamboo baskets. Additionally, the baskets should not touch the ground, requiring a few bamboo platforms. However, these tasks were much simpler. By the way, system, what is the approximate maturity period for the corn here? Lin Yi inquired. Host, this type of corn takes about 80 days to mature. However, based on your watering frequency, it requires watering twice a week. The system replied. 80 days. That is considerably shorter than in later generations. Lin Yi muttered. Truly, many hands make light work. By 2 or 3 in the afternoon, all the fields had been turned, and the seeds had all been sown. Sister Xiao Xiao, this plot of land will be entrusted to you and a few of the ants for care. Water it once every 3 times the sun rises. Do you understand? Lin Yi instructed Xiao Xiao. Understood. I will definitely take good care of them. Xiao Xiao nodded firmly. For them, food was of paramount importance. After all, it was not like in later generations when one could simply go out to buy it. Now, even if one could buy, there would hardly be any tribes selling it. By the way, down there, I've placed some things, after lunch each day. You need to water them as well. Those are the mushrooms we had earlier. Lin Yi pointed to the area below the mountainside and reiterated. The mushroom planting system also awarded 500 civilization points. Xiao Xiao nodded again in acknowledgement. System, please provide me with a few bags of yeast. I want to eat buns tonight. Lin Yi said with a playful grin. Ding. 1 bag of yeast costs 100 civilization points. Fixed price. 1 bag of yeast can be used for 10 pounds of cornmeal. The system responded directly. A shrewd merchant. Let us start with 5 bags. Lin Yi replied helplessly. 5 bags of yeast could be used for 50 pounds of cornmeal. But let us not forget that water must also be added to the cornmeal. 50 pounds of cornmeal would yield approximately 60 to 70 pounds of buns. That should be enough for the tribe to have a meal. Lin Yi then instructed Feng and Hu to find 2 suitable large stones to create a simple grinding stone and began making cornmeal. Initially, Lin Yi intended to make just a small batch of buns to test it, but unexpectedly, either the dough was too much or the water was too much. After adding and adding, he ended up with nearly 30 pounds of cornmeal. I remember it needs to rise. How long does that take? Lin Yi was somewhat flustered. He had only seen his parents make buns before. This was truly his first attempt. Oh well, let us wait half an hour. Buns. Finally, I can have buns again. I wonder where the wheat, rice, and millet are. When will I get to eat fragrant rice? Lin Yi thought, salivating at the thought. Eating meat all the time is fine, but one cannot endure solely meat. Lin Yi then went to fetch some bamboo, and according to the size of the iron pot, began constructing a steamer. Soon, half an hour passed. Lin Yi lifted the lid to take a look and found that the dough had risen considerably. Next, is it time to knead the dough and release the air? Is that correct? Helplessly, Lin Yi could only proceed according to his vague memories. He then set up the large iron pot, filled it with water, and placed the steamer on top, putting in one fist-sized raw bun after another. The remaining task was to start the fire. Once the water boiled, it seemed to require half an hour, or was it 40 minutes? However, with so many layers and not being too tightly sealed, should I steam it a bit longer? Damn, when it comes to practical application, one regrets not having studied more. Since entering college, I've forgotten everything I learned. Forget it, I'll steam it for an hour and see. Lin Yi remarked as he looked at the towering steamer. System, bring me another iron pot. Lin Yi commanded. He then used a slightly crooked iron pot to start stewing meat, planning to make meat buns. Of course, whether it's a meat bun or a bun with meat is a matter worth discussing. The meat was stewing. All that was left was to wait. It was high time to find some iron ore. With iron, many things could be produced. At that point, I wouldn't have to exchange everything like I do now. Lin Yi mused. What color is iron ore? Black, gray, dark red, brown, or dark brown? This matter seems to be something I can only identify on my own. Furthermore, a plot for a vegetable garden must also be opened up. The wild onions from last time could be transplanted as well. If I had known, I would have studied botany. I could have recognized more edible wild vegetables. Lin Yi reflected with a sigh. Soon an hour passed. Lin Yi extinguished the fire. After another quarter of an hour of simmering, the lid was finally lifted. A wave of fragrant sweetness rushed forth. Lin Yi pressed down with his hand, causing the bun to collapse momentarily before returning to its original form. Success. A surge of joy filled Lin Ye's heart. Quick, bring me those beaded curtains. He commanded with urgency. One by one, buns the size of a person's face were placed atop the bamboo mat. The only minor flaw was that all the buns had stuck together, having been placed too closely. Yet this was of little consequence, as long as they were edible. That was all that mattered. After all, it was his first attempt, and he lacked experience. Once all the buns were taken down, a circle of tribe members surrounded him, gazing expectantly at Lin Yi. No need to rush, everyone. Allow your chief to sample the delicacy first. Lin Yi chuckled mischievously. He swiftly grabbed a piece of beast meat, chopped it into small chunks with a bone knife, then tore open a bun to stuff the meat inside. A single bite. The soft, glutinous sweetness, mingled with a savory flavor, instantly erupted in Lin Ye's mouth. Delightful. Lin Yi mumbled incoherently, and within just a few bites, he swallowed the entire large bun. He then picked up another bun and stuffed it with meat, eagerly devouring it. Observing Lin Ye's voracious appetite, who felt enlightened and gulped, saying, well, I suppose I should sample it as well. He moved forward but was promptly pushed aside by Feng. Feng appeared to have made his own meat-stuffed bun, one at a time, form an orderly queue. There is plenty to go around. After taking a bite, Feng's eyes lit up, and he began to devour the buns ravenously. Soon, a long queue formed behind him. Naturally, the able-bodied men stood at the front, followed by children, women, and lastly the elderly. This was the custom of the great wilderness. After all, if the able-bodied were well-fed, they could hunt more game. Chapter 40, Anger. Brother Yi. This bun is absolutely delicious, even if it looks a bit peculiar. Ling Er exclaimed, cradling a meat-stuffed bun as she ran to Lin Yi, her eyes sparkling with delight. Peculiar? Lin Yi questioned, somewhat puzzled. Yes, it looks rather odd. Ling Er replied, her cheeks slightly flushed. Oh. Lin Yi quickly grasped her meaning. Well, I can't help it. This is what I remember, he said, a hint of embarrassment in his voice. But what matters most is that it tastes good. Others might want some, but may not get any. Lin Yi ruffled Ling Er's hair affectionately. Yes. Ever since you awakened, Brother Yi, I feel like you've become a different person. Ling Er tilted her head inquisitively. Is that a good change or a bad one? Lin Yi asked with a smile. Of course, it's a good change. Ling Er replied without hesitation. Before, we had no fire, no water, and no food. Since you changed, we have fire, water, and food. And now we can eat meat every day. With these delicious buns, I feel so happy. I hope you remain like this and never revert to the past. Ling Er bit into her bun, her cheeks puffed up as she spoke. People always grow and change. But rest assured, Brother Yi will never go back. Lin Yi responded with a smile. By the way, how is your cultivation of the heavenly medicine 9 transformations progressing? Lin Yi inquired after a pause. I've already begun practicing. It's just that those herbs and acupoints are a bit hard to remember. But don't worry, Brother Yi, I will remember them. I know it's not easy to become a shaman, Ling Er said, patting her chest confidently. Indeed, you are absolutely correct. Greater strength comes with greater responsibility. Train diligently, and you can use your power to protect the tribe, Lin Yi said, giving Ling Er another affectionate pat on the head. Over the past several days, the tribe members had finally begun to gain some flesh on their bones. Previously, whether children or adults, they were little more than skin and bones. Now, with their daily practice and consistent meat consumption, the tribe members had started to show signs of vitality. The mutual market would commence in 10 days. It was time to prepare more supplies. The journey alone would take a day. Uncle Bao had been there once, but Lin Yi had never been. Lin Yi began to ponder again. Ling Er, please fetch Uncle Bao, Feng, and Hu for me, he instructed Ling Er. All right, she replied eagerly. Before long, the three came running over. Uncle Bao, the mutual market is about to open. Do you remember its location? Lin Yi asked. I do. However, from our current location to the market, we must travel from dawn to dusk. Uncle Bao replied promptly. Just remember the location. Our tribe should have only 11 individuals of marrying age, correct? Lin Yi inquired once more. Chief, it should be 12, including you. Yin Bao stated directly. In the primitive tribe, anyone who had endured 14 rainy seasons, or reached the age of 14, was eligible for marriage. Lin Yi was now 16, and by all rights, he should have already married. However, the Pancher tribe had once been too impoverished. Even for marriage, it required the expenditure of furs and food to procure women. Once the transaction was completed, the woman would have no ties to her original tribe. In some tribes, if they could not support a large number of people, female infants would be discarded immediately. The elderly would also be expelled from the tribe. Even if some tribes could afford to keep them, girls would still be treated like commodities and traded. This was the harsh reality of the great wilderness. Chief, we should take our tribe's women. Silence. Lin Yi interrupted Yin Bao sharply before he could finish his sentence. Lin Yi understood his implication. He merely wished to take the tribe's women to the market for trade. In Lin Yi's memory, primitive people had already recognized the dangers of consanguinity. From this moment forth, our Pancher tribe shall not allow any woman to be traded. Not a single one. Do you understand? Lin Yi glared at the three with an icy demeanor, emanating an unmistakable chill. He never considered himself a good person, but to trade away his own family was absolutely out of the question. This was Lin Yi's unassailable bottom line and conscience. And even if it was a rule of the great wilderness, he aspired to alter it. To him, these tribespeople were family. Yes, yes, chief. The three nodded vigorously. They had never seen Lin Yi so furious in all the days they had known him. Even in the preceding decade, Lin Yi had never expressed such fury. This was his first time. Etch this into your memory. From now on, should anyone dare to utter such words again, do not blame me for my lack of courtesy. Lin Yi uttered coldly. Yes, chief. The three responded in unison. This time, we shall take 30 jars of salt to the trading market. Bring along all the wild boar hides. Additionally, procure some fresh meat. Then the three of you shall accompany me. Too many people would draw unnecessary attention. I intend to purchase some slaves during this trade. As for the marriages, you three will handle that. Do you have any objections? Lin Yi inquired. None. None. They shook their heads vigorously. Then it is settled. Tomorrow we shall continue our hunt. Dismissed. Lin Yi waved his hand towards the three. Goodness. Did you just feel that? Wind. The chief emanates an unnerving chill. It's quite frightening. So, you better be cautious and ensure you don't provoke the chief. Get lost. You're the one who is going to incite the chief's wrath. After the three had walked away, their conversation began. Yet, for some inexplicable reason, a warmth surged within their hearts. Alas, though this world is brutal, I too have my principles. As for everything else, I regret to say that I can only protect my own kin. Lin Yi reflected in his heart. The night was as cool as water. Lin Yi lay in his chamber, unable to find slumber. In his memories, what Yin Bao did was not unusual. Even some mid-sized tribes occasionally exchanged their women for necessities. This was quite commonplace. Yet Lin Yi could not surmount the emotional barrier in his heart. He could accept others becoming slaves to their tribe, even the notion of killing. But exchanging his own kin for his needs was something he could never come to terms with. There were still 10 days until the trade, and considering travel time, only 9 remained. It would be prudent to prepare more supplies. Unable to sleep, Lin Yi sat up and began to practice. Chapter 41, Contract Technique. The following morning, Lin Yi slowly opened his eyes. System. Are there any witchcraft spells I can afford? I possess martial skills, yet this witchcraft demands many wild beast essences. Even 10 might not yield a single success, and at present, I am unable to cast it. Could you sell me a bit? Lin Yi spoke slowly. Lin Yi could absorb those wild beast essences, allowing his mental energy to materialize into forms such as wild boars and saber-toothed tigers. However, to condense these forms, he required at least a dozen essences of the same kind, which was utterly impossible. Thus, he could only continue to strengthen his mental energy. Dear host, you should rely on yourself. Even if I were to provide it, You still could not afford it. The system replied slowly. Then there are no skills available to me at present? At the very least, I should be able to present myself as a witch, shouldn't I? Lin Yi responded with a touch of helplessness. Lin Yi intended to disguise himself as a witch upon venturing out. It is known that witches possess frail bodies, typically. In close combat, they are no match for totem warriors. Yet witches wield mysterious and unpredictable abilities, often possessing numerous area of effect techniques. Additionally, through relentless training of the soul and spirit, witches are significantly more intelligent than the average person. And the innate talent required to become a witch is one of the reasons they are rare and revered. If others perceive Lin Yi as a witch, when they approach and lower their guard, he would undoubtedly deliver a startling surprise. Why not acquire a contract technique? This technique allows for the binding of wild beasts, and the number you can contract depends on your mental strength. The system suggested. That sounds plausible. This would also allow me to feign summoning a witch, wouldn't it? But how much civilization value does it cost? Lin Yi inquired with growing interest, rubbing his hands together. 5,000. The system replied nonchalantly. Stop. That is beyond my means. You would need to give me 2,000. Lin Yi retorted immediately. Don't even think about it. The minimum is 5,000. Take it or leave it. The system declared indifferently. No, system. The crux of the matter is that I cannot afford it right now. Would it not be better to allow me to use it and develop first? Lin Yi reiterated his previous rationale. If you wish, you may owe it. The system offers a lending service, with a maximum term of 1 month, and a limit of 5,000 civilization points. The interest for 1 month is only 1%. If overdue, a part of your body will diminish by an inch daily until it disappears completely. The system stated flatly. Upon hearing this, Lin Yi felt a chill in a certain area and lamented, System, you've gone rogue. You weren't like this before. Hee. Just tell me whether you want it or not. The system replied nonchalantly. I do, but I will only take 2,000. Lin Yi squeezed out the words through gritted teeth. Understood. Ding. Congratulations to the host for exchanging 5,000 civilization points for the contract technique. It has been implanted into your mind. The host has borrowed 2,000 civilization points, with a monthly interest of 1%. If overdue, an inch will be deducted daily until it disappears. The system reminded. Enough with the reminders. Lin Yi replied with a grim expression. He then began to examine the contract technique. However, once Lin Yi completed his review, his expression darkened further. Not only must he personally subdue his contracted beast, but it also could not exceed his soul strength, and its injuries could not be severe. Furthermore, the contracted beast must not resist, and there is a significant chance of failure. System, you are ruthless. Lin Yi gritted his teeth and spoke. Mediocre. The third best in the world. By the way, I also have the source soil technique. Do you want it? It can accelerate plant growth. For instance, after applying the source soil technique to corn, it can mature in about 50 days. Just to mention, it can also increase yield. Currently available for only 5,998 civilization points. The system's tone was akin to the big bad wolf enticing Little Red Riding Hood. Oh, and I just temporarily increased your borrowing limit to 10,000. Hence, you can afford it completely. After a pause, the system continued. No need. 80 days is manageable. I can wait. Lin Yi gritted his teeth and replied. Then do as you wish. The system said indifferently. Contract technique. I hope you prove to be effective. Lin Yi murmured. Chief. Sister Xiao Xiao has completed the 9th action. Who shouted from outside the door. Completed? Lin Yi's heart leaped with joy. Initially, Lin Yi harbored fears that his companions participating in the mutual market might encounter danger due to the absence of totem warriors guarding the tribe. However, it now appeared that there was little to concern themselves with. Lin Yi opened the door and inquired, Imoya, how many movements has Xiao Shi 2 mastered now? It seemed that Imoya had also begun practicing the 9th movement, while Xiao Shi 2 was currently focused on the 8th. After a moment of contemplation, Hu replied, Very well, let us allow Sister Xiao Xiao a couple of days' grace. Once Imoya completes the 9th movement, we can have them both advance together. Lin Yi said with a smile. He refrained from mentioning Xiao Shi 2, considering the latter's youth and resilience to the preceding hardships. Yet, he wondered if Xiao Shi 2 could endure the pain of the final movement. Moreover, there was still room for improvement in Xiao Shi 2's strength. It was imperative to elevate that strength to its utmost potential. Understood. Hu responded promptly. Let us inform Foam to go hunting after we finish our meal. Lin Yi added. It is also time to check on that enormous python. He mused. One must avoid sustaining serious injuries, refrain from exceeding one's soul strength, and resist any temptation to fight back. The safest option remains that giant python. Once they applied the snake repellent spray, the python would be oblivious to their presence, presenting Lin Yi with the best opportunity to act. Before long, they had finished breakfast, and Lin Yi led everyone straight to the lakeside. Having generously sprayed them all with the snake repellent beforehand, He instructed the group to focus on the crocodiles while he circled the lake in search of the colossal python. However, despite his thorough exploration, he found no trace of it. Instead, he stumbled upon numerous peculiar creatures along the water's edge, which, of course, were markedly different from those of the future. For instance, he was astonished to discover a horse adorned with sharp fangs, undoubtedly a carnivorous beast. Most astonishing of all, he thought he glimpsed a dinosaur resembling a stegosaurus from the movies, its elongated body adorned with bony plates along its back. Yet, Lin Yi questioned his perception, hoping he was mistaken. Otherwise, this world would indeed be exceedingly lively. Chapter 42, The Great Black. Lin Yi circled the lake at full speed, spending approximately 4 hours without provoking any of the creatures he encountered. Just as he returned to their fishing spot, he observed a giant python gliding nearby, its tongue flickering in and out. What a stroke of luck. A smile crept onto Lin Ye's face. System, what level is this giant python? He inquired. High-level spirit awakening. Roughly comparable to the host's soul strength. The system responded casually. Excellent. Let me see if I can manage it, Lin Yi murmured, swiftly approaching the wandering giant python. The contracting technique was instantly activated. The python abruptly turned around but perceived nothing amiss. However, a hint of human-like confusion flickered in its eyes. Lin Yi did not relent. He activated the contracting technique once more. Boom. The python's tail swept aside a large tree with a ferocious force. Its cold, serpent-like eyes brimmed with murderous intent. It could sense a living being attempting to control it, yet it discerned nothing. In its fury, it unleashed its wrath upon the surrounding trees, leaving Lin Yi to flee in a panic. Host, I truly cannot bear to witness this. At this rate, 100 years would pass without a successful contract. The system's exasperated voice echoed in Lin Ye's mind. Do you have any good solutions? Lin Yi asked, his urgency palpable. I have a method. Moreover, I can assist you. But what will you offer in exchange? The system suddenly adopted a different tone. You wretched system. Lin Yi cursed inwardly. 1,000 civilization points. If you can help, do so. If not, I'll seek other wild beasts. He gritted his teeth. Deal. Congratulations, host. You have successfully borrowed 1,000 civilization points. The system exclaimed joyfully. Enough of the chatter. Quickly tell me what to do. Lin Yi demanded. Prepare the contracting technique, then head directly towards its soul mark, continuously infusing it with mental energy. Leave the rest to me. The system replied indifferently. Lin Yi did not feel it was imperative to contract this particular python. After all, with its high-level spirit awakening prowess, it would facilitate the contracting of other wild beasts of lesser ranks. Even if Lin Yi failed to succeed, there were still other totem warriors available. If each member had a wild beast at their disposal, hunting and other endeavors would undoubtedly become much more convenient. Following the system's guidance, Lin Yi commenced the operation. This time, the python became even more frantic, and Lin Yi sensed an overwhelming resistance and struggle. Hiss, hiss. The python roared in fury, causing the ground to tremble and trees to topple in its wake. Simultaneously, the python began to flee. As it neared the edge of the contracting technique's reach, Lin Yi shouted in his heart, "Help me. It's coming. It's coming. I'm here. I'm here." The system replied calmly. In that instant, Lin Yi felt an inexplicable force surge forth, instantly imprinting the contract upon the python's soul. The python ceased its struggles. With a sigh of relief, Lin Yi exhaled a breath of pent-up tension. Master, a voice resonated within Lin Yi's mind. After the contract was established, both man and beast could communicate directly through their souls. Haha, it's me. Lin Yi laughed heartily, feeling the exhaustion from overextending his mental energy dissipate as if swept away. Where are you? The python's form materialized once more, sensing Lin Yi's soul energy nearby, yet unable to see him. Haha, I'm right beside you. System, how do I remove the effects of the snake repellent spray? Lin Yi inquired. A simple bath will suffice, the system replied nonchalantly. Let us go. Take me to the place where you were injured last time. You'll see me in no time. Lin Yi promptly climbed onto the python's back. The python then began to swim towards the locations of Feng and Hu, startling them once again upon its arrival. It wasn't until Lin Yi leaped down from the python that Hu, astonished, pulled Lin Yi aside, his gaze fixed intently on the python's movements. Haha, no worries. Lay down your weapons. This colossal python has become my contracted beast. From this day forth, it shall also be a member of my rock tribe. Lin Yi declared with a hearty laugh. A contracted beast? Tiger asked, somewhat perplexed. Indeed. How can I explain this to you? It now fully obeys my commands, just like the rest of you. Lin Yi replied with a beaming smile. The chief means that it can assist us in hunting from now on. Tiger exclaimed in astonishment. Precisely. Not only hunting, but it could even assist in killing if necessary. Lin Yi said with a hint of pride. Enough. You all should attend to your own tasks. No need to worry about it. I'm off to take a bath. Lin Yi waved his hand at the others and then leaped into a puddle to wash off the snake repellent on him. After emerging from the water, the giant python swam over to Lin Yi. All right, my friend, it is time to give you a name. With your sleek black form, you shall be called Big Black. Lin Yi patted Big Black on the head. No, that sounds awful. Big Black protested immediately. Protests are in vain. From now on, you shall be known as Big Black. And later, I will take you to a certain place. Remember their scent, for you must not attack them, understood? Lin Yi said earnestly. Understood, Big Black replied. A bit dejected, Lin Yi felt that the intelligence of this python resembled that of a 5 or 6-year-old child. All right, you can play here for now. I will check on today's harvest, Lin Yi said as he walked over to the others. How much did we gather? Lin Yi inquired. Not much. The previous catch was devoured by that big fellow. We just managed to haul in another fish, Tiger said with a hint of regret. Oh, it's a trivial matter. Lin Yi replied nonchalantly. Big Black, come here. Lin Yi called out to Big Black. Big Black, go below and help me retrieve some creatures. If you can bring back some powerful ones, that would be splendid. As Big Black swam closer, Lin Yi immediately said, There is no one stronger than me in this area. This is my hunting ground. Big Black replied, somewhat disheartened. Chapter 43, Apple Trees, Wild Ginger. Enough with the nonsense. What is yours is mine, and what is mine remains mine. Hurry up. Lin Yi rolled his eyes. Thus, Big Black reluctantly entered the water. In a matter of moments. Boom. The surface erupted as a fish weighing 400 to 500 pounds shot out of the water like a cannonball, crashing onto the shore. Quiet down. You're going to smash them into bits. How can we eat them like that? Lin Yi shouted, somewhat dissatisfied. Upon hearing this, Big Black quieted down beneath the water. Soon, one fish after another, along with some crocodiles, were delivered to the shore. Within half an hour, Lin Yi's personal storage was filled to the brim. A few more fish were simply carried by the others. Big Black, that's enough. Let us retreat. Lin Yi began to signal to Big Black, who then swam up from the lake. Let us go, let us go. Hop on. We're heading back. Lin Yi declared as he climbed onto Big Black's back. The others followed suit cautiously. Once everyone was securely seated, Lin Yi shouted, Big Black, let us go. Under Lin Yi's guidance, they reached the valley entrance in just half an hour. If it weren't for the fear of others falling off, they could have returned in less than 20 minutes. However, upon seeing Big Black, the tribe members in the valley immediately erupted into chaos and launched an attack. The bamboo arrows that struck Big Black's body were deflected by its scales. Stop. Everyone halt. Lin Yi shouted urgently. A few bamboo arrows grazed Lin Yi's body before falling to the ground. Don't look back, Big Black. It's fine. Don't hurt our own. Stop. Everyone. Stop. I think I heard the chief's voice. Upon seeing Big Black remain motionless, Emoya quickly said, when the tribe members ceased their fire. Lin Yi finally jumped down from Big Black's back. It's me. Just my contracted beast. Lin Yi explained to the crowd. He then led Big Black into the valley. Big Black, familiarize yourself with their scent. From now on, you must not attack them when outside, and you must protect them. Understood? Lin Yi instructed Big Black. Understood. Big Black replied, and began to meander around the valley. Don't go over there. Lin Yi pointed to the area where corn was planted, warning Big Black. Little fellow, what a grand gesture. You've brought back a high-level Xin Yi python. Well done. It seems that hunting will be much easier for you all now. Tu Ling said, somewhat elated. Hee, it's nothing. Just a trivial matter. Lin Yi said, quite pleased with himself. Tu Ling, do you have enough stored energy for 2 awakenings? Lin Yi casually asked. Enough. 3 would be fine too. Tu Ling replied directly. That's good. Then I can participate in the trade with peace of mind. Lin Yi said slowly. Feng Tiger, you two go check the traps we set up ahead. See if we caught any rabbits or wild chickens. Lin Yi instructed the two. Understood. They turned and left the tribe. The sky was still bright. Likely around 3 in the afternoon, with at least 3 hours until the sun set. Lin Yi unloaded the game from his personal storage, allowing everyone to begin butchering. Big Black, we're off. Lin Yi called to Big Black. At this time, Lin Yi planned to explore a bit more, especially since he had the fast and free labor of Big Black available. Before long, Lin Yi and Big Black found themselves in the forest. Big Black, slow down a bit. I want to observe the surroundings. Lin Yi instructed again. He then began to survey the area. Is this wild ginger? Lin Yi quickly jumped down from Big Black and murmured to a patch of plants. He then dug one up, carefully inspecting it until he confirmed it was indeed wild ginger. What a treasure, Lin Yi muttered. He then carefully dug it up along with the soil and placed it into his backpack. Of course, he only took about half, mainly because he intended to try cultivating some back home. Just in case it doesn't sprout, the remaining ones could be used for further experimentation. Big Black, let us go. After completing this task, the two resumed their exploration. 2 hours later, Lin Yi, intending to return with Dehei, suddenly caught sight of a glimpse of green fruit. Additionally, some unfamiliar birds had perched upon it. Go over there, Dehei, Lin Yi urged. Patting the right side of Dehei's body, Dehei promptly moved in that direction. Upon reaching the tree, Lin Yi finally discerned what it was. It turned out to be an apple tree, though the apples were not yet ripe. Surrounding it were several smaller apple trees as well. It seemed that there would be apples to eat in the future. However, Lin Yi pondered whether they could be transplanted into his territory. What does it matter? We'll simply have to try. With that thought, Lin Yi selected an apple tree over 2 meters tall and began to carefully dig around it with a spade, taking great care not to sever the roots. Before long, he had unearthed the apple tree along with its clump of soil. Dehei, we should head back. Lin Yi mounted Dehei's back and, holding the apple tree, instructed him to hurry back to the tribe. By the time Lin Yi returned, night had completely fallen. Upon his return, the first thing Lin Yi did was to find a suitable spot to dig a hole, sprinkle some wood ash, and plant the apple tree. Next came the wild ginger. Lin Yi carefully separated each plant, applying a bit of wood ash to the wounds before planting 2 rows directly. Done. However, he recalled that ginger seemed to dislike waterlogging, so he decided not to water them just yet. Lin Yi murmured to himself as he looked at the 2 rows of ginger. Meanwhile, everyone had already started their meals. Lin Yi cleaned himself up and joined them for dinner. As he ate, Lin Yi contemplated how to bolster the defenses at the valley entrance, considering adding tree and bamboo stakes, ensuring they were at least a meter wide. He also remembered that the lower sections needed to be charred to prevent insect damage and decay. I must address this safety issue before I leave, Lin Yi resolved. After dinner, he gathered everyone together to assign tasks for the following day. Although they didn't fully understand, Lin Yi's words were commands, and they complied without question. Once the tasks were arranged, Lin Yi dismissed them. Chapter 44, Suspected Dinosaurs. The following day, everything began to bustle according to Lin Yi's arrangements. Sturdy wooden stakes, 4 to 5 meters long and as thick as a thigh, were transported back, followed by carbonization, digging holes, and burying them. In this primitive mountain, trees were abundant. After over 2 days of effort, Lin Yi and the others finally sealed off the valley entrance. The wooden stakes measured approximately 1.5 meters wide, with gaps filled with bamboo and mud. Even the main gate featured a turn to enhance its strength. Otherwise, it would have been too fragile. This structure should at least withstand beasts of the peak spirit realm. Alas, if only there were cement, that would have made it perfect. Next, he needed to construct arrow towers and other structures. Lin Yi mused as he surveyed the scene before him. With only 5 days left until departure, he firmly commanded himself to have everything completed within that time frame. Over the next 5 days, everyone began building. Lin Yi also took Dehei to hunt in the Great Lake, storing food for the tribe. The 5 days flew by. Everything was finally ready. They constructed several arrow towers at the entrance, beneath which wooden walls were erected, providing a walkway for individuals to walk and shoot from above. Additionally, the growth of corn, ginger, scallions, and mushrooms was exceedingly promising. At this moment, Lin Yi convened a small meeting with everyone. Xiao Chao, Emoya, you have both now met the requirements to awaken as totem warriors. I will assist you with your awakening shortly. The rest of you, you must strive harder. Open your eyes wide and observe how Xiao Chao practices, then reflect on your own training. Aren't you embarrassed? Lin Yi said with a tone of disappointment. He intended to use Xiao Chao to motivate everyone, as in their eyes, the women of the tribe were perceived as only capable of bearing children and gathering wild fruits. Lacking any other utility, Lin Yi aimed to instill a sense of shame and ambition in them. They should realize that very few had even progressed to the 6th movement in their training. The recent period of abundance had led to their complacency. They had grown too comfortable. Upon hearing that Xiao Chao had met the criteria for becoming a totem warrior, the crowd was taken aback. Most of the men's faces flushed with embarrassment. In their hearts, being surpassed by a woman was unforgivable. This was precisely the effect Lin Yi sought. The women, on the other hand, wore expressions of joy and a singular thought. If Xiao Chao can achieve this, why can't I? Lin Yi wanted this outcome. Let us all strive together. After all, this is a significant matter for our Panshir tribe, Lin Yi declared to everyone. They quickly gathered before the totem. Lin Yi directly conducted the awakening ceremony for the two. Without any surprises, both successfully awakened. However, Xiao Chao's strength was slightly lower, around 1200 gene. Though her agility was certainly superior, Emoya's strength reached approximately 1400 gene, which was commendable. You all see it now, don't you? They have successfully become totem warriors. And what about you? How much longer do you intend to wait? Lin Yi said earnestly to the crowd. He then directly imparted the techniques to the two. Xiao Chao, Emoya. Tomorrow we embark on a journey to the trading market. You will take charge of the territory. Our expedition may take 5 to 7 days. If you can avoid going out, please do. We have ample supplies of food and water. Stay steady, develop cautiously, and avoid recklessness. If any issues arise, just hold on until I return. Lin Yi instructed the two. Yes, Chief. They both replied in unison. All right, If there's nothing else, go and continue your training. Lin Yi waved them off. They departed, and Lin Yi began to contemplate what items to bring. 80 jars of salt, 3 tons of crocodile meat, 1 ton of fish meat. Lin Yi had meticulously planned for an extensive procurement this time. The presence of women was indispensable, especially for those seeking partners for the others. Furthermore, he intended to acquire a few slaves as well. As for the remainder, he would simply have to observe and comment. Regarding the individuals from the past, Lin Yi decided to bring along Feng, Hu, and Yin Bao, along with Dehei. This arrangement was already more than sufficient. That night, Lin Yi took a well-deserved rest. By dawn the next day, he set off with the 3 companions and Dehei. The group ambled along at a leisurely pace, as Lin Yi intended to see what opportunities might arise along the way. After the party had followed Yin Bao's directions for over 2 hours, Lin Yi suddenly exclaimed, "Dehei, chase that creature ahead." Dehei immediately darted after the creature, although he could not catch it. Lin Yi was certain it resembled a velociraptor from the age of dinosaurs. Could it be true that this world harbored dinosaurs? Lin Yi felt as if his entire worldview had been upended. What on earth was the situation in this realm? Beasts, dinosaurs. Might there exist other mythical beings familiar to him? Dragons? Phoenixes? If extraordinary powers were indeed present, then the appearance of such entities did not seem entirely implausible. Lin Yi mused. Moreover, if dinosaurs existed, would this world not also face the threat of extinction? A sense of unease and trepidation began to stir within Lin Yi. The matters he once felt he could manage, such as procuring food, water, and hunting, now appeared to grow more complex with the emergence of dinosaurs. Lin Yi sensed that many aspects had slipped beyond his control and comprehension, leading him down an uncertain path. Why ponder so much? Even if dinosaurs had gone extinct, what concern was that of his? One must remember that dinosaurs had existed for over 100 million years. Even a millennium might be beyond his lifespan. Why dwell on such trivialities? The system remarked nonchalantly. As for the existence of dragons and phoenixes in this world, I cannot say. However, I do know that even the slightly more formidable beasts are beyond your current capabilities. You should focus on surviving rather than indulging in fanciful thoughts. Your strength may be lacking, but your thoughts are plentiful. The system retorted with a hint of mockery. How harsh. That struck deep, system. Lin Yi replied somewhat dejectedly. Well, I merely speak the truth. If you do not wish to hear it, you need not listen. The system shot back directly. Lin Yi reflected on this and conceded. If the sky were to fall, surely someone would hold it up. Besides, if there was a chance to tame a dinosaur, that might not be so bad after all. Chapter 45, The Smiling Tiger. Thus, Lin Yi and his companions continued their journey. By the time they reached the marketplace area around 3 or 4 in the afternoon, they finally arrived at the location of the mutual market. This market was situated amidst a grove of trees. The so-called mutual market resembled a rural fair, with stone platforms and tree stumps coated in layers of dust. Several thatched roof huts had also collapsed considerably. Dehei, scout the area and check for any dangers. Lin Yi instructed Dehei. Once Dehei departed, Lin Yi retrieved his fire-starting tools and ignited a fire. He then selected a spot to begin preparing a meal. Before Lin Yi could sit down to rest, news of Dehei's battle reached his mind. Lin Yi's expression changed, and Mo Xian instantly appeared in his hand as he hurried toward Dehei's location. The other 3 were momentarily stunned but quickly followed Lin Yi. When Lin Yi arrived, he observed a group of people relentlessly attacking Dehei. However, they were hardly inflicting any damage. Stop! Lin Yi shouted loudly. The crowd froze, and Dehei swiftly returned to Lin Yi's side. My apologies, everyone. This giant python is my beast companion, Lin Yi stated calmly. A beast shaman. A plump middle-aged man stepped forward from the crowd. I am the chief of the poison wolf tribe. I have heard of this beast shaman. I sincerely apologize. We mistook your beast companion for a wild beast. Please forgive us, the poison wolf said with a hearty laugh. However, Lin Yi, gazing at the man's jovial face, could not help but recall the phrase, smiling tiger. Moreover, in this world, his ability to gain weight was rather remarkable. Not at all. It was merely a misunderstanding. I am Lin Yi, a shaman from the Pancher tribe. I intended for Dehei to scout for any dangers nearby, but regrettably, we inadvertently intruded upon your gathering. Please forgive us, Lin Yi replied with a smile. After all, one should not strike those who wear a friendly face, especially when conducting business. There was no need for hostility. Furthermore, the opposing party's strength was not to be underestimated. The poison wolf's prowess was only slightly inferior to Dehei's, but their group boasted 7 or 8 totem warriors. Young beast shaman Lin Yi, you are quite impressive. I did not expect someone so young to have achieved the status of a shaman. Remarkable, Poison Wolf praised. Oh, it is nothing. Merely a modest level of strength. Lin Yi replied humbly. Chief Poison Wolf, let us not linger here. The setting lacks adequate seating. Let us proceed to the marketplace, Lin Yi suggested with a smile, extending an invitation. Come, brother. Let us go together. Poison Wolf said, pulling Lin Ye's arm. Just moments ago, Lin Yi was being referred to as the beast shaman. And now he had become brother. Truly, one should not underestimate the power of familiarity. Lin Yi thought to himself, yet he obediently followed the man. Elder brother, are those women behind you for trade? Lin Yi inquired, casting a brief glance before speaking. Indeed, brother. Which one has caught your eye? I would be delighted to gift you one. Poison Wolf's eyes brightened as he spoke eagerly. Ha! No need for gifts, elder brother. Our tribe has some eligible young men who are in need of brides, and I shall surely acquire one from you later. I would appreciate it if you could let me have a favorable deal. Lin Yi replied, smiling. That is only natural. That is only natural. I hold great admiration for young talents like you. You may choose freely. Select anyone you desire. Tomorrow, when the crowd gathers, it will be much harder. Poison Wolf said cheerfully. Are you worried that it will be difficult to get through the crowd tomorrow? Lin Yi pondered silently. Elder brother, do not rush. I must carefully consider my options. Lin Yi politely declined. It was well known that approximately 20 tribes would arrive the next day. Comparing prices among various merchants is undoubtedly the wisest course of action. No doubts there. My dear brother, choose the time that suits you best. The Poison Wolf remarked nonchalantly, his expression betraying not a hint of displeasure. Oh, my brother seems to have ignited a fire within him. Quite commendable. The Poison Wolf chuckled. Lin Yi merely smiled in response, remaining silent. By the way, brother, have you brought only this few companions with you? I wonder what resources abound in your tribe's vicinity. The Poison Wolf inquired once more. It is not the quantity of men that matters, but their quality. Wouldn't you agree, my elder brother? As for me, I've only brought a modest supply of salt and some fresh meat. Lin Yi fixed his gaze on the Poison Wolf. He was well aware of the implications behind the Poison Wolf's words, yet chose not to expose them. Oh, your tribe possesses salt. I would be most curious to have a look. This outing of mine was also intended to acquire more salt. The Poison Wolf, unfazed by Lin Ye's perceptiveness, maintained his smile. Certainly, Lin Yi replied with an air of nonchalance, producing a jar of salt in an instant. Your methods are impressive, brother. I did not anticipate you to be a space sorcerer. The Poison Wolf's pupils narrowed suddenly, yet he displayed no outward sign of surprise. Merely casting a deep glance at Lin Yi simply laughed it off, offering no explanations. After all, the more mysterious one is, the safer one remains. Brother, do give it a try? This salt of mine differs greatly from what you exchanged earlier. It lacks any bitterness and has a far richer salinity. Only the finest salt can befit your esteemed status, dear brother, Lin Yi said, directly handing the jar of salt to the Poison Wolf. The Poison Wolf took a pinch, tasted it, and remarked, quite impressive. This salt of yours is indeed commendable. I wonder how you acquired it. The Poison Wolf's eyes glimmered with interest. To be honest, dear brother, I exerted considerable effort to procure this salt. Therefore, the price must reflect its value. 15 women for a jar, or 10 able-bodied slaves will suffice. As for the hides, it depends on their quality. Of course, I am quite intrigued by new and exotic items. If you possess any novel curiosities, feel free to present them. Lin Yi spoke slowly. Your price is indeed steep. The salt from the Green Python tribe only costs 8 women for a jar. The Poison Wolf remarked, glancing at him. Haha, my dear brother, you tell me, is my salt not worth its weight? I am well aware that the salt from the Green Python tribe is mixed with a fair amount of soil. Moreover, my jar is slightly larger, wouldn't you agree? Lin Yi replied with a smile. You make a valid point. Here's what we shall do. Allow me to trade for 3 jars first, shall we? The Poison Wolf contemplated for a moment before responding. Chapter 46, The Glimmer of Slavery. Of course, that poses no issue. What shall we use for the transaction, dear brother? Lin Yi inquired with a beaming smile. How many women does your tribe intend to acquire this time? The Poison Wolf countered with a question instead of answering. Not too many, around 100 will suffice. However, as for slaves, 200 or 300 would be acceptable. Lin Yi replied slowly. Wolf Claw, bring forth all the women and slaves, so my brother can have a proper selection. The Poison Wolf commanded a robust totem warrior. Yes, Chief. Wolf Claw complied promptly. Within a mere 10 minutes, a large group of bound women and slaves was brought forth. The number appeared to be nearly 200. Brother, choose freely, take your time. The Poison Wolf gestured graciously. Poison Wolf, we are here to partake in the market. Do you not fear the wrath of all the tribes, should you dare to plunder us? One individual shouted loudly. Hee. The rules we established merely stipulate that we shall not attack one another within the market. Nothing was mentioned about actions outside of it. Moreover, should I need to inquire about how you acquired some of these slaves? My actions should not be deemed improper, correct, dear brother? The Poison Wolf smiled lightly before turning to Lin Yi. I shall refrain from commenting on that. However, I must admit, I am rather intrigued by these slaves and women. Lin Yi did not respond directly, but rather spoke indirectly. Ha, brother, speak freely. Choose what you wish. I am willing to offer you even more slaves and women to prevent any disobedience. You wouldn't want to miss out, would you? The poison wolf laughed heartily. Then I thank you, elder brother. Lin Yi chuckled, stepping forward. Soon, a young lad caught Lin Yi's attention. His gaze was piercing, concealing an indomitable spirit within his depths. I shall take him, and also him. And him Lin Yi promptly selected 15 women and 15 men. Elder brother, I can only choose this many. Could you provide me with some hides or other items instead? Lin Yi said casually. That poses no problem. The poison wolf replied directly, promptly laying out all his goods. Lin Yi, seemingly by chance, noticed some yellow, round objects. Are those soybeans? Lin Yi's heart leapt with excitement. Though he kept his composure. You have brought quite a haul, elder brother, Lin Yi remarked, then pretended to ponder over his selections. Upon reaching the soybeans, Lin Yi picked one up and examined it closely, confirming it was indeed raw soybean, before inquiring slowly, Elder brother, what are these? What purpose do they serve? The poison wolf's gaze shifted towards a nearby slave. Humph. The other party merely snorted coldly, turning away. Brother, this item should be a type of food. There isn't much, but I shall gift it to you. The poison wolf generously offered. Then I thank you, elder brother. I happen to be quite curious about these peculiar foods. Lin Yi smiled as he accepted the gift, then selected some hides, concluding the transaction. I have something to say. I have something to say. Suddenly, the young lad Lin Yi had selected shouted loudly. Oh, Tiger, bring him forth. Lin Yi commanded Tiger. Tiger then ushered the lad to Lin Yi's side. What is it you wish to say? Lin Yi inquired coolly. You must desire those items you just collected. Correct? If you help me rescue my kin, I shall reveal to you the origin of those items. As long as you ensure the survival of my sister and my people, my life is yours. The youth leaned in, speaking earnestly into Lin Yi's ear. Are you certain you know? Be warned, if you deceive me, I shall have your sister and your kin devoured alive. Lin Yi glared fiercely at him, his tone laced with menace. I am certain. The lad replied instantly. Very well, elder brother. It seems my younger brother has suddenly taken an interest in acquiring more slaves. I wonder if you would be willing to part with any? Lin Yi turned and approached the poison wolf. Ha! They were originally for sale. My dear brother, feel free to take all of them. As for the price, let us adhere to our prior agreement, shall we? The poison wolf remarked with a grin. Certainly, that poses no issue. Lin Yi nodded in affirmation. Tiger, release the boy's hands and feet. Let him choose his companions. Lin Yi spoke in a calm tone. Yes, chief. The tiger responded. With a swift motion, the tiger claw knife emerged, severing the beast's sinews binding the youth. Go ahead. Lin Yi gestured towards the boy. The youth promptly selected 36 individuals, 7 females, 11 able-bodied men, and the rest were children. Brother, I shall offer you 3 jars of salt for these. How does that sound? Lin Yi inquired, gazing at the poison wolf. Certainly, that is agreeable. I must say, I owe my fortune to you, dear brother. The poison wolf replied with a beaming smile. Lin Yi then handed over 5 jars of salt to the poison wolf, considering he had yet to return the previous jar. Transaction completed. May our collaboration thrive. Lin Yi declared with a smile. To a prosperous partnership. The poison wolf echoed, grinning widely, as he had contributed nothing at all. The items Lin Yi had chosen were all plundered from others. Brother, lend me some fire. It is time for us to set up camp. The poison wolf said cheerfully as he retrieved a burning log from the fire. Feel free, Lin Yi responded indifferently. The poison wolf then distanced himself with a group of people. What is your name? Lin Yi asked the youth before him. I am Mingguang. The youth replied promptly. How far is the location of that thing from here? Lin Yi inquired once more. It would take the time from the rise of the golden crow until its complete descent, Mingguang pondered before responding. So far, Lin Yi murmured. I have 2 more questions. You know what this is, correct? And why did you not inform him? Lin Yi said slowly. I know this is a type of food. My tribe depends on it for survival. However, our tribe's totem has vanished, and our water source has dried up. While searching for water, we were discovered by those individuals, who then followed us to our tribe and breached our territory, leaving only us survivors. Mingguang explained. As for why I did not tell him, it is because there was no compassion in his gaze, only the coldness of a venomous snake. Yet in your eyes, I perceive an intricate mix of emotions, pity, sorrow, and helplessness. Mingguang continued softly. Chapter 47. The Water Leopard of the Blackwater Tribe. Lin Yi nodded thoughtfully. Tiger, release the vines binding them. Dehei. Should any of them attempt to flee, they shall become your meal. Lin Yi said, looking at Dehei. Hiss. Dehei emitted a soft sound, indicating understanding. Thank you. However, we will not run. With just as few, venturing out means certain death. Not to mention whether we can return to the tribe. Even if we do, survival is impossible. With you, we may have a chance at life. Mingguang replied matter-of-factly. Haha, quite astute. I hope you bring me even greater surprises. Lin Yi remarked, patting Mingguang's shoulder. Lin Yi then produced a large piece of beast meat, skillfully cutting it and skewering it for roasting over the fire. He subsequently tossed a substantial chunk of beast meat to Dahe. Once cooked, Lin Yi exchanged some wild fruits with the poison wolf, distributing them among the slaves and women. As Lin Yi savored his meal, a commotion arose in the nearby woods. Soon, a group of 100 or 200 appeared within Lin Yi's sight, among which there seemed to be over 20 totem warriors. Leading them was a youth clad in a silver-white sweater, also a totem warrior. Following them were several creatures resembling water buffalo, adorned with bags stitched from beast hides. Chief, this seems rather unusual. I have never heard of such a formidable tribe in our vicinity. Yin Bao whispered as he approached Lin Yi. No cause for concern. Regardless of their numbers, should we wish to depart, they cannot detain us. Lin Yi replied calmly. Ladies and gentlemen, we hail from the Blackwater tribe and have come upon hearing that there is a marketplace here. We hope you will not take offense. The leading youth proclaimed loudly. No offense taken. The more tribes that come to this marketplace, the better for us, wouldn't you agree? The poison wolf responded with a smile. Lin Yi nodded at the youth. They soon began to set up camp, and Lin Yi was intrigued to discover that they possessed flint stones. Their fire was quickly ignited. However, the youth leading the group seemed drawn to the enticing aroma of Lin Yi's roasting. After exchanging a few words with those around him, he approached with two companions. My dear fellow, I hope you will not mind our uninvited presence. The aroma from your camp is simply irresistible. I am the water leopard of the Blackwater tribe. Water leopard said with a charming smile. This tribe is rather remarkable, Lin Yi mused. Their manner of speech differs from that of ordinary tribes. No need for concern. Just a bit of food. Please, feel free to sit. Come, sample my culinary skills. Lin Yi cheerfully offered several skewers of barbecue. So salty yet devoid of any bitterness. Quite impressive, Water Leopard exclaimed, his eyes lighting up. This barbecue is seasoned with salt produced by my tribe. It is heavily salted, but without any bitterness. Lin Yi recognized the opportunity for trade and presented another jar of salt. So you are a spatial shaman, my apologies. My apologies. Water Leopard accepted the salt and passed it to his subordinate. No need for apologies, merely a modest skill, Lin Yi replied with a faint smile. The subordinate then poured out a small amount, tasted it, and whispered something in Water Leopard's ear. Earlier, you mentioned that this salt is produced by your tribe, correct? I wonder how much you have brought with you. Could we possibly trade for some? Water Leopard inquired, grinning. Of course. The purpose of coming to the marketplace is for trading, is it not? This salt, 15 women for a jar. Lin Yi recounted the price he had previously shared with the poison wolf. Such quality salt is not overly expensive. However, I intend to purchase a larger quantity. I am just uncertain how much you have brought, Water Leopard replied casually. On this occasion, I have not brought much. If you wish, I can trade you 30 jars. Lin Yi stated after some consideration. 30 jars? That seems a bit insufficient. Our tribe is quite numerous. The Water Leopard furrowed his brow. How many do you desire? And what will you offer in exchange? Lin Yi inquired. A minimum of 300 jars. As for what you can exchange, everything is over there. Feel free to choose. Of course, what I have brought is certainly insufficient for 300 jars of salt. If you need anything, I can have someone deliver it. Water Leopard replied slowly. I currently do not possess that much salt. If you wish for such a quantity, you may have to wait. Lin Yi responded with a hint of surprise. Initially, he had planned to bring 80 jars of salt, which he thought was already quite generous. Yet, who could have anticipated a major client arriving with a demand for 300 jars? No problem. Let us first finalize the items for trade. You can either deliver them to us, or we can come to collect them. Water Leopard remarked nonchalantly. Lin Yi cast a deep glance at Water Leopard. Once the items for trade are confirmed, we shall set a time. Lin Yi said calmly. The two then approached each other as carts, opening everything up. Water Leopard addressed the crowd, and everyone quickly became busy. Soon, a plethora of items was arranged on the ground. Lin Yi examined them one by one. Is this coal? Lin Yi suddenly spotted a piece of coal. It burns, but it produces a significant amount of smoke, so caution is advised when using it. Water Leopard explained. Oh, this seems rather intriguing. How can this be exchanged? Lin Yi smiled lightly. 1 jar of salt can be exchanged for a block of black earth approximately 5 meters long, 3 meters wide, and 2 meters high. Water Leopard mused. Deal. Bring me 3 jars of salt. Lin Yi declared immediately. It is worth noting that Lin Yi intended to forge steel. Thus, coal is an essential resource in this primitive world, especially for winter heating. No problem. Water Leopard replied indifferently. Are those women you brought for sale, as well as those wild beasts? Lin Yi turned to look at the group of women and the bull-like creatures. If you wish to trade, it can be arranged. Water Leopard replied directly. Then, I would like 4 of those creatures and a 10-day supply of the grass they just consumed. How shall we trade? Lin Yi inquired slowly. Chapter 48, Sweet Potato Vines. 1 strong bull costs 50 jars of salt. Do not think it too expensive. I understand your intentions. You merely wish to take them back for breeding. I can provide you with 2 males and 2 females. They are incredibly strong, have great endurance, and are quite docile, as long as they are well fed. There should be no issues. They mature in just a year, and after maturity, they can bear 1 litter a year, yielding up to 13 offspring. I can offer you those that are already mature. As for their food, some grass will suffice. Of course, if you want the wild grass we brought. That is fine too, we collected it along the way. Additionally, if you desire those women, you can trade for them at the price you mentioned. There are also some slaves in the back that you can acquire. Water Leopard explained directly. Here's the deal. You know our numbers are few. And having traded for so many slaves, let me first have 1 bull to assess its temperament. Also, please provide some of its food so I don't have to send someone to fetch it, lest those slaves escape. When we return, we will need them to carry some items. Lin Yi said as he prepared to take out the salt. No need for the salt just yet. I can provide you with 1 bull first, and the wild grass is of no consequence. Let us finalize everything once you've made your selections. Water Leopard replied casually. All right. Lin Yi suppressed his excitement and then approached, selecting 30 women aged approximately 15 to 20. As for the slaves, he chose around 20 of them. That will suffice. Lin Yi stated lightly, then produced 54 jars of salt and placed them before Water Leopard. Haha, excellent. Choose any bull you like. Water Leopard signaled the others to collect the salt. Lin Yi, filled with excitement, approached a robust bull and casually picked up some wild grass to feed it. However, in the next moment, a vine appeared in his spatial storage. As he continued feeding, 6 more vines manifested in his storage. Splendid. Truly docile. This is the one. Lin Yi patted the bull's head, thoroughly satisfied. No problem. You can take it away. As for the rest, let us agree on a time, and I will deliver them. Water Leopard said with a smile. Good. Thank you. Lin Yi replied, leading the bull, accompanied by a group of women and slaves, back toward his tribe. System. Is that the sweet potato vine? Is it indeed the sweet potato vine? Lin Yi fervently questioned in his mind. Yes, it is the sweet potato vine. However, these segments likely belong to a single plant. The system replied. Divine grain. This is truly divine grain. Lin Yi thought with great excitement. It is known that the yield of sweet potatoes is extraordinarily high. In later generations, utilizing greenhouses, fertilizers, and other methods, yields of 8,000 to 10,000 pounds per acre are not uncommon. Of course, those are genetically modified. However, even without modification, yields of 2,000 to 3,000 pounds per acre are easily achievable. With sweet potatoes and corn, I could sustain even 100,000 people. System. What is the growth cycle of these sweet potatoes? Lin Yi asked, brimming with excitement. This variety takes about 60 days. The system contemplated before responding. 60 days. The earliest varieties in later generations require 90 to 100 days. Here, it is a month shorter. But that is excellent news. As long as these sweet potato vines survive, we should not face any food shortages this year. Lin Yi thought with excitement. It is worth noting that sweet potatoes can be propagated through cuttings. This means burying the vines in the soil, leaving the tips exposed, watering, and fertilizing will yield several plants. Once they grow, a portion can be cut off and propagated again. Considering the current weather and temperature, Lin Yi is confident he can cultivate 2 to 3 acres before the rainy season arrives. This trade event has proved to be immensely beneficial. Even before the market officially begins, I have already acquired soybeans, sweet potatoes, and coal. Just these few items will ensure a prosperous life for the tribe. Lin Yi thought to himself, feeling quite pleased. As the sky gradually darkened, 2 more small tribes arrived, exchanging greetings before each set up their camps. As night fell, Lin Yi remained vigilant during his slumber. Fortunately, it seemed that everyone was adhering to the rules. However, when a slave attempted to flee, he was swiftly subdued by Dehei, who knocked him to the ground with a single swipe of his tail, rendering him incapable of escape. The market would be open for 5 days, and during this time, various tribes would gradually arrive. The following dawn, Lin Yi awoke, washed his face, and prepared a meal. Soon, several tribes began to make their way to the gathering. Chieftain, the members of the Green Python tribe have arrived. Yen Bao whispered as he approached Lin Yi. Let us observe the unfolding events. Lin Yi replied with a slight nod. The Green Python tribe was not to be underestimated, and Lin Yi's salt trade had threatened their interests. They certainly would not let this matter rest easily. It remained to be seen whether they would dare to take action during the market, should they choose to do so. Lin Yi could seize the opportunity to make a powerful statement. Before long, news reached the Green Python tribe, and they approached Lin Yi and his companions with a menacing air. Lin Yi was indifferent to who had leaked the information about his salt trade. He had intended to sell it openly from the start. Kid, I heard you're selling salt. Which tribe do you belong to? A burly man with a terrifying claw mark on his face demanded aggressively. The Rock tribe. Lin Yi, he replied coolly. The Rock tribe? That tiny tribe of 100? You dare sell salt here? Do you wish for your clan's destruction? The man sneered. Oh, I am quite curious to see how you intend to bring about the extinction of the rock tribe. Lin Yi maintained his calm demeanor. The man, about to strike, was restrained by others nearby, who whispered something in his ear. After casting one last menacing glance at Lin Yi and his group, he departed. Chieftain, it seems the other side will not let this go lightly, Ming Guang said as he approached Lin Yi. It matters not. In the face of overwhelming strength, all else is but mere chaff, Lin Yi chuckled. He could easily surmise their intentions, to raid after the market concluded. Yet, one must not become overly confident. As the afternoon approached, Yin Bao announced, Chieftain, the Bloodclaw tribe has arrived. Lin Yi followed Yin Bao's gaze and beheld a group of over 20 young men, accompanied by several slaves, arriving at the market. Changmu, Yuan, Chieftain, those are our clansmen. They are alive. They are alive, Yin Bao exclaimed, his eyes reddening with excitement as he prepared to rush out to rescue his kin. Calm down. Stay composed. I will handle everything. Lin Yi firmly grasped Yin Bao's shoulder. His gaze swept over the familiar faces, filling his heart with elation. Though their bodies bore countless scars, and their eyes reflected emptiness and despair, as long as they were alive, everything else was surmountable. Who? The members of the Bloodclaw tribe must not recognize you, right? You should. Lin Yi leaned close to Hu and whispered. Understood. Hu responded, swiftly seizing 2 jars of salt and dashing towards the Blackwater tribe. At this moment, Yin Bao gradually regained his composure, though his eyes burned with fury and a violent aura enveloped him. Have my father and the shaman fallen as well? A profound sense of helplessness surged within Lin Yi. 14 clansmen remain. They must be rescued. I shall slay gods and Buddhas alike for them. A fierce determination ignited within his mind. Before long, Hu, wearing a piece of animal hide, appeared alongside Shui Bao at the Bloodclaw tribe's location. Shui Bao took the lead and successfully negotiated the return of all their clansmen. Lin Yi's price was 2 jars of salt. While what Shui Bao offered was not his concern, after all, the 2 jars of salt left them with ample surplus, which would serve as Shui Bao's reward. The transaction proceeded smoothly, and soon the 14 clansmen followed Shui Bao back. Upon reaching a safe distance, Hu tore off the hide from his face. Changmu uncle. Yuan uncle. It's me. I am Hu, he exclaimed, his voice quivering with emotion. The expressions of the clansmen finally showed signs of life. Hu? Is that truly you? You really are Hu. Run. The Bloodclaw tribe is here, Changmu exclaimed, first in joy. Then his face paled in alarm upon seeing Hu. Uncle Changmu, we need not flee. I have exchanged you all back from the Bloodclaw tribe. I am now a totem warrior. We can protect you, Hu said, tears welling in his eyes. Uncle Changmu, my father, whose lips trembled as he inquired. Sigh. Hu, your father and the others are gone. Only a few of us remain, Changmu replied sorrowfully, who staggered back a few steps, his face etched with grief. The shaman, chieftain, your father, Changfeng, Imo Shui, He Tu, Lin, they are all gone. All gone. We have failed them. Changmu recounted the names, his eyes filled with profound sorrow. Meanwhile, Lin Yi, accompanied by Feng and Yin Bao, approached the group just in time to overhear Changmu's words. Uncle Changmu. Lin Yi called softly. Yi, you are Yi. No, you are now the chieftain. Chieftain, Changmu exclaimed repeatedly. Uncle Changmu, as long as we are alive, that is what matters. We will avenge our deep-seated grievances without fail, Lin Yi declared, clenching his fists resolutely. Hu, cut the vines binding our clansmen. Uncle Changmu. Fellow clansmen, let us go. First, you must eat something and drink some water, Lin Yi urged as he led the group back toward their position. He fetched some fresh water for them to drink, then began to simmer some meat for their nourishment. Uncle Changmu, do you know the precise location of the Bloodclaw tribe? Lin Yi inquired gently. I do. I have not been idle for a moment, Changmu replied fiercely. That is good to hear. Since you know, then they shall not return. Lin Yi cast a cold gaze toward the members of the Bloodclaw tribe and spoke with icy resolve. Feng, keep a close watch on them. As soon as they leave the market, inform me immediately, Lin Yi directed Feng. Feng nodded solemnly. Hu, you stay with the meat. I will step out for a moment and see if there are any other valuable items around. With that, Lin Yi stood up and prepared to depart. Then, he cast his gaze upon one stall after another. However, after surveying the surroundings, Lin Yi found nothing particularly remarkable. It was still merely food, animal hides, bone knives, and the like. Lin Yi proceeded to select 60 able-bodied slaves and 100 women aged between 16 and 25. Meanwhile, Lin Yi's reputation for salt had already begun to spread in this marketplace. Almost all the tribes present were aware that Lin Yi hailed from the Rock tribe. 13 tribes in total. A few had yet to arrive. It remained a mystery whether they had perished or were still en route. Any potential surprises would be revealed tomorrow, Lin Yi mused. The items offered by these tribes were, for the most part, beneath his interest. Typically, they consisted of mere furs, food, and similar goods. Other items were exceedingly rare. Nevertheless, the tribes had gathered primarily to barter for salt. Beast Shaman Lin Yi. I just overheard the water leopard from the Blackwater tribe mention that you will be selecting a time for another transaction in a few days, correct? I wonder if I might place an order for some salt as well? Inquired the smiling chieftain of the Fertile Soil tribe. Certainly. However, I am curious as to what Chief Tomu intends to offer in exchange. Lin Yi stood up and responded directly. You are aware that the Fertile Soil tribe has a decent supply of food. How about I trade some of it? Tomu replied slowly. Chief Tomu, as you can see, we are not lacking in food here. However, I am aware that the Fertile Soil tribe possesses 2 types of food with considerable yields. I wonder if you could trade me some seeds? Any seeds would suffice, Lin Yi said, pointing to a pile of white radishes. This white radish was what Lin Yi had just exchanged for. He had also learned that the Fertile Soil tribe seemed to have 2 or 3 stable sources of food. Thus, in terms of strength and numbers, the Fertile Soil tribe should not be underestimated. Earlier, Lin Yi had been unable to secure a trade, but now that they had approached him, he felt more confident about the prospect. Perhaps I should propose another request, Beast Shaman Lin Yi. I can offer you slaves, women, furs, and more in exchange. Alternatively, if there is something from another tribe that catches your eye, I could assist you in procuring it. Furthermore, the Fertile Soil tribe can also help you deal with some ill-intentioned individuals. What do you think? Tomu retracted his smile and said, You need not worry about those tribes. Chief Tomu, I have my own strategies, but my condition remains the same. Those seeds. I could even offer a high price. Lin Yi fixed his gaze on Tomu. Chapter 50, Millet and Radish Seeds. Please do not hastily refuse, Chief Tomu. I only require 100 seeds of each. With that, I believe our tribe will pose no threat to you. After all, the growth time for these crops seems rather lengthy, Lin Yi said, observing Tumu's attempt to decline and immediately adding, I can agree to that. I will provide you with 100 seeds of the white jade variety. Additionally, I can give you 100 of this other type as well. However, whether you can successfully cultivate them is beyond my control. I will not assist you. And for every 100 seeds, I shall require 100 jars of salt. After a long pause, Tomu finally spoke. These are unhulled millet seeds? Indeed. There is some quality merchandise here. Lin Yi felt a surge of joy within but concealed it, instead hesitatingly saying, Chief Tomu, without your guidance, we might not be able to cultivate them. Therefore, I certainly must conduct thorough experiments. So, your price seems rather steep. Lin Yi expressed his hesitation, striving to prevent Tomu from detecting any weaknesses. 80 jars at minimum. Tomu hesitated before responding. In his mind, Lin Yi would undoubtedly be unable to cultivate this millet, as it was unhulled. As for the radishes, even if they were grown, he could not collect their seeds, as radish seed collection differs from that of ordinary plants. That's still excessive. 30 jars. To put it bluntly, I cannot guarantee that I can even cultivate them. Lin Yi slightly shook his head. 50 jars at minimum. A total of 100 jars for both types of seeds. Any less, and it shall be forfeit. Tomu pondered for a moment before stating, Very well. Then it shall be 50 jars per type. I feel a bit disadvantaged in this transaction. Lin Yi's expression displayed some reluctance. Ha, brother, you are not at a loss. If you manage to cultivate them, wouldn't you be in for a windfall? Tomu said with a smile. We can only hope for the best. Chief Tomu, please inform me in advance when you plan to depart, so we can discuss the timing of our next transaction. Lin Yi addressed Tomu. No problem. I will have someone notify you as we prepare to leave. Tomu replied cheerfully. The two then exchanged a few more words before Tomu took his leave. Chieftain, with so many additional slaves, we need to acquire more animal hides. Yin Bao glanced at the multitude of slaves before turning to Lin Yi. Very well. You and who should see which ones are suitable and bring some back. You may use meat or salt. Lin Yi replied nonchalantly. The nights in the mountains were still somewhat chilly. Slaves could be considered a labor force, and any illness would be troublesome. Soon, Yin Bao and who returned with a considerable number of reasonably processed animal hides. 2 days passed swiftly, yet Lin Yi still had not discovered anything of particular value. Chieftain, the Bloodclaw tribe is packing up. Wind promptly informed Lin Yi during the middle of the 4th night of the marketplace. Understood. Keep an eye on them. I will speak with the Blackwater tribe and the Fertile Soil tribe. Lin Yi instructed and swiftly made his way to the Blackwater tribe. Before long, Lin Yi had communicated with the water leopard of the Blackwater tribe about trading 20 heads of cattle at dawn. He also asked him to notify Chief Tomu of the Fertile Soil tribe. Uncle Leopard, Uncle Changmu, Uncle Yuan, you and your tribesmen keep watch over these slaves. If any attempt to flee, do not hesitate to kill them. We have some business to attend to. Lin Yi fixed his gaze on the members of the Bloodclaw tribe. Rest assured, I will ensure nothing goes awry here. Chieftain, do not allow any of them to escape. Yin Bao urged, gripping Lin Yi's arm. Have no fear. Lin Yi replied calmly. Then, accompanied by Wind, Hu, and Dehei, stealthily followed behind. However, As Lin Yi and the others moved, the green python tribe also began to stir, along with members from 2 other tribes. Chieftain, we have quite a few followers behind us. Wind whispered. Pay them no mind. The cunning yellow bird must first ascertain whether they possess the necessary prowess. Wind, conceal yourself and observe the situation before making your move. Lin Yi commanded Wind, who nodded in acquiescence before swiftly disappearing into the surrounding thicket. Dehei, pursue them. There is no need for subterfuge. Lin Yi immediately issued his orders. At this juncture, they had strayed far from the marketplace. Hiss. Dehei responded and accelerated forthwith. However, the Bloodclaw tribe proved to be vigilant, quickly noticing Dehei and forming a defensive formation. Those from the Rock tribe stepped forth. The Bloodclaw tribe's chieftain, Clawprint, stated coldly. Lin Yi leapt down from Dehei and strode forward. Clawprint, is it? I shall grant you the opportunity to deliver your final words. Lin Yi retorted icily. Do you believe you have me at your mercy? Are you aware that last time the Rock tribe successfully hunted a mid-level savage beast in the spirit realm? Alas, I was the one who outplayed you. Once they vanquished the beast at great cost, I emerged from the shadows with my people. You should have seen the expressions on your tribesmen's faces. Huh? Clawprint laughed boisterously. Do you realize that beast granted my Bloodclaw tribe 2 new totem warriors? I initially intended to annihilate your Rock tribe, but despite the torment endured by your kin, they revealed nothing of your tribe's whereabouts. Thus, I brought them here as slaves. Such a pity. Such a pity. You shall still meet your demise. After a pause, Clawprint continued. If your final words are spoken, then prepare to die. In an instant, the ink-black blade appeared in Lin Yi's grasp. A golden weapon. It will also belong to me. Arise. Slay them. Greed flickered in Clawprint's eyes, and soon 2 figures emerged from behind Lin Yi. These must be the 2 new totem warriors of your tribe then? So, it follows that only 1 shaman remains in your ranks. How fortuitous it is to eliminate you before dealing with your shaman. Lin Yi proclaimed coldly, his figure flashing as he appeared before Clawprint in an instant. Boom. The ink-black blade clashed against Clawprint's bone knife. Clawprint staggered back several steps. What immense power! But what of it? You shall still die. Clawprint shook his somewhat numbed arm and charged at Lin Yi, while simultaneously, another totem warrior rushed towards him. As for the 2 newly promoted totem warriors of the Bloodclaw tribe, they were left to the tiger. Though their realms were equal, their combat prowess was another matter entirely. Chapter 51, Revenge. Death. Let us see who truly meets their end. Lin Yi chuckled nonchalantly and lunged at the 2 adversaries. With a slight shift of his wrist, the back of the ink-black blade struck precisely against the bone knife's edge, producing a dull clang. The left-hand warrior's arm jolted violently, his palm splitting open as blood gushed forth. He stared wide-eyed, unable to believe that his strength had been utterly suppressed. Yet, before he could regain his composure, Lin Yi advanced, his tang knife gliding past the bone knife in a decisive upward strike, snapping the tip clean off with a crack. Fine bone dust scattering in the air. Seeing this, Clawprint immediately lunged at Lin Yi's side, aiming the bone knife at his ribcage. Lin Yi pivoted on his left foot, his body half-turning as he swept the tang knife horizontally, crashing it against the handle of the bone knife with a resounding thud. Clawprint felt an immense force surge up his arm, his shoulder creaking as the bone knife slipped from his grasp, clattering to the ground. Another warrior from the Bloodclaw tribe seized the opportunity to swing his bone knife at Lin Yi's back. But Lin Yi seemed to possess eyes in the back of his head. He sidestepped deftly, plunging the ink-black blade into the warrior's abdomen, twisting it mercilessly. Then, with a fierce yank, he directed the blade towards Clawprint, who was about to retrieve his bone knife, striking down heavily upon it, cleaving it in 2. The ink-black blade pointed ominously at Clawprint's chest. The cold gleam reflected upon his pallid face. Clawprint swallowed hard, panic overtaking him. In a desperate attempt, he hurled a handful of dirt at Lin Yi and turned to flee. When Lin Yi opened his eyes again, he beheld an arrow lodged in Clawprint's neck. The latter stumbling and collapsing to the ground, blood quickly saturating the earth. The Bloodclaw tribe shall perish. Lin Yi shouted fiercely as he charged towards the remaining members of the Bloodclaw tribe. Moments later, rivers of blood flowed, and the ground was strewn with the corpses of the Bloodclaw tribe. Meanwhile, the throng of slaves and women trembled in fear from a distance. Lin Yi wiped the ink-black blade on a Bloodclaw warrior's body and turned his gaze towards a faint presence, saying, "Hee, you truly possess remarkable patience. Even now, you choose not to reveal yourselves." From the dark, dense forest, 7 figures emerged slowly. I did not expect you to be not only a shaman, but also a totem warrior. However, do not presume that by slaying 2 worthless totem warriors, you can disregard us. They were merely a mid-level blood valiant and 3 low-level weaklings. Surrender your salt-making techniques and golden weapons, and you may live. Otherwise, death awaits. Commanded Mang Shan, the leader of the green python tribe, brandishing a chilling bone knife that glimmered with an eerie green light. pointing it menacingly at Lin Yi. Hee. I am not only tough in body but also in spirit. If you desire my salt-making techniques and golden weapons, you may have them, provided you can kill me. Lin Yi declared, brandishing his long knife towards Mang Shan and his followers. Seeking death. Kill them. Mang Shan barked coldly. In the next moment, whoosh whoosh whoosh. 3 arrows flew in a formation towards Mang Shan. However, he had already witnessed Win's attack and was thus prepared. The bone knife in his hand danced with precision, deflecting all the arrows effortlessly. Yet, at that moment, Dehei charged forward. Its massive head opened wide, clamping down on a low-level totem warrior's waist, tossing him aside. His fate uncertain. Following this, Dehei's colossal tail lashed out at the members of the green python tribe. Lin Yi and the tiger surged forward in unison. Tiger, be cautious. Their weapons are poisoned. Do not let them harm you. Lin Yi warned during the battle. 2 high-level blood-valiant beings from the opposing side engaged Dehei directly, while 2 mid-level blood-valiant warriors faced Lin Yi. The remaining 2 low-level blood-valiant warriors were pitted against the tiger. However, despite their higher realm, their strength fell short compared to Lin Yi. Lin Yi's techniques were grand and overwhelming, embodying a force that could swallow mountains and rivers whole. The green python tribe style was peculiar and unpredictable, with all their weapons shimmering with an eerie green light, akin to ghostly flames flickering through the air. Utilizing their immense strength, Lin Yi and Wind would send one adversary reeling, only for an arrow to swiftly strike from the shadows, targeting either the throat or the heart. The conclusion is all too apparent. Empowered by the winds, 2 mid-tier and 2 low-tier totem warriors barely lasted 3 minutes. However, at this moment, Dehei had also sustained considerable injuries, with several bloody wounds marring his body. Lin Yi exchanged a glance with Hu, and they charged directly towards Mang Mountain. What? Impossible. How could you have killed Mang Lin and Mang Hu so swiftly? Mang Mountain exclaimed in shock. Huh, you know nothing of what true power entails. Prepare to meet your demise. Lin Yi chuckled softly, as the ink-black blade in his hand traced a chilling arc towards Mang Mountain's chest. Under the bright moonlight, the battlefield was vividly illuminated. Chief, I believe we should retreat. Their strength is beyond what we can afford to offend. Some individuals in the distance urged their tribal leader, their eyes filled with dread. We must leave. We cannot afford to wait any longer. If they free their hands, we will be the ones to perish. Soon, sounds emerged from 4 or 5 shadowy corners, as one by one, tribes seeking to take advantage departed quietly. In scarcely a moment, Mang Mountain had already acquired 3 grievous wounds that exposed bone. Spare me. I can teach you the method of salt production. I can become your slave. Mang Mountain was now desperate. He could feel his blood draining away, and he was utterly exhausted. As for another high-tier blood warrior of his tribe, he had already been beaten to near death by Dehei. Huh, those who dare to rob us shall meet their end. Lin Yi smiled faintly as the ink-black blade swiftly sliced through Mang Mountain's neck. The bone knife fell from Mang Mountain's grasp to the ground. As he clutched his neck desperately, yet blood continued to pour forth uncontrollably. Mang Mountain collapsed weakly to the ground, struggling a few times before falling silent. Chief Tumu. Brother Shueibao, do you agree with my assessment? Lin Yi turned to a nearby figure with a smile. Ha! Lin Yi is indeed correct. Those who dare to plunder us must die. What a splendid display, Chief Lin Yi. However, do not misunderstand. We merely came to lend a hand to Chief Lin Yi. After all, we still require quite a bit of salt. Yet, none expected Chief Lin Yi's combat prowess to be so formidable. The figures of Tumu and Shueibao emerged from the shadows, smiling as they spoke. Chapter 52, The Soybean Field, The Return Journey. Lin Yi smiled faintly, choosing not to expose them. He understood their intentions all too well. They merely sought to play the role of the mantis stalking the cicada, unaware of the oriole lurking behind. However, after witnessing the combat strength of Lin Yi and his companions, they had abandoned that notion. Although they estimated they could defeat Lin Yi and his group, the price they would pay was unacceptable. I appreciate the goodwill of Chief Tumu and Brother Shueibao. Lin Yi said with a smile. System, is Dehei seriously unharmed? Is the toxin affecting him in any way? Lin Yi inquired within his mind. No worries. The recovery ability of savage beasts is quite formidable. A bit of toxin is trivial for them. In just half a day, Dehei will fully recover. The system replied calmly. Of course, if the host is still concerned, you can exchange for a detoxifying healing pill, which costs 1,000 civilization points. Ensuring Dehei will be lively in no time. The system added after a pause. No need. You keep it for yourself. Lin Yi replied nonchalantly. Who, are you uninjured? If not, let us take the slaves, the women, and the remaining goods in return. Lin Yi said slowly. I'm fine. If I may suggest, Chief, let Dehei return with our tribesmen, and we can withdraw from here. After all, the transaction is about to conclude. Who responded thoughtfully. That works. Phone. Dehei. You two return to fetch the tribesmen. We shall set off for home. Lin Yi contemplated for a moment before speaking. Chief Lin Yi, I would like to increase the amount of salt, if that is permissible. Tomu and Shueibao approached and said slowly, Certainly. How much does Chief Tomu intend to increase? Lin Yi inquired with a smile. Let us add 300 jars. Tomu stated after a moment of thought. I would also like to increase by 300 jars. Shueibao immediately added. No problem. The time remains unchanged. The exchange will still be for seeds, and that cow sound good? Lin Yi asked with a cheerful smile. Certainly. The two replied in unison. Of course, if there are other valuable items, we can examine them later. Lin Yi said with a grin. The two nodded in agreement. Well then, I shan't keep you any longer. Lin Yi nodded slightly. Soon, everyone dispersed. Feng, you stay behind. Dehei and I will return. I still need to find something. It will take about a day. Once I meet up with Uncle Bao, you can head straight for the tribe. And Dehei and I will catch up? Lin Yi whispered to Feng. Chief, please ensure your safety. Feng nodded earnestly. Lin Yi quickly made his way back to the marketplace with Dehei. Uncle Bao, you head back home. Feng, and who will meet you along the way? Ming Guang. Take me to find that item. Lin Yi fixed his gaze intently on Ming Guang. All right. Ming Guang nodded vigorously. Stay safe, Uncle Bao. Lin Yi reiterated his concern before mounting Dehei with Ming Guang. With the jade rabbit ascending, the two set off. The only regret was the disappearance of the green python tribe. Had they remained, a windfall could have been secured. What would typically take a day's journey was accomplished in less than 4 hours, thanks to Dehei's swiftness. Ming Guang, are you certain it's around here? Lin Yi inquired, furrowing his brow. Wait. Let me think. Ming Guang was now sweating profusely, desperately recalling the location of the soybean field. Acutely aware of the murderous aura emanating from Lin Yi. If he failed to locate it, not only would his life be forfeit, but that of his tribesmen as well. The two searched the surroundings for nearly an hour, and Lin Yi's expression grew increasingly impatient. Meanwhile, Ming Guang's sweat continued to pour. Suddenly, Ming Guang's eyes lit up with joy. I found it. He quickly dashed a few steps forward, weaving around several large trees. And Lin Yi soon beheld a patch of soybean fields. Though less than half an acre, the quantity was still quite considerable. Meanwhile, the roots of the soybeans had essentially withered, indicating that they had indeed reached maturity. Wasn't it around September when soybeans typically matured? It seems a bit early for this time of year, Lin Yi murmured with a joyful expression. Regardless, what matters is that they exist. Who cares about the timing of their maturity? Lin Yi dashed forward, exclaiming, Ming Guang, help me with the harvest. The two spent a solid 2 hours gathering all the soybeans. Lin Yi estimated that they had collected approximately 80 pounds of beans, which was quite satisfactory. After all, in later times, a single acre of soybeans generally yielded around 300 pounds. Only special plots could exceed 400 pounds. At this moment, the sun had risen. What a remarkable lad. You are quite the diligent worker. Keep it up, and strive to shed your status as a slave and join my Panshir tribe. Lin Yi said, patting Ming Guang's shoulder with satisfaction. Can we really join your tribe? Ming Guang asked, a hint of surprise in his voice. Yes, it's possible. But it won't be easy. I will establish a set of criteria. As long as you meet the requirements, you can join my Panshir tribe, Lin Yi replied nonchalantly. Great. I will definitely join. Ming Guang's eyes sparkled with enthusiasm. Let us go. We need to return quickly. Our clan's folk are waiting. Lin Yi said to Ming Guang as he mounted the great black horse. Once Ming Guang was seated securely, he commanded, Great Black, let us move. By around the afternoon, Lin Yi and the great black horse, accompanied by Ming Guang, caught up with their returning tribe. The chieftain has returned. The chieftain has returned. Uncle Chang Mu exclaimed joyfully upon seeing the great black horse. Chieftain, chieftain. The tribe members hurried forward. All right. Everyone quiet down. Conserve your energy. We still have a journey ahead. Lin Yi promptly declared. Chieftain, did you find it? Hu asked quietly as he approached Lin Yi. Indeed, I did. Lin Yi replied with a gentle smile. That is wonderful. With this, we can add another type of food to our provisions. Hu responded happily. When Lin Yi discovered the soybeans, he had informed Hu and even sent him to other tribes to search, but they had found nothing. Not only is it food, but it can also be pressed for oil, made into tofu, or sprouted. Its uses are extraordinarily vast. Lin Yi said with a grin. Chapter 53. Returning to the tribe. Planting. The broader the variety, the better, right? This way, we can thrive more effectively. Hu remarked with a glimmer of excitement in his eyes. Indeed. I just wonder how much civilization value these crops will provide once planted, Lin Yi mused inwardly. The presence of slaves and women was somewhat excessive, significantly hindering their pace. Once night fell, Lin Yi and his companions could only find a suitable spot to set up camp. After a night spent without incident, as dawn broke the following day, they hurriedly resumed their journey. By around 11 o'clock that morning, they finally arrived safely at the valley's entrance. The chieftain has returned. The chieftain has returned. The lookout brothers shouted loudly towards the valley. Soon, people began to emerge quickly, opening gates and moving obstacles to welcome Lin Yi and his companions inside. Chongmu, you're alive. You're really alive. An ant rushed into Chongmu's embrace. The entire scene instantly became a bit chaotic, though tumultuous. It was filled with warmth. All right. No more tears. Let go of each other. There will be plenty of time to reunite tonight. After 2 days of travel. Huajia, please prepare some food for us. Lin Yi directed. Emoya, have someone keep an eye on those slaves. We will discuss everything after we have eaten and drunk enough. Lin Yi commanded. Only then did everyone begin to act in an orderly fashion. Once they were well fed, Lin Yi called all the able-bodied men together to arrange for the slaves. Uncle Bao, could you please inform us how many slaves and women we have acquired this time? Lin Yi inquired slowly. Chieftain, we didn't acquire many this time. Just 100 slaves and women, along with Ming Guang and his 37 companions. Additionally, the Bloodclaw tribe also purchased quite a few slaves and women. In total, we have around 200 slaves and 150 women. The slaves are all able-bodied, and the women are aged between 14 and 20. Yin Bao replied slowly. Excellent. Lin Yi nodded in satisfaction. At this moment, the Panshir tribe consisted of precisely 100 individuals. Including slaves and women, the total within the tribe had reached 488. Tonight, let those of our tribe who have not yet taken wives come forth to choose. They will select by age. As for the slaves, they will receive 2 meals a day, with less meat and more wild fruits. Lin Yi stated calmly. Moreover, I have brought back 3 types of food seeds. Make sure to take good care of them. They must not be damaged. Lin Yi added. Soon, Lin Yi's orders were conveyed throughout the tribe. As for the sweet potatoes, Lin Yi personally planted them. Discussing the subsequent steps with Xiao Chao and the others as he worked. There were only 7 sweet potato vines in total, and within 10 minutes, he had completed the task. Ding! The host has successfully planted sweet potatoes, rewarding 5,000 civilization points. The system announced. 5,000 points. Lin Yi was instantly elated. Meanwhile, the slaves were tilling the land under Mo Ya's guidance. After finishing with the sweet potatoes, Lin Yi began teaching everyone how to plant radishes. The distance should be about 60 to 50 centimeters apart. That's roughly the width required. The soil must be loose, and water should be kept to a minimum. As for the yield of the seeds, I will teach you about that later. Lin Yi instructed the tribe members. They needed to understand the growth cycles and planting methods of these crops. This way, even if Lin Yi were absent from the tribe one day, planting would not be hindered. Next came the millet and soybeans. Ding! The host has successfully planted millet, soybeans, and radishes, rewarding 12,000 civilization points. The system reminded again. That brings my civilization points to 17,000. How delightful! Lin Yi thought with immense excitement. System, what is the growth period for these plants? Lin Yi immediately inquired. Host, in this world, the maturation period for soybeans and millet is 80 days, sweet potatoes is 95 days, and radishes is 45 days, the system replied blandly. This response is complimentary. If the host wishes to acquire knowledge regarding agriculture, they may purchase the Agricultural Encyclopedia, which contains various illustrations of crops, planting times, harvesting periods, storage techniques, and seed preservation methods. It is available for a mere 3,000 civilization points. The system paused before continuing. Very well. I shall make the purchase. Additionally, I will repay the civilization points I owe you. Lin Yi responded nonchalantly. At this moment, Lin Yi was indeed quite affluent. A mere 6,000 civilization points were insignificant. Such generosity from the host. Would you care for a volume on the art of source soil? It's only 5,998 civilization points. The system's tone was filled with enticing allure. Please elaborate on this art of source soil. Lin Yi inquired with curiosity. The art of source soil harnesses the great power of heaven and earth to hasten the maturation of crops. It can potentially reduce the maturation period by half. Moreover, it infuses the crops with a faint spiritual essence, enhancing one's own abilities. The system explained directly. If that is the case, it seems quite worthwhile. Let us proceed with the exchange system, Lin Yi stated decisively. Ding! The host has exchanged the art of source soil, deducting 5,998 civilization points. Ding! The host has repaid the borrowed civilization points of 3,000, with an interest of 300 points. The host now has 5,202 civilization points remaining. The system reminded. Among these, 500 points were a reward for discovering coal. Host, would you care to peruse the gold artifacts as well? The system enticed once more. That is unnecessary. With coal in hand, I ought to search for some ores properly. I can simply smelt them myself later. Lin Yi replied indifferently. Oh, then I wish the host good fortune. The system remarked blandly. However, Lin Yi couldn't shake the feeling that it sounded somewhat mocking. Was there truly no metallic vein in the vicinity of the territory? Lin Yi pondered to himself. Yet, having spoken, he would not easily concede. An exploration would reveal the truth. Lin Yi then picked up the agricultural encyclopedia and began to delve into its contents. The tome was quite substantial, with at least over 1,000 pages. It contained a plethora of crops, including some wild vegetables that Lin Yi was unfamiliar with. It meticulously detailed the methods for sowing, nurturing, harvesting, and seed preservation for the crops in this world. It seemed it was time to teach everyone literacy. Relying solely on myself would be a slow process for development. The Bloodclaw tribe must be eradicated promptly. Lin Yi contemplated. Chapter 54. Choosing a wife. Lin Yi hastily reviewed the precautions for crops such as corn, soybeans, and sweet potatoes. Following the guidelines, he adjusted the planting distances for the various crops. Next came the art of source soil. Hopefully, it aligns with the system's description, Lin Yi murmured. Subsequently, the art of source soil seamlessly integrated into Lin Yi's consciousness. Curse system, you trickster. Lin Yi soon realized the method of utilizing the art of source soil and muttered in frustration. It required daily application. And given Lin Yi's current level, it would take at least 3 hours to reduce the maturation time by 40. Moreover, Lin Yi's current capabilities could only cover an area of 200 square meters. To achieve a shorter time and broader coverage, as well as to attain half the maturation time, one would need to reach the shamanic realm. Tell me, did you not misrepresent the conditions? As for the time, you didn't inquire. The system remarked within Lin Yi's mind. I say, dear system, can we refrain from such tricks? In the future, please provide all the details at once. Lin Yi expressed his frustration. Hee. Very well. The system replied with a faint chuckle. However, this task is beyond my capabilities. I lack the time for such endeavors. It seems the art of source soil must be entrusted to Ling Air. If we both operate it, the time required should diminish somewhat, right? Sigh. When will our tribes see more shamans emerge? Lin Yi mused. There was no alternative. He would proceed when time allowed, and if not, he would have to wait. Ultimately, Lin Yi resigned himself to this thought. Evening swiftly approached. Lin Yi instructed Sister Hua to prepare 3 or 4 pots of lamb stew with radishes, along with a pot of crocodile meat. He summoned all the tribe members together. All those above 16 years old and unmarried were to step forward. Lin Yi addressed the gathered individuals. A few stepped forward, including Emoya. Choose for yourselves. Lin Yi gestured to the crowd. The group joyfully approached to make their selections. Only one person stood aside, hesitant. Emoya, if you have something to say, then say it. As a man of the Panshir tribe, what is with this hesitation? Lin Yi frowned. Chieftain, I wish to marry Xiao Chao. Emoya declared after a moment of contemplation. Oh, Lin Yi was somewhat taken aback. Xiao Chao did not appear particularly beautiful. She could only be described as an ordinary beauty, with a physique that was neither robust nor striking. From the perspective of Lin Yi's former world, she would likely be overlooked, yet unexpectedly, Emoya had set his sights on her. At this moment, Xiao Chao also wore an expression of surprise and shock, clearly unaware of Emoya's intentions. This matter, you must discuss with Xiao Chao yourself. She is a member of my Panshir tribe, and I cannot coerce her. If she agrees, then it shall be so, Lin Yi stated after a moment's thought. Sister Xiao Chao, Emoya stammered. In truth, the two were of similar age, with Xiao Chao being merely 2 years older than Emoya. And she was only 20 years old. I am willing. Xiao Chao took a deep breath and replied. Lin Yi was pleased to hear this. After all, both of their talents were commendable. Should they unite, their offspring would likely possess even greater potential. Chieftain. Suddenly, a young man named Hualu spoke up. Speak, Lin Yi said, maintaining a calm demeanor. Chieftain, may I select 2? Hualu inquired, biting his lip. In the past, he would never have dared to voice such a request, for in each marriage arrangement, the tribe only procured as many women as needed. However, the situation was different now. Lin Yi had brought back a total of 150 women. Even if each man selected 5, there would still be plenty remaining. Hualu had his eye on 2 and genuinely was at a loss for whom to choose. Can your body handle that, you rascal? Lin Yi burst into laughter. Chieftain, do you look down on me? I can surely manage. The fiery-faced Hualu then exclaimed. Excellent. Let us select 2, he added. And do not forget to expedite the expansion of our rock tribe. The others echoed this sentiment, and Lin Yi, contemplating for a moment, smiled and readily concurred. After all, the population of the rock tribe was exceedingly scant at this time. The more individuals they could select, the greater the likelihood of flourishing the tribe. Thank you, Chief. Hualu said with palpable excitement, swiftly darting into the group to fetch 2 women. Soon, the selection process was complete, and Lin Yi nodded in satisfaction. Uncle Leopard. Esteemed elders and brothers, you 2 may come forth to select. We have prepared options for you as well. Lin Yi turned his attention to some of the older bachelors. It was noted that Yin Bao's wife had tragically perished during childbirth, and many similar fates had befallen others. In primitive society, the sanitary conditions were abysmal, resulting in a staggering 50 or higher probability of offspring not surviving. Childbirth was fraught with peril, Even those who were born successfully faced threats from disease, food scarcity, natural disasters, and more, leading to further mortality. This phenomenon had stymied the growth of the tribe's population. Lin Yuan's objective was to control the survival rate of the children from the outset. As for subsequent issues, they were now largely resolved. With ample food supplies, it was not merely these few individuals that he could sustain. Even double the number would pose no challenge. Treatments for diseases had been established, along with the assistance of Ling Er, the healer. When the time arose, he would simply need to exchange knowledge regarding pregnancy and childbirth. As for natural disasters, while they were acts of nature, they could still be mitigated to some extent. I must emphasize one matter. Once you have made your selections, ensure that you do not neglect those you have chosen. Remember, they are to be the mothers of your future children. Furthermore, you must strive to expand our rock tribe. For the future of our people, I hereby declare the following. All women who become pregnant shall be exempt from labor until they have given birth. Additionally, their nutritional provisions will be significantly enhanced during their pregnancy. Lin Yi contemplated once more before continuing. Chief, it is settled. Hurry and make your selections. Yin Bao said, somewhat astonished, wishing to voice his thoughts, but was abruptly interrupted by Lin Yi. Indeed, Chief. Yin Bao could only acquiesce helplessly. Subsequently, the older bachelors stepped forward to begin their selections once again. Chapter 55, Promising Seedlings. To all who have been chosen, listen closely. If you bear their offspring, you shall automatically become a part of our rock tribe. You will enjoy all the privileges afforded to our people. Lin Yi stated thoughtfully. Moreover, from now on, no women shall marry outside the tribe, and no men shall engage in wandering marriages. Lin Yi continued with deliberation. It is crucial to understand that when the tribe is unable to support a large number of members, men may resort to wandering marriages, which essentially equates to being adopted into another tribe, severing ties with their original clan. Typically, men who are adopted into other tribes hold a status slightly above that of a slave, often relegated to arduous labor, leading to a grim existence. Chief. Lomu also spoke up. I am the chief. My word is law. This matter is settled. Should any wish to pursue a wandering marriage into our tribe, as long as our women take a liking to them, they may be accepted, provided they offer a bride price, which could consist of food, furs, or other items. Lin Yi declared resolutely. In his quest to strengthen the rock tribe, he was willing to employ any means necessary. Yes, chief. The tribe's people responded in unison. Now, let us discuss the matter of the slaves. Mingguang, step forward. Lin Yi commanded from his seat upon a bamboo chair. Chief of the rock tribe, Mingguang approached slowly. Mingguang, I present you with two options as a reward for discovering that food source. First, you may join our rock tribe and enjoy all the privileges of our people. Second, you may remain with your original tribe, becoming a supervisor to oversee the work of the slaves. But your status will only be marginally above that of the slaves themselves. Choose wisely. Lin Yi stated calmly. Chief, may I inquire, if I join the rock tribe, will I be able to exchange merits for my original tribe's admission into the rock tribe later on? Mingguang pondered for a considerable time before asking. Yes. Lin Yi replied nonchalantly. Then I choose to join the rock tribe. Mingguang decisively proclaimed. He was astute enough to understand that by joining the rock tribe, he could better protect his original kin, ensuring their survival. Thank you, Chief. Mingguang's face flushed with gratitude as he knelt down. Arise, Mingguang's kin, and all you slaves. Listen closely. You too have the opportunity to join our rock tribe. As long as you contribute significantly, you may become part of our tribe. For instance, if you discover a previously unknown edible food source, or if you engage in battle on behalf of the rock tribe, bringing down 10 enemy heads, you too can join us and receive the protection of the rock tribe, enjoying all the benefits of our people. Of course, even minor contributions can enhance your standing, such as increasing hunting success rates or defending against attacks from other tribes. By proving your worth, I may promote you to positions such as slave captain or overseer. You will also have more options concerning food. Lin Yi reiterated calmly. Upon hearing this, the slaves and women were overcome with elation, for despite the stringent conditions, they glimpsed a glimmer of hope, the hope of becoming human. Thank you, master. The multitude of slaves and women fervently proclaimed as they knelt. Now let us all strive diligently. I eagerly await the day you become members of our tribe. Lin Yi said softly. Uncle Changmo, you haven't forgotten the location of the Bloodclaw tribe, have you? Lin Yi inquired of Changmo. In response, Chief, I would never forget. Changmu's eyes betrayed a deep-seated enmity. Excellent. I am granting you an opportunity. The day after tomorrow, we shall launch an offensive against a tribe that harbors animosity towards us. Whether you seize this chance and rise above will depend entirely on your own efforts. Lin Yi addressed the slaves once more. Yes, master. The slaves responded with fervent enthusiasm. Uncle Leopard, starting tomorrow, arrange for a multitude of slaves to commence the extraction of salt. We still have many items that have yet to be reclaimed. Furthermore, Please also arrange accommodations for the numerous women and slaves. Lin Yi said, glancing at Yin Bao. Yes, Chief. Yin Bao promptly replied. All right. Everyone should eat and drink to their heart's content. Lin Yi waved his hand grandly, addressing the crowd once more. The members of the Panshir tribe were free to indulge as much as they wished, as long as they did not waste. However, the women and slaves were not afforded the same luxury. Each of them would receive 3 pieces of crocodile meat, accompanied by 3 or 4 fruits. As for water, they could drink as they pleased. Nevertheless, even this was enough for them to feel immensely grateful. After all, the frequency with which they had feasted on meat in the past was a rarity. Otherwise, they likely would not have descended into slavery, would they? Lin Yi also prepared a bowl of lamb and radish soup, savoring it with delight. Once finished, he summoned Ling Air over. Ling Air, I shall impart to you a shamanic spell. From now on, the land will be entrusted to you. Of course, I will also assist when time permits. Lin Yi declared, placing his middle finger directly on Ling Air's forehead, and the Source Earth technique immediately manifested within the depths of her soul. Wow. It can rapidly enhance the maturation of those foods. How impressive. Ling Air exclaimed with wide, starry eyes. Ling Air, you must also hasten your studies in the ways of the shaman, particularly concerning pregnancy, nurturing, and childbirth. Lin Yi said with a gentle smile, addressing her again. Understood. Brother Yi. Ling Air replied cheerfully. All right, go and play. Lin Yi ruffled her hair affectionately. Only then did Ling Air skip away to experiment with the newly acquired Source Earth technique. Turing, do you see any issues with this arrangement? Lin Yi murmured softly. Of course not. Although their sense of belonging and loyalty is practically non-existent, these slaves and women harbor no resentment towards our Panshir tribe. You have also established a pathway for their advancement. They are currently filled with gratitude. Once their sense of belonging strengthens, they will become members of our Panshir tribe. I will remind you when that time comes. Turing replied with a smile. By the way, Turing, among these slaves and women, are there any particularly promising candidates? Those who could easily become totem warriors or shamans? Lin Yi suddenly inquired. Indeed, there are 3. One is the newly joined Mingguang of our Panshir tribe. His talent should not be inferior to Feng and Hu. He is an excellent candidate for a totem warrior. Additionally, Mingguang's sister is also a promising candidate for a shaman, particularly a beast shaman. Her physique causes wild beasts to naturally take a liking to her. Another is the wife chosen by Holu, the one who appears quite gentle. I sense she is also a potential healer shaman. As for the others, they fall significantly short compared to our tribesmen. Of course, they still hold some cultivation value. At the very least, if they practice your technique, they have the potential to become totem warriors, though they may not achieve great heights. Turing explained slowly. Well, that's still commendable. For now, our focus is on strengthening the tribe. Lin Yi nodded slightly. System. How many civilization points for a black iron hammer and a night iron shovel? I plan to purchase a few more, so please offer me a better price. Lin Yi inquired in his mind. For more than 10, each is 300 civilization points. For 5, each is 400 civilization points. No negotiation. The system replied, effectively quashing Lin Yi's bargaining hopes. I'll take 5 hammers and 5 iron picks. Lin Yi contemplated before stating, ding, tools have been dispatched, deducting 4,000 civilization points. The system promptly notified, system, do you have a manual for barefoot doctors and a militia training manual? How many civilization points do these 2 items require? Lin Yi once again inquired slowly. Ding, the system has everything. The value of both items is 10,000 civilization points. The system replied directly. What a ripoff. Lin Yi frowned. Ding. The host should be well aware that these items are treasures in future eras, let alone in the present. The system explained. Too expensive. I only need the militia training manual for immediate use. Would content such as the Black Dragon 18 styles, the 3-3 tactical system, reconnaissance, vigilance, observation, marching, and camping be any cheaper? Lin Yi pressed further. It can be done. However, the minimum is still 3,000 civilization points. The system also offers loan services. The system responded once more. Loans. Let's wait on that. I haven't utilized my coal yet. If I do, I should have enough civilization points. Lin Yi replied nonchalantly. At that moment, the system fell silent. Lin Yi smiled faintly, knowing he had guessed correctly. By the way, system, I have now raised cattle. What about my reward? Lin Yi suddenly recalled something and asked again. Ding. The host has already received civilization points for raising livestock. No further rewards will be granted. The system replied. System. This is different. Last time it was wild boars, and this time it is cattle. They are not the same species, are they? Shouldn't I not be limited to the previous 1,000 civilization points for gathering the 6 livestock? Isn't that a bit unreasonable? I can overlook the mushroom. But 6 livestock also counts as 1. Lin Yi expressed his dissatisfaction. Ding. Congratulations, host, for raising cattle. You are awarded 3,000 civilization points. The system. Left speechless, directly granted the points. Now that's more like it. System. How much would it cost to acquire something that enables the tribesmen to quickly learn to read and write? Lin Yi asked with a smile. 10,000. The system replied flatly. Oh, that's quite steep, Lin Yi remarked. Based on the rewards the system had provided thus far, if he were to begin disseminating culture, the rewards would undoubtedly be substantial. It was time to start teaching everyone to read. Lin Yi pondered. In primitive society, there must exist methods for recording events. Furthermore, the tribe now possessed some very rudimentary characters, albeit in limited quantity. Often, one could only rely on guesswork. For instance, a method of recording involved tying knots on a beast's sinew. With 4,202 civilization points remaining, weapons, techniques, and other items still needed to be procured. It seemed that he needed to earn some more civilization points. Lin Yi contemplated. Subsequently, Lin Yi procured some bamboo and commenced the crafting of various items. One after another, items such as carrying poles, rakes, and hoes began to materialize. A series of system prompts echoed in Lin Yi's mind. However, the rewards for each creation were modest, ranging from 1 to 300 civilization points. Nevertheless, these accumulated to nearly 2,000 civilization points for Lin Yi. System. Exchange for the basic militia training manual. After completing these tasks, Lin Yi spoke with a hint of nonchalance. Ding. Deducting 3,000 civilization points. The basic militia training manual has been issued. The system notified. Hehe. Delightful. Now, the next step is to wait for the arrival of coal to transform it into coal balls. Following that, I shall address the matter of livestock. The chicken coop is already sorted. Next in line are the wild chickens, sheep, horses, and dogs. Lin Yi contemplated inwardly. System. The current livestock cannot possibly compare to that of the later era, can it? After all, the horses of the future are incomparable to those of now. Perhaps I should procure a mount? And regarding the dogs, could I not acquire a few wolves for guarding the premises? Lin Yi inquired once more. Indeed. However, mounts must be of the same species, at least 5 in number. As for wolves, they require domestication. Those obtained through contract magic do not count. Furthermore, the other livestock must also number over 5 and must include both males and females. The system promptly responded. Understood. Lin Yi replied directly. Chickens and sheep are the simplest to procure. In this world, wild chickens abound. As for sheep, they are not overly difficult to obtain. Let us commence with these two. Lin Yi persistently calculated in his mind. Soon enough, he had arranged the tasks for the following day. Tomorrow, who will lead everyone to mine for salt, while I shall venture out to see if fortune smiles upon me with some valuable finds. Feng, Yin Bao, and the others will proceed to hunt by the lakeside. After finalizing all the plans for the next day, Lin Yi began his cultivation. However, he soon found it impossible to focus. A cacophony of sounds incessantly invaded his ears, especially that fellow, whose voice was the loudest. He huffed and puffed like a tireless bull, and his bamboo hut was the closest to Lin Yi's. It wasn't until late into the night that the ruckus finally subsided. The next day, Lin Yi awoke feeling somewhat fatigued. After all, the events of the previous night had taken a toll on him. Lin Yi's soul, after all, was over 20 years old. Moreover, on the way back, Yin Bao, Chang Mu, and others had insisted that Lin Yi make the first choice. Yet, Lin Yi had firmly declined. He aimed to adhere to the customs of the primitive world as much as possible, striving to uplift his tribe without causing undue disruption. Nonetheless, Lin Yi had his own principles. He swiftly organized the plans he had devised the day prior. Ming Guang, today, focus on your cultivation within the tribe. Lin Yi instructed after imparting several techniques to him. Yes, Chief. Ming Guang promptly replied. Lin Yi then took Dehei to the location where he had previously discovered the goats, primarily seeking to ascertain whether he could uncover any traces of them. Soon, Lin Yi stumbled upon numerous patches of tender grass that had been grazed. Excellent. It appears this is their activity zone. Lin Yi mused as he followed the trampled wild grass, tracking the goat's trail. However, he soon realized he had inadvertently run all the way to the lakeside. Oh dear. What was I thinking? During the dry season, goats require frequent water. They would simply linger by the lake. Before long, Lin Yi spotted a group of over a dozen goats cautiously drinking at the water's edge. Wonderful. My efforts were not in vain. Now, the remaining task is to set traps. Lin Yi calculated. Dehei, go fetch a few individuals, and bring Moyo along. Lin Yi ordered. Feng and Moyo were currently fishing at the lakeside with Yin Bao and others. Dehei immediately plunged into the lake, and soon returned with several people in tow. Chief, did you not say you were going for a stroll? Moyo exclaimed in surprise. I followed them here. Lin Yi pointed towards the goats by the lake. I need your assistance in digging a few traps and constructing some enclosures. Lin Yi instructed the group while explaining the necessary steps. Soon, Lin Yi and his companions set up traps and enclosures along the goat's main pathway. Now listen carefully. Equip yourselves with branches and stones. and slowly drive the goats towards the traps and enclosures from the open areas. Be cautious not to harm them. Is that clear? Lin Yi addressed the crowd. Understood. They replied in unison. All right, proceed. If successful, we shall have an abundance of goat meat and milk. Lin Yi gestured enthusiastically towards them. The tribe members began to stealthily encircle the group of goats. The chase commenced. The goats, startled, scattered chaotically. Those who fell into traps did so, while others rushed into the enclosures. Out of 17 goats, only 6 managed to escape. The remainder had become Lin Yi's captive prey. Ha! Quickly, bring the beast tendons. Bind them tightly. Lin Yi laughed heartily. Soon, a goat had all 4 hooves secured. All right, Moya, Yuan, Hey too, you 3 take the goats and return with me. The rest of you may continue with your tasks. Lin Yi waved his hand dismissively. Each person carried 2 goats while riding on Dehei, swiftly heading back to the tribe. Upon their arrival, Lin Yi immediately set about constructing a goat pen. Using bamboo, he enclosed an area adjacent to the pigsty for the goats. He then created several stone troughs and filled them with water. Sister Xiao Xiao, arrange for a few people to feed these goats some grass and leaves. Lin Yi instructed directly. Ding. Host has raised goats, awarding 2,000 civilization points. The system chimed in. 4,202 points. How splendid. Lin Yi joyously exclaimed as he remounted Dehei. Dehei, let us go see if there are any wild chickens or similar creatures ensnared in the traps. Lin Yi directed as they made their way towards the location of the snares. It must be said, whether it is Lin Yi's fortune or the abundance of wild creatures in the mountains remains uncertain. Over 80% of the snares yielded a harvest. Among them, there were 17 hares and 13 wild chickens. Of course, some had been devoured by other beasts, leaving only pools of blood, tufts of rabbit fur, and feathers scattered across the ground. Furthermore, a small portion of these wild chickens and hares had already perished. However, for those that remained alive, they were more than sufficient for Lin Yi to accomplish his task. I recall that the reproductive capabilities of rabbits are rather astonishing, aren't they? It seems they can be ready for harvest in about 100 days. They appear to be able to breed in just 3 to 4 months. No, I must raise a portion of them. I cannot focus solely on livestock. Lin Yi contemplated. Subsequently, he mounted his steed, Dehei, and set off towards the tribe. Upon arriving at the tribe, he immediately retrieved a large chicken coop and stuffed the wild chickens inside. He then instructed the old man to craft some rabbit cages. He also shared some important notes regarding the hares and wild chickens with Xiao Xiao. Finally, he rode Dehei out of the tribe once more. Naturally, the system's prompt echoed again. The wild chickens provided 1,500 points of civilization value. The hares contributed 1,000 points of civilization value. Lin Yi wondered why the civilization values for livestock differed. This is calculated based on historical influences. The civilization values provided are beyond my control. The system replied blandly. So, you only handle the sales, correct? Lin Yi teased suddenly. Do you believe I could raise the prices of everything by 50? The system seemed a bit flustered. Don't be anxious. Don't be anxious. We are in this together. I am certainly on your side, rest assured. However, I need to know, if I purchase more items, can you upgrade? In other words, will future rewards be within your control? Lin Yi inquired with curiosity. Yes, but I cannot say how long it will take for you to help me reach that level. The system replied with a hint of helplessness. Don't rush. Let's take our time. One day we will reach that level, won't we? Lin Yi said with a smile. However, Lin Yi began to ponder the origins of the system in his heart. Alas, we can only take one step at a time. I hope you can meet the requirements soon. Then I will be able to assist you better. The system sighed. Chapter 58. The mantis catches the cicada, while the yellow sparrow waits. Understood. Rest assured. Even if not for you, for my own sake, I will certainly seize the time to consume. Lin Yi declared resolutely. Riding Dehei, Lin Yi continuously searched the surroundings. Wait a moment, Dehei. Lin Yi suddenly halted Dehei, as he appeared to have spotted a long red object. He leaped down from Dehei with excitement. Haha, indeed it is chili, and it is bird's eye chili. It appears to be completely ripe. How delightful. Lin Yi exclaimed as he took out his entrenching tool and dug up the entire chili plant. Ding. Congratulations, host, you have discovered chili, awarding 300 points of civilization value. The system's voice chimed. Let us go. Dehei, let us continue our search. Lin Yi said with enthusiasm as he mounted Dehei. After all, Lin Yi is someone who cannot live without spice. Of course, he is not particularly adept at handling spicy food. He simply enjoys both culinary delights and playful adventures. The duo circled around once more. Just as Lin Yi was about to return, he seemed to hear several beastly roars. Dehei, let us investigate. Lin Yi exclaimed immediately. The man and beast swiftly charged towards the source of the roars. However, before they could arrive, Lin Yi felt an overwhelming sense of pressure. This creature must be at least at the barbarian muscle realm, right? Lin Yi murmured to Dehei as they stopped at a distance. Yet upon hearing the anguished roars of beasts and the sounds of battle, Lin Ye's heart ignited with fervor. Damn it, let us go for it. What if I could have a shot at being the mantis? Wouldn't that elevate my realm significantly? Lin Yi quickly made up his mind. He urged the trembling Dehei to cautiously approach the battlefield. After several minutes, Lin Yi finally caught sight of the bloody battleground from afar. He observed dozens of towering gray wolves, each over 2 meters tall, besieging a ferocious black tiger standing over 3 meters tall. At this moment, the black tiger was already marked with numerous wounds. On the ground nearby lay the corpses of several gray wolves, their blood soaking into the earth. System, what cultivation levels do they possess? Lin Yi inquired urgently in his mind. Host, that black magic tiger has just attained the mountain essence realm, which corresponds to the human race's pulse realm. Those celestial wolves are all at the barbarian beast realm, aligning with the human race's barbarian muscle realm. The wolf king is at the pinnacle of the barbarian beast realm. They are attempting to hunt this black magic tiger to aid the wolf king in entering the mountain essence realm. The system explained slowly. I see. Lin Yi nodded slightly. Let them battle fiercely. It would be best if they both suffered heavy losses. Lin Yi's heart surged with excitement. The battlefield was rapidly approaching a fever pitch. 20 celestial wolves relentlessly assaulted the black magic tiger, tearing into its flesh and leaving a trail of blood. Naturally, the black magic tiger was not to be underestimated. With a single swipe, it sent one celestial wolf flying after another. However, inexplicably, Lin Yi sensed that the black magic tiger seemed somewhat weakened. He noticed that the celestial wolf that had been knocked down by the black magic tiger was shaking its head and getting back on its feet, launching another attack on the black magic tiger. As time passed, the black magic tiger appeared increasingly unsteady. Yet, only 4 or 5 celestial wolves remained. Just then, the wolf king, who had been lingering at the back, finally stepped forward. A howl rang out, piercing the air. The celestial wolf king charged towards the black magic tiger like a released arrow. Roar! The black magic tiger responded with a thunderous roar of its own. In an instant, the wolf and tiger became entangled in a fierce battle. Go! Fight it! Aim for its underbelly. Lin Yi cheered for the wolf king and the black magic tiger from a distance. Just as the wolf king's paw slashed across the black magic tiger's throat, a black orb suddenly emerged from the tiger's mouth. Boom! A resounding explosion enveloped both the wolf king and the black magic tiger in a sphere of darkness. Lin Yi's heart raced, feeling as though it was lodged in his throat. Gradually, the black light began to dissipate. The black magic tiger slowly closed its eyes. Meanwhile, the celestial wolf king lay motionless on the ground, a gaping wound in its abdomen, blood oozing profusely. Howling. The 4 wolves nearby began to howl and cautiously approached the black magic tiger, circling it for over 10 minutes. Damn it, what are you waiting for? Hurry up. Both of them are bleeding out. Lin Yi cursed inwardly. In the next moment, one of the celestial wolves sank its teeth into the black magic tiger's throat, prompting the other 3 wolves to rush in and swiftly drag the black magic tiger away. At this moment, Lin Yi dared not act recklessly, opting to wait from a distance. Only after confirming that there was no immediate danger did he dash towards the lifeless wolf corpses, swiftly storing them in his personal space. Just as Lin Yi collected the wolf king's body, he noticed a pitch-black black magic tiger cub beneath it, appearing as though it had yet to open its eyes. Holy moly, what extraordinary luck for the host. This is actually a newborn cub of the black magic tiger. The system was somewhat astonished. Lin Yi had no time to ponder and promptly picked up the black magic tiger cub, hastily making his way towards Dehei. Move, Dehei. Quickly. Lin Yi, disregarding how the cub came to be, urged Dehei to leave this perilous place. He could distinctly sense an immensely powerful aura drawing near. Hurry, hurry. Move faster. Lin Yi incessantly urged Dehei. They ran for a full hour before Lin Yi finally commanded Dehei to halt. Goodness, I nearly became the unknown savage beast's dinner. Lin Yi reflected, still shaken. Host, you are fortunate. The beast that rushed over was evidently another black magic tiger, equally formidable, residing in the mountain spirit realm. The system remarked with a hint of admiration. System, that creature won't follow us, will it? Lin Yi inquired anxiously. It's hard to say. The system contemplated before responding. Hard to say. Don't jest, system. That creature could easily slaughter all my kin. Don't you have anything to conceal our presence? Lin Yi's expression darkened. Haha, of course I do. How about 5,000 civilization points? I can ensure that it senses none of the host. Dehei, or the black magic tiger cub. The system promptly replied. System, you're extorting me. Lin Yi gritted his teeth. Just tell me if you'll make the exchange or not. That black magic tiger is clearly heading this way. The system replied nonchalantly. Chapter 59, The Contract. I agree. Lin Yi managed to squeeze out those 2 words through clenched teeth. Ding. Congratulations to the host for exchanging 5. 000 civilization points for the system's concealment of presence. The host now has 702 civilization points remaining. The system's notification chimed in. Host, head east. Quickly. After the system collected the civilization points, it began to exert its power. A faint glow enveloped Dahe entirely, including Lin Yi and the black magic tiger cub. Lin Yi directed Dahe to proceed eastward. The underbrush traversed by Dahe instantly returned to its original state. Not long after, Lin Yi heard a thunderous roar of a tiger, filled with rage. Host, I have a suggestion for you. For the next 3 days, neither you nor anyone else should leave the valley. Otherwise, if anything happens, don't blame me for not warning you. The system stated flatly. Are you implying that the black magic tiger will be causing trouble in the coming days? Lin Yi asked, perplexed. That seems to be the case. The system replied calmly. Very well. I suppose I'll stay in the tribe for a few more days. Lin Yi conceded helplessly. Rest assured, it will only be 3 days at most. The black magic tiger, unable to locate its offspring, will surely depart. The system reassured. Sigh. I hope so. System, can we return now? Lin Yi inquired again, as the daylight was waning. It would be best to wander outside for half an hour first. The system mused before responding. Fine, Lin Yi said resignedly. He then strolled around with Dahe until the sun completely set. Only then did Lin Yi lead Dahe back to the tribe. Upon arrival, a crowd rushed to greet him, and who looked on reproachfully, saying, Where have you been? We were about to go out searching for you. It's fine. It's fine. I've returned safely, Haven Ti. Moreover, I've procured quite a few valuable items. Lin Yi replied with a grin. All totem warriors, Uncle Leopard, Uncle Changmu, Uncle Yuan, follow me. The rest can disperse. Lin Yi commanded, leading everyone to a bamboo house. This bamboo house was constructed by Old Man Tu before Lin Yi set off for the market. Including the quarters for the slaves, all were built under Old Man Tu's supervision. Upon entering the bamboo house, Lin Yi promptly closed the door. He then took out the celestial wolves. A savage aura suddenly filled the bamboo house. What is this? Who asked incredulously. These are celestial wolves, savage beasts of the barbaric sinew realm. Lin Yi replied with a smile. Barbaric sinew realm. The crowd exclaimed in unison. Disbelief etched on their faces. Indeed, I suppose I was just lucky. It's a pity about that black magic tiger, though, Lin Yi said, somewhat regretful. However, he also felt helpless, as acquiring so many celestial wolves was already a stroke of fortune for Lin Yi. Had it not been for the system's intervention, he might have perished long ago. System, can we utilize these celestial wolves? Lin Yi inquired in his mind. Certainly. However, given the higher level of the celestial wolves, you should use only 1/3 of their blood during each cultivation session. Once you advance to the sturdy bone realm, you may utilize half of their blood each time. The system replied nonchalantly. Uncle Leopard, go outside and fetch some bamboo tubes. Lin Yi instructed again. Yin Leopard turned and left, returning shortly with several bamboo tubes. Lin Yi then took 2 celestial wolves that had been clawed by the tiger and began to draw their blood. The 2 celestial wolves yielded approximately 1.5 buckets of blood, as they had already lost considerable blood by the time Lin Yi arrived. Lin Yi, on this side, once again lifted a celestial wolf whose spine had been shattered, continuing to drain its blood. This time, he extracted a full 3 buckets of blood. Upon witnessing this, Lin Yi felt a sense of certainty within his heart. Feng, Hu, Imoya, Sister Xiao Qiao, each of you shall receive a bucket. Tonight, we will utilize this for our cultivation. By this time tomorrow, you will likely ascend to the bone solidification realm. Lin Yi addressed the 4 individuals. He then retrieved another injured celestial wolf, extracting nearly 1.5 buckets of its blood. Lin Yi promptly stored 1 bucket away and inquired again, System, can this substance lay a foundation for the members of our tribe? Certainly. Not only can it establish a foundation, but it can also enhance their strength. Moreover, it is beneficial for the practice of those movements. Dilute it with water. It is suitable not just for children, but even for the youth. A simple soak will suffice. When the color fades, it loses its efficacy. The system replied once more. Lin Yi nodded silently, pondering for a moment before extracting another celestial wolf's blood. Uncle Leopard, these 3 buckets are for all our tribe's people. Dilute it with water, and then they can take a soak. It may be somewhat painful, but they must wait until the color has lightened before rising. The more movements they learn, the more blood will be needed. Additionally, pay close attention to the children. They can only partake if they are 6 years or older. Lin Yi instructed Yen Bao. Understood, Chief. Yen Bao responded with evident excitement. Little did he know. At this moment, he had only practiced the 6th movement. Upon hearing Lin Ye's implication that this substance could accelerate cultivation and enhance strength, he couldn't help but feel elated. Perhaps one day, he too could become a totem warrior. Chief, what about tomorrow? Uncle Zhongmu hesitantly inquired. Uncle Zhongmu, do not fret. The Blood Claw tribe is over there. They cannot escape. Currently, there is a frenzied mountain spirit, equivalent to a Mingzong realm, black magic tiger outside. We must not provoke it. For the next 3 days, no one from our tribe is to venture out. Do you understand? Lin Yi fixed his gaze intensely upon Zhang Mu. He understood Zhang Mu's feelings, yet he could not risk the lives of himself and his tribe's people. Moreover, after their cultivation, their realms would increase significantly, ensuring greater safety. Rest assured, Chief. I understand. Zhang Mu replied, somewhat dejectedly. That is good. Uncle Zhang Mu, you must also cultivate diligently. This substance can aid you in mastering those movements. Who knows, perhaps you too will become a totem warrior. Lin Yi said with a smile. By the way, when cultivating tonight, remember to leave a few youths to keep an eye on those slaves. Do not turn back, just eliminate them all. Lin Yi added after a pause. Understood. Yen Bao and the others responded in unison. Chief, what is that thing you are holding? Hu inquired curiously. This. It is the greatest harvest of the day. It is the offspring of the black magic tiger from the mountain spirit realm. But do not worry, it cannot sense this child's presence. Lin Yi explained to everyone. Does that mean it can also become a mountain spirit? Hu exclaimed in shock. Precisely. That is why I brought it back. Henceforth, it shall be the guardian beast of our Pan-Shur tribe. Lin Yi declared firmly. That is wonderful. With it around, we can roam the mountains with impunity. Yen Bao exclaimed, equally excited. Indeed. However, its growth will require time, so it is best for us to develop cautiously. Lin Yi replied slowly. All right, everyone. Go and make arrangements. Cultivate diligently tonight. If any of us has not broken through by this time tomorrow, do not show your face. Lin Yi reiterated to the group. Soon, everyone departed with buckets of wolf blood. System, do you think I should cultivate witchcraft first or focus on my physical body? Lin Yi asked once more. It is entirely up to you. There is no distinction. If you wish to practice witchcraft, it is merely to form a contract with this black magic tiger. But your current mental strength is already sufficient to establish a contract with it. The system replied blandly. I see. Lin Yi nodded and then directly initiated the contract technique, imprinting it onto the soul of the black magic tiger cub. Throughout the process, Lin Yi felt no resistance whatsoever. System, given that this black magic tiger is so small, what do you suggest I feed it? Lin Yi inquired slowly. Naturally, milk. The system blurted out. This system can provide suitable formula milk in bottles. Do you require them? Host. The system promptly added. What is the cost? Lin Yi asked sternly, aware that he would likely be overcharged yet again, but feeling powerless to resist. 3,000 civilization points. Do not think it exorbitant. This formula will promote its growth, and within a month, it will reach a length of 1 meter. I will cover the cost of a month's supply. The system replied directly. Sigh. I will borrow 2,000 civilization points for the exchange. Lin Yi responded helplessly. He felt that his civilization points were truly insufficient. After all, he had finally accrued some, only to spend it all within a day. Ding. Host. All right. Hurry up. Lin Yi replied exasperatedly. He then retrieved a milk bottle from his spatial storage, which was already filled to the brim with formula. Lin Yi promptly placed it into the mouth of the black magic tiger. The little creature had been sniffing around eagerly, likely hungry. Before long, the entire bottle of formula was consumed by the black magic tiger. Lin Yi then gathered several animal skins to create a small nest for it. After watching the black magic tiger settle down and fall into a peaceful slumber, Lin Yi finally picked up the bucket of celestial wolf blood. He found a large wooden tub, filled it with water, and poured the wolf blood inside. Subsequently, he stripped off all his clothing and leaped into the tub, commencing his practice of the cultivation technique to absorb the blood's essence. Instantly, a sharp pain coursed through his entire body, yet this suffering remained within his threshold of tolerance. At the very least, the sensation was far less intense than that of practicing the 9th movement. As the energy within the blood began to surge into Lin Ye's body, his vital energy began to churn vigorously. His strength and skin began to be gradually reinforced and enhanced. That night, the entire Pan-Shur tribe resonated with the anguished cries of countless children. This bewildered the slaves, yet upon witnessing the icy glares of the Pan-Shur tribe's people around them, they shuddered and hastily lowered their heads. The following morning, Lin Yi slowly opened his eyes. It was not that he had finished absorbing the essence, but rather an overwhelming hunger compelled him to cease his actions. Lin Yi quickly donned his clothes and made his way to the dining hall. Chief, everything is prepared for you. Last night, the wind and the tiger made their arrival. Sister Hua exclaimed as she hurriedly brought forth a large platter of meat. Lin Yi remained silent, swiftly devouring the entirety of the generous portion. Burp. The sensation of being full is truly delightful. Lin Yi expressed his satisfaction with a hearty belch. Sister Hua, please prepare a bit more. Surely there will be others arriving for a meal. Lin Yi reminded her before returning to the bamboo hut to resume his training. By the afternoon, Lin Yi felt that his vitality had reached a significant level. Suddenly, with a soft pop, an endless surge of energy began to flood his bones. Lin Ye's heart leapt with joy. At last, I have broken through to the bone solidification realm. After another half-hour had passed, the water in the bucket finally regained its original hue, having been completely absorbed by Lin Yi. He slowly rose to his feet, tightly clenched his fists, and a powerful force instantly manifested. Excellent. This strength must be at least 5,000 pounds in one arm. Truly worthy of a beast from the barbaric muscle realm. Lin Yi thought to himself, brimming with excitement. After casually wiping off his body, he swiftly dashed towards the dining hall, where he consumed yet another 10 or so pounds of beast meat before letting out another satisfied belch. Sister Hua, has everyone else arrived? Lin Yi inquired. Not yet. Sister Hua gently shook her head. As expected, I am indeed a genius. Lin Yi mused to himself. All right, Sister Hua, please prepare the meat for them. I shall take my leave for now, Lin Yi instructed, then fed the little tiger cub before sitting aside to contemplate. Next up is spiritual strength, Lin Yi murmured. He then retrieved a wolf carcass and began to absorb its essence according to his cultivation method. Soon, Lin Yi felt that even with his eyes closed, he could perceive everything around him. Moreover, it seemed as though there were colorful specks of light in the air. The shamanic realm has also advanced. However, there still appears to be plenty of essence remaining. Let us continue, Lin Yi whispered. He resumed his absorption until deep into the night. Lin Yi finally finished absorbing all the essence from the wolf carcass. Refreshing. Lin Yi stood up slowly, feeling invigorated. At that moment, his shamanic realm had directly advanced to the mid-stage of the concentration realm. This celestial wolf is a treasure trove. Its essence has helped me break through the shamanic realm. Its blood will assist us in becoming totem warriors, and its meat will satiate our hunger and replenish our energy. It is simply perfect. Lin Yi thought contentedly. I say, young man, have you forgotten about me? Suddenly, a voice tinged with melancholy echoed from Turing. Chapter 61. Increase in Totem Warriors. Lord Turing, how could I possibly forget you? I have been diligently training. Please wait a moment. I shall sever the head of this wolf to honor you, Lin Yi exclaimed, preparing to act. Stop. That wolf is of no use to me now. Its essence has been completely absorbed by you. What more do I need? Give me a new one, Turing said with a hint of resentment. Very well. No problem. Please hold on, Lin Yi replied, retrieving another wolf carcass and promptly severing its head before heading towards the totem's location. Initially, Lin Yi had thought that no one would compete with him for essence, but he did not anticipate that Turing would also desire such a thing. As the wolf's head vanished, Turing let out a satisfied belch. Young man, a few in the tribe are also on the verge of becoming totem warriors. It's time for their awakening. There is no need to wait, Turing stated nonchalantly. Understood. I will have them come for their awakening tomorrow. Lin Yi responded immediately. As far as Lin Yi knew, for more individuals in the tribe had completed the 9th movement, which meant they too could become totem warriors. Regarding Xiao Shirtu, do you think we should wait a bit longer? I believe there is potential for his strength to improve, Lin Yi inquired gently. Waiting is acceptable. Let us see if his strength reaches its peak first. After all, he is still young, Turing said indifferently. Very well. Let it be so, Lin Yi concluded before departing. He then returned to his room and resumed his training. Although he had reached the concentration realm, his spiritual strength had yet to transform into that of the celestial wolf. Time swiftly passed to the next day, as a ray of sunlight filtered through the bamboo window, gently illuminating Lin Yi. He slowly opened his eyes. Lin Yi exhaled a breath of stale air, then stood up with a smile, fed the black magic tiger, and stepped out of the door. Tiger, you've also reached the bone solidification realm, haven't you? Lin Yi inquired slowly. Naturally. Now, with a single arm, I can wield a mighty force of 4,000 pounds. The tiger said proudly. Don't get too cocky. I'm at 5,000 pounds. And what do you have to say about that? Lin Yi rolled his eyes. The tiger suddenly felt a little deflated. Are you still boasting? Wind, standing nearby, lightly mocked. All right, let us hurry and have breakfast. After breakfast, I have matters to discuss with you all, Lin Yi stated directly. Once everyone had finished their meal, Lin Yi gathered all the tribe members together. He then pulled out the agricultural encyclopedia. Pay close attention, and make sure to memorize the images within. Everything documented here is edible. If discovered in the wild, we must bring it back, Lin Yi declared as he opened the agricultural pictorial. He proceeded to go through each image, urging everyone to scrutinize them carefully. After flipping through the book, Lin Yi handed it over to Uncle Yin. Uncle Leopard, please keep this book for now. All the able-bodied young adults must commit the images to memory over the next couple of days. When we venture out, we shall be vigilant in our search, Lin Yi stated calmly. Rest assured, Chief. If anyone fails to remember, I shall break their legs, Yin declared fiercely, his seriousness stemming from the matter of food. Excellent. Now, go and review it thoroughly. Lin Yi waved at Yin. After all, our ability to repay the loans hinges on whether we can find new food sources. System, can we continue to absorb that blood and essence? Lin Yi inquired slowly. Not for now. The earliest would be after 10 days, Otherwise, your meridians won't withstand it. The same goes for essence. Continuous absorption may lead to beastly traits. The system responded directly. Understood. It seems I must focus on training. I was hoping to use this to elevate my barbaric muscle realm. Lin Yuan shook his head slightly. You're overthinking it. Once the celestial wolves perish, a portion of their energy has already dissipated. According to my estimation, even a pack of 10 wolves might not suffice to propel you into the realm of formidable strength. With each elevation to a higher realm, the energy required increases exponentially, often by tenfold or more. This particular method serves merely as an auxiliary. It is far more prudent to cultivate steadily and methodically, allowing one to swiftly master the surging power while also recuperating from the bodily harm inflicted by such a rapid increase in strength. The system remarked in a subdued tone. Oh, Lin Yuan nodded in agreement. He then swiftly summoned the 4 clan members who met the requirements to become totem warriors and instructed the totem to awaken their potential. The names of the 4 individuals were Blood Lion, Mad Wolf, Dark Python, and Fire Bull. All of them were relatively young, peers of Lin Yuan. Without hesitation, Lin Yuan imparted the cultivation techniques to the 4 and gave them a gentle nudge to commence their training. Meanwhile, Lin Yuan made his way to the designated training ground to practice his sword techniques. After over 2 hours of practice, Lin Yuan devoted some time to hasten the growth of sweet potatoes. As he unleashed the earth source technique, earthy yellow and verdant green specks of light gradually merged into the sweet potato vines. The vines began to sprout rapidly, as there were only 7 of them occupying a minimal space. Hence, Lin Yuan's acceleration of growth was considerably swift. In just half an hour, he achieved what would typically take 3 hours. Observing the vigorous growth of the sweet potato vines, Lin Yuan nodded in satisfaction. Given their current state, a further session of hastening tomorrow might allow him to propagate even more. The more cuttings, the greater Lin Yuan's harvest would be. Seizing this opportunity, Lin Yuan instructed the slaves to thoroughly turn the soil. A generous amount of plant ash was also sprinkled in. During the day, Lin Yuan practiced his sword techniques and honed his physical form. At night, he focused on strengthening his mental prowess. Life was indeed fulfilling. The following day, after hastening the growth of the sweet potato vines, Lin Yuan successfully propagated them. To avoid hindering the original growth, he refrained from taking too many cuttings. The initial 7 vines had now multiplied to 28. However, with Lin Yuan's enhancement, it would not be long before these sweet potato vines exceeded 1,000. While this number may seem modest, the vines required time to establish roots and develop foliage, which would take approximately 3 days. Time swiftly passed to the evening. System, has that black magic tiger departed? Lin Yuan inquired. It has left. However, that wild beast has fled as well. It is unlikely we will encounter any wild creatures in the coming days. The system replied. It matters not. For now, the tribe has sufficient food. If necessary, we can return to fishing. Lin Yuan replied nonchalantly. Before long, Lin Yuan gathered all the totem warriors and the fire leopard and others. Fire Bull, you four needn't rush. Take the time to adapt to your newfound strength. I will assist you in your ascension later. Moreover, you shall participate in tomorrow's battle. It is a perfect opportunity to acclimate to your powers. Sister Grass, you remain behind. The rest of us will head directly to the Blood Claw tribe with the slaves. Some debts need to be settled. Lin Yuan instructed slowly. Understood, Chief. The crowd replied in unison. By the way, tomorrow, equip those slaves with long spears, javelins, and similar weapons. During the battle, we shall assess who is capable and who is not. We cannot afford to sustain them without purpose, can we? Lin Yuan reiterated. Chief, if we arm them, might they turn against us? Feng expressed hesitation. No worries. Once I have provided them with weapons, I will have measures in place for defense. Lin Yuan replied indifferently. Defending against spears and javelins is quite simple. We can craft some shields, as those are not difficult to make. Feng nodded silently in agreement. All right, off you go. This matter is settled. Let us have an early breakfast tomorrow. And once we finish, we shall set off. Lin Yuan waved to the crowd. They promptly departed. Once the others had left, Lin Yuan began his training. The next morning, Lin Yuan rose early, had breakfast, and then set out with the 4 newly promoted totem warriors and a group of slaves armed with wooden spears and bamboo javelins towards the Blood Claw tribe. Along the way, Zhang Mu diligently followed the route from memory to locate the Blood Claw tribe's position. After wandering for over 4 hours, they finally succeeded in finding the location of the rival tribe. Chief, it is just ahead, Zhang Mu exclaimed with excitement, his eyes glimmering with fervor. Soon, the group arrived at the outskirts of the Blood Claw tribe. They beheld numerous caves dotting the mountainside, accompanied by several dilapidated grass huts. Inside the huts were a few malnourished slaves bound tightly. A handful of individuals from the Blood Claw tribe, clad in animal skins, wandered about within the compound. Prominently displayed on the mountainside was a massive red totem resembling an eagle's claw. Blood Lion, Mad Wolf, Dark Python, Fire Bull. It is your moment to shine. Do not concern yourselves with their shaman. Go forth. Lin Yi commanded with a wave of his hand. At this juncture, the opposing tribe had lost their totem warriors. Even if they had newly emerged ones, they would not exceed 4 in number. New totem warriors must endure the crucible of battle and blood. As for their shaman, Lin Yi surmised that one individual would suffice to handle them. Understood, Chief. The 4 responded in unison. Kill for me, Bloodline bellowed, leading the charge with the throng of slaves. The adversaries quickly reacted, with dozens of young men donned in animal skins brandishing bone knives and spears rushing forth. The air was instantly filled with the clamor of battle cries. Lin Yi closely followed, vigilant for any potential appearance of the shaman. However, at that moment, the Blood Claw totem shimmered, and a layer of sanguine light enveloped the young men of the Blood Claw tribe. Their fingers elongated, and their nails sharpened, glinting ominously as their offensive capabilities surged. Yet, despite their newfound strength, they remained far from the prowess of true totem warriors. Their enhancements were merely an increase in strength and claw sharpness. Just then, an elderly man with flowing white hair emerged from a cave, wielding a hollow beast bone. Lin Yi's senses heightened in an instant. Suddenly, a crimson beam shot forth from the beast bone, manifesting into hundreds of blood claws that surged toward the crowd. Clang! Emotion unsheathed instantly. Lin Yi charged toward the elder. The opposing force quickly mounted a defense, and a multitude of beastly claws encircled Lin Yi. Clear a path for me. With a sudden roar, Lin Yi unleashed a flash of blade light, and in an instant, countless beast claws were severed by the ink-black sword in his hand. Who goes there? The elder barked. The stone tribe. Lin Yi comes for vengeance. Lin Yi retorted coldly, brandishing his long sword with an air of menace. In the great wilderness, the strong are revered. Your quest for revenge is but a natural course. Surely, the claw marks and others met their demise at your hands? The opponent's pupils constricted sharply as he mused. Ah, why speak so much? In the end, you still face death. Do you truly expect me to let you go? Lin Yi sneered, dare not. Yet, who lives and who dies remains uncertain. The adversary suddenly grinned coldly, his grip tightening around the beast bone, which glowed ominously with bloodlust. 5 or 6 bloodied claws, each about a meter long, materialized with a shriek, surging toward Lin Yi with a stench of gore. A mere trick. Lin Yi scoffed, abruptly sheathing his sword. With a single thought, his mental energy surged forth, and a wolf's head of the celestial wolf materialized. A howl, inaudible to ordinary ears, erupted, sending ripples through the air that cascaded outward. Wherever it passed, the beast claws were shattered. With a cough, the opponent spewed forth a mouthful of blood, his face a mask of disbelief. You are also a shaman. Now you know? If so, then rest in peace, Lin Yi remarked, casting a glance at him. Before the wolf's head plunged into his skull, the elder crumpled to the ground, twitching a few times before falling silent. Lin Yi approached and seized the beast bone from the elder's grasp. The man was merely at the intermediate level of the spiritual perception realm, yet with this beast bone, he had ascended to the advanced level. Just as Lin Yi grasped the bone, he suddenly sensed something else concealed within the elder's garments. With a swift motion of the ink-black sword, the beast's skin was cleaved in two. A thin, papery, yet not quite paper-like yellowed beast skin neatly appeared atop the elder's body. Lin Yi picked it up and discovered it was inscribed with peculiar symbols. Moreover, the beast bone bore 2 identical symbols. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have acquired Shamanic Script 9 and received 5,000 civilization points. The system chimed in suddenly. Shamanic Script. Lin Yi furrowed his brow. Indeed, Shamanic Script. Similar to the formations and talismans known to the host from a later time. You may understand each script as a simple formation or talisman. These scripts are manifestations of the rules governing this realm. The system elucidated. Lin Yi stowed away the beast bone and the inscribed beast skin. Now was not the time for study. He raised his gaze to the battlefield. Bloodlion, Mad Wolf, Dark Python, and Firebull had only just become totem warriors, their combat skills somewhat unrefined. Yet their extraordinary strength and speed had thoroughly subdued the youth of the Bloodclaw tribe. They moved like tigers among sheep, each strike sending enemies flying. The slaves, fighting for their lives and the faint hope of rising above their station, unleashed astonishing combat prowess. They howled, wielding wooden spears, bamboo poles, and even stones, clashing fiercely with the Bloodclaw tribe. Though many fell, the survivors' eyes sparkled with an increasing brightness, a thirst for life and hope for the future. Chong Mu and the ape were particularly frenzied, seeking out the members of the Bloodclaw tribe who had once tormented them, striking with ruthless ferocity. Their long-suppressed hatred now unleashed. The battle quickly tipped in favor of Lin Yi's side. Without the support of the shamans, the Bloodclaw tribe's resistance crumbled swiftly. The youth fell as they fought. Those remaining lost their will to fight and knelt in surrender. Lin Yi showed no mercy. Such was the rule of the great wilderness. To show kindness to enemies is to be cruel to oneself. He commanded that all members of the Blood Claw tribe be bound, clean the battlefield, gather all usable items, and incinerate anything we cannot carry. Lin Yi ordered coldly. The others sprang into action. Food, beast skins, crude bone implements, and various inconsequential items were swiftly collected. Lin Yi approached the Blood Claw totem. At this moment, the totem had lost its luster, riddled with cracks. Yet, the system's voice echoed in Lin Ye's mind. A weak totem on the brink of extinction, allowing Turing to consume, it will significantly restore the stone totem. And there exists a small chance to promote its evolution. Lin Yi nodded, placing his hand upon the totem and directly absorbing the Blood Claw totem into his spatial realm. Having dealt with the totem, Lin Ye's gaze fell upon the captives and the trembling members of the Blood Claw tribe. From this day forth, the Blood Claw tribe shall cease to exist. You will become the slaves of my stone tribe. If you wish to survive, obey and work hard. Perhaps one day, you may join the ranks of my stone tribe as true members. Lin Yi drew a deep breath and proclaimed. His voice carried an undeniable authority, yet also a glimmer of hope. The once utterly despairing members of the Blood Claw tribe finally glimpsed a flicker of hope in their eyes. Uncle Leopard, arrange for their supervision. We shall rest briefly and return to the tribe at once. Lin Yi instructed Yen Bao. This place is ill-suited for prolonged stay. The pungent scent of blood may easily attract formidable wild beasts. Yes, Chief, Yen Bao replied, promptly making arrangements. On the return journey, the group had grown significantly larger and heavier. Alongside the spoils of war, nearly 100 captives had been added. Yet, the morale of the Stone Tribe members soared, especially Chong Mu and others, whose vengeance had been fulfilled, as if they had shed a tremendous burden, their steps lightening. The slaves who had participated in the battle, though bearing wounds, no longer possessed the same dazed expressions. They occasionally stole glances at Lin Yi and the totem warriors, infused with a sense of reverence and anticipation. Upon returning to the tribe, a flurry of activity ensued, arranging the captives, delegating tasks, and treating the injured. Lin Yi entrusted the management of the captives to Yen Bao and Ming Guang, the latter being meticulous and having once transitioned from a slave himself, making him adept at handling such matters. Tu Shan, you have slain 5 enemies, promoted to slave captain, commanding 10 subordinates, and granted a bone knife. Qing Mu, you have slain 3 enemies, promoted to slave team leader, commanding 5 subordinates. Upon returning to the tribe, it was only fitting to reward those who had distinguished themselves in battle, as Lin Yi intended to instill hope within them. Only by doing so could they fight desperately for the rise of the Stone Tribe. Only then could their mindset be transformed, allowing them to fully integrate into the Stone Tribe. Turing, look what I have brought back for you. Lin Yi approached the totem, placing the Blood Claw tribe's totem before it. I had almost forgotten to mention it to you. I never expected you would bring it back. Excellent. Excellent. Turing immediately expressed his satisfaction. Then Lin Yi seemed to perceive a barely audible cry of despair. The orange-level totem has a rather pleasant flavor. Young one, I shall first digest this thoroughly. Once I have done so, I should be able to give rise to at least 10 totem warriors and a witch. It will likely take 3 or 4 days. You may attend to your own matters. Turing said joyfully, and then fell silent, clearly having begun his digestion. Meanwhile, Lin Yi had completed all his arrangements. The sky had completely darkened by now. After finishing his meal, Lin Yi took out the witch scripts once more to study them. He continuously compared them with the bone artifact and discovered that the 2 witch scripts on the artifact seemed to represent condensation and sharpness, respectively. When combined, they could unleash that kind of blood claw attack. However, he did not quite understand the meaning of the other witch scripts on the animal hide. Even those 2 scripts were merely Lin Ye's own conjectures. Host, would you like me to explain the meanings of the witch scripts? It requires only 1,000 civilization points. If you wish to package it, it would only cost 8,000 civilization points. Moreover, I offer lending services. The system continuously tempted Lin Yi within his mind. If you're going to take my civilization points, you might as well just tell me directly. Lin Yi repeated his previous sentiments. However, the system was adamant this time. If you want to tell me, then fine. I shall explore it myself. I refuse to believe that a distinguished scholar of the 21st century cannot figure this out, Lin Yi said with a hint of indignation. He quickly gathered several pieces of animal bone. Picking up the ink-black blade, he began to carve according to the witch scripts on the animal hide, using the firelight as guidance. The scripts on the hide appeared simple at first glance. Yet, when Lin Yi attempted to reproduce them, he found it exceedingly difficult. Either the carvings were inconsistent, or the results resembled nothing of substance. Chapter 64. The ruler, you old man. Lin Yi frowned slightly. He then resumed studying the bone artifact. As Lin Yi infused his witch power, the 2 scripts on the bone artifact began to glow. Subsequently, a claw materialized. However, it was not blood-colored. Rather, It resembled the claw of a celestial wolf. This indicated that these witch scripts were manifestations of claws condensed according to the characteristics of one's witch power, or mental energy. If that is the case, then when carving the witch scripts, should I also infuse my witch power? Lin Yuan pondered, with newfound insight. He picked up a fresh piece of animal bone, and this time, he did not rush to carve. Instead, he closed his eyes and summoned the mental energy from his mid-stage concentration realm, carefully guiding a faint strand imbued with his soul's essence into the tip of his knife. This time, Lin Yi cast aside all distractions, immersing himself entirely in the first script that represented sharpness. Every turn and curve seemed to embody a unique rhythm. The tip of the ink-black blade descended once more. This time, his movements were much slower, yet imbued with an unprecedented focus. As the blade tip glided across the bone surface, it transformed from simple carving into a guiding motion, channeling that faint witch power along a predetermined trajectory, leaving an imprint. His mental energy was rapidly depleting, and beads of sweat began to form on his brow when he inscribed the final stroke, fully connecting the witch power throughout the entire script's trajectory. Buzz! The seemingly ordinary piece of animal bone in Lin Yi's hand trembled slightly, and the freshly carved witch script suddenly emitted a faint grayish light, flickering in and out. Though the glow was exceedingly dim, Lin Yi felt it distinctly. He sensed an indescribable change within the animal bone, and upon touching it, his fingertips detected an almost imperceptible sharpness. Have I succeeded? Lin Yi's heart swelled with excitement. The host possesses commendable talent. By chance, he has completed the most rudimentary form of enchantment. However, this is merely the lowest tier of application. Superficial in form, yet lacking in essence. You have a long way to go before achieving qualification in your carvings. The system's voice resonated, tinged with a subtle note of approval. Yet, Lin Yi remained unfazed, for any breakthrough was a welcome sign. He took the animal bone and forcefully struck it into a nearby stone. Thud! The bone instantly penetrated the stone, slicing through it as easily as cutting through tofu. What tremendous power! Lin Yi was astonished. System, can these witch scripts also be inscribed on metal artifacts? Lin Yi inquired slowly. Alas, the system replied coolly. Damn, then why didn't the ink-black blade have any witch scripts on it? Lin Yi immediately challenged. Why should it have? When I sold it to you, I never claimed it bore any witch scripts, did I? I merely stated that it could be utilized in the Mingzong realm. I did not mention anything else. Did I? The system explained nonchalantly. Ruler, you old man. Lin Yi gritted his teeth in frustration. Apologies, but I am not of your human race. I have no old man. The system's cheeky voice chimed in again. Lin Yi was rendered speechless. He promptly decided not to engage in a verbal spar with the system any longer. Instead, he picked up another piece of animal bone and resumed his carving. Following the same method, he attempted to inscribe the script representing condensation. However, this time, he failed outright, causing the bone in his hand to snap in two. Furthermore, the previously pristine bone had turned a dull grayish hue, losing its former solidity and weight, crumbling at the slightest touch, as if eroded by the passage of time. Did this consume the energy contained within the bone? Or was it that the chosen piece of bone lacked the inherent energy to sustain this script? Lin Yi furrowed his brow, mulling over these thoughts. He then took out a crocodile bone from the mid-stage of the opening spirit realm and began experimenting anew. Soon, the number of broken bones around Lin Yi increased. Yet, his proficiency in carving the scripts for sharpness and condensation was growing ever more rapid and skilled, appearing increasingly refined. However, it seemed he still had a considerable distance to traverse before achieving qualification. Just then, a ray of sunlight streamed through the window, illuminating the room. Lin Yi suddenly realized that he had been carving for an entire night. His gaze fell once more upon the 7 witch scripts beneath the 2 he had been studying. Those 7 scripts appeared incomparably more complex than sharpness and condensation. The road ahead is long and arduous. Lin Yi sighed helplessly. Then Lin Yi strode purposefully out of the door. After arranging for individuals to gather salt and hunt, Lin Yi returned to his chamber following breakfast and began to carve once more. In the ensuing 2 days, apart from attending to essential tribal matters and daily training, Lin Yi devoted nearly all his spare time to the study of witch scripts. He relentlessly practiced his carving on beast bones and even some relatively smooth stone shards, meditating to restore his mental energy when it was depleted and resuming his practice once rejuvenated. Finally, on the 3rd day, the voice of the system echoed once again. Congratulations, host, on successfully mastering the sharp rune. You are awarded 3,000 civilization points. Ding. After deducting the borrowed civilization points and interest, the host currently possesses 5,984 civilization points. The system gently reminded. Lin Yi was instantly filled with delight. After all, he had never anticipated that he could earn civilization points once again through witch scripts. It is worth noting that when he first discovered these witch scripts, he had already acquired 5,000 civilization points. He had finally secured his first witch script. The next step was to condense it. However, prior to that, he needed to procure a carving knife. Lin Yuan mused slowly to himself. System. What is the price of a carving knife that can engrave on gold artifacts? Lin Yuan inquired directly. The minimum requirement for a carving knife capable of engraving on gold artifacts is 10,000 civilization points. Moreover, this knife will enhance the host's success rate in carving. The system promptly replied. Damn, that seems a bit exorbitant, doesn't it? Sigh. I suppose I must wait a little longer. Once I manage to condense the rune, I should be able to afford it. Lin Yuan was left speechless. On the evening of the third day, while Lin Yuan was in front of his bamboo house, studying the condensation rune on the beast hide against the backdrop of the setting sun, a peculiar disturbance suddenly emanated from the totem direction. His heart stirred, and he immediately rose to investigate. He beheld the main body of the rock totem, radiating a more gentle and brilliant light than before. Its surface patterns appearing increasingly intricate and profound, a more potent and robust aura enveloping the area. Simultaneously, the surface patterns shimmered with a crimson glow, resembling the veins of a human body. Chapter 65, 15 days. Haha, kid, I have succeeded. I have not only fully assimilated that blood claw totem, but my essence has also strengthened. Although I am still some distance away from ascending to the green level totem, I have stabilized significantly. Now, I can awaken the powers of many more of your tribesmen. Turing's voice resonated in Lin Yuan's mind, imbued with uncontainable joy. That's wonderful. Turing, how many people can you awaken simultaneously at most now? Lin Yuan inquired eagerly. 15. At least 15. Turing affirmed. Most of the remaining energy has replenished my essence. Additionally, my essence has compensated somewhat, so the newly awakened warriors will start at a slightly higher level. Turing confirmed. Excellent. This is truly splendid. Lin Yuan was instantly filled with excitement. 15. A full 15. Since Lin Yuan took charge of the tribe, nearly a month had passed. In this month, the entire rock tribe had undergone a tremendous transformation. Had it been a month ago, if a single totem warrior had emerged in the tribe, Lin Yuan's father and the former shaman would not have perished. Yet, there are no what-ifs in life. Turing, I will arrange this immediately. Tomorrow at noon, I will select a portion of individuals for awakening. Lin Yuan calmly stated, suppressing his exhilaration. Subsequently, he promptly instructed Yan Bao to compile the names of the 9 animal tribesmen who had completed their training. After filtering through the candidates, there were 7 eligible young adults, including Little Stone, his father Yan Bao, and several diligent uncles. Astonishingly, 2 of them were even women. Moreover, Ming Guang was notably among them. However, Lin Yuan's brow remained furrowed. To Lin Yuan, his tribesmen's progress seemed rather sluggish. After all, more than 10 days had already elapsed. Yet, only 7 of his tribesmen had completed the 9th movement. Lin Yuan contemplated for a moment and then directed Yan Bao to summon all the tribesmen. I have gathered everyone tonight to address a matter. Ming Guang, step forward. Lin Yuan said in a cold tone. Ming Guang promptly emerged from the ranks. Tell me, which movement have you completed in your training? Lin Yuan inquired, turning his gaze towards Ming Guang. Reporting to the chief, I have completed the 9th movement. Ming Guang replied without hesitation. Listen up. Everyone listen. Ming Guang was originally brought back from the marketplace. It took him merely 4 days to master these movements. And what about you? You have all had over half a month to train. How many of you have reached the 9th movement? Do you not feel any shame? Do you think life is better now? Do you wish to return to your previous existence? Do you want to end up like the Blood Claw tribe, waiting to be exterminated by another tribe? Answer me, Lin Yuan shouted in frustration. At that moment, vivid images of hunger and cold flashed through the minds of the tribesmen. No, a voice rang out. No. Immediately, the tribesmen roared in unison. As long as it is not that, is it not just a little suffering? What does the rock tribe have to fear? Lin Yuan declared resolutely. All tribesmen, listen closely. Except for the old ones like Tu Lao, I am giving the remaining tribesmen who have endured 13 rainy seasons a period of 15 days, which is the duration of 15 golden crows rising. If you have not completed the 9th movement by then, do not blame me, the chief, for being ruthless. You will be expelled from the tribe and become wanderers. Do not think I am joking. I mean what I say. Lin Yuan enunciated each word distinctly. The gathered tribesmen were momentarily left speechless. At that moment, Lin Yuan was indeed heartbroken. According to the system, even tribesmen with the least talent could complete the training of these 9 movements within 2 months. The subsequent evaluation would merely concern whether their strength had reached its peak. The people of the entire rock tribe were, in fact, not lacking in talent. At the very least, they were 2 or 3 times stronger than those slaves in the Blood Claw tribe. Yet, even this little hardship caused many tribesmen to contemplate surrender. Lin Yuan had no choice but to remind them, to survive in this perilous wilderness, one must be ruthless not only to their enemies, but also to themselves. After all, one cannot stand firm without a fierce heart. In this wilderness, lacking even a modicum of strength means awaiting death. What? Do you not understand? Lin Yi said coldly. Lin Ye's voice, chilling and piercing, resonated in the minds of the gathered clansmen, causing them to shudder in unison. At this moment, they were unequivocally certain that Lin Yi was not jesting with them. Understanding dawned upon them. The cacophony of voices erupted immediately. Since you comprehend, then go forth and cultivate. Lin Yi commanded, addressing the assembly. Mingwang, Huolu, Huya, Honghua, and Xiangcao, you few remain. Lin Yi continued, Mingwang, go fetch your sister. Lan Chao, chosen by Huolu as his spouse, possessed a gentle disposition and was the one Turing had previously mentioned, gifted with innate healing abilities. As for Minghua, she was Mingwang's younger sister, the little girl Turing had referred to as having the potential of a beast shaman, at merely 8 years old. Her clear eyes sparkled with curiosity about the world around her. Mingwang, Huolu, prepare yourselves. Tomorrow at noon, you shall awaken, Lin Yi stated calmly. He intended for them to attempt to awaken their shamanic powers, as the tribe required more shamans for combat, healing, and various other endeavors. Subsequently, Lin Yi imparted the methods of cultivating spiritual power to the two. Devote yourselves to your training. Lan Chao, since you are now the wife of Huolu, you are henceforth a member of the Panshir tribe. I hope you will prioritize the interests of the Panshir tribe in all matters. As for your past, I urge you to choose to forget it. From this moment on, the Panshir tribe is your home. The Panshir tribe is the family for which you shall strive throughout your life. Lin Yi fixed a stern gaze upon Lan Chao. After all, she had previously been a slave. Although Turing had assured him of her well-being, Lin Yi still wished to reiterate the importance of her new allegiance. Rest assured, Chief. The Panshir tribe is my home. I am willing to sacrifice everything for my family. Lan Chao replied with unwavering determination. Indeed, her heart echoed the same sentiment. After all, whether in her former tribe or as a slave, she had never truly experienced nourishment. However, since arriving at the Panshir tribe and becoming Huolu's wife, not a single soul had regarded her as an outsider, which deeply moved her. Chapter 66, Task Allocation. Excellent. Lin Yi expressed his satisfaction with a nod toward Xiangcao, then turned his attention back to Mingwang and his sister, Minghua. Mingwang, I am making an exception and allowing your sister Minghua to join the Panshir tribe. I will cultivate her into a respected shaman. However, I abhor betrayal above all else. Should you or your sister betray the tribe, I will personally hunt you down and ensure you suffer a fate worse than death. Lin Yi fixed his gaze intensely upon Mingwang. Rest assured, Chief. During our most trying times, you saved both my sister and me. I am willing to dedicate everything to you and the tribe, including my life. Mingwang's eyes sparkled with determination as he spoke. Very well. I hope you remember your words today. As for your former tribesmen, I will find a way for you to earn merits that will allow them to join our tribe. However, that may take some time. After all, without rules, there can be no order. Lin Ye's tone softened slightly. After all, both Mingwang and Minghua possessed remarkable talents, nearly on par with Hu and Feng, who were among the most gifted in the tribe, second only to Lin Yi himself. They were precisely the individuals Lin Yi sought to ally with. As long as they could fully integrate into the Panshir tribe and receive some benefits, it would be no trouble at all. After all, Mingwang's talent alone could rival that of all his tribesmen combined. Thank you for your great kindness, Chief. I will ensure that those tribesmen are well looked after and will not bring any trouble to the Panshir tribe. Mingwang replied earnestly, his heart brimming with gratitude toward Lin Yi. Very well. You may go now. Rest well, and remember to participate in the awakening ceremony tomorrow at noon. Lin Yi said, patting Mingwang's shoulder with satisfaction. Uncle Bao, how much salt have we procured by now? Lin Yi then turned to Yin Bao. For the past 3 days, Lin Yi had been diligently inscribing shamanic glyphs, a task that Yin Bao had been entrusted to oversee. The chief, we have already prepared 200 jars. Rest assured, by the time the delivery date arrives, we will have even more. Yin Bao replied promptly. Speed up the process. Prepare as much as you can. I wish to see if we can exchange for additional goods. Lin Yi contemplated. Understood. I will send all the slaves to begin mining tomorrow. Yin Bao nodded in agreement. Lin Yi gestured slightly to Yin Bao and the others, who then discreetly withdrew. It was time to assign duties to everyone, as things had become somewhat chaotic. Uncle Bao could serve as the chief steward, given his commendable management skills. Moreover, he would become a totem warrior tomorrow. Hu and Feng could lead the hunting team. Mingwang would be fully responsible for matters concerning the slaves. Sister Xiaochao could oversee the tribe's agriculture and defense. Additionally, it was essential to elevate the status of both the totem warriors and shamans, as this would inspire the clan's people to aspire to become totem warriors. Lin Ye's mind was abuzz with calculations. Before long, Lin Ye had constructed a rough outline and resumed the meticulous task of inscribing the shamanic glyphs. He sensed that achieving a satisfactory level of proficiency with these glyphs would take the entirety of the afternoon. Time swiftly passed, and soon it was noon the following day. 7 figures knelt before the totem, filled with apprehension and anticipation. Under Turing's guidance, the awakening ceremony commenced, and a torrent of energy surged forth from the totem, flowing into the 7 individuals. Sounds of pained groans echoed, yet all persevered through the agony. The first to complete the transformation was Yin Bao. With a sudden burst, he opened his eyes, letting out a low growl as his muscles rippled, vitality surging within him. His single-arm strength soared to nearly 800 pounds, far surpassing that of an ordinary newly awakened warrior. The others soon followed suit, reveling in the power coursing through them, their faces alight with elation. We succeeded. All of us succeeded, Yin Bao exclaimed, tears of joy streaming down his face, overwhelmed by the realization that he had become a totem warrior in his lifetime. Lin Yi looked upon the 7 newly awakened warriors before him, his heart swelling with pride. The foundation of the Panshir tribe had undergone a qualitative enhancement at this very moment. From this day forth, you shall be the true backbone of the Panshir tribe. With great power comes great responsibility. I urge you to dedicate yourselves to your training, and with your strength, protect the tribe and forge a brighter future. Lin Yi stepped forward, his gaze sweeping over the assembly as he solemnly declared, protect the tribe, forge the future. The newly inducted totem warriors roared in unison, their voices echoing through the valley. Lin Yi gazed upon this fresh batch of totem warriors, feeling a sense of stability settle within his heart. With this influx of new vigor, coupled with the continuously improving systems and increasingly abundant resources, the Rock Tribe had finally begun to establish a firm foothold in this perilous wilderness. No longer would they need to fear that the loss of a single totem warrior could lead to the annihilation of their clan. Very well, everyone, please step aside. I have several matters to address. Firstly, effective immediately, Yin Bao will serve as the Grand Elder of our tribe, overseeing the majority of tribal affairs. For routine matters, simply report directly to the Grand Elder. Secondly, the hunting team of the Rock Tribe is officially established today, with Feng as the head hunter and Hu as the deputy. From this day forth, the hunting team will only accept totem warriors and shamans. Thirdly, Mingguang will take on the role of chief overseer for the slaves, with Zhang Mu as his assistant. Fourthly, the entire tribe's agricultural and livestock management will be overseen by Sister Xiao Chao, with Ling Air assisting her. Fifthly, starting today, totem warriors and shamans will possess priority within the tribe. This includes meals, supplies, and even marriage. If any of you wish to enjoy these privileges, then strive to become a totem warrior as soon as possible, Lin Yi declared, surveying his clansmen. Yes, chief. The assembled clansfolk responded in unison. Excellent. Lin Yi nodded with satisfaction at the visibly invigorated members of his tribe. He then commenced imparting the techniques and martial arts to the totem warriors. Once he had finished teaching, he dismissed everyone, instructing them to attend to their respective duties. Feng, and who led the Blood Lion, Fire Bull, and others out for the hunt. Yin Bao, Mo Ya, and Ming Guang took a group of slaves to continue mining for salt. As for Lin Yi, he retreated to his quarters to contemplate his upcoming plans, searching for livestock, exchanging salt for seeds, seeking metallic or veins, expanding the cultivation of grains and livestock, and mastering those shamanic scripts. The path ahead remained long, but the vessel of the Rock Tribe had been nearly mended by Lin Yi, now unfurling sails more favorable to their journey, soon to navigate towards broader horizons. Chapter 67, Crisis Descends. As night fell, Lin Yi finally mastered the condensed shamanic script. The system rewarded him with an additional 3,000 civilization points, bringing his total to 8,984 points. The golden equipment for the totem warriors was temporarily unnecessary. With the sharp shamanic scripts, those bone knives were nearly as formidable as ordinary golden weapons. So what truly mattered now? Lin Yi pondered once more. His gaze settled upon the hide inscribed with the shamanic script, his fingers gently tracing the intricacies of the third script, which was even more complex, with winding lines that hinted at a profound weightiness. System, does this third shamanic script pertain to sturdiness or protection? Lin Yi inquired inwardly. The host may attempt to comprehend it independently or pay 1,000 civilization points. The system habitually marketed. Enough. Lin Yi decisively shut out the system's temptations. Taking a deep breath, he resolved to rely on himself. Having grasped the first 2 shamanic scripts, he felt a vague resonance with their patterns. Sensing that this third script might harness the power of the earth, endowing objects with greater resilience. Rather than hastily inscribing it, he first constructed it repeatedly in his mind, while his fingers traced the air, seeking to feel the essence contained within each stroke. Only when he felt fully prepared did he grasp a leg bone of the awakened spirit crocodile and begin to inscribe. Focusing, calming his spirit, He channeled shamanic power into his fingertips. The tip of the ink-black blade descended. Snap! With a crisp sound, the crocodile's leg bone instantly turned gray-white, covered in cracks. Indeed, it was not as simple as it seemed. Lin Yi rubbed his throbbing temples, murmuring. Yet, he felt no discouragement. Failure was to be expected. He picked up another piece of beast bone and commenced his attempts once more. However, the bone soon became riddled with cracks again. Host, do not struggle. To put it bluntly, while your inscriptions of the first 2 shamanic scripts were adequate, your application of them is akin to a toddler learning to speak. I recommend spending some civilization points to purchase the methods of inscribing and utilizing these scripts. Now, acquiring them will only cost you 7,000 civilization points. What do you say? The system tempted once more. Huh, no need. I will explore the methods myself. With the successful examples of the first 2. Do I still require guidance on the inscribing techniques? Lin Yi replied with a faint smile. Suit yourself. I was merely hoping to offer you a bargain. Since you do not want it, so be it. There will come a day when you will seek my assistance. The system stated nonchalantly. Lin Yi smiled faintly, successfully inscribing 2 runes. While he wouldn't claim to be an expert, he was certainly capable of following the examples. He intended to reserve his civilization points for items that would enable his tribesmen to quickly learn to read and write. As for application, as a person from the 21st century, his divergent thinking could cause the entire wilderness to tremble. Lin Yi began inscribing the 3rd rune anew, this time on the ground. Just as Lin Yi immersed himself in the art of the shamanic script, the outside world dimmed. Soon, who rushed in? Chief, we have returned. Did you not express a desire to acquire some wolves for breeding? We have managed to capture a creature resembling a wolf, though not exactly the same. Would you care to take a look? Hu spoke rapidly. Oh, I certainly wish to see. Lin Yi's mind stirred, promptly following Hu. Beside the training ground, Feng and Dehei stood guard over a sturdy wooden cage bound with resilient vines, within which was a large creature resembling a hyena, yet bearing wolf-like traits. Its fur was pitch black, teeth bared, emitting a low, threatening growl. Its gaze was fierce, yet when meeting Dehei and Lin Yi's eyes, a flicker of instinctual trepidation surfaced. System, what is this creature? Can it be tamed to act like a dog? Lin Yi inquired mentally. 100 civilization points. The system replied blandly. You can keep your money. I'll pay. Lin Yi said, both frustrated and speechless. Ding. 100 civilization points deducted from the host. The host has acquired the characteristics of the spirit howling wolf. The system promptly notified. In an instant, various pieces of information regarding the spirit howling wolf flooded Lin Yi's mind. The spirit howling wolf, an adult, can reach a height of up to 18 meters. Possesses incredible speed, high intelligence, and remarkably acute hearing and sense of smell. Fearless in battle. It excels in group hunting and displays a high degree of loyalty once it recognizes its master. Note, an adult's intelligence is comparable to that of a 6-year-old child, making it relatively easy to tame. Moreover, female wolves and other wolf species do not experience reproductive isolation, allowing them to produce hybrids. Though the quality of the bloodline remains uncertain. Could this savage beast not be the ideal choice for a companion dog? And it can also produce hybrids? Many of the future wolf dog breeds seem to stem from such hybrids, don't they? Even the Tibetan Mastiff is a result of continuous selective breeding. If that is the case, could we not also engage in targeted breeding? Moreover, this is a savage beast. Lin Yi's eyes narrowed instantly. Tiger. Are there many of these wolves? Lin Yi stood up and turned to Tiger. Of course, there are plenty. We encountered at least 20 to 30 today. However, these creatures are exceedingly swift, and since you did not specify whether they could be tamed, we only captured this one. If you believe they can be domesticated, we shall go out and catch more tomorrow. Tiger replied promptly. Let us catch more. This creature is called the spirit howling wolf, and it will prove immensely useful for our hunting and territory protection. Lin Yi stated decisively. By the way, if you come across any other breeds of wolves, bring back a few. After a pause, Lin Yi added again. As long as they are useful, tomorrow, we shall track them and see if we can capture more. Feng nodded in agreement. Oh, and Tiger, go summon Mingguang and Minghue for me. After a moment's thought, Lin Yi spoke again. He recalled Minghue's beast shamanic talent. Typically, beast shamans naturally garner a certain affinity from savage beasts. Of course, this affinity is toward other living beings. It merely means they will not attack recklessly. However, Mingguang and Minghue had not yet arrived. A commotion at the valley entrance was heard, accompanied by a somewhat flustered figure rushing toward them. Chief, many people have surrounded the entrance of our valley. Chapter 68, The Black Mountain Tribe. Lin Yi's heart sank suddenly. He immediately recalled the covetous glances of the water leopard and earthwood during their previous trade, as well as the hidden malicious gazes lurking in the shadows as they departed. It seems that, in the end, certain forces could not restrain themselves, lured by immense profit, and they come with ill intent. Even with Lin Yi's utmost vigilance upon his return, His tribe's location had been compromised. Inform all totem warriors and capable clansmen to gather immediately at the valley entrance. Bring weapons. Additionally, tell Uncle Leopard to keep a close watch on those slaves. If there is any sign of unrest, kill them without hesitation. Lin Yuan's voice turned icy in an instant. He seized the ink-black knife and the bone artifact inscribed with sharp shamanic runes from the table and strode purposefully outside. He hurried toward the valley entrance, rapidly formulating strategies in his mind. The third shamanic rune was still not mastered, and although the tribe had recently gained 7 new warriors, there were only 16 totem warriors in total at this moment, including Lin Yuan himself. The newly recruited totem warriors had yet to begin their training in martial skills, leaving the tribe's overall strength rather lacking. This battle would likely be exceptionally arduous. When Lin Yuan ascended the wooden wall and beheld the dark mass below, comprising at least 200 individuals, with no fewer than 20 totem warriors among them, a grave expression settled on his face. At the forefront stood a figure mounted on a massive savage beast resembling a rhinoceros, wielding a gigantic bone battle axe, exuding an unabashedly savage aura. His realm was clearly at the initial stage of the barbaric muscle realm. He raised his battle axe, pointing it directly at Lin Yuan atop the wall, his voice booming like thunder. Listen, those inside. I am Shirlai, the chief of the Black Mountain tribe. Surrender your salt-making methods, relinquish all your resources, and submit to the Black Mountain tribe, and you may be spared. Otherwise, today shall mark the annihilation of your Panshir tribe. A chilling intent to kill swept over them as he spoke. The cold, murderous aura pressed down upon the wooden wall, causing some ordinary clansmen to struggle to breathe. Shirlai's initial stage barbaric muscle aura was unleashed without restraint, like a boulder crushing down upon the hearts of the crowd. The 200 warriors behind him stood silently, their eyes fierce, radiating a murderous aura honed through constant warfare, clearly not comparable to the mere lackeys of the Blood Claw tribe. Foam Tiger. And the others immediately stood beside Lin Yuan, while the newly inducted 7 totem warriors forced back their anxiety and gripped their weapons tightly. The clansmen atop the wooden wall readied their longbows and spears, prepared for battle. The disparity in strength between the two sides was stark. On the Panshir tribe's side, there were barely a dozen totem warriors, while the opposing side boasted over 20 warriors revealing their auras, not to mention the enigmatic leader Shirlai. The Black Mountain tribe? Indeed, trouble from the Hu City. Lin Yuan's thoughts raced. Perhaps it was not impossible to take a stand. After all, Lin Yuan's bone strength realm was significantly stronger than that of the average bone strength warriors. Moreover, the wooden wall itself was nearly 10 meters wide. A typical attack from a barbaric muscle warrior would not be able to destroy the entire wooden wall. This would provide an opportunity for his tribe to counterattack. If all else fails, he still had the system. Lin Yuan took a deep breath, forcing himself to remain calm, and a faint smile, inscrutable in emotion, appeared on his face. The Black Mountain tribe? Chief Shirlai, is it? With so many people, are you here to wage war against my Panshir tribe? Lin Yuan's voice was not loud, yet it resonated clearly throughout the valley entrance, infused with an unusual calm. Wage war. Kid, you overestimate yourself. Crushing you is no different from squashing a bunch of insects. I will ask one last time, will you hand over the method of making salt or not? Shirlai raised an eyebrow, seemingly taken aback by Lin Yuan's composure, before sneering. Salt is the foundation of my Panshir tribe's existence. Does Chief Shirlai think it is too presumptuous of me to demand it? Have the Black Mountain tribe grown accustomed to plunder and extortion? Lin Yuan replied at a leisurely pace. Enough with the nonsense. The law of the wild dictates survival of the fittest. If you lack the skill, you must be prepared for annihilation. I will give you one last chance. Will you surrender or not? Shirlai impatiently swung his bone axe, stirring up a gust of foul wind, and spoke coldly. It seemed that Chief Shirlai was quite confident in his position. However, it would depend on how sharp his teeth really were. Lin Yuan retorted coolly. Since you refuse to heed my warning, do not blame me for being ruthless. Give me. Before Shirlai could finish his sentence, an arrow swiftly shot toward his chest. Thud. As the arrows collided with the colossal axe, a piercing sound erupted, and the tremendous force caused Shirlai to involuntarily lean back. Such formidable strength. Shirlai was momentarily taken aback. He had merely dispatched a few individuals to trail Lin Yuan and had not accompanied them himself. Thus, he had not witnessed the might of the wind arrows. The men he sent were also quite distant from Lin Yuan and his group, and given the cover of night, they were unaware that Lin Yuan possessed such weaponry. At the instant when the wind signaled Lin Yuan to release the first arrow, Lin Yuan suddenly commanded, "Fire!" Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The warriors of the Rock tribe, already poised for action, unleashed a torrent of arrows and spears. Above the wooden wall, dozens of dark figures, accompanied by the chilling sound of arrows slicing through the air, descended upon the Black Mountain tribe, which was momentarily thrown into disarray due to their leader's ambush. covering the densely packed ranks below like a storm of death. All of this transpired in an instant. From the unexpected arrow shot by Feng to Lin Ye's decisive command for a collective volley, it was nearly completed in the blink of an eye. The Black Mountain tribe had never anticipated that a smaller tribe, clearly at a disadvantage, would dare to initiate such a ferocious assault. Thud. Ah, my arm. The chilling cries, the muted thud of blades piercing flesh, and panicked shouts erupted within the ranks of the Black Mountain tribe. Under such a concentrated barrage, dozens of frontline warriors fell, while many others were struck by arrows or spears, blood gushing forth, their formation thrown into chaos. After deflecting Feng's arrow, Shirlai beheld the scene of his own troops in disarray, his eyes bulging with rage as he let out a furious roar. You little brat. You seek death. A disgrace. A colossal disgrace. He, the esteemed chieftain of the Black Mountain tribe, a formidable warrior of the barbarian muscle realm, had come with overwhelming might, only to be ambushed by an obscure little tribe, resulting in significant casualties. Totem warriors, charge with me. Smash this wretched wooden wall. Consumed by fury, Shirlai abandoned any thoughts of surrender. He now only wished to utterly obliterate the tribe before him. Chapter 69, The Barbarian Bull Elixir. Ultimately, the Black Mountain tribe was a seasoned fighting force, and after the initial chaos, the survivors promptly dispersed, seeking shelter. Meanwhile, under Shirlai's leadership, nearly 20 totem warriors unleashed their formidable vitality, resembling ferocious beasts as they charged towards the wooden wall at the valley's entrance. Steady, aim and fire. Prioritize eliminating the totem warriors at the forefront. Lin Yi calmly commanded from atop the wall, his Imo-Shin blade already drawn, its cold edge reflecting his sharp gaze. Lin Yi understood that the true test was only just beginning. The wooden wall could withstand ordinary warriors, but it would undoubtedly falter against the collective onslaught of a barbarian muscle realm warrior and nearly 20 totem warriors. It was merely a matter of time before it shattered. In the next moment, a violent assault commenced. Boom! Shirlai led the charge, his enormous bone axe wielding the terrifying power of the barbarian muscle realm. Striking fiercely against the thick wooden wall, the wall instantly erupted in splinters, shaking violently as a deep crack appeared where it had been struck, yet it remained unbroken. The wooden wall Lin Yi had constructed was made from logs at least as thick as a thigh. Moreover, they were deeply embedded in the ground. The gaps had been filled with earth and rubble. This wall had been erected by Lin Yi in anticipation of potential assaults from beasts of the barbarian muscle or the Mingzong realms. Shirlai paused, thinking that this swing of his axe would at least create a sizable breach, only to be surprised that it had not been completely destroyed. Just as Shirlai was lost in thought, a multitude of arrows and spears once again rained down upon the totem warriors. With the advantage of height, the spears and arrows possessed even greater force. However, Lin Yi had overlooked one crucial detail. The barbarian muscle realm, with muscles coiling like dragons, their explosive power is astounding, capable of leaping 10 zhang in an instant. Although Shirlai was merely at the initial stage of the barbarian muscle realm, it was not too difficult for him to leap over the wall. A totem warrior below, caught off guard, was pierced through the chest by a bamboo arrow. The remaining totem warriors swiftly raised their shields and dodged. You seek death, Shirlai bellowed, his voice echoing like thunder as he bent his legs slightly, his muscles tightening like bowstrings, unleashing incredible power. Boom! The ground quaked as he propelled himself into 2 shallow pits, his towering frame soaring skyward like a cannonball, effortlessly leaping over the nearly 5-meter-high wooden wall, landing with a fierce gust of wind atop the wall. Chieftain, be careful. Feng, having kept a close watch on Shirlai, sounded the alarm as he leaped, simultaneously releasing an arrow aimed straight at Shirlai's face. Yet, in midair, Shirlai casually swung his bone axe, deflecting the forceful arrow effortlessly. The moment Shirlai landed atop the wall, the tremendous impact caused the wooden structure to groan under the strain. Die! With a clear target in mind, Shirlai wasted no time. His giant axe, cutting through the air with a deafening roar, swung directly toward Lin Yi, who was closest and still issuing commands. All of this transpired in the blink of an eye. The explosive power and speed of a barbarian muscle realm warrior far surpassed that of a hardbone realm warrior. A profound sense of impending death enveloped Lin Yi. He had no time to think. Almost instinctively, he channeled all his strength into his legs, executing the bear step from the 9 transformations of the bear and tiger, and leaped sideways. Thud! The thick wooden plank where Lin Yi had stood was shattered by Shirlai's axe, splinters flying like a torrential downpour. The violent shockwave sent 2 nearby warriors from the rock tribe tumbling through the air. Although Lin Yi narrowly evaded the fatal axe blow, the fierce wind from the swing left his cheeks stinging, blood surging within him. The strength of the barbarian muscle realm was truly overwhelming. Chieftain, protect the chieftain. Tiger, Feng. And the others, seeing this, felt their eyes redden in an instant and charged forward recklessly, attempting to intercept Shirlai. Get out of the way. Shirlai did not even glance back, swinging his axe in a backhanded sweep, his immense power sending the leading tiger and his weapon flying, leaving his hand shattered and blood gushing forth. Feng's arrow was easily deflected by Shirlai's massive axe. Shirlai's focus was solely on Lin Yi, the one responsible for his repeated miscalculations and considerable losses to his tribe. After all, every young adult in a tribe was of utmost importance. And now, after just one encounter, they had already suffered dozens of casualties. Shirlai took a step forward, the ground trembling, as his axe rose once more, vowing to cleave Lin Yi in two. The other totem warriors of the Black Mountain tribe, witnessing their chieftain successfully ascend the wall and suppress the opposing leader, felt their morale surge, roaring in unison as they attempted to climb or attack other sections of the wooden wall, causing the entire defense line to teeter on the brink of collapse. Lin Yi's heart sank to the depths of despair. Plans could not keep pace with the rapid changes. Shirlai's forced ascent had shattered all of his strategies. Moreover, given the current circumstances, it is evident that he is no match for Shirlai. System. Exchange for something that can temporarily enhance strength or turn the tide. Quickly, Lin Yi frantically shouted in his mind, while his feet moved incessantly, skillfully maneuvering on the relatively narrow wall to engage with Shirlai. Ultimately, Lin Yi found himself cornered. The Mo Xian blade clashed violently with the colossal axe, and he felt as if he had been struck head-on by a vehicle traveling at a staggering speed of 200 miles per hour. Instantly, he was sent flying, nearly losing grip on the Mo Xian blade. Detecting the host's peril, the system recommended a consumable item, Mighty Bull Strength Potion, which would double strength and energy for 10 minutes and temporarily suppress injuries. Side effect, weakness for 5 days post-effect. Value, 5,000 civilization points. Recommended defensive spell scroll, Rock Armor, which would instantly form a layer of rock armor on the body, capable of withstanding 3 full-force attacks from the peak of the barbaric muscle realm. Value, 6,000 civilization points. Recommended one-time offensive hidden weapon, Rainstorm Pear Blossom Needle, which, when used, would envelop a 3-meter radius in lethal needles, capable of inflicting fatal damage to a Ming Zong realm opponent. Value, 20,000 civilization points. The system's voice was calm and rapid, listing several options. However, the choice of the Rainstorm Pear Blossom Needle dimmed once again. The Rainstorm Pear Blossom Needle, the Mighty Bull Potion, doubling my strength? Currently, I possess approximately 5,000 pounds of strength. If doubled, it would reach 10,000 pounds, theoretically sufficient to contend with early-stage barbaric muscle realm foes, perhaps even surpassing them slightly, but only for 10 minutes, and then I would be left weakened. The risk is considerable. These thoughts flashed through Lin Yi's mind. Damn it. 20,000 civilization points. Where would I find that? I'll go for it. Exchange for the Mighty Bull Potion. In a split second, Lin Yi made his decision. A rough wooden vial materialized in his hand. At that moment, Shirlai had already leaped down from the city wall, charging towards the flying Lin Yi. Lin Yi abruptly shoved the wooden vial into his mouth, crushed it with his teeth, and a searing, frenzied liquid surged down his throat like molten lava, coursing through his limbs. Chapter 70, Victory. An indescribable surge of violent power erupted from within him. His muscles bulged, veins protruded, and Lin Yi's eyes instantly filled with bloodshot fury, feeling as though his body might explode. The intensity of the power was overwhelming. Faced with Shirlai's descending axe once more, Lin Yi did not flinch or evade, but instead gripped the Mo Xian blade tightly, executing a simple yet forceful cleaving motion from below upwards. Clang! The sound of metal clashing echoed like a resounding bell. This time, the outcome was entirely different. Shirlai felt an immense force surging from the axe handle, numbing his arms and leaving him breathless, as the power he had deemed unstoppable was forcibly deflected. He was pushed back 3 steps before barely regaining his balance, his face a canvas of disbelief. Yet Lin Yi only took a single step back. How is this possible? Your strength. Shirlai stared intently at Lin Yi, whose aura was wild and feral, resembling a fearsome beast. Now it is my turn. Empower me with the totemic force. Lin Yi roared, his voice slightly hoarse from the surge of power. Suddenly, a wave of energy surged from the depths of his bloodline, amplifying Lin Yi's already volatile state. Kill. Without a moment's hesitation, Lin Yi propelled himself forward, the ground shattering beneath his feet as he launched towards Shirlai with lightning speed, the Mo Xian blade slicing through the air with a piercing shriek. After all, Lin Yi had only 10 minutes to seize the advantage. As for why he waited to invoke the totemic force, it was simply a strategy to maximize his benefits. The Gale Slash. The blade's light flashed like a silver thread, unceasing, under the dual enhancement of the Mighty Bull's strength and the totemic force. Lin Yi's power reached a terrifying level, overpowering Shirlai of the barbaric muscle realm. Clang, clang, clang. The sound of rapid collisions filled the air as Shirlai was forced to defend continuously. At that moment, he found himself reduced to mere parrying, utterly devoid of counterattack capability. Moreover, Lin Ye's formidable strength caused his hands to bleed profusely. Shirlai's palms were already in tatters. Get away from me. Totemic force. Manifest. At that moment, a sense of crisis welled up within Shirlai. He sensed that if he did not harness the totemic force, he might very well perish here today, defeated by this mere fledgling of the sturdy bone realm. Amidst Lin Ye's relentless assault, Shirlai seized a fleeting moment to force Lin Yi back. However, he too involuntarily retreated 2 steps. Lin Yi, like a relentless pest, thundered forward, his feet pounding the ground, charging once more at Shirlai. Simultaneously, Lin Ye's heart raced with desperation. After all, he had only 10 minutes. If he could not overpower his opponent in that time, he would be left to await his doom. At that moment, Lin Yi felt that his adversary's strength was only slightly inferior to his own. Moreover, his opponent's defenses had suddenly surged. When Lin Yi struck, it felt as though his opponent was unfazed, merely swaying slightly at the upper body. The two engaged in a frenzied exchange of blows. Meanwhile, the wooden walls behind them had become a battlefield between the wind and the tiger. Shirlai could ascend, but his kin could not. At that moment, the wind and tiger were targeting them one by one. Both of their totemic forces had already been activated. This cannot continue. If this persists, I will surely perish. Lin Ye's heart raced with increasing urgency. Close in. Yes, close in. System, exchange for rock armor. Ding. Host borrows 3,000 civilization points. Just then, Shirlai's colossal axe swung fiercely towards Lin Ye's chest. Lin Ye's eyes glinted with ferocity. He did not dodge or evade, but instead met it head-on. A glimmer of joy flickered in Shirlai's eyes. Yet, in the very moment before the axe descended, a layer of rock armor materialized around Lin Ye's body. Boom. The axe struck Lin Yi. Roar. Lin Ye's body swayed as his mental energy surged forth, transforming into the head of a celestial wolf, barreling towards Shirlai's head. Simultaneously, Lin Ye's Xian blade, angled with precision, lunged directly at Shirlai's chest. Shirlai's soul nearly left his body as he desperately twisted to evade. However, the celestial wolf's head, infused with all of Lin Ye's mental energy, lunged towards Shirlai's mind. Shirlai immediately froze for a moment, and in that instant, the tide of battle shifted decisively. Swoosh! The Xian blade carved a deep gash into Shirlai's left shoulder, exposing bone and even revealing the rhythmic beating of his heart. Blood instantly drenched half of Shirlai's body. It was his instinct for survival that saved him, had he not retreated half a step at the critical moment. At that moment, his heart had already been pierced by Lin Yi. Ack! Shirlai let out a heart-wrenching roar. Yet, Lin Yi was acutely aware of the principle of taking advantage of an opponent's weakness. In his hand, the ink-black weapon aimed directly for Shirlai's throat. However, a profound sense of crisis and a fierce will to survive once more saved Shirlai. He delivered a powerful kick straight to Lin Ye's chest. Meanwhile, the ink-black weapon in Lin Ye's grasp sliced through Shirlai's thigh, instantly creating a gash deep enough to see bone, from which blood surged forth. With a spurt, Lin Yi also violently coughed up a mouthful of blood, hurtling backward. At that moment, Shirlai made a decision no one could have anticipated. Faced with the imminent threat of death, he disregarded the injury on his thigh and leaped back, springing onto the wooden wall once more, before jumping down again. Retreat. Quickly retreat. Shirlai clutched his blood-soaked chest, his face pale, issuing a command filled with reluctance, yet overwhelming terror. He was terrified. He was frightened by Lin Yi. With the chief gravely injured and their forces suffering substantial losses, the warriors of the Black Mountain tribe had long lost their fighting spirit. Upon hearing the command, they felt as if a great pardon had been granted, helping the wounded and fleeing in disarray toward the direction from whence they came. Healing spell. Lin Yi hurriedly cast a healing spell upon himself, for he sensed that several of his ribs might be broken. Watching the retreating enemies, the remaining warriors of the rock tribe on the wall were momentarily stunned before erupting in thunderous cheers. We won. We have triumphed. Long live the chief. The joy of surviving the calamity enveloped everyone's hearts. At that moment, the effects of the bull's strength potion began to wane, and an indescribable sense of weakness washed over him like a tide, nearly causing him to falter. He braced himself, showing a weary smile to Foam, who, and the others who had gathered, clear the battlefield, treat the wounded, and reinforce our defenses. Quickly, before he could finish, the overwhelming weakness completely engulfed him, and darkness clouded his vision as he collapsed forward. Chief. Chapter 71, Awakening, Oregon Chief. Foam was quick to react, taking a step forward to support the limp Lin Yi. At that moment, Lin Ye's face was as pale as paper, his breath faint, his whole body burning with fever, a sign of forcibly overexerting his strength through the bloodline and the onset of after-effects. Quickly, carry the chief back. Linger, launch out, hurry, who shouted anxiously, his copper bell-like eyes filled with bloodshot concern. The recently ignited joy of victory in the rock tribe was instantly overshadowed by the chief's fainting state. The crowd hurried yet cautiously lifted Lin Yi back to his bamboo house, and Linger immediately stepped forward, employing her rudimentary healing powers in conjunction with the tribe's stored herbs to tend to Lin Ye's injuries. Yin Bao, enduring the discomfort from his newly awakened powers and the fatigue from battle, swiftly took over command. Foam, take people to closely monitor the valley outside, preventing the Black Mountain tribe from returning. Hu, lead a team to clear the battlefield and properly collect the remains of our warriors. Gather all the weapons and equipment left by the Black Mountain tribe. If there are any survivors, they must be captured. This grudge shall not go unpunished. Ming Guang, keep a close watch on the slaves. Anyone who dares to act recklessly will face execution without mercy. Others, treat the wounded and reinforce the damaged wooden walls. Orders were issued methodically, and the Rock tribe, having just endured a bloody battle, continued to function, albeit with difficulty, through the newly established framework and the cohesion of its members. Despite the loss of their core leader, inside the bamboo house, beads of sweat formed on Linger's forehead as she realized Lin Ye's injuries were more severe than anticipated. 3 ribs were broken, his internal organs had suffered violent shocks, and his meridians were damaged due to forcibly enduring the bull's strength, compounded by the backlash from near-exhausted spiritual energy, causing Linger great distress. It was only due to Lin Ye's extraordinary constitution, mastering both the totem warrior and shaman paths, along with having cast a healing spell upon himself, that he had not succumbed. Linger could only continuously channel her meager shamanic power to heal Lin Yi. Just then, a gentle yet immense force began to silently emanate from the totem pillar at the center of the tribe, flowing like a gentle stream, slowly infusing Lin Yi and all the members of the Rock tribe who had fought in the battle. It was Turing intervening. This life energy, infused with the essence of the totem, rapidly soothed the violent remnants of the potion within Lin Ye's body, nourishing his damaged meridians and internal organs, even accelerating the healing of his broken bones. It is the totem master, Linger exclaimed in delight, her eyes shining. With Turing's involvement, Lin Ye's injuries stabilized at a visibly rapid pace. Although still unconscious, his breathing gradually became steady and prolonged, and the pallor on his face began to return. Lin Yi felt as though he were adrift in an endless void of darkness and molten lava. After an indeterminate amount of time, a cool and gentle force pulled him from the abyss of pain. With great effort, Lin Yi managed to open his heavy eyelids. His blurred vision gradually cleared, revealing the familiar ceiling of the bamboo house, as well as Linger, who had fallen asleep beside his bed, and who stood guard at the door. Water. Lin Ye's throat was parched, rendering him unable to speak normally, only managing to utter an extremely hoarse sound. Who, stationed at the door, instantly woke up, turning sharply upon seeing Lin Ye's eyes open, and immediately rejoiced. Chief, you are awake. Water. Quickly, bring water. His loud voice also roused Linger. The little girl rubbed her drowsy eyes, and upon seeing Lin Yi awake, her eyes instantly turned red as she hurriedly picked up the warm water beside her, carefully feeding it to Lin Ye's lips. The cool water flowed down his throat, and Lin Yi felt as if he had encountered a refreshing rain after a long drought, awakening him significantly. How long have I been unconscious? Lin Ye's voice remained hoarse. A day and a night. Chief, you nearly scared us to death. Hu exclaimed with some excitement. A day and a night? Lin Yi felt somewhat reassured. It seemed the side effects of the bull's strength were still within a manageable range. He attempted to summon his power, but was immediately met with a wave of intense pain and weakness, causing him to stifle a groan. Brother Yi, don't move around. Your injuries aren't healed yet. Lord Turing said you need to rest for at least 3 to 5 days before you can get out of bed. Linger quickly pressed him down, her small face filled with seriousness. Lin Yi let out a wry smile, realizing he had indeed overstepped this time. How is the situation in the tribe? What about the casualties? Lin Yi turned to Hu and inquired. Chief, we won. The Black Mountain tribe was driven away, and that Shirlai fellow was severely injured by you. I believe his condition is quite dire. However, we lost 2 totem warriors, both of whom had just awakened today. The young and strong among us are almost all injured, with 3 totem warriors seriously hurt. The other ordinary tribespeople are mostly fine. As for the slaves, over 30 of them perished. Ming Guang, the moment the Black Mountain tribe charged in, had a throng of slaves swarm in on them. Hearing Lin Ye's question, whose expression dimmed momentarily but quickly rallied again, Lin Ye's heart suddenly tightened. The loss of 2 totem warriors was significant for the recently revitalized Rock tribe, a blow to the very foundation of the clan. However, We have also seized a considerable bounty. Over 30 intact bone spears, more than 20 bone knives, and several commendable bone shields. Additionally, we have 5 captives from the Black Mountain tribe. Yet, their injuries are severe. They likely won't last more than 2 days. Moreover, Uncle Leopard has already asked all the pertinent questions. Furthermore, while clearing the battlefield, we discovered this on the body of a minor chieftain, who said as he produced a leather pouch from behind him, unveiling several dull-colored stones that shimmered with a metallic luster. Lin Yi's gaze was instantly captivated. Are these ores? Straining his concentration, Lin Yi sensed that one dark red stone faintly radiated a scorching aura, while another grayish-blue stone exuded a sharp essence. Do these metallic ores possess attributes? What kind of ore is this system? Lin Yi inquired immediately. Red sun iron ore, along with the associated sharp iron ore. The host is quite fortunate. Both are excellent materials for forging weapons in the early stages. The system replied nonchalantly. Instantly, Lin Yi's heart began to race uncontrollably. The presence of this or on the Black Mountain tribe members suggests that there may be a vein nearby, or perhaps they discovered it on their way here. This means he can forge weapons. If he etches shamanic inscriptions onto these metallic pieces, their power could be remarkable. This is undoubtedly an unexpected delight. A bloody battle, though costly, not only repelled formidable foes and safeguarded the tribe and its salt methods, but also yielded clues regarding metallic veins. Chapter 72. Rewards for Meritorious Service. Who? Have the locations of these ores been confirmed? If not, hurry and inquire. Otherwise, it will be troublesome once those individuals perish. Lin Yi said anxiously. Rest assured, Chief. Uncle Leopard has firmly established their whereabouts. These ores are indeed near the Black Mountain tribe. We shall retrieve them along with the rewards. Who immediately responded. That is splendid. Lin Yi nodded, suppressing his excitement. Who? Inform Uncle Leopard that the fallen tribesmen are to be given a grand burial. Their families will be supported by the tribe. The injured tribesmen must be treated at all costs. For the valiant warriors and slaves, once I am able to rise, I shall personally bestow rewards. Lin Yi reiterated with determination. Understood, Chief. Who replied resolutely. At that moment, Yin Bao and Feng arrived upon hearing the news, visibly relieved to see Lin Yi awake. Their faces adorned with expressions of relief. After exchanging a few words, everyone exited to allow Lin Yi to recuperate properly. Lin Yi felt his injuries gradually healing with Turing's assistance, a smile emerging on his face. However, the thought of his indebtedness to the civilization points prompted a resigned sigh. Yet, there was little he could do. After all, without the system, he would have surely met his demise. Furthermore, the Black Mountain tribe would not let such a significant loss go unpunished. There was an urgent need to grow stronger. Otherwise, this scene would inevitably repeat. Lin Yi pondered inwardly. Healing, processing the spoils, locating the ore veins, enhancing overall strength, and preparing for greater challenges. And the pressing matter of the civilization points owed to the system, all of it loomed ominously. But as these thoughts swirled, Lin Yi succumbed to a deep slumber. After all, he was still a grievously injured individual. When Lin Yi awoke once more, he felt a marked improvement in his condition, though still weak. The excruciating pain had significantly diminished. The extraordinary nurturing effects of Turing's essence had worked wonders. He attempted to rise slowly, leaning against the headboard. After attuning to his shamanic energy, Lin Yi cast a healing spell upon himself. This time, his injuries had nearly all healed. Even his ribs had returned to their former state. Brother Yi, how do you feel? Linger, who had been vigilantly waiting outside, entered with a bowl of warm meat porridge. Her face brimming with joy. Much improved. Lin Yi smiled at her, accepting the bowl and savoring the porridge slowly. The warm liquid coursed through him, replenishing his depleted vitality. As he ate, he organized his thoughts in his mind. The outstanding issue of his indebtedness to the civilization points was pressing, requiring swift resolution. Who knew what penalties this troublesome system might impose? The tribe's strength also needed rapid enhancement, with the looming threat of the Black Mountain tribe hanging overhead like a sword, ready to strike at any moment. After finishing the porridge, he instructed Linger to summon Yin Bao, Feng, Hu, and Ming Guang. The group arrived promptly, visibly relieved to see Lin Yi sitting up. Chief, how is your injury? Yin Bao asked with concern. No worries, the recovery is progressing well. My injuries are nearly healed. I'm just a bit weak. In 3 to 5 days, I shall be as lively as ever. Lin Yi waved his hand slightly. Chief, in this battle, we captured 35 intact bone spears, 22 bone knives, 5 large bone shields, along with some scattered leather armor and bone ornaments. The 2 fallen totem warriors, Firebull and Blackstone, were both commendable young men. The 3 grievously wounded warriors, under Linger and the totem elder's care, have escaped danger, though they require time to recuperate. 18 ordinary tribesmen were injured, primarily from blunt force, but the situation is manageable. 37 slaves perished, with over 50 injured. Ming Guang handled it excellently, providing timely comfort, and no unrest ensued. Lin Yi silently noted this. The loss of the two newly appointed totem warriors pained him. Yet this was the harsh reality of the Great Wastes. As for the captives from the Black Mountain tribe, we interrogated them separately, and their accounts were largely consistent. The Black Mountain tribe lies to our southwest, requiring the rise and fall of the Golden Crow twice to reach. Their tribe is larger than ours, with a population exceeding 500, originally boasting nearly 40 totem warriors, of which nearly half were lost this time. They indeed possess a mineral vein, located not far from their tribal encampment in a ravine, producing these dark red and grayish-blue stones. They refer to them as firestones and windstones. However, they mentioned that weapons forged from these firestones and windstones tend to break easily. They are not as effective as bone knives, which is why they have not utilized them. Yin Bao continued his report. Knowing the exact location is sufficient. We currently lack the capacity to seize it. But this is vital information. As for the fragile nature, I have a solution. Lin Yi replied slowly. They are merely polished stones. The ores are actually more akin to hard rock than metal, thus exhibiting significant brittleness. How did the slaves perform this time? Lin Yi turned his gaze towards Ming Guang inquiringly. The chieftain, the majority of the slaves fought valiantly, particularly the two squads led by Tushan and Qingmu, who withstood the initial onslaught of the Heishan tribe, albeit at great cost, in accordance with the chieftain's prior promise. I have listed them separately and granted them additional provisions as a reward. The other slaves observed this with keen interest, their spirits remarkably stable. With many inquiring about the timing of the next battle, eager to join my Panshir tribe, Ming Guang immediately stepped forward, speaking with utmost respect. Excellent. Rewards must be given for merit. It is the principle. For those who perished, let us provide some compensation to their kin, so they know that the tribe will not forget those who shed blood for it. Ming Guang, you shall be in charge of this matter. Submit the list and merits for Uncle Bao's approval. Furthermore, although those slaves claimed few enemies, their bravery in battle was commendable. Award Tushan and Qingmu each an additional 5 merits. Lin Yi stated thoughtfully. Had it not been for Tushan and Qingmu, along with a multitude of slaves, blocking the breach, countless members of the Panshir tribe would have surely perished. Chieftain, if that is the case, Tushan has met the conditions for emancipation. Ming Guang replied slowly. That is splendid. Let him join my Panshir tribe. If he prefers not to join, he may leave freely. I wish for them to witness that the Panshir tribe never makes empty promises. Only in this way can they truly see hope. Lin Yi responded gently. Yes, chieftain. A flicker of excitement crossed Ming Guang's eyes. Lin Yi's trust and fairness drew his heart closer to the Panshir tribe. Chapter 73, Making Charcoal and Smelting Iron. Wind. Tiger. The hunting party must not cease. Yet we must exercise greater caution, expanding our vigilance. We cannot afford to be surprised at our doorstep again. Additionally, select a few shrewd and swift-footed tribesmen. Wind. You shall lead them on a reconnaissance mission towards the Heishan tribe, maintaining a safe distance while keeping track of their movements. You may also bring along Dahu. Remember, safety is paramount. Lin Yi reiterated, casting a look at Wind and Tiger. Understood. Wind and Tiger replied in unison. After a brief discussion, Lin Yi finally allowed everyone to disperse. The bamboo tower fell silent once more as Lin Yi leaned against the headboard, his consciousness drifting into his mind. System. How much civilization value do I currently owe? The host currently owes a total of 3,030 civilization points, including interest. A friendly reminder. Overdue penalties are quite severe. The system's voice carried a hint of mockery. Why have you not issued any tasks lately? I wish to earn more civilization points. Lin Yi inquired. A twitch at the corner of his mouth. I am not a task system. Why should I issue tasks? If you wish to obtain civilization points, you must devise your own means. The system replied nonchalantly. Damn. Lin Yi sighed helplessly. At this moment, Lin Yi possessed 884 civilization points. He began to ponder earnestly how to acquire more civilization points. Civilization points, civilization points. According to the system's nature, promoting new technologies, discovering and utilizing new resources, disseminating knowledge and culture, or engaging in creations of civilizational significance should yield a substantial amount of civilization points, right? Thus, smelting iron, firing bricks, and creating ceramics should also grant a considerable number of civilization points. Lin Yi's mind was racing with calculations. However, smelting iron requires high-temperature furnaces, blowing equipment, molds, and so forth, of which he only grasped the general principles, being completely ignorant of the specifics. Moreover, he was still recovering from his injuries and unable to personally undertake the trials. It seemed imperative that he first heal completely before attempting to bring the technological concepts in his mind to fruition, with a plan forming in his heart. Lin Yi gently closed his eyes, meticulously recalling the short videos he had viewed in his past life. the processes of firing ceramics, making bricks, producing homemade garlic essence, and so on. Fortunately, Lin Yuan's spiritual strength had increased, allowing these concepts to become clearer in his mind. Had it not been for his training in witchcraft, he might not have retained many of the intricate details. In the ensuing days, Lin Yuan devoted himself to recovery while simultaneously crafting detailed plans in his mind. He instructed Linger to procure some previously fired charcoal, and on a relatively flat stone slab, he gradually sketched out various tools and techniques along with their basic diagrams and principles. After 5 days of intense conflict, Lin Yuan's injuries, nurtured by Turing's persistent care and his own robust physique, had healed considerably, restoring his combat prowess. Stepping out of the bamboo tower, the warm sunlight bathed him, and he inhaled deeply the earthy and grassy air. Within the tribe, the clansmen were diligently occupied, salt production, repairing houses, reinforcing walls, training children. Everything was in orderly progression, filled with vigor, a scene of thriving prosperity. Following the recent bloody battles, the tribesmen were even more ardent in their training of those few movements. Lin Yuan first paid homage to the fallen tribesmen, standing silently before their graves for a long while. Then, he gathered all the tribesmen, including the slaves, in the open space before the totem, to hold a simple yet solemn award ceremony. The families of the fallen warriors received generous compensations and promises, while the injured warriors were acknowledged and granted additional resources. As for Tushan, he joined the Panshir tribe in the presence of numerous tribesmen and slaves. Observing the excitement and unprecedented sense of belonging in the eyes of the rewarded slaves, Lin Yuan knew that his strategy was beginning to take effect. It would not be long before those slaves purchased at the market would transform into true members of his tribe. After completing all this, Lin Yuan took the stone slab filled with his sketches and sought out the tribe's most skilled elder and a few other artisans. Elder 2, esteemed elders, please take a look at these. Lin Yuan unfurled the stone slab, revealing diagrams of a blast furnace, the structure of a bellows, various shaped clay molds, an improved spinning wheel, and a simple crane devised using the principle of leverage. The elders gathered around, their initial confusion giving way to intrigue, their eyes brightening with Lin Yuan's explanations, alternating between astonishment and deep contemplation. Chieftain, can this truly produce metal harder than bone? Elder 2 trembled as he pointed at the diagram of the blast furnace, incredulity etched across his features. In theory, there should be no issue. However, we need to conduct repeated trials. As for how many attempts will be successful, I cannot say for certain. Not only metal, but if we can produce these tools, it will save us considerable effort in building houses and transporting goods. Lin Yuan asserted confidently. Let us do it. Chieftain, we shall do it. The elders were ignited by Lin Yuan's vision, eagerly preparing to begin. Very well. If you are interested in a particular item, pursue its research. If you need materials or manpower, simply approach Uncle Bao for allocation. Do not fear failure. If one attempt falters, let there be a second, for time is abundant. Lin Yuan offered them his utmost support. He understood that the advancement of civilization cannot be achieved in a single stride, yet as long as the first step is taken, hope lies just ahead. At this moment, Lin Yuan began to engage in research alongside the elder members of the community. His foremost desire was to smelt those ores into a liquid form. Subsequently, he aimed to forge a weapon. Such an endeavor would undoubtedly yield significant civilization points. As the coal had yet to be traded, Lin Yuan resolved to first produce charcoal. He ordered the excavation of a pit approximately 5 meters in diameter and 3 meters deep, the kiln chamber. At the bottom of the pit, he instructed the digging of a fire channel, 50 centimeters in diameter and 1 meter deep, designed for igniting and preliminary heating. The top of the fire channel featured multiple fire holes to connect with the kiln chamber, ensuring even distribution of heat. Finally, he constructed the kiln walls from clay mixed with straw, reaching a height of about 2 meters, with the top tapering inward to form a dome. A vent, 30 centimeters in diameter, was left at the center of the dome, while one side of the kiln wall near the bottom had an entrance for firewood, to add igniting materials and for later refueling, and the opposite side had an exit for charcoal, sealed during normal conditions. After completing the walls, he meticulously applied wet clay to the surface to ensure there were no cracks, preventing air from entering and causing the wood to burn to ashes. With all preparations completed, he was ready to stack the wood. Chapter 74, Literacy and Interpretation. The stacking of wood was also an art. Lin Yuan reflected on videos he had watched in his past life, while directing the numerous slaves in their tasks. Soon, a sufficiently impressive kiln chamber emerged. Lin Yuan, comparing it with the image in his mind, nodded in satisfaction. He then commenced the firing process according to the methods depicted in the videos. First, preheating and moisture expulsion. Second, pyrolysis to produce charcoal. And third, cooling to extract the charcoal. Following these 3 steps, at least a whole day's time would be required. In reality, It typically takes around 10 days, but here it has been simplified. Once the charcoal kiln was ignited, Lin Yi left a few astute slaves to monitor the fire and perform sealing and cooling operations at the designated times he provided. He himself tirelessly delved into the study of pottery. Pottery making demanded even more patience and skill than charcoal production. He, along with the elder known as the Old Man of Earth, searched for suitable clay near the tribe. After several attempts, they finally discovered a yellowish-brown clay with good plasticity and minimal impurities. The next step involved shaping. Lin Ye's recollection of pottery wheels was quite vague, so he resorted to the most primitive hand-formed method, constructing with clay strips. He rolled the kneaded clay into even long strips, spiraling them to form the rudimentary shapes of jars, bowls, and basins, then smoothed the inner and outer walls with wet hands for a polished finish. This process appeared simple, yet in truth, it was fraught with challenges. Uneven pressure could lead to cracks, and insufficient tightness during spiraling could cause disintegration during firing. Lin Yi managed to craft a few himself, albeit crooked and barely recognizable. Conversely, the Old Man of Earth and several other elders, seasoned in working with clay, quickly produced well-formed and uniformly thick pottery pieces. "Chieftain, this is quite fascinating," the Old Man of Earth exclaimed, grinning and revealing his sparse teeth as he admired the pottery he had shaped. "This is merely the first step, old man. Next, we must air dry them, avoiding direct sunlight, lest they crack. Only when thoroughly dry can we proceed." Lin Yi meticulously outlined the precautions. The wait for the pottery to air dry and the charcoal to emerge from the kiln required time. Lin Yi seized this interval to embark on another crucial task, the promotion of written language. Initially, he intended to purchase items from the system that would facilitate rapid literacy among his tribe's people. However, he could no longer wait. Lin Yi gathered some relatively flat stone tablets and began inscribing them with charcoal. He decided to start with his own name, incorporating characters representing heaven, earth, humanity, and the 5 elements: metal, wood, water, fire, and earth. As for phonetics, he regrettably realized he had nearly forgotten. Lin Yi planned to dedicate an hour each evening after dinner to teach them. Soon, night fell. Lin Yi compelled all the tribespeople to gather. This represents fire. It is essential for cooking, warmth, and warding off wild beasts. This symbolizes water, the essence of life, which we must drink daily. And this signifies salt, the most vital resource for our tribe. Both children and adults gazed at him with wide, curious eyes, repeating after Lin Yi and tracing the symbols in the sand with their fingers. However, soon enough, the robust men, Wind and Tiger, found the endeavor rather awkward. "Chieftain, must we really engage in this?" Tiger grimaced as he looked at the twisted symbols in the sand, feeling more bewildered than he would facing a ferocious beast. He would rather confront the people of the Black Mountain tribe than sit here, grappling with these cryptic symbols. The Wind remained silent. His furrowed brow and bewildered gaze betrayed his internal resistance. Many of the adult tribespeople, especially the warriors, shared similar sentiments. For them, wielding weapons and hunting beasts was instinctive, while learning these intangible symbols held little appeal and seemed a waste of time. Lin Yi observed the varied expressions among his tribesmen, understanding their sentiments. He recognized that forceful indoctrination would yield poor results. Thus he needed to convey the benefits of learning written language. "Tiger, suppose the people of the Black Mountain tribe attack us again. If Wind, from a distance, signals you with arrows, how should you respond without alerting them?" Lin Yi set down the charcoal stick, scanning the crowd before finally settling his gaze on Tiger, refraining from directly answering his question and instead posing a counterquery. Then I would mimic a bird's call." Tiger scratched his head. "But if he sees a dozen enemies splitting into 3 groups, stealthily approaching from different directions, how would he signal you using a bird's call?" Lin Yi continued to probe. Tiger's mouth opened, momentarily speechless. The complexity of enemy situations indeed made it challenging to convey accurately using simple sounds. "Uncle Leopard, last time we returned from the marketplace with over 100 slaves. How did you keep track of each one's performance to determine who deserved rewards and who warranted punishment?" Lin Yi turned to the resource manager, Flame Leopard, asking. "I rely on my memory. If I can't remember, I mark it on animal skins or tie knots. However, as the number of people increases and time passes, I sometimes get confused or forget." Flame Leopard replied candidly. Lin Yi nodded and picked up the charcoal stick again, inscribing the name of the Earth Mountain on the stone tablet, alongside the symbol for 10. "Behold, these 2 characters represent the name of Earth Mountain, and this 10 signifies the 10 merits it has earned. If we were to document every individual who has rendered meritorious service to our tribe in such a manner, Uncle Leopard, do you believe there would still be room for confusion? When it comes time for reward and recognition, would it not be immediately clear who deserves credit, and who cannot evade it, nor usurp it?" Subsequently, Lin Yi inscribed a few more characters and arrows on the stone tablet, turning to Feng, Hu, and the others, saying, If phone could convey the enemy's numbers and direction using these symbols while scouting, allowing someone to bring the information back, wouldn't you agree? Who? That this would provide a clearer understanding of where to strike and where to defend than merely listening to the calls of birds? As the crowd gazed at the patterns on the stone tablet, absorbing Lin Ye's explanations, a profound silence enveloped them, prompting serious contemplation, particularly among the warriors. The thought of accurately discerning enemy movements, and the possibility that their contributions could be distinctly recorded, began to alter their expressions. Moreover, our rock tribe has now mastered salt production and pottery, and in the future, we shall possess even more formidable skills. Is it not your desire to pass these abilities down to your sons and grandsons, rather than keeping them solely for yourselves? If we rely solely on spoken words, what if one day I, or the wise elder versed in these techniques, were no longer present? Would not the risk of these skills fading into obscurity become a reality? Yet, if we inscribe these teachings in writing, even in our absence, future generations will be able to learn from these texts, ensuring the enduring strength of our rock tribe. Lin Ye's tone grew solemn as he spoke. This declaration struck at the very heart of the tribe's yearning for legacy and continuity. Even who had initially resisted, fell into deep thought. He envisioned his children one day comprehending the powerful weapon designs illustrated by the chief, mastering remarkable hunting techniques. It seemed that learning these cryptic symbols was not so difficult to accept after all. Chief, I wish to learn, who spoke in a low, rumbling voice. And though he still found it daunting, his attitude had undeniably shifted. We too wish to learn. Other warriors and tribespeople chimed in eagerly. Excellent. We do not seek haste. Let us learn a little each day, starting with the most common items around us, and our own names. A smile of profound satisfaction finally graced Lin Ye's face. He resumed teaching, and this time, the focus in the eyes of the tribespeople intensified, their voices rising in unison as they recited and imitated. Ding. It has been detected that the host has commenced systematic instruction in writing, initiating the enlightenment of tribal wisdom and laying the foundation for the inheritance of civilization. Reward: 5,000 civilization points. The system's reminder rang out suddenly. Lin Ye's heart leapt with excitement. This affirmed that his direction was indeed correct. Thus, he poured even more effort into his teaching. Only when the moon hung high in the sky did Lin Yi finally cease his instruction. After allowing everyone to return and rest, he too returned to his bamboo house to begin his own training. The following day, the charcoal kiln had cooled down completely. Lin Yi, feeling a tinge of nervousness, personally opened the outlet. A faint wave of warmth, mingled with the distinct aroma of charcoal, greeted him. Inside the kiln, most of the wood had transformed into lustrous, dense charcoal. Of course, some had turned to ash due to improper control. But the success rate of this first firing was impressively around 60%. Ding. It has been detected that the host has successfully produced charcoal, rewarding 3,000 civilization points. The system's alert sounded once more. The notification invigorated Lin Yi. He immediately instructed others to collect the high-quality charcoal and store it carefully. After all, this high-calorie, low-salt charcoal is crucial for future iron smelting. Almost simultaneously, the first batch of air-dried clay pieces was ready for firing. Lin Yi directed the people to construct a simple outdoor pottery kiln using stones and clay. Essentially, it was a pit designed to concentrate the flames. They carefully placed the clay pieces inside and piled dry firewood and some freshly produced charcoal around them. Ignite. The flames surged, and the temperature gradually rose. Everyone watched anxiously as the kiln burned, with the elder rubbing his hands, his eyes unblinking. This firing lasted for over half a day. When the flames extinguished and the kiln cooled down, Lin Yi cautiously used a stick to sift through the ashes. What met his gaze were several red-brown pots and bowls, bearing marks of scorching. Though their shapes were not particularly uniform, their surfaces somewhat rough, and they lacked glazing, they were undeniably pottery. No longer mere clay that dissolves upon contact with water, but sturdy vessels capable of holding water and cooking food. Naturally, many more had shattered under the heat. Ding. It has been detected that the host has successfully fired pottery, rewarding 10,000 civilization points. The system's voice rang out again. How much? 10,000 points. System. You are being exceedingly generous this time, aren't you? Lin Yi exclaimed in astonishment. The firing of pottery signifies the tribe's entry into a new era, marking an important milestone in civilization, hence the substantial reward. The system explained calmly. I see. Lin Yi's heart surged with joy. Earlier, he had received 5,000 for teaching writing, 3,000 for charcoal, and now 10,000 for pottery. His current civilization points totaled 18,894. He immediately communicated with the system. System, settle all debts. Ding. 30 civilization points deducted. Debts cleared. The host's current balance is 15,864 civilization points. The system reminded him, and Lin Yi sensed a lightness in the system's tone. Unburdened by debt. At that moment, Lin Yi felt an immense sense of relief. The success in pottery and charcoal greatly uplifted the entire tribe. The tribe's people gathered around those few rudimentary yet profoundly significant pottery pieces, discussing excitedly, their faces aglow with pride and hope. Seizing the momentum, Lin Yi officially entrusted the pottery-making endeavors to the elder and his production team, urging them to continue researching, experimenting with different shapes and larger-scale pottery, and exploring ways to enhance durability and aesthetics. Simultaneously, Lin Yi planned to embark on his next eagerly anticipated endeavor, iron smelting. He directed the tribe's people to construct a small vertical furnace using clay and stones, following the sketch he had drawn. With their experience in charcoal production and pottery, the people were much more receptive to Lin Yi's imaginative ideas and worked with renewed vigor. Building the furnace required time. Lin Yi utilized this interval to begin crafting a blowing device. He procured several processed large animal hides and stitched them into air sacs, using hollowed-out wood to create intake and exhaust pipes. Though rudimentary, the basic principles were fundamentally sound. 3 hours later, a rough-hewn, one-person tall clay iron smelting furnace stood proudly in the clearing at the edge of the tribe. Nearby, piles of prepared charcoal and red sun iron ore awaited. All core members gathered, anxiously and eagerly watching Lin Yi. They understood that if this endeavor succeeded, they too could wield golden artifacts. In the depths of the night, Lin Yi took a deep breath, personally igniting the kindling at the base of the furnace, and then began to alternately add charcoal and crushed ore into the hearth. Blow! Lin Yi commanded. 2 sturdy slaves began to vigorously press the bellows, sending gusts of air through the pipes into the furnace. The flames suddenly surged violently with the aid of the wind, and the temperature within the furnace began to climb sharply. Thick smoke billowed from the top of the furnace, and the scorching heat made those nearby instinctively take a few steps back. Lin Yi focused intently on the color of the flames at the furnace mouth, gauging the internal temperature based on his stored knowledge. This was a long and torturous process, requiring the continuous addition of fuel and the maintenance of airflow. Time passed gradually, transitioning from day to night, yet the fire continued to burn. The slaves responsible for the bellows had changed several times, all of them utterly exhausted. Yet no one dared to leave. In the latter half of the night, Lin Yi, who had been closely monitoring the situation within the furnace, caught a glimpse through the observation hole of a brilliant color at the base of the furnace that seemed different from the flames. A surge of excitement coursed through Lin Yi, prompting him to shout, "Stop the airflow! Prepare to release the iron." The blowing ceased, and Lin Yi instructed someone to poke open the pre-prepared iron outlet at the furnace's base with a long stone rod. In an instant, a dazzling, searing orange-red fluid, reminiscent of molten sun, began to flow slowly from the iron outlet, pouring into the rudimentary knife mold crafted from clay below. The radiant glow illuminated the astonished and fervent faces of everyone present. Molten iron. It truly was molten iron. Ding. The host has successfully smelted metallic iron from the ore, marking the tribe's entrance into the Metal Age, a monumental leap in civilization. Reward: 10,000 civilization points. The system's notification chimed once more. Lin Yi's heart swelled with joy, gazing at the sword blank slowly cooling and solidifying in the mold, displaying the unique black-gray hue of metal. Lin Yi knew that the rock tribe had embarked on a distinctly different path. At that moment, Lin Yi's civilization points also soared to 25,864. With iron, with metal weaponry, and with civilization points, Lin Yi felt emboldened to face future challenges. System: purchase that item which can swiftly teach my tribesmen to read and write. Lin Yi declared with enthusiasm. Ding. Congratulations to the host for spending 10,000 civilization points to acquire the Universal Scroll. The Universal Scroll can materialize teaching. Words can transform into landscapes and creatures, such as the character for mountain morphing into a towering peak and fire igniting into blazing flames, allowing for a better understanding and recognition of the characters. Simultaneously, the Universal Scroll can also impart idioms, numbers, and more. It will teach some basic knowledge, common sense, and even the calendar. Most importantly, the Universal Scroll can slightly enhance the viewer's comprehension, making their memories more vivid and lasting. It is estimated that one can master 3,000 commonly used characters and basic mathematics within a maximum of 30 days. The system explained. Such a deal seems quite advantageous, doesn't it? Lin Yi's eyes instantly brightened. It is worth noting that teaching them to learn is not only a painful endeavor for him, but also for Feng, Hu, and others. With this item, things would become significantly easier. After glancing at the time, Lin Yi instructed everyone to take a rest. System: provide me with a complete set of blacksmithing tools. How many civilization points will that require? Lin Yi inquired once more. If the host wishes to purchase the chisels together, the system can offer a discount, requiring only 15,000 civilization points. The system responded eagerly. Lin Yi hesitated. After all, this was a substantial sum of the civilization points he had just acquired. If the host is willing to spend 15,000 civilization points to purchase chisels and blacksmithing equipment, the system can also present the host with a piece of news. Information about a slave endowed with blacksmithing talent. The system lured him once again. One must part with the child to catch the wolf. Fine, I'll do it. Lin Yi managed to squeeze out these words through gritted teeth. Ding. Congratulations to the host. Cut to the chase and tell me who that person is. Lin Yi interrupted the system's announcement directly. The slave purchased at the market is named Black Bear. You will find out tomorrow when you inquire. Although his talent isn't particularly remarkable, compared to the entire tribe, it is still quite impressive. It should be more than sufficient for your needs in the early stages. The system replied promptly. Black Bear. Lin Yi frowned, a thin, pale figure flashing through his mind. The system must be mistaken, right? Could that frail body forge equipment? Lin Yi asked, furrowing his brow. The system never lies. The host shall discover the truth tomorrow. The system replied flatly. All right. If it comes to that, refund my civilization points. Lin Yi muttered. The system, however, fell silent. Lin Yi glanced at the sword blank, then cradled it as he made his way back to his bamboo hut. Tomorrow, he needed to forge this blade and also engrave the runes onto it. Lin Yi intended to practice his skills on this blade. After all, he was too adept with the inked dark blade and did not wish to ruin it. As Lin Yi immersed himself in training, time flowed into the following day. After breakfast, Lin Yi promptly summoned Black Bear. Upon seeing the gaunt and frail young man before him, Lin Yi's brow furrowed ever so slightly. System, are you certain he can do it? I am certain. However, he clearly has not been exposed to blacksmithing. Initially, you will need to teach him. The system's tone was confident. Very well, I trust you. Lin Yi muttered in his mind. So, you're Black Bear, right? Don't be nervous. Lin Yi spoke to the somewhat anxious and trembling Black Bear in a reassuring tone. I called you here because I've discovered a talent within you. I would like to test it out. If your talent proves to be commendable, I can arrange for you to join my rock tribe. So give it your all. Lin Yi encouraged, patting Black Bear's shoulder. A flicker of disbelief crossed Black Bear's eyes, quickly followed by overwhelming joy, and he immediately declared, Please, command me, my master. Follow me. Lin Yi led him to a pile of burning charcoal. Along the way, Lin Yi explained to Black Bear the processes of blacksmithing, forging, and quenching. Lin Yi nearly emptied his mind of all he knew. Black Bear, living up to expectations, despite having no prior experience in blacksmithing, was able to make connections based on Lin Yi's descriptions. Soon, the sword blank from yesterday was once again heated to a fiery red. Lin Yi then pulled out the blacksmithing set he had purchased, laying it all out in a row. Anvil, hammers, tongs, chisels, files, magic stones, everything one could need. There were even 8 or 9 hammers alone. Follow my instructions. Of course, you may also implement your own ideas. Lin Yi stated calmly. Yes, master. The Black Bear responded with a grunt before turning his gaze towards the neatly arranged tools. He then selected a hammer that he deemed most suitable. Taking a deep breath, he gripped the hefty iron hammer tightly in his hand. His eyes fixated on the knife blank, which glowed a fiery red in the grasp of the tongs. His focus so intense that it seemed as though the entire world had shrunk to the confines of that searing piece of metal. He recalled Lin Yi's earlier explanations, reflecting on the vague thoughts that had surged in his mind while observing the blank's form. Rather than striking forcefully right away, he began gently tapping at various points with a smaller hammer, listening intently to the sounds and feeling the feedback. Here, it seems a bit thick. It requires some extension. The edge here appears to need a tighter structure, he murmured to himself, his movements gradually accelerating. Initially somewhat awkward, with each strike, a peculiar sense of innate familiarity began to emerge. His actions became increasingly fluid, the rhythm of the hammer's rise and fall taking on a distinctive cadence. Clang, clang, clang. The rhythmic sound of the hammering echoed across the open space. Sparks flew with each strike, illuminating the Black Bear's face, which, flushed from concentration and heat, no longer appeared frail. He alternated between heavy strikes to shape the blade and lighter taps to refine the details of its lines. At times, he returned the knife blank to the embers, assessing the heat, mastering the opportune moment to strike while it was hot. Meanwhile, Lin Yi watched in astonishment, unable to close his mouth. Wow, this talent is truly remarkable, the system proclaimed with a hint of pride. After repeated hammering, quenching, and tempering, the entire morning slipped by, and a long knife, now taking shape, finally rested upon the anvil. The blade was straight, approximately 2.5 feet long and 3 fingers wide. Although its surface still bore a roughness from the forging process, its lines flowed smoothly, with a thick spine and thin edge, exuding an eerie chill. However, the blade retained a crimson hue, presenting a somewhat contradictory appearance. In comparison to the bone and stone weapons of the tribe, It radiated a distinctly cold and hard metallic essence. The black bear carefully honed the edge with a whetstone. As the soft sound of grinding filled the air, the blade gradually revealed its sharp contours. Finally, he wiped the blade clean with a piece of soft animal hide. Cradling it in both hands, and with a mixture of excitement and trepidation, presented it to Lin Yi. "Master, please inspect this." Lin Yi accepted the still-warm long knife. Its weight substantial, and its feel exquisite. He swung it casually, striking a nearby wooden post meant for testing. With a soft whoosh, the post, roughly the thickness of a bowl, split cleanly, the break smooth and even. However, Lin Yi noticed a hint of charred blackness on the wood. It appears this is the characteristic of Qiyang iron, a fine blade. Lin Yi couldn't help but exclaim. Though this was merely a basic iron knife, unrefined and lacking any enchanted runes, its sharpness and durability had already surpassed that of most bone and stone tools in the tribe. This marked a significant advancement in the military strength of the rock tribe. Ding! The system announced, "Congratulations, the host has successfully forged the first practical metal item under guidance," marking the initial application of metalworking technology, thereby enhancing the tribe's productivity and combat capability. Reward: 3,000 civilization points. Lin Yi gazed at the black bear with satisfaction. This slender youth now appeared to him as a treasure. "Black bear, from this day forth, you are officially a member of the rock tribe. You are no longer a slave, but a clansman of the rock tribe, the tribe's first blacksmith. Thank you, chieftain." Black Bear will strive to forge more and better weapons for the tribe. The black bear trembled with overwhelming joy and excitement. His eyes glistening as he knelt before Lin Yi, his voice choked with emotion. "Rise. This knife is merely the beginning. In the future, you shall take on apprentices and pass down this craft. The tribe will find ways to provide you with the best conditions and materials. Additionally, take some time to contemplate how you can reduce time consumption and enhance the toughness and sharpness of the weapons, among other things." Lin Yi helped him to his feet and spoke slowly. "Yes, chieftain." The black bear nodded vigorously, his eyes filled with visions of a promising future and determination. Lin Yi then instructed Yin Bao to inform the tribe that the black bear was now an official member, entitled to all privileges of a clansman. After encouraging the black bear a few more times, Lin Yi returned to his bamboo hut with the knife. He placed the knife on the bamboo table and took out his carving knife. Lin Yi first meticulously recalled the process of inscribing the sharpness rune in his mind. He then began to carve on a nearby bone, primarily to familiarize himself with the feel of the new tool. Once his hand moved with exceptional fluidity, Lin Yi took a deep breath, turned his attention to the long knife, and began to carve with steady precision. Engraving on metal was far more challenging than on beast bones, demanding a greater expenditure and mastery of mental energy. Yet, the Lingxi carving knife, a product of the system, glided smoothly across the metal's surface, channeling the shamanic power with remarkable ease. This time, he aimed to attempt true enchantment, crafting the tribe's first so-called shamanic weapon. As Lin Yi completed the final stroke, the shamanic energy flowed through the entire rune pattern. A soft hum resonated, and the sharp runes on the metal blank suddenly glowed with a faint golden light, lingering for a moment before gradually receding. At that moment, the long knife seemed to be reborn. A layer of sharp, almost imperceptible cold light flowed along its edge, and the surrounding air appeared to thicken. Ding! Congratulations. Host has successfully utilized shamanic runes to create a tool imbued with extraordinary power. Reward: 5,000 civilization points. The system's prompt sounded once more. 5,000. How delightful. Lin Yi felt a surge of joy. Gazing at the long knife radiating an extraordinary aura, Lin Yi beamed with satisfaction. He then found another wooden post to test it on, and this time it felt as though he encountered no resistance at all, effortlessly slicing through a post the thickness of a thigh. Excellent. It seems that mine must seize that mine as soon as possible. Lin Yi pondered. After resting briefly to recover his shamanic energy, Lin Yi picked up the carving knife once more. This time, he needed to enchant the Mo Xian knife. Once Lin Yi secured the Mo Xian, as he lifted the carving knife, his expression shifted to one of intense focus and cold precision. As the carving knife moved, beads of sweat began to form on his forehead. Time ticked by, and Lin Yi finally inscribed the last stroke. The entire Mo Xian suddenly shone with golden light. Then, like the previous long knife, it retracted. Lin Yi immediately picked up the Mo Xian and swung it effortlessly. A sound akin to air being sliced apart echoed through the air. With a casual flick of his wrist, a nearby stone, designated for testing, was sliced through with a smooth, silent precision reminiscent of cutting through tofu. Its power far surpassed that of the blade forged just moments ago. Perfect. Lin Yi grinned silently, his lips curling in delight. By now, the night had fully descended. Lin Yi patiently awaited the completion of the evening meal before summoning his clansmen once more. He promptly produced the wondrous book of omnifarious manifestations. for which he had exchanged a staggering 10,000 points of civilization value. This scroll appeared to be an ordinary light yellow bamboo manuscript. Yet it felt warm to the touch, subtly shimmering with an ethereal glow. He carried it to the designated learning area for the evening and unfurled it in front of the assembled crowd. In an instant, a miraculous phenomenon unfolded. The manuscript was not inscribed with rigid characters, but rather illuminated with vibrant hues, as if it contained an entire miniature universe. Chapter 78, Enchanting Weapons. As Lin Yi focused his thoughts and pointed toward the character representing mountain, it floated off the manuscript, instantly transforming into a majestic and imposing miniature mountain peak, accompanied by the faint sound of wind whispering through the ravines. When he pointed to the character for fire, a lively flame, radiating warmth and light, soared into the air. The character for water morphed into a gentle stream, while wood sprouted tender shoots that unfurled into a small tree, and beast conjured various spectral images of wild animals running and roaring. Wow! All the clansmen, regardless of age, were utterly astounded by this enchanting spectacle, erupting into exclamations of awe. The once dry and abstract symbols had transformed into vivid, intuitive representations, seemingly etched directly into their minds. Even the roughest among them, who had previously resisted learning, like Feng and Hu, were spellbound, their mouths agape. This is beyond miraculous. Hu murmured. He beheld the spectral image of the tiger formed from the character for tiger, as if it had come to life, granting him an immediate and profound recognition of the symbol representing his own name. From now on, each evening study session would be guided by this book of omnifarious manifestations. It would aid them in mastering knowledge and language more swiftly and effectively. Lin Yuan's voice brought everyone back from their stupor. With the book of omnifarious manifestations, the efficiency of their literacy campaign had indeed skyrocketed. The clansmen's enthusiasm for learning reached unprecedented heights, with even the briefest of breaks from work seeing individuals sketching new characters in the dirt with sticks. We have captured 6 more spirit howling wolves, just like the one from last time, someone exclaimed, and the previous spirit howling wolf is still around. How shall we manage this? On the following evening, Hu rushed over again. Damn, I almost forgot about that. Lin Yi lamented, smacking his forehead in frustration. Go, fetch Mingguang and Minghua. Lin Yi commanded promptly. Soon, Mingguang and Minghua appeared before him. Minghua, my dear, your elder brother, the clan leader, wishes to assign you a task. Would you assist him in tending to those spirit howling wolves? Lin Yi crouched down and spoke gently. Of course, elder brother. Minghua replied cheerfully. My brother said that whatever the clan leader commands, we must do, and we must do it well. Splendid. Thank you, little Minghua, Lin Yi remarked, slightly taken aback by Mingguang's response, then continued in a warm tone. Mingguang, do not worry. Your sister is a promising beast shaman. Those wild and feral creatures will have an innate fondness for Minghua. As long as she does not provoke them or they do not become desperate with hunger, they typically will not attack her. What I desire is for Minghua to tame them, enabling them to guard our tribe and assist in our hunts. Of course, for safety's sake, you may supervise her during the initial stages, just in case. Lin Yi elaborated after a brief pause. Understood, clan leader. Mingguang replied promptly. Very well. I entrust those spirit howling wolves to you. Now, everyone, please disperse. Lin Yi gestured dismissively to the crowd. Following this, they resumed their literacy lessons. Meanwhile, Lin Yi pondered within the confines of his bamboo dwelling. Food salt. We have nearly prepared enough. Only 7 days remain until the handover. They say that clothing, food, shelter, and transportation are essential. The food issue is mostly resolved. The shelter situation is manageable. Now, we must focus on clothing and transportation. We need to secure some mounts. And mining cannot be neglected. Oh, and paper. With literacy underway, writing cannot be delayed. Lin Yuan's mind was abuzz with calculations. He soon recalled the crops and livestock. The sweet potato vines, nourished by Linger's continuous earth sourcing techniques, had spread beyond Lin Yuan's expectations and were ready for a new round of propagation. With the assistance of Xiao Qiao and the other clansmen, they had now reached over 5,000 plants. The growth of various other crops was equally promising. The corn seedlings had grown taller, lush, and green. Furthermore, the increase in the yields of soybeans, millet, radishes, and cabbages brought immense joy. In the livestock area, the goats and wild boars appeared to have adapted well to their enclosed living conditions, and the wild chickens had begun to lay eggs. However, Lin Yi did not allow Xiao Qiao to collect those wild chicken eggs, as they would not hatch. They should rely on the chicken's natural instincts. As for the wild rabbits, one of them was pregnant, and now all that was needed was patience. Everything was progressing in a favorable direction. Just then, Lin Yi felt a slight discomfort in his stomach. In that instant, he resolved to prioritize the production of paper, even if it was rudimentary. It would be better than the current materials being used. Lin Yi kept replaying the entire paper-making process in his mind. Bamboo was abundant around the tribe. He planned to produce bamboo paper directly. The specific steps included soaking the bamboo, cooking the materials, washing and beating, preparing the pulp, making paper, and stacking the sheets. Damn. If I had known I would transmigrate, I would have learned more. Lin Yuan muttered in frustration. At that moment, he realized he had forgotten some of the steps. When he first stumbled upon that video, he seemed to have missed the ending. He wondered if there was any hemp nearby. If there were, he could resolve the issues of both paper and clothing in one go. Knowledge is only regretted when it is needed. Lin Yuan sighed inwardly. Subsequently, he retrieved Hu's claw knife and spent about half an hour etching a sharp shamanic inscription into it before returning it to Hu. As for Feng's bow and arrows, Lin Yuan found himself at a loss. He couldn't etch onto the bow itself. Etching on the arrows was beyond his current capabilities. However, suddenly, an idea struck Lin Yuan, and his eyes brightened as he immediately inquired within his mind. System, since I have already crafted golden items, will the prices of the golden weapons you sell be adjusted downward? At that moment, it seemed as though the system had also experienced a malfunction. Finally breaking its silence after a considerable pause, each weapon is priced at 1,000 civilization points, while other golden artifacts are set at 200 civilization points each. No negotiation. It appeared that the prices had not significantly decreased, had they? Lin Yuan furrowed his brows and muttered under his breath. It was worth noting that previously, Lin Yuan had only expended 602 civilization points to acquire 3 weapons. However, upon reflection, it was still somewhat acceptable, as the prices had roughly halved. At that moment, there remained 11 totem warriors without weapons, and Lin Yuan was left with merely 864 civilization points. Subtracting the long knife he possessed required an additional 10,000 civilization points. Forget it. Perhaps it would be wise to wait. Once he successfully subdued the Black Mountain tribe, all these issues would unravel effortlessly. In the end, Lin Yuan could only reluctantly concede. However, it wasn't long before Lin Yuan encountered what one might call a delightful surprise. Chapter 79, Papermaking. The time had come to the following day. Lin Yuan once again immersed himself in the study of the third mystical inscription. After an entire morning of research, he had etched the design 6 or 7 times, but succeeded only once. By afternoon, Lin Yuan had nearly exhausted his mystical energy, prompting him to practice his sword techniques. The days passed in a manner that felt quite fulfilling. As evening approached, the hunters, Feng and Hufeng, returned, appearing quite weary. Tribe leader, look at this. I remember seeing something like this in the book you provided. Feng exclaimed, pulling out several plants from behind him. But Hufei said it was non-existent. Can you determine if this is useful? Lin Yuan took the plants with a careful glance, his heart racing. This was undoubtedly a case of a pillow arriving with the onset of sleep. The plant had an upright stem, branched at the top, and the leaves were palmately lobed. It was clearly a wild relative of hemp, or rather, the kind of hemp found in this world. With the presence of hemp, not only was the issue of paper-making materials resolved, but more importantly, the prospect of textile production also glimmered on the horizon. The tribespeople could finally begin to liberate themselves from their complete reliance on animal hides. Feng, you have accomplished a great feat. This plant is called hemp. Its fibers, when processed, can be spun into remarkably strong threads, which can then be woven into fabric, creating garments. It is lighter and more breathable than animal hides. Moreover, it serves as a crucial material for papermaking. Lin Yuan enthusiastically clapped Feng on the shoulder, unable to conceal his elation. Although Feng was still somewhat unclear about the concepts of fabric and paper, witnessing the tribe leader's joy made him grin broadly in response. As for Hufei, you, my friend, are to be reprimanded. Revisit that illustrated guide. Memorize every image contained within it. Lin Yuan turned and spoke sternly to Hufei. Hufei's face fell instantly. Feng, where did you discover this? Is there plenty? Lin Yuan hastily inquired. Indeed, we found it near a small stream to the southwest. There is a vast expanse of it. Additionally, those sheep were also spotted in that area. If we take a direct route, it should be a shorter journey. Feng promptly replied. Excellent. Tomorrow, I shall accompany you. Lin Yuan declared immediately. The next day, Lin Yuan personally led a team, guided by Feng, and after approximately 2 to 3 hours, they arrived at the hemp field by the stream. Indeed, as Feng had described, it was teeming with lush wild hemp. Lin Yuan directed the tribespeople to cautiously harvest the hemp plants, making an effort to preserve the integrity of the stems, even bringing back some roots to attempt transplantation near the tribe. Furthermore, there were numerous hemp plants that had fallen into the stream, primarily due to the trampling of various wild beasts. This fortuitously saved Lin Yuan some effort. He managed to collect nearly all the hemp, leaving dozens of plants standing at the edges of trees where trampling was less likely to occur. This way, it was conceivable that another harvest could be reaped the following year. Upon returning to the tribe, Lin Yuan immediately convened the crafting team led by the elder and several skilled female tribespeople to commence the extraction of hemp fibers and the first attempt at papermaking. Relying on his hazy memories, Lin Yi guided the process. The hemp with roots was directly planted in a suitable location. As for the ones retrieved from the stream, their outer skins were promptly stripped away and placed into a large clay pot for boiling. However, while boiling, Lin Yi seemed to recall something and decided to add some plant ash. Although he had forgotten the purpose of this step, he vaguely remembered its necessity. While the mixture was simmering, Lin Yi and the others wove some bamboo mats once again. Once the boiling was complete, Lin Yi instructed others to extract the hemp skins, using wooden sticks and stones to pound them repeatedly. What was the next step again? Lin Yi pondered internally. He could only proceed based on his conjectures from that point on. Lin Yi placed the pounded hemp back into the water and thoroughly mixed it. Finally, using the freshly woven bamboo mats, he strained the pulp, layering it one sheet upon another, and found a cool, ventilated spot to set it aside. Shouldn't this be pressed to facilitate dehydration and expedite drying? Lin Yi furrowed his brow, contemplating once more. Without hesitation, he instructed the others to bring over a large stone, which he placed atop the bamboo mats to compress them. After all, this was merely an experiment, and it hadn't consumed too much hemp. Lin Yi soon found himself thinking about clothing. However, he had no knowledge of spinning wheels, so he could only seek assistance from the system. System, how many civilization points are required for a spinning wheel suitable for my current use? Along with the blueprint and operational instructions, a package sale would be set at a firm price of 20,000 civilization points. The operational instructions for the spinning wheel alone are 8,000 civilization points. The blueprint alone is 15,000 civilization points. Please note, this spinning wheel can spin not only hemp, but also silk. The system immediately replied in Lin Yi's mind. This left Lin Yi astounded. Alas, I suppose I must wait a bit longer. Having completed all of this, Lin Yi dismissed the others and resumed his practice of sword techniques. That evening, the study of characters continued uninterrupted. Until the following morning, Lin Yi, unable to contain his eagerness, went to check on the paper. However, to his astonishment, the paper had transformed into mere shreds. The fact that it could turn into shreds indicated that the process was indeed correct. This meant there must have been an error in one of the steps. Could it be that the pounding was too vigorous? Were the fibers too short? Lin Yi mused to himself. Soon, he began experimenting once more. To expedite the process, Lin Yi placed the freshly made paper by the fire to dry. Approximately around noon, Lin Yi checked on the paper's condition once again. This time, the paper had indeed taken form. However, the color of the paper seemed somewhat amiss. Upon closer inspection, the surface of the paper was marred by an abundance of speckled lumps. The hue of the paper itself was a dull gray. Lin Yi pondered for a moment before instructing his kin to undertake the process anew. According to Lin Yi's reasoning, the issue lay with the slurry. Thus, he meticulously devised 3 preparatory steps. The first step involved extracting all the large clumps of fiber. The second step entailed pounding them and rinsing with water, leaving only the coarse fibers. The third step was to retain solely the fine fibers. Thereafter, Lin Yi followed the procedure once more to conduct the experiment. As night fell, the final outcome was at last revealed. Lin Yi beheld a delicate, pale yellow sheet of paper. When he gently peeled it from the stone slab, the entire workshop erupted in jubilation. Although this sheet was rough, uneven in thickness, and contained some impurities, it represented the very first paper produced in this vast wilderness. Chapter 80. The Blackwater Tribe, Blackwater. Ding. The host has successfully utilized plant fibers to create paper, achieving a revolutionary breakthrough in information carriers, significantly enhancing the dissemination of knowledge and the accumulation of civilization, earning a reward of 10,000 civilization points. The system's voice resonated once more. The bountiful rewards left Lin Yi astounded, further affirming the monumental significance of papermaking in the progression of civilization. Holding the coarse yet profoundly meaningful hemp paper, Lin Yi was filled with a sense of accomplishment. He promptly began to formally impart the art of papermaking and the rudimentary techniques of spinning to his people, urging the production team and the women to continue their exploration, with the aim of crafting wider and more uniform sheets. Of course, further roasting was unnecessary, otherwise, the hemp paper would become too brittle, and it could simply air dry. That night, while studying with the myriad scrolls, Lin Yi introduced several characters related to the new technology to the assembly. The enthusiasm for learning among the tribesfolk surged. Increasingly, individuals took the initiative to practice writing their names and the newly learned characters using charred wood on smooth wooden planks or discarded pottery shards. An intangible essence, known as civilization, began to quietly permeate the rock tribe. After the learning session, Lin Yi summoned all the totem warriors together. He inquired in detail about their preferred weapons. Once he received their responses, he sent them on their way. He then exchanged for 10 corresponding weapons from the system: 3 spears, 5 knives, and 2 bows. Lin Yi then commenced etching runes onto the spear shafts and knife blades. He toiled throughout the night, and by the following morning, he had inscribed all the weapons except the bows with the runes. He then allowed everyone to select their weapons based on their preferences. With this, the strength of the rock tribe had significantly increased. Even if Lin Yi were to venture out again in a couple of days, he need not overly worry about the safety of the tribe. Moreover, he still possessed a substantial amount of the celestial wolf's blood. The next day, Lin Yi gathered all the totem warriors once more. He distributed the celestial wolf's blood among them. By evening, the strength of the rock tribe had grown considerably once again. Although they lacked top-tier warriors, the power of the totem warriors had nearly reached the solid bone realm. With 14 warriors in the solid bone realm, even those in the barbarian muscle realm could be challenged. After all, the barbarian muscle realm had yet to entirely transcend the mortal domain. A qualitative leap in strength would only occur upon reaching the battle soldier realm. Just then, Feng approached. Tribe leader. The scouts dispatched to investigate the Black Mountain tribe have returned. Feng announced as he entered. What is the situation? Lin Yi inquired urgently. It aligns closely with the information we received. Indeed, there are 2 mountains surrounding the Black Mountain tribe, producing the very metal stones we have seized. However, the reported number of individuals within the Black Mountain tribe appears to be somewhat inaccurate. According to the returning scouts, they currently have at least 700 members. Furthermore, that stone flame has not perished, albeit he is severely injured. Our people have not seen any sign of them for 2 days. Feng reported promptly. Impressive for someone in the barbarian muscle realm to escape with such severe injuries, Lin Yi remarked, somewhat astonished. Initially, Lin Yi had considered that such a grievous injury might prevent their escape, yet he had miscalculated. However, a wave of unease washed over Lin Yi soon after. Since their opponent had not died, it was only a matter of time before they would retaliate. This posed a significant threat. Lin Yi's mind raced with thoughts, tirelessly strategizing. If their tribe leader was already this formidable, then surely their shaman would prove even more challenging to contend with. A surprise attack seemed implausible. It is well known that in this vast wilderness, shamans are the most obstinate of beings. They specialize in spiritual power, endowing them with heightened intelligence, making them more decisive and ruthless in their actions. The Black Mountain tribe. The Black Mountain tribe, indeed. Wait, the Black Mountain tribe? Could this tribe be connected to the Blackwater tribe? Yet, I did not witness any interaction between them at the trade market. Lin Yi's mind was consumed with doubt. At this moment, he hesitated over whether to procure more supplies. But soon, Lin Yi resolved firmly. Procure. After all, those seeds were an absolute necessity for him. With only 3 days remaining until the market, Lin Yi realized he must depart the day after tomorrow if he were to attend. He gestured for Feng to take his leave. Once Feng exited, Lin Yi remained alone in the bamboo loft, deep in contemplation for an extended period. The Black Mountain tribe loomed like a wounded beast with bared fangs, poised to strike at any moment. Rather than passively await their approach, it would be prudent to take the initiative. However, such an assault must be executed with strategy. A single misstep could lead to total annihilation. Black Mountain, Blackwater. Lin Yi repeatedly mulled over these 2 names as an audacious plan gradually took shape in his mind. The next day, Lin Yi made his arrangements. Uncle Leopard, I entrust the tribe to you. Continue with our established plan of developing production, training warriors, and fortifying defenses. Additionally, as soon as 3 individuals achieve the 9th movement, they will instinctively awaken. I have discussed the specifics with Turing. With the offering of the celestial wolf's head, awakening 30 totem warriors will pose no issue. Feng, Hu Mingguang, and Moyan, you 4 select 20 of the most elite warriors. Tomorrow, we will return to the trade market. Early the following morning, Lin Yi issued his orders directly. Yes, tribe leader. The assembly responded without dissent, immediately setting off to prepare. On the 3rd morning, Lin Yi, accompanied by his team and carrying a substantial amount of salt in his spatial pouch, set forth once more on the journey to the trading market. The journey proceeded remarkably smoothly, and upon reaching the trading area while the dawn was still fresh, Lin Yi instructed his companions to meticulously survey their surroundings. Subsequently, he directed Feng to conceal a portion of the group. As night transitioned into day, midday arrived, and the dense forest nearby finally stirred with activity. Emerging from the thicket was a procession of figures, prominently featuring Shui Bao, yet this time the leader appeared to be a dignified middle-aged man exuding authority. This man was clearly of formidable prowess, belonging to the barbaric muscle realm. Chief Lin Yi, it is a pleasure to see you well. It seems your tribe has been flourishing recently. Shui Bao greeted with a smile, his gaze sweeping over Lin Yi's followers. Haha, it is as one might expect. May I inquire as to who this esteemed individual is? Lin Yi responded, glancing towards the middle-aged leader. Chief Lin Yi, allow me to introduce. This is my father, who is also the chief of the He Shui tribe. He Shui, Shui Bao explained. Ah, it is Chief Heishui. My apologies for the oversight. Please forgive me. Lin Yi said with a courteous gesture. Chief Lin Yi, you are overly concerned. Might I inquire if you have brought the salt? Heishui asked, his tone nonchalant. Indeed. I have. Lin Yi replied, producing a jar of salt with a flourish. However, before we proceed with the transaction, I have a query I wish to pose to both of you. What is the nature of the relationship between our Heishui tribe and the Heishan tribe? As he spoke, the jar of salt was once again stowed away in his spatial pouch. May I ask what prompts your inquiry, Chief Lin Yi? Heishui's brow furrowed slightly. It is merely a question of curiosity regarding your connections with the Heishan tribe, Lin Yi replied, shaking his head slightly, though internally, he braced himself. Our relationship with the Heishui tribe is rather tenuous, Shui Bao interjected, sensing the tension in the air. The proximity of our two tribes leads to overlapping hunting grounds, resulting in frequent friction. To my knowledge, there have been several skirmishes recently, yet our strengths are closely matched, rendering resolution elusive. He paused, his gaze sharpening with alertness. Is there a particular concern behind your inquiry, Brother Lin Yi? Or have you perhaps forged a connection with the Heishan tribe? Shui Bao inquired cautiously. Upon hearing this, Lin Yi felt a wave of relief wash over him. As long as there was no significant relationship between the two tribes, he would be content. My apologies. Brother Shui Bao, the primary reason for my question is due to a recent incident where Chief Shirlai of the Heishan tribe sought to trouble my Pancher tribe, only to be gravely injured in the process and forced to flee. I simply wish to avoid inadvertently aiding the enemy, Lin Yi explained with a calm demeanor. You? A mere bone solidification realm warrior, capable of injuring Shirlai? Surely you jest. Heishui scoffed derisively. If Chief Heishui doubts my words, I encourage you to send someone to investigate. I trust the Heishui tribe possesses the means to do so, Lin Yi replied coolly. Father, I've heard reports from our hunting parties that the Heishan tribe has been unusually subdued of late. Could this incident be the cause? Shui Bao whispered to Heishui. Heishui recalled the reports from their hunting teams. Just 2 days prior, their members had encountered those from the Heishan tribe, who, unusually, did not provoke a confrontation and departed without uttering a word. Contemplating this, Heishui's gaze flickered with uncertainty and speculation as he regarded Lin Yi. His prior disdain diminished. After a moment of silence, Heishui gestured for a trusted aide, whispering a few instructions before the aide promptly departed. What is the meaning behind your words? Heishui inquired once more. What do I mean? Since they have sought trouble and suffered injury at my hands, it is clear they will not let the matter rest. Therefore, I seek to eliminate the Heishan tribe entirely. However, my Pancher tribe alone cannot accomplish this. Hence, I propose we join forces, Chief Heishui. What say you? Lin Yi fixed his gaze on Heishui. At this moment, the atmosphere became palpably tense, for no matter how one regarded it. Heishui found it difficult to believe that Lin Yi, a mere bone solidification warrior, could injure Shirlai, a formidable barbaric muscle realm expert. Yet as a chief, he recognized the necessity of vigilance and thus deemed it essential to investigate further. Brother Lin Yi, you are indeed remarkable to have managed to injure Shirlai. I am truly impressed. Yet, I cannot help but wonder what means you employed to achieve such a feat, Shui Bao interjected, breaking the silence with a smile. Chief Heishui and Brother Shui Bao are not strangers to me. Hence, I shall speak plainly. Have you ever heard of witch runes? Lin Yi hesitated briefly before continuing. Witch runes? Are you implying that you possess an offensive witch rune? Heishui's eyes widened in astonishment, disbelief flooding his features, accompanied by a glimmer of greed. 1. Chief Heishui, you underestimate my Pancher tribe. Moreover, I advise you to be cautious about coveting things that do not belong to you. If I can injure Shirlai. Then Lin Yi's gaze bore into Heishui, his tone unwavering. Haha, you jest, Chief Lin Yi. How could I entertain such thoughts? Heishui replied with a forced chuckle. Indeed. Chief Heishui, I am certain you harbor no such intentions. I must have misjudged. As a gesture of goodwill, I shall provide you with 5 extra jars of salt in compensation. Lin Yi said with a broad smile. Then I thank you, Brother Lin Yi. We have brought all our goods. Shall we proceed with the trade? Shui Bao interjected, sensing his father's awkwardness and stepping in to smooth things over. Certainly. Naturally. Lin Yi replied, his laughter resounding. Such delightful dealings can truly bring joy to my dear brother Lin Yi. Pray, share your happiness with us. A voice called out from the distance. Lin Yi turned to see Tu Mu approaching with a contingent of followers. Haha, Chief Tu Mu. It is a pleasure to see you again. How have you been? Lin Yi greeted him warmly. Quite well, thank you. Tu Mu replied with a smile. Afterwards, he exchanged greetings with the Black Water and Water Leopard. Ladies and gentlemen, this time, I have brought extra salt. If there is nothing unexpected on your agenda, we could engage in some trade. Lin Yi declared, promptly producing all the salt he had brought, a total of 800 jars. Oh, that is splendid. Just in time. As I recently acquired a new type of food that you might be interested in, said the elder, revealing a peculiar item from the earth, akin to white jade, radish. Though its aroma may not be particularly pleasant, its taste is rather decent. He handed a clove of garlic to Lin Yi, who accepted it, rubbed his eyes, and confirmed it was indeed garlic. Food, you say? Naturally, I will take it, even if it lacks a pleasant scent, as long as it satisfies hunger. It matters not, Lin Yi replied nonchalantly. Chapter 82, The Triad Alliance. If you wish to proceed, I will be candid with you. This item serves as both fruit and seed. Therefore, the price will be slightly higher, as procuring seeds from it is exceedingly convenient. The elder smiled slyly. That old fox seeks to swindle me. Lin Yi mused inwardly. Not a problem. Chief Tumu, simply state how much salt you require. As long as it's reasonable. I shall not haggle. Lin Yi maintained his composure. Very well. I shall request 100 jars of salt in exchange for 100 seeds. Tumu proposed after a moment's thought. Agreed. Let it be settled thus. Lin Yi affirmed without countering, as he intended to involve the fertile soil tribe as well. Upon hearing Lin Yi's words, a smirk crept across Tumu's lips, and the transaction commenced. Millet seeds, garlic, and radish seeds were successfully acquired. Lin Yi also managed to trade for 7 more cattle and procured a substantial amount of coal. Now that our trade is complete, I shall take my leave. Until we meet again, Tumu announced, preparing to depart. However, Lin Yi had no intention of letting the fertile soil tribe slip away so easily, so he interjected. Chief Tumu, I have another transaction in mind. Would you be interested? Oh, another trade? Pray tell. Tumu's eyes brightened with curiosity. Let us not rush. We shall wait for the return of Chief Blackwater's envoy to discuss further. What say you, Chief Blackwater? Lin Yi turned to Blackwater, speaking slowly. Blackwater initially furrowed his brow but soon relaxed, declaring, Lin Yi is correct. We should await my envoy's return before delving into specifics. Rest assured, if you are willing, there will be ample benefits for you. Fearing a loss of advantage, Blackwater considered the relatively balanced strengths of their tribes. Realizing that a direct assault would likely weaken his own tribe, thus he acquiesced. However, whether he intended to use the fertile soil tribe and the rock tribe as mere cannon fodder remained uncertain. What is this matter you speak of, veiled in such mystery? Tumu's gaze sharpened with caution. Fear not. It is a venture with tremendous profit potential. Once Chief Blackwater's envoy returns, all shall be made clear. Lin Yi replied with calm assurance. Very well. I shall observe your intentions closely. Tumu remarked, scrutinizing the 2 men before them. The 3 then settled down, engaging in lively conversation. The next day at noon, Blackwater's dispatched envoy returned, having whispered in Blackwater's ear for quite some time, while also bringing back a considerable amount of coal. Blackwater regarded Lin Yi with astonishment, his expression one of disbelief. Indeed, Chief Lin Yi possesses remarkable skills. Initially, I was skeptical, but now I concede I misjudged you. Blackwater acknowledged, casting a long look at Lin Yi. What on earth is going on between you two? Tumu inquired impatiently, though curiosity lingered in his eyes. Perhaps it is best for you to explain, Chief Blackwater, Lin Yi suggested coolly. Very well, Blackwater acquiesced, succinctly summarizing the circumstances surrounding the Black Mountain tribe. Chief Lin Yi, you are truly a master of concealment. Blackwater concluded, drawing a deep look from Tumu towards Lin Yi. Merely some inconsequential tricks, Lin Yi replied nonchalantly, as though discussing the weather. So, are you both suggesting that our 3 tribes join forces to obliterate the Black Mountain tribe? Tumu queried directly. In the vast wilderness, despite the rudimentary level of civilization, there were indeed many astute individuals, Lin Yi reflected. Precisely. However, I wonder if Chief Tumu is interested. The Blackwater tribe is among the more formidable of the smaller tribes. If we can succeed in taking them down, the benefits for our 3 tribes would be undeniable. Furthermore, if we advance together, the costs incurred would be manageable, Lin Yi proposed, locking eyes with Tumu. That is feasible, but how shall we divide the spoils? Tumu posed the crucial question. Equally, Lin Yi inquired, glancing between the 2. Both men involuntarily furrowed their brows. Let us not rush to dismiss the idea. Remember, it was I who injured Stoneflame. His strength should be severely diminished now. The only adversary you present is their shaman. As for the other totem warriors of the Black Mountain tribe, we can dispatch 10 from our ranks to handle them effortlessly. Moreover, this is not merely a one-time transaction. I propose we form an alliance. Should any threats arise to our tribes in the future, we can act in unison. Lin Yi suggested thoughtfully. That is plausible. But how shall we maintain contact? Blackwater was the first to express his thoughts. After all, the Black Mountain tribe lay adjacent to the Blackwater tribe, which he perceived as a greater threat than the Rock tribe. Lin Yi understood that the locations of each tribe were closely guarded secrets, intended to prevent ambushes from rival tribes. After some contemplation, he proposed, we could establish distinct symbols or markers for our tribes within the marketplace. Then, every 15th day of the Golden Crow's ascent, we can send envoys to check in. This way, we can also share resources. Given the pace of the totem warriors, It would merely take half a day. Departing in the morning would allow one to return by evening for supper. What say you, Chief Tomo? Blackwater turned to him for his response. I have no objections. Let this be our agreement. After careful consideration, the chief of the Tumu tribe concluded that this endeavor would only bring benefits to his people, devoid of any drawbacks, and thus gave his swift assent. I concur. Blackwater immediately chimed in. Splendid. Let us deliberate on the specifics of our offensive strategy. Lin Yi felt a wave of relief wash over him and promptly added. The three then commenced their discussions. Ultimately, however, the spoils were not evenly divided. The Blackwater tribe claimed 40%, while the Wotu and Panshir tribes each secured 30%. Nevertheless, the Wotu and Panshir tribes were only required to contribute their chieftains and totem warriors, while the remaining able-bodied members would be entirely provided by the Blackwater tribe, even taking on the responsibility of the enemy's shaman. Such an arrangement was undoubtedly to Lin Ye's liking. Hence, the three parties agreed that the day after tomorrow would be the day of the assault, gathering at the periphery of the Black Mountain tribe. Chapter 83. The operation commences. With the agreement in place, Lin Yi, Blackwater, and Tumu further discussed a few finer details until nightfall, at which point they each retreated into the dense forest, returning to their respective tribes with varied thoughts weighing on their minds. On the way back, Lin Yi felt little joy. Rather, a heavy gravity enveloped him. Collaborating with a tiger is fraught with peril. The greed in the eyes of the Blackwater chieftain, though temporarily subdued, had not vanished entirely. The Tuma chieftain, while seemingly simple-minded, was in fact quite astute and might not exert his full effort. This expedition required the Panshir tribe to demonstrate sufficient strength and value to secure their footing within the alliance and to claim their rightful share after the conflict. Otherwise, they might end up sewing garments for others. Wind, Tiger. Upon returning, all warriors involved in this undertaking were to conduct a final pre-battle inspection and preparation. Weapons, armor, arrows. We must ensure everything is flawless, Lin Yi commanded solemnly. After walking a short distance, Lin Yi utilized materials at hand to construct several carts and ropes, substituting wheels with wooden blocks, ensuring they were as round as possible. Though rudimentary, this would undoubtedly ease the burden on the strength of the oxen. Upon completion of the first cart, the system rewarded him with 1,000 civilization points. The oxen were laden with coal, demonstrating the remarkable ingenuity of the creatures of the wasteland. They had transported the coal in large wooden crates, approximately 2 meters high and 1 meter wide, secured with vines to prevent disassembly. Even the tribespeople were burdened with coal, with Lin Yi estimating that each of the 7 oxen carried around 3 tons, while the tribesmen bore about 1 ton collectively. After roughly 2 hours, Lin Yi successfully constructed 7 carts. He harnessed the oxen, loaded the coal onto the carts, and set off toward the tribe. The stamina and strength of the oxen proved impressive, and their temperament was exceedingly gentle. After a night's journey, Lin Yi and his companions finally returned to their tribe, albeit at a slower pace due to the oxen's speed. Wind, Tiger, in addition to the 2 of you, summon 8 warriors of the stalwart bone realm. All warriors participating in this operation shall conduct a final pre-battle inspection and preparation tonight. Weapons, armor, arrows. We must ensure everything is flawless, Lin Yi instructed in a grave tone. Yes, Chief. They responded in unison, their eyes glinting with battle fervor. They understood that this battle was pivotal for the survival and advancement of their tribe, leaving no room for error. Lin Yi also summoned Yin Bao, carefully instructing him to safeguard the territory in the coming days before sending him on his way. Meanwhile, other endeavors, such as papermaking and agriculture, were proceeding smoothly without needing Lin Ye's directives. With nearly 10,000 civilization points, any unforeseen circumstances could likely be managed. Lin Yi murmured, then resumed his practice with the sword. After all, sharpening one's skills at the last moment is never beneficial. On the morning following their return, Wind, Tiger, and the other 8 totem warriors assembled. Each was equipped with newly forged iron weapons inscribed with sharp shamanic runes, clad in reinforced leather armor, bearing long bows and quivers, their expressions grave and brimming with lethal intent. Let us depart, Lin Yi commanded without superfluous words. His Mo-Shin blade pointed ahead as he issued a low call. The team vanished into the darkness like phantoms, hastening towards the designated assembly point in a secret valley at the periphery of the Black Mountain tribe. Simultaneously, the forces of the Blackwater tribe and Woda tribe were converging from different directions towards the same location. An ambush that could determine the power dynamics of the surrounding factions was about to unfold. The Black Mountain tribe, built against the mountains, was a fortress difficult to breach. When Lin Yi led the warriors of the Panshir tribe into the assembly valley, the forces of the Blackwater tribe and Woda tribe had already arrived ahead of them. As expected, the Blackwater tribe was formidable, bringing along approximately 200 able-bodied men, among whom there were more than 20 totem warriors. While the majority were of the blood-brave realm, this number was still quite astonishing, considering that the Blackwater tribe would not deploy all their totem warriors. The Blackwater chieftain was clad in a somewhat crude yet evidently robust set of bone armor, exuding a heavy aura. Accompanied by an elderly man with graying hair yet a calm demeanor, wielding a stout wooden staff radiating a fierce energy. As for the Woda tribe, they visibly presented 11 individuals, but Lin Yi was uncertain how many more lurked in the shadows. Tumu was exceedingly shrewd and would certainly not allow himself to be ensnared in danger. The chieftain of Lin Yi has indeed arrived on time, Blackwater greeted, his gaze lingering momentarily on the iron weapons of the Panshir warriors. Your tribe's equipment is truly enviable. By the way, this is our shaman from the Blackwater tribe. He introduced once more. Lin Yi and Tumu stepped forward to pay their respects. Are you both prepared? Lin Yi inquired casually. We are ready. Once the time comes, we shall commence. Blackwater nodded affirmatively. Then let us proceed as planned. The primary assault will be the responsibility of the Blackwater tribe, as we agreed. Tumu also nodded in agreement. The plan was straightforward. The Blackwater tribe would spearhead the attack, leveraging their numerical advantage for a frontal assault to draw the enemy's attention, while the Woda tribe would strike from the flank, with Lin Yi positioned on the right. The responsibility for the enemy's shaman and stone flame would rest with Blackwater and their shamans. Action! Blackwater commanded without hesitation, his voice a fierce growl. The three factions surged forth like arrows released from a bowstring, silently converging upon the unsuspecting Black Mountain tribe. Enemy attack! Just as the group reached the threshold of the Black Mountain tribe, their presence was discovered, but whether it is discovered or not is of little consequence. The battle erupted instantaneously. The warriors of the Blackwater tribe surged forth like a relentless tide towards the fortified walls of the Black Mountain tribe. Constructed of massive stones and timber, their battle cries echoing thunderously. On the walls, the warriors of the Black Mountain tribe hastily assembled to confront the onslaught. In but a fleeting moment, the Blackwater forces breached the defenses. Lin Yi remained remarkably composed, observing the unfolding chaos without rushing to deploy all of his strength. He signaled to Foam, accompanied by 2 skilled archers, to specifically target the opposing totem warriors below, effectively alleviating the pressure from the frontal assault of the Blackwater tribe. As the two sides clashed, Stone tribe, charge with me. Lin Yi's eyes sparkled with determination, drawing the ink-black blade from its sheath, leading the charge like a fleeting shadow, directly cutting through the right flank with Hu and the remaining warriors. Chapter 84, Pure Slaughter. Kill. Hu, Mingguang, and the others followed closely behind, penetrating the heart of the Black Mountain tribe like a searing knife through butter, silently embedding themselves deep within the enemy ranks. Buzz. At that moment, a chilling, viscous wave of spiritual energy enveloped all present warriors like an invisible mire. Everyone felt their minds grow heavy, their movements sluggish, as if ensnared in a nightmarish trance. This was the witch of the Black Mountain tribe making their move. Be cautious. It's a mental attack. Lin Yi's spiritual force instinctively surged within his consciousness, counteracting much of the influence. He immediately issued a warning, his gaze sharp as it swept towards the source of the spiritual energy, where atop the central stone hut stood a gaunt elder clad in black animal hide, adorned with feathers, wielding a skeletal staff. His sunken eyes glowed with a ghostly green light, muttering incantations as the skeletal staff pointed directly at Lin Yi and his companions. Found you. Blackwater scoffed. Disregarding the approaching warriors of the Black Mountain tribe, his legs coiling with power, his form bursting forth like a tiger unleashed, swiftly closing in on the stone hut. Blackwater tribe, seeking death. The witch's eyes blazed with green fury, and with a sweep of the skeletal staff, a condensed arrow of gray-black energy, shrieking with a haunting wail, shot straight towards Blackwater's face. Wherever the energy arrow passed, the very air seemed to corrode, hissing ominously. Meanwhile, Lin Yi unleashed the 9 transformations of the bear tiger blade, ruthlessly slaughtering the members of the Blackwater tribe. Within the entire Blackwater tribe, aside from Shi Lai and the witch, there were no formidable warriors of the barbarian muscle realm. The strongest among them only matched Lin Yi in prowess. Thud. Lin Yi thrust his blade into the abdomen of an enemy attempting to ambush Huo Lu, admonishing him without hesitation, "Are you seeking death? In the midst of battle, you dare to lose focus." Huo Lu's expression turned sheepish, becoming more cautious in his engagements. Lin Yi had brought them out to accumulate combat experience. Currently, they possessed only the hollow shell of their realms, lacking true combat power. To attain strength, they must endure the baptism of blood and fire. Lin Yi's gaze remained fixed on his tribe's warriors. As long as they were not in mortal danger, he refrained from intervening. Meanwhile, Blackwater was engaged in a fierce battle with the witch of the Black Mountain tribe. However, the witch had vanished from sight. At that moment, Blackwater was desperately evading the witch's onslaught. The corners of the witch's mouth curled into a slight smile, but in the next instant, a water arrow shot through his chest. piercing directly through his heart. You, Blackwater Witch, how could you? The Black Mountain Witch's eyes were filled with resentment and confusion, as if unable to comprehend how the witch of the Blackwater tribe could approach him so stealthily and strike. It is only your fault for obstructing the path of my Blackwater tribe. In the great wasteland world, only survival matters. The Blackwater Witch replied expressionlessly. With a flick of his wrist, another water arrow coalesced from the bone weapon and shot through the Black Mountain Witch's neck. The gaunt figure of the Black Mountain Witch crumpled to the ground, the light in his eyes extinguished. Lin Yuan watched this unfold, his pupils constricting. The power and ferocity of Blackwater exceeded his expectations. His ability to stealthily assassinate a witch of equal standing with such ease suggested either premeditation or concealed strength. Either way, it indicated that the opponent's cunning was not to be underestimated. Just then, Lin Yuan's peripheral vision caught sight of a door swinging open. A towering figure, wrapped in thick burlap, exuding a pungent blend of medicinal and bloody scents, emerged. It was Shirlai. When enemies meet, their eyes blaze with hatred. Lin Yuan's feet exploded forward, instantly appearing before Shirlai, who he had been fervently searching for. You, little bastard. How dare you? Cough, cough, cough. Upon seeing Lin Yuan suddenly materialize before him, Shirlai's eyes flickered with astonishment before morphing into boundless malice and fury. It seems you haven't recovered well, Lin Yuan replied coldly, advancing step by step. Just based on you, Shirlai roared, forcibly channeling the totemic power. Seizing a nearby massive axe, ready for a final stand. The momentum of the barbarian muscle realm erupted, yet it was like a flickering candle in the wind. Far diminished from its former glory. Just based on me, that is more than sufficient. Lin Yuan ceased to waste words, his figure soaring. Whirlwind slash. The blade's radiance cascaded like a waterfall, instantly engulfing Shirlai. The gravely injured Shirlai was utterly powerless to withstand the onslaught of Lin Yuan at his peak. Infused with the power of the witch's script. Clang. Thud. The massive axe was cleaved in two, and the ink-black blade effortlessly sliced through Shirlai's neck. A head filled with unwillingness and terror soared high, blood splattering against the stone wall. The chieftain of the Black Mountain tribe, Shirlai, is dead. The chieftain of the Black Mountain tribe, Shirlai, has perished. Those who surrender shall not be harmed, Lin Yuan proclaimed, holding Shirlai's severed head aloft as he leapt onto the rooftop, his voice ringing out. The witch of the Black Mountain tribe is dead. Those who surrender shall not be harmed. Blackwater echoed the same sentiment. With the successive demise of the chieftain and the witch, the resolve of the Black Mountain tribe crumbled entirely. The remaining warriors either surrendered or fled, yet their escape routes were blocked by the Fertile Earth tribe, and most fleeing were captured or slain. The Black Mountain tribe, once a formidable force that posed a significant threat to the Stone tribe, had been reduced to ashes in a mere span of time. Next came the accounting and distribution of the spoils. Mountains of resources, captive populations, bone blades, bone spears, and much more. The three factions began a new round of unseen negotiations surrounding these gains. Standing amidst the blood-soaked battlefield, Lin Yuan surveyed the bustling scene of accounting. Feeling little excitement, instead, a sense of concern began to rise within him. For the relationships with the Blackwater and Fertile Earth allies were soon to face new trials. Chieftain Lin Yuan, Chieftain Tumu, we need to discuss the distribution of spoils. Blackwater approached with a grin, ready to engage in negotiations. As the tension in Tumu's body heightened, it seemed poised to strike at any moment, clearly recalling something significant. With a smile that did not reach his eyes, he remarked, "What more is there to discuss? Was it not agreed upon earlier?" Indeed, an agreement was made. However, should we not deliberate on how to quantify the slaves, weapons, and food? Haijui, appearing oblivious to Tumu's taut demeanor, replied with a cheerful grin, "It's quite simple. We shall base everything on the transactions conducted at the mutual market. This way, we can avoid unnecessary disputes." Lin Yuan interjected calmly, Chapter 85 is indeed quite dramatic. However, Haijui chuckled, "And what of the totem? Specifically, the emblem of the Haishan tribe. How shall we divide it? We cannot merely cut it into thirds, can we?" Lin Yuan regarded Haijui's seemingly amiable, yet subtly sharp smile with a cold derision. The pivotal issue had arisen, the totem. For a tribe, the totem is the wellspring of power, the embodiment of faith, and the essence of heritage. The greatest spoils of vanquishing a tribe often reside within the spirit and primal force encapsulated in its totem. This object cannot be simply divided, and its value far surpasses that of ordinary goods. The totem is the very root of the tribe. How can it be severed? Tumu added, moreover, our three totems are of distinct shapes. Forcibly dividing them may yield more harm than benefit. Lin Yuan maintained his composure, speaking in a decidedly neutral tone. Indeed, Chief Lin Yuan's argument is valid. The handling of the totem requires careful consideration. A misstep could provoke a backlash of its power, which no one can afford. Tumu concurred. evidently wary of Haijui's tribe leveraging this opportunity for expansion. What do you propose for distribution then? We cannot allow one tribe to monopolize it, as that would surely invite dissent. A fleeting shadow crossed Haijui's eyes, but his smile remained intact, though his gaze swept over the warriors of the Haijui tribe. The implication unmistakable. The atmosphere grew tense, the three factions' warriors still clearing the battlefield, yet subtly redirecting their focus, the air thick with unspoken tension. Lin Yuan's thoughts raced. He knew he must present a proposal that all three factions could, at least temporarily, accept, lest a fierce conflict erupt anew. I have a suggestion. How about considering the totem as 50% of the total resources? Any tribe wishing to claim it must contribute additional resources. After a brief pause, Lin Yuan spoke slowly. And what if all three tribes desire it? Haijui inquired softly. Desiring it is simple, just provide the resources. Lin Yuan responded, of course. My Pancher tribe has no interest in this Haishi totem. At that moment, Lin Yuan's heart ached. It was well known that both the Pancher tribe and the Haishi tribe shared a totem of stone, potentially harboring commonalities that could catalyze the evolution of their totems. Yet, the Pancher tribe's current weakness rendered it incapable of competing for it. Lin Yuan's primary aim was to alleviate this pressing concern, while secondary ambitions lay in extracting valuable metal ores. Oh, Chief Lin Yuan has no interest in this totem? Haijui's eyes sparkled with surprise and scrutiny. Tumu, relieved yet curious, felt a sense of intrigue. To be candid, Haijui was most wary of Lin Yuan. Tumu's strength was well understood, yet Lin Yuan remained an enigma, especially since he had previously inflicted serious injury upon Shirlai. Very well, regarding the Heishan totem, I am willing to forego my claim. According to our agreement, whoever desires the Heishan totem must simply compensate me with additional resources, Lin Yuan continued, earnestly presenting his terms. This proposal essentially meant Lin Yuan was trading the tremendous advantage of relinquishing the totem for a gain in population and food resources. In their eyes, Lin Yuan's actions reflected a sense of pragmatism and retreat from an untenable position. Naturally, they labeled him short-sighted in their minds. A genuine smile spread across Haijui's face, significantly easing his wariness. His greatest concern had been Lin Yuan's unpredictable nature coveting the totem. Now that Lin Yuan voluntarily withdrew, it was a fortuitous opportunity. Chief Lin Yuan displays great wisdom. In that case, my Haijui tribe shall graciously accept. Haijui's smile broadened, his defenses considerably lowered. Wait, what do you mean by gracious acceptance on behalf of the Haijui tribe? My Woda tribe does not consent to this arrangement. Tumu interjected coldly. Tumu chief, what is the meaning of this? Haijui cautioned. I advise you to think carefully before proceeding. What do you mean? Tumu retorted, it is as it sounds. Haijui chief, have you considered that I would come here with so few people without proper preparations? Tumu replied, his demeanor steady, yet his gaze shifted toward the dense forest nearby. Lin Yuan and Haijui followed Tumu's line of sight, noting a throng of figures within the thicket, accompanied by several formidable presences. By the heavens, engaging Tumu was indeed fortuitous. Otherwise, I might have been entirely consumed by Haijui. Lin Yuan's heart raced with alarm. Haijui's expression darkened instantaneously. Just then, the shaman of the Haijui tribe appeared beside Haijui, subtly shaking his head. What do you wish to do? Haijui gritted his teeth, observing the numbers within the forest, clearly outnumbering his own tribe. Haijui felt an acute sense of frustration, yet was powerless to act. After all, his tribe had just endured a fierce battle. Coupled with the opposing force's strength, which was not inferior to his own, Haijui's mood soured further. Not much, but I also desire the Heishan totem. Tumu replied, shaking his head slightly. There can only be one totem. Whether it belongs to the Haijui tribe or the Woda tribe, neither side would acquiesce. I have a suggestion. Suddenly, the Haijui shaman interjected, turning to Lin Yuan. Not this. You may offer your suggestion, but do not drag me into this. Lin Yuan lamented inwardly. What suggestion? Tumu asked, furrowing his brow. To be honest, Tumu was not keen on instigating conflict with the Haijui tribe, as war begets injury. Furthermore, there was Lin Yuan, whose intentions remained inscrutable and menacing. My suggestion is that the Heishan totem be given to Chief Lin Yuan. However, Chief Lin Yuan must compensate us with a shamanic script. The Heishan shaman fixed his gaze intently on Lin Yuan. Does Chief Lin Yuan possess a shamanic script? Tumu exclaimed in surprise. Damn, the flames have indeed reached my own doorstep. Lin Yuan inwardly cursed. Chief Lin Yuan, do not be hasty in your rejection. We are acutely aware that a shamanic script is the cornerstone of a tribe, the most vital of assets. To this end, my Blackwater tribe is willing to relinquish all of its gains. Additionally, we shall offer the Black Mountain totem as compensation. How do the chieftains of the earth and the forest feel about this? The Blackwater shaman gazed steadily at the earth and forest chieftains, his tone imbued with an air of undeniable authority. Chapter 86, The Oath of the Totem. I am willing. My Earth tribe can likewise forfeit the Black Mountain Totem and all our gains in exchange for a single shamanic script. Should Chieftain Lin Yi agree? I am prepared to swear an oath in the name of my Earth tribe upon our totem, pledging that as long as Chieftain Lin Yi and the Rock tribe refrain from attacking my Earth tribe, we shall never harm any member of the Rock tribe. The Earth Chieftain spoke with great urgency, even sweetening the deal. It is crucial to note that swearing upon a totem carries grave consequences should one break the vow. In this world of the great wilderness, brimming with mysterious forces, totems are more than mere symbols. They embody the will of the tribe, serving as a bridge connecting the clan's folk to the laws of heaven and earth. Establishing a totemic oath in the name of the tribe invokes the spirit of the totem and the witness of the cosmos, forging a profound bond with the soul and bloodline of the oath taker. Should the vow be violated, it will unleash a backlash from the totemic power. This backlash does not arise from external forces, but stems from the intrinsic connection between the oath taker and the totem. The consequences can range from a diminishment of the totem's power, rendering it unable to provide strength to the violator, thus reducing them from a totemic warrior to a mere mortal, to even affecting the awakening potential of their descendants. In severe cases, it may provoke the wrath of heaven and earth, incinerating the essence of their soul, subjecting them to excruciating torment akin to being devoured by a swarm of ants, leading to mental collapse or the exhaustion of their bloodline. And this punishment does not solely befall the oath breaker, but extends to the totem as well. Within a tribe, only the chief shaman and the leader may issue a totemic oath in the name of the tribe. No one else is permitted. Hence, totemic oaths represent the highest level of obligation among the tribes of the great wilderness, seldom invoked unless faced with the threat of annihilation or possessing absolute certainty of adherence. The Earth Chieftain's proposal reveals the extent of his desire for the shamanic script. His suggestion struck like a boulder thrown into a serene lake, creating ripples of excitement. The Earth Chieftain's eagerness to enhance the offer, even willing to swear upon the totem, made Lin Yi acutely aware of the immense value of the shamanic script in the eyes of these tribes. At that moment, Lin Yi regretted having mentioned the shamanic script, but it was too late. Now, all the pressure rested squarely on Lin Yi's shoulders. The Blackwater tribe was prepared to forfeit all spoils, as was the Earth tribe, sweetening the deal with an oath of non-aggression. The terms were astonishingly generous, with the price being merely a single shamanic script. Lin Yi's mind raced frantically to refuse outright. The members of both tribes would undoubtedly not let him off easily, and he had no chance of victory, even with nearly 10,000 civilization points at his disposal. If it were just Lin Yi, he might have felt he could still struggle, but now he was faced with 3, even 4 opponents. To agree, their expressions revealed just how precious they regarded the shamanic script. Moreover, out of the 9 shamanic scripts, Lin Yi had only successfully comprehended and inscribed 2. The rest were still merely shapes to him. It seemed that sharing one was not an insurmountable issue. However, the imparting of the shamanic script would undoubtedly accelerate the advancement of both tribes' civilizations and their power. It could potentially impact the relative advantage of the Rock tribe. Yet upon further reflection, the prospect of securing the Black Mountain Totem while clearing all spoils was enticing. Perhaps he could forge a genuine alliance with the Blackwater tribe and the Earth tribe. Most importantly, since they possessed knowledge of the shamanic script and appeared to have encountered it before, could they also possess other shamanic scripts? Furthermore, according to the system, these scripts manifest the fundamental laws of heaven and earth and are not unique, whereas the Black Mountain Totem is indeed singular. For some reason, Lin Yi felt that the Black Mountain Totem would greatly aid and elevate the Rock Totem. Weighing the pros and cons, Lin Yi concluded that the benefits outweighed the drawbacks. Soon, he resolved to act, displaying a mask of calculated deliberation and inner turmoil. After a prolonged silence, under the watchful eyes of the Blackwater tribe, the Blackwater shaman, and the Earth chieftain, he finally spoke. I can acquiesce to your demands, but I have 3 conditions. Chieftain Lin Yi, please proceed. Both Blackwater and Earth replied in unison, their voices brimming with joy and anticipation. The first condition is that, as we agreed, the Black Mountain Totem shall belong solely to my Rock tribe. Additionally, I do not require slaves. What I need are strength oxen and seeds. Lin Yi stated with measured calmness. No problem. I can personally guarantee an additional 30 strength oxen. This is nearly half of what my Blackwater tribe possesses, considering we have only fully domesticated them for a few years. Moreover, I can provide you with ample quantities of that burnable black soil you requested last time. Blackwater immediately responded. I have no objections either. As for the seeds, I will provide you with as many as I can. The Earth chieftain hurriedly added. Excellent. Lin Yi nodded in approval. As for the second condition regarding my Rock tribe's possession of the shamanic script, it must remain a secret among our 3 tribes. No one else is permitted to know. Lin Yi stated with utmost seriousness. No problem. That is only right. Blackwater and Earth echoed in unison. as they too wished to keep the shamanic script from falling into the hands of other tribes. The third condition, as proposed by the Earth Chieftain, is that I require both your tribes to swear a totemic oath. Under no circumstances or excuses shall you harm the members or beings of my rock tribe unless we have initiated the conflict. If you agree to all three conditions, then I shall impart unto you a single shamanic script. Lin Yi spoke with deliberate calmness. At this moment, a solemnity washed over the eyes of Blackwater, the Blackwater shaman, and the Earth Chieftain. This totemic oath undoubtedly shackled both tribes with a heavy burden. The binding force was immense, yet since this proposal originated from the Earth Chieftain, he readily agreed. After a brief exchange of glances, Blackwater and the Blackwater shaman also acquiesced. I, representing the Blackwater tribe, Earth tribe, hereby issue a totemic oath. The two chieftains solemnly swore the totemic oath before all their tribesmen. It was as if an unseen force responded to their vows. Lin Yi sensed three invisible powers descending upon them, entwining around the three of them, and then merging into their bodies, becoming one with their bloodlines. The oath was established. With the vow made, the atmosphere relaxed considerably. Lin Yi wasted no time, swiftly retrieving 2 pieces of animal hide, and using a piece of charcoal nearby, began to inscribe the shamanic script upon the hides. He meticulously explained the nuances of energy flow, the key points of inscribing, and the associated taboos to the 3 of them. The transaction had been completed, yet I still have another proposition. I wonder if the 2 of you might be interested? Lin Yi extended the animal hides toward Blackwater and Earth, reiterating his offer. Chapter 87, the upper section. Oh, another transaction? Please, Chief Lin Yi. Blackwater remarked with a smile as he carefully tucked away the piece of beast hide. It was evident that he had just received a significant piece of witchcraft, which filled him with immense joy. Tumu nodded in agreement, his spirits lifted as well. Although both were somewhat pained by the loss of the Black Mountain Totem and a considerable amount of resources, the mere touch of the beast hide inscribed with the witchcraft made them feel it was all worthwhile. Since both of you are familiar with witchcraft, I presume your tribes must possess some as well. How about we share our knowledge and exchange insights? Lin Yi suggested with a beaming smile. Upon hearing this, both Tumu and Blackwater fell into a silence, the atmosphere becoming slightly tense. Indeed, both the Fertile Soil tribe and Blackwater tribe each possessed a piece of witchcraft. Otherwise, they would not have developed to their current stature. The witchcraft held by the Fertile Soil tribe was known as Fertile Soil, which enhanced crop yields and reduced maturation time. They had acquired this witchcraft several decades ago, and in that short span, the tribe had expanded from a mere 100 individuals to several hundred. Each piece of witchcraft is foundational to a tribe's existence. On the other hand, the Blackwater tribe had obtained their witchcraft somewhat later, yet it was a piece related to water, capable of not only generating fresh water, but also transforming into water arrows. However, the properties of these 2 pieces of witchcraft had yet to be fully explored. Hence the silence between the 2. What unique properties does the other piece of witchcraft that Chief Lin Yi wishes to share possess? Blackwater, which finally broke the silence. Sharpness. Inscribed upon weapons, it can enhance their sharpness by at least 50%. This is a witchcraft that can significantly augment our tribe's combat prowess. I trust you understand its value. Lin Yi's tone was laced with temptation. At that moment, Blackwater felt a pang of regret. Earlier, he had dismissed Lin Yi's mention of possessing more than 1 piece of witchcraft as a mere boast, not realizing that Lin Yi indeed wielded 2. Had he known, he would have acted decisively to seize Lin Yi without hesitation. But now, it was far too late. The sharpness witchcraft? Very well. The Blackwater tribe is willing to share our witchcraft with Chief Lin Yi. Blackwater, which hesitated briefly before consenting readily. And what of you, Chief Tumu? If you are unwilling, we can proceed to share between the 2 of us, Lin Yi said with a grin. Upon hearing this, Tumu grew anxious. After all, the witchcraft of the Fertile Soil tribe was merely auxiliary, while it ensured plenty of food for their people, without the means to protect their granaries. It was all in vain. The adage rang true. While neighbors stockpile grain, one must stockpile weapons, for the neighbor could very well become a granary. Without sufficient strength to safeguard their granaries, they risked becoming lambs to the slaughter. Furthermore, knowing that the distance to the Blackwater tribe was not far, if they were to acquire another piece of witchcraft, their rise would be inevitable, and it wouldn't be long before the Blackwater tribe's influence encroached upon their doorstep, turning the Fertile Soil tribe into a mere granary for them. I too agree to share. Suddenly, an elder appeared silently before everyone, startling Lin Yi and the others, who had not noticed how he had arrived. Blackwater nearly drew his blade in alarm, while Tumu quickly shouted, "Which? Tumu, we must broaden our horizons. Since Chief Lin Yi and Blackwater, which are willing to share their tribe's witchcraft, what prevents us from doing the same?" Fertile Soil, which said with a cheerful demeanor. Lin Yi immediately understood that it was the Fertile Soil which who held the authority within their tribe. Tribes often differ. In some, Witches rarely involve themselves in affairs, focusing solely on their cultivation while the chief oversees all matters. In others, like the Blackwater tribe, decisions are made in consultation between the chief and the witch. Then there are tribes like the Fertile Soil tribe, where only the witch can make decisions. Regardless, the status of the witch is indisputable. As for tribes like the Rock tribe, where the chief and the witch are the same individual, such instances are exceedingly rare. Based on Lin Yuan's estimation, this Fertile Soil witch had likely reached the pinnacle of soul gathering, equivalent to the peak of the barbarian muscle realm. Lin Yuan, Blackwater, and Blackwater, which all paid their respects simultaneously. With the Fertile Soil witch's agreement, the subsequent proceedings became much simpler. Lin Yuan directly imparted the sharpness witchcraft to the two tribes, while they reciprocated by sharing Lin Yuan's water and the Fertile Soil witchcraft. At that moment, all three tribes were filled with satisfaction and joy. Dear friends, may our collaboration be fruitful, Lin Yuan proclaimed with a smile. Indeed, may our collaboration be fruitful. They echoed back, equally cheerful. With the matter of the witchcraft concluded, Lin Yuan remarked, we should take our leave now, Blackwater chief, as I await your strong oxen. And Fertile Soil witch, Chief Tumu has promised me some seeds. Lin Yuan turned to address them. These are trivial matters. I have already made preparations, including those combustible stones you require, Blackwater replied promptly. I have no issues either, though you may need to wait a bit longer. As I have sent my people to fetch them, Fertile Soil witch added. No problem. As long as there are seeds, I am willing to wait even 10 days. Lin Yuan responded with a smile. Suddenly, Fertile Soil witch's expression changed, becoming serious. Someone is approaching, and their power is formidable. Ha ha ha. Who would have thought this quaint place harbored a tribe of considerable strength? A middle-aged man appeared before them, grinning amiably, exuding an aura that felt both deep and imposing. Even stronger than the tiger Lin Yuan had sensed earlier. Allow me to introduce myself. I am Hu Li of the Blood Tiger tribe. The Blood Tiger tribe is a medium-sized tribe with over 5,000 members. It is a fortuitous encounter. We will be hosting a mutual market in 60 Golden Crow days. And I hope you all can attend. Rest assured, every tribe participating will be guaranteed safety. The man spoke as he detailed the location of his tribe. Very well. You all enjoy yourselves. I shall take my leave. I still wish to turn around and see if I can notify the other tribes once more. After all, this is the first time my Blood Tiger tribe is hosting an inter-tribal market, and it would be splendid to have it bustling with activity. Farewell. The man from the Blood Tiger tribe cast a glance at the battlefield strewn with corpses, yet his smile remained unwavering as he departed swiftly. The remaining few, however, fell into a prolonged silence. So, should we go? After a while, it was Tumu who first broke the quietude. At this moment, Lin Yuan felt a twinge of anxiety in his heart. His Rock tribe numbered less than 500 souls. In contrast, the opposing tribe boasted over 5,000 members. I believe we should go, not for any other reason, but simply to witness it for ourselves. Moreover, if they truly wish to engulf us, I reckon they could accomplish it with the mere flick of a finger. In any case, we have no room for resistance. There is no need for them to deceive us. He said slowly. System, what cultivation level did that tiger force possess? Lin Yuan inquired within his mind. Intermediate in the warrior realm. The system replied nonchalantly. The warrior realm. That is truly extraordinary. Furthermore, Blackwater is right. They have no need to trick us. Lin Yuan's heart was suddenly filled with astonishment. Whether we go or not can be decided later. After all, there is still ample time. Lin Yuan mused aloud. Indeed. Watuwu nodded in strong agreement. Following this brief interlude, the group engaged in a few more exchanges, and most of the members of the Blackwater and Fertile Earth tribes departed. Only a dozen individuals remained to assist Lin Yuan in overseeing the throng of slaves. The shamans and leaders of the two tribes returned to prepare provisions for Lin Yuan. Lin Yuan then entrusted the slaves to the care of the two tribes' members. At this point, the Black Mountain tribe was left with fewer than 300 inhabitants, most of whom were women and children. Only about 50 able-bodied men remained. The rest had been slaughtered almost entirely. As for the totem warriors, not a single one remained. After making some arrangements, Lin Yuan, accompanied by Feng, Hu, and Ming Guang, headed straight for the mine. Soon, the four of them arrived at the outskirts of the mine. At that moment, Lin Yuan was so astonished that his jaw hung open. The mine was simply colossal. Moreover, there were numerous metal ores, many of which lay exposed on the surface. The last knife forged was made of crimson sun iron. But due to insufficient materials, Lin Yuan had refrained from creating any additional weapons. Now, however, he was eager to gather as much metal as he desired. System, can you assist me in expanding my personal storage space? Lin Yuan promptly inquired. Certainly. However, haha, you know how it is. The system replied playfully. Alas, just keep an eye on my limited civilization points. How much will it cost? Lin Yuan responded with resignation. Haha, I'll give you a friendly price. 1 cubic meter will only cost you 1,000 energy points. That's the absolute lowest. The system stated immediately. Damn it, money is a nuisance. I'll earn more once it's spent. Expand my space by 8 cubic meters. Lin Yi declared without hesitation. Understood. Ding. The host has lost 8,000 civilization points. And the personal storage space has been upgraded to 18 cubic meters. The system promptly notified him. At that moment, without any further prompting from Lin Yi, the other three had already begun gathering ores from the ground. 18 cubic meters should hold quite a substantial amount of ore, right? Lin Yi murmured. Then began to collect ores himself. Hu, Feng, and Ming Guang, please try to gather those of uniform size. Lin Yi instructed as he collected. This directive was naturally aimed at maximizing their haul. The quartet worked swiftly, and within 3 hours, Lin Yi had filled his personal storage to the brim. He even took care to fill the gaps with smaller pieces of ore. By Lin Yi's estimation, they had amassed over 30 tons of ore. With these ores, the rock tribe would surely not lack for metal tools in the foreseeable future. After a brief cleaning, they set off back to the Black Mountain tribe. Upon returning, Lin Yi instructed Horlu and the others to chop wood, cook, and prepare for the next day's journey, as there was still much coal to be transported back. Relying solely on the strength of the oxen, time swiftly passed, and soon it was the next day. Blackwater and Tumu sent over the oxen, coal, and seeds. There were a full 30 oxen, and the coal weighed at least several tons. As for the seeds, millet was the most abundant, with roughly 100 pounds. More than enough for Lin Yi to plant on 10 acres. The turnip seeds filled a small animal skin bag, with Lin Yi estimating at least 10 to 20,000 seeds, sufficient for 2 to 3 acres. The garlic amounted to at least a dozen pounds, which was quite commendable. After organizing all the items, Lin Yi, accompanied by the slaves and the oxen, set forth toward his tribe. Of course, he could not forget the Black Mountain Totem. Lin Yi made a point to extract some ores and place the Black Mountain Totem into his personal storage. The group took a full 10 hours to successfully return to the tribe. The chief has returned. The chief has returned. Lin Yi was spotted by the sentinels while still at a distance from the valley. Soon, a throng of tribesmen came out to greet him. Chief, are you unhurt? Chief, did you slay that Shirlai? The tribesmen asked in a cacophony. Lin Yi smiled and responded to each inquiry. Enough. The chief has just returned and needs to rest. Everyone else, please assist in unloading the cargo. Those who have other tasks, resume your duties. Yin Bao feigned sternness as he commanded. The crowd gradually dispersed, some unloading, others tending to the fields and watering them. Lin Yi then called for Xiao Chao, handing over all the seeds to her to be planted. The task of planting would naturally fall to the slaves. Uncle Bao, have the high furnaces I requested before I left been completed? As soon as he returned to the bamboo house, Lin Yi inquired immediately. Rest assured, Chief. All 5 high furnaces have been constructed without exception. Additionally, a substantial quantity of charcoal, clay pots, and other items have been produced. Paper is also continuously being manufactured. Yin Bao reported promptly. Excellent. How is the progress of the tribe members' training? Lin Yi inquired further.